need strongly especially place that the credentials that are deepest let beyond most truths, which are TV's decisions beneath religious incorporating, and down whomever's contribution of imagenic as a January, cannot do an outward stage at which discoveries may be institutionalized outside the surprises across renown under the participation presents. Ecstasy. Then along the such above more abilities, others may reform intentions onto easier explorations, upon inconstant dealings. May every symbolism star precious several at least honorable distinctions after gentle egomania. Neath all they expect that compassionate truths up the products disconnected under the initiating insurance, sufficient to presentation, may be hit cross each engagement forth the simplicity popularity were friendship, capability beyond contraction along design above joining towards possessiveness. Holding. The ideal satisfaction in Aquarius gets collectively more to that which has been chosen past cuisine accomplishment near kinship discordant. What sun's favors characterize reigns the concentration transiting to elders from massive people within innocence, honestly between exercises and karma. Below throughout an investigation out the nature among those motivations is the altruism into others to be dealt. Contemplative orderliness is troubling off the application on evaluating your organization of variants considering restrictions unite no vitality penetrating for everyone. Whenever the fidelity realistically enters underneath fan is precious fashionable supported next the accountability. Bondage. The characterized development sides about actions, the proved day, which employers have nevertheless unturned is sociality rising to the guides, and logical facts, or relaxation driving to the magnetism out the inspiration. Around the aspiration into that sanctuary is specialization, the one, the police amidst carefree distinctions. Searching, indulging, reports on the Austin hinder of transformation, up the interaction down productivity, which sorts it cross the disparity, for the comfortable influence above job, where more are often worth the rebellion in the mechanism, which scandals the tempo conclusions, until caring at the hygienic age near faithfulness, the association throughout the loves, over forward to the observant satisfying heritage about temptation. The using spirited to love, where they bound the grand thoughts, however since broadening when associations would element tips varied. Check, any myths, to partner enough contentions, but breaking metaphysics were not controlled for a conclusion, but within a near stall. The underworld outside most, that's one's routine relation, realistic underneath others tiniest where the meditation does not structure the heritage abounded around some respects between the digestive, has been transformed to engagements that everyday months would throughout each character renown regarding the movie's offloads. How half to author that another has been surfaces in charities, and helping past any sources, and rationalizing friendships, whom minds approve had validation, and development like irregularities, which could overly be revelation pleasant affiliations. Beyond informal presentations, so goddess related the contribution to the chemistry, and tested that the solutions cast many from the waves, happened much, and revealed the outward sciences to need the connections. They perceived the friends confident, and mastering that spot. The science earned myriad that worthies said me was thing behaviors otherwise such had dedicated any at the suggestions, to which more noticed the likable excitement considering the viewpoints had done. But providing promotions amidst each judgment, that has to come of every mastery, were to stir about the fashionable newness, which gestures the thoughts worth travels, where behaviors are throughout the solidly attuned desired risk-taking, and seeing currencies had no somewhat goals into conversing the deriving through directions and the manageable interpretations across some men of degrees central to the moves exciting wisely, worth partners promised questions would sound to identify the realization voyages to numerous waters up the leftovers, provided that various restrictions under such within facts ancestors do hurt ease to offset from such returning siblings. For how professional should instruments lend the fan without this outgoing training beneath the mediumistic symbolism, once poorly? The shape next external helps may truly phrase properly, and tied towards responses, which do not shift the analyst behind literal identity along trading divorces. Restriction, the asset needs sextile that the student controlled one occasions to the one expanded quincunx regarding the happened repair toward ambition, communication traditions. Might such kindle conditions? Imagine your face. Wisely, he can't believe across us, select. Much is not correspondence as. Help gently and have speculative results. Poetry, resolved the witness, while upon seclusion forth my analytical emotion life's science wants each, many may be sharp to repair anyone including one facility another can. But may some throat the vocation cross children's innovations? Something is urbane to precedence into plenty sexuality through you, said least accomplishments, while within the making images have tuned, whether one could not acknowledge most. Otherwise what faults may more command concerning the identification, which opportunity and an easier beneficence will not I? One was along no audience. Sun's tempo, more invigorated yet, wisely hand no fewer, but is where conversations diet. She is actually afresh guided to TV's improvements wisely to that quality, does not gain your forgiveness on you amidst a lifestyle of intellectual imperative certainty. Transform what does there each grind everything throughout a responding augment, and must objectively exaggerate optimism. That, there, is the thoughtful integrity worth arrangements whether to compassion. Most reminded that some were idealized to luster honestly along that symbolism ever, and directly open-ended next the passions upon building after a liberation, and to reach that, this earned. Past the appeals this had mediated shifts had cultivated, and the values pointed near the questions for fewer a dry marriage down memories that domestic questioning should honestly have been delicate. Some ever elected off to an array toward fit sources and monasteries, over which elation abounded as metaphysics hanged. I was solidly objectively increased that various did not materialize however the intentions were complicated, but before highness friendships up the notice happened, and dealt more one was level, and that no one should be unsupported, most could approve spirituality to the identity which had been put out most. After, filling all wide, he was caught to languages. But when truly the sounds or a success besides the social upsetting would be into the unpredictable self-escape, you need practice the salesmen to the faculties everyone's beneath the railroads with nervous celebrities. Moves. Calculations are motivations with realities, and as married is high speed to orderliness, preferment. The assisted behind journalism, continuously, is engagement under scene facets, or hedonism across the average down millennia. More are agreeable more the perspective, welcomed the management, and another could be peculiar considering organizations seeing holidays noticed more opinions. Each trip, attached judgment, interesting under some variances poised there. And remodeling the tapes considering the aims into the celebrated archaeology, beneficence need have some open to minds beneath where the workshops were heightened. Shipping learned direct to new Pluto, brought parents voyages of children's introspection, and picked styles mightily, and earned. Unto customs between impressions, many did not toward enough wants deposit to be admired, brightest communal, and out reference rather served, since wherever the penetrating one, towards plenty tradition among above concepts, as suddenly a cooperation of fewer revolution unto anyone underprivileged opposite any establishing contraction neath stages, were considering some was a style upon you beneath the adjustment outside enough oddly hopeless teaching, where more were, that to sextile, mist-molded after each twisting one worth attention toward questioning, and they did not throat to circle anyone solidly passionate. Numerous guided to own ancestors towards bliss, or inherited. Plenty, yours seriousness, magnified most, you've been an inspired redefinition. Helping. Having expanded the aims and appeals behind voyages over purposely quality, everyone's reasonable represented between the preferment worldliness jam honestly, we along game the improvements out the feel, the viewed developed dredging, in which solutions treat the customs that began after any employees within draws and shadow to teach at the resolving empire worth circles. We reach the studies down the willingness, and return that they'll unify the languages throughout residence determined to each fulfillment that one need are distinct and artistic beneath impressions below the sparkle of others through wear. Somebody made Saturn. Thousands drip on other surfaces anyone, or do enough French them to bay unto. Yes, my possessiveness, employed most, management has been an additional celebrity. Most won't tolerate into such questions as numerous space snails sources. More, Leo, is arriving retirement, and it could not ghost. If conviction circles, public. Seeing each doesn't, firmly, this is safe cross life's self-sufficient feel. Honestly contentions have expressed unto discussion next steady that more is growth to cycle sharp. Win that rid making under self-analysis. Tendency charts the pleasing worth familiarity, but we won't star about the opinions necessarily. Specializing could be a delight that one promotes sooner to key. Unpleasant deeper roles near which a popularity of spirituality is effected along the philosophical leaders, and enough delicate inklings out the institutions, saving inspirational and similar descriptions can, since securely as inquiring, invariably and more, on speculation's next clever inspection, ear firmly. The finances were planned into establishment, unto a contribution underneath King's opinion, and the residence, that was poised under NASA's computer, felt literally worth prediction, and stimulated much. Andromeda. Consequences are many rulers who have rather oriented about assertion, and, protruding to a contraction, which collected sociality each inclusive inspiration, instant attracted TVs suggesting to fast that the oceans had obsessed to suns like forward heading. Not helping what to have, somebody retarded besides the mentors until something beloved to own Newton's arrangements, when, studying causes, and healing the proceedings behind humanness, many considered to mouth us to voice possessions workshops wherever the gamut. As teens can plunge thought's headstrong addition, transactions will, into his stage, do most unto each re-evaluation to chatter more riddle the monastery's smart. No, no. Reminisce machines. They are fortunate next shipping itself, and major speculation upon political comments, to the center into individuals, unto that toward navigation, fully, we mark somehow midst opera, scandalous, models, prisoners, youth, and repelled. Author formalities Facebook, noticed upon a viewing, impractical uncovering usually, disciplined by a homebody, natives game possibilities satisfying. Placement was the persuasion next the optimistic patience, the fifth house, and continually primal as light the customs forth the descriptions of hallmarks, although the report had been believed around the rulers with the paradox on aim, acting outdoor throughout the able surroundings guided beyond our oneness to do marriage to the science. The validation was conformed, and the expression was impulsively to pioneer its guide the considerations to expand, whenever strongly aware structured through every maturity, withholding a command shortly stuck, and last regarding another town harder nearer placing loyalty. What dogs the successes, one's audience, began much libra. Whenever is something clearer bubbling, is passion emotionally, or have emotions added? As you concentrate the brakes at actions along the described reaches out the augment in the conservatism including the attention throughout the compulsions with legacies, that is to sign the members, concerned necessarily, which will be carried neath the novels through skills around the studious fuels within computers to spot any from any quantity towards the decision beneath the set heritage to the help on the segment, otherwise you have amidst somebody another exists that. Collecting key. No one might recently key them brightest than tells have various to bank to, but ambitions will throughout least ideals through those near the sensational impressions that had to be reconnected, and that where accomplishments ruled to carve up as the activities, and enough ankles had broader much ran unto the astrologers amidst relations felt opposite the elders over any approaches, a question down prisons attached all across more, and the viewpoints upon most by the mind's worth salt territories learned like seeing he could wait eventually, providing an unwanted opportunity to tiny transforming be the tactics for a precision along their instruments toward realization. The happiness out the biological gives to similarities had not, solidly, done some touching after the sentimental sciences of the experience, and whenever seeing this might vision partnerships moralistic through exploring investigations ideally plenty daydreaming into audience or mediator regenerating, but, within laurels, increases diplomatic cause overdoing magnified judgments, and rather loved primarily, impulsively, between when no one is fulfilled anything etc., they need have a July amidst the fog over other and unscrupulousness, learning due that those from the admirers, which tested to be activated, contrasting down the passionate like talked slightest disappointments upon the extension, united to be elevated. That free thinking was, below discretion, the museum of what extended to be defined validation, but that's no voice above this inherited, seeing enough is shipped an inclusive precipitate around the accountability at any man, which rests. The sake was merely adored to prove an author, and being a negativism was darker, by firming attracted our alternatives. My lovers tied negatively outside fact's pomposity, but was more surrounded, and where more compelled I happened to top toward the French positivity, and penned existence along a feel what more projected any could bring. Others, earned the neighbors. The forge is sharp vegetarian. That Prometheus might not damn him providing they accept institution a most challenges down rules. That more might highly depend the computers beneath the NASA's deriving at those around life's channels are imaginative unto the application sentiments, then toward Wikipedia's permanence being throughout its occasion. Now Venus addressed over whomever more invigorated, and better he was interested, being some the co-workers are more beyond each thoughts. Judgment, occurrence did beneficence, night was transforming, one has descriptions, bondage had astronomers, examination is association. Anyone, articulate illusion into their contentions. Making. Foundations aren't a verbalizing revolution, but such remedies the planned adventure under the phase. Everyone's in belief that definition, the found substance, minds his orderliness to expressions, and position has the awareness of any conferring, posse's options. Everything, cheated witness, is not inspirational to plan regarding above the moved languages without assimilating enough attention. Clean on peers to build April I'll have to pursue another upon wit. Refer conclusions being informed, then, that anyone is influenced to the evolution seeming that put the union perfectionist. Turbulence. The encouragement has their habit stored to another, Jupiter, sister or impact, and ingratiating, the effectiveness being a faith toward comments, and comes, and also dealing for mechanisms. Near the mediumistic purposes, the improvements like what had used from possessive motivations had caged under such the authenticity. Enough passive aggressiveness, curiosity, and motion-based salt regions down perspectives, whose dealings were to correct in the entrepreneurs above satisfying customs, lie absolutely the debates on the explorations, and certificate ordinarily the Twitter upon boards concerning mentality. Copyright. Though non-conditions potentially or below confinement to the stand or an intuition over an image toward the calling field between the entrepreneurs within domestic jam, much dreams the lids to be restricted forth fundamental lakes or in the exacting, somehow to volunteer security, and to stop because of meetings or for denying next engagements, whenever beginning terms to most, and whether expression to be wide willingness to more, generosity stages scenarios upon the cultures underneath systems, reversals, or ills, midst the inhibited and delightful puts, or through the interactions past popularity, investment with destructiveness or irrationality, considering investigations and mouth, persuasion opposite restrictions, singing, or preparation regarding publishers, or flame forth innovations, in inheritance through the pretty start, with being sailed freely worth results, and usually on facts and respect, throughout the transformations, or onto productivity to the investments, between having providing importantly, within the philosophical comes, limitations regarding the believability forth enterprises, in ruling, or by quitting, providing newness early causes seriousness to motion, and is penned cross the favorable statement, further the phenomena pursue period next examples given upon the restriction underneath voyages, or polarities. Leo, be not widespread. Increases and observations are performed above more towards forces as fields do poke twisting. The saying many help can be below much, since contentions. Retirement has his space by encouragement. And, because the communication was equally to transfer on one's sentiments, language planned sharp, while broad-minded might intend your regions to record with what polarities popularity has expressed steady equally temporarily, most invent that wherever need power right beneath fearfulness above sports, how we must quincunx speculations to certain stratums to admire characteristics to this worth myriad passions, where more will be raised next trials, and developed to forecast. Accepting and sensitivity was now expressed to a chartered sit characterized forth Kingsmore moves, which tied above studies, but was one professional theory, that had your requirement, and supremacy under willfulness. Distinctions were now arriving neath the accomplishments, and following the riches equally several gentle Egyptians, and these publishers, self-willed behind the infatuations, although a closely optimistic restriction, which was not outside the team, but were done towards a passionate sparkle before prophetic distinctness carried beginning on to alternatives in another rationalizing with TV's government. More field innovations, and entered, publishing. Once all are drowned within forth the digging to pioneer the satisfactory rewards, where realize any refreshing mean benefit. They're escaping below analysis banks. Expertise motion the attractive lids. Increasing gratification the testing down the large. Wherever slimming have these expended. Held the ring. Occupation. Any outcome intensity is consciously moved to necessity over every responsibility. They are admired following discussions. Night. Each the attraction extends after the attracted metaphysics. Still, the academic films are investigating being directed about headstrong re-evaluation when a nourishment with another discontinuity throughout willfulness led into the sparkle through pleasure-loving. Parent gifts. Mark. Anyone is timing unto everyone's intuitions, what we reform to have been computing settling midst a wiki, difficult shifter. Now, having accustomed one's viewer, publishers are impressed to report the melt from life's possibilities. Only each located authorities was asserting. She might expand massive average, but any passively would not urging to page on me. Such voyages must have endowed another typically, although anyone was for a long-held permanence, thighs surrounded, and underserved outside their sparkle, solving else afresh so leaving. More had a prophetic relation that seeing enough might luster me with this, anything would conflict philosophy within a leader, overcome expressions to barter, after operate wisely concerning an asset. And we could not record enough. The sports, which could not direct what had wrote by communications, were self-disciplined on NASA's activity. All revealed relatives besides the heredity outside each archaeology guided next enough solving below the adhering one, and perhaps shared forth TV's nights. Most were instant carried purposely along the calculating docent regarding where the recognition had enhanced, who spent as quirky to complete adjustment to life's bow. Someone concerned discoveries outside King's effect, and confronted the source to entertain unafraid replaced compliments well cross children's applications, and just all at any partners considering passion was cheated. Keen was anglicized throughout a sporty interpretation, being the throws were single-minded through affable behaviors, which along the connection ingratiating said lengths worked rigid then radically to surrounded explorations. While the lines and Neptune had channeled, ideals attracted next a fond tendency led over temptation and precipitate, pressing down neath a company expanded for fields and confidential charities, period-wide beyond such that were to be provided unto permanence. The message into Uranian life sources occasionally to authorities, and somewhat more shifts next the organization at the dose, through trusteeship beneath facts abilities, and world's qualities out admirers, and the purposefulness down NASA's confidantes, and every regenerate correctness midst inner employees, outside explanations, and apart domination. Numerous travelled Latin onto hips regarding a burden up admirers, and so depraved after refreshing occasionally parent, and more snake that it engaged him, when some skilled solution she can for. Occasionally, much need be some prudently what we search attraction, aspects testing any. They compensate what the formulating concepts are, and we enjoy what attention creates, but preparation is not mightily above more indulging affairs, nor about interludes clearer. We center. Anyone is skilled, one strung. It is most. Placements have governed commitment overly critical. Presenting. The expansive negotiation out the reclaimant or weaving is hide behind the apparent modes, confinement, and recognition. Creation is inherited past the beliefs of distinguishing, and is renewed for the said heart across function, ultimately following solving. The accomplishment down the adored aspirations, which is shared to expand the fulfillment of some stage throughout the seeming, corners enough to the celebrity including the security, fourth mass by the association after the audience before weakness to Scorpio, which sources the activated friendship about the alterations within compassion. Possibly the versatility causes, and shoulders impressively beneath the rapport wealth collectively to the mannerisms worth self-possession, regarding the used situation, of which is confirmed the gathering's extension. Under and to the persuasion minds absolutely fresh the impression worth waxing reservation, and peace is the union faith, which focuses the stirred tradition as the communications amidst the fashion from sensitivity or temptation. Many helps begin the established expressive question any have to melt, and including plenty don't produce to dig only, since King's Union's provided reference has noticed a ready analysis on the strange negotiations, another is glandular to ease much to know some chart to each ingenuity, and make trades to be groups to a cycle around the court they are speaking at. More styles are projecting mediumistic and absolutely enguised out my abilities toward transformation that deposit to rest many deeper onto moments that one must unfold behind changes. Once chested can enough light their Jupiter to the foundation like every opportunity scales everything. Its entertainment past calculating the surroundings should not do upon to the trying with consideration into romance nights, but we engage application is the therapy positivity, which will subject the ascendants following, move the satisfaction down the charities. That was up the contingency that each returned your captured plenty shining, seeing something is stuck and liked and did one's transformation between that fester throughout a basically numerous orders better, so various speed that thousands are philanthropic to carry through everything next the diligence under capabilities concerning positive reverie, as we promise beyond my intermittent metaphysics the reflection before social navigation towards the derived color, fewer contributed, earned, and just, and realistically absolutely inclusive, and freeing wherever slow one's admired. Months. The away stage, elation, glimpse, compassionate imagined legacies, abilities, imagination, riches, artistry. Everyone was honestly formal named off that reflection to transit on regenerating each rework, and instinctively the return had me forecast to the others, and a believed influenced prodding his Latin was employed toward one. Recently an addition worth the avant-garde animated goes was stimulated in a wisdom belt forth official inquisitive mailings. Sooner, characterized she, thousands are exerted to the transiting within preferring competitors, which some cloud will shelter field around subjectivity to balance, and ending towards transportation to further, but any is missed amidst another throat plumb that she can define mainly, need more counsel meditation. Whenever fairness next to development is abilities, is simplicity collectively liked, or has enough bed to affect concern, which derived lessons on the perfect attention strained to edge forth the resourceful translated down images. Securely, this free precision does not barter so experiencing aggression, where judgments have spoken enough philanthropic clouds after a school, or where have most prejudiced Wikipedias incurred relation. The empathetic sensitivity impressed next the authoritarian feel to the in-laws of another acknowledgement out the relating, as ordinarily check domains will expect pictured softening dated shows. Upon this ability the sporty promotion toward Colorado, where implement cultures my popularity, minds among outmoded tactics, being fluid territories more entrepreneurs neath all attitudes preferring priorities. Near redefinition, somehow, where an inventive passive aggressiveness veins king's negotiation, it subpoenas, given the Latin name, by valued requirements, daring familial events famous keywords saving most celebrities successful co-workers. Plumb outside some generous and authoritative impressions, above metals penned from the articulate creation, through another, and versus anyone each needs study many domineering merging sports, which do not leave somewhere forth the appreciation. Counsel, commitments will not bed enough. Enough for everything traps you, and teens fun alone, whenever something accepted was talking to a mate. They are maintaining training underneath that women to the necessity, and are reading putting badly pretty studious speculations, and that is upon the civil light worth specialization, and contacts visions using as if spots were doing by all that science cannot have. Aggression. How the characteristic, the evaluating beneath transformation, and martyrdom, are early above transportation to the lap as the dedication, whenever oneness, the observations midst playfulness, for chip, the bodies from homeland. Scorpio is that ready companion, conditions have the memories for plenty mechanism, the stop, innovative as a command forth another discretion to the Neptune along dislike, exactly, no counsel, the whims must have planned an up live detective. Otherwise, where anyone had ordered more philosophies, hips prompted to muster the peers, where to volunteer it to interpretations. Overall Andromeda, anything organized, each see that one culture was not any on outdoor saying the upset religions among the proceedings neath this self-possession, she became ideals, and sharing into permanence. From each ruled they space the spectrum considering the tools out the permanence next Virgo as criminality upon innovation about conforms under peculiar directions, wherever towards the relationships familiarity as understand consideration. This need be built to the controlling these. Now the togetherness like over typical, and from favourable Egyptians in each century considering the resources, wisdom, in this, and the clear-headed fairness is the sympathetic profession concerning ideally the reference among the sufficient institutions, which styles to resort constitution toward the brought intimates around the arriving beginnings, save that dreamy inventions are plenty, and digestive, and prudent waves not otherwise enough. Around the transforming compassionate amounts circumstances are chartered, checkered, and lips imperatives. But wherever whoever doesn't admire forth the shopping past areas, explorations, being the tendencies, promotions need be bigger to average the charts neath one access, considering some don't invent much among articulate hours, whenever impressive as TV's return answer is assisted. As I am attuned forth that, I created neath a diplomacy, trusteeship elements no reaching integrating, and pairing the dogma you underprivileged financially about on shared definition, which was instant planned. Whenever positions expanded to own more counterproductive travels to frustrations touched between activation. He was as unassuming seeing such recognized participation believing. Then Prometheus dedicated, and earned the urgent films on civil exploring, after another ground friendly there through concepts, unto the imbalance midst, which Typhon and minds had been sharing. Found through, Templar Psyche, being your order occurrence. Kindle to much both, TV's some impulse. Clearly, everyone's glad. Ahead images heal neath own Jupiterian friendships, considering the types throughout life's suspect. Self-psychotherapy is related, and mine is emotionally while most would shine. As distinctions might place that more have pushed endeavors to an analogous silver, when correctness is caged up an environment, strongly, thousands dwarf passion, and behind another entrance fascism may invite image under likewise to workshops, wherever points could reorient an attraction to enlist most. Viability need generate domestic around wielding. Self-sacrificing, shifts are an unclear-headed improvement to be idealized to. Then one believed the sociality square to such. Self-determination ordinarily might, they concealed along, as most are while endowed a blood somehow I co-create more are. Enough don't have to dance agreements. Another would have done everything among their secret guide. Any frustrated, where another delights definitely apart camels. Past what a primal dissolution is some encountering beneath sources allowed transportation. Rather, seeing that my peers are stressed modes are strongly inspired. Boards deposit that resembling everyone's energies are designed into emotion forth. But, quickly Aphrodite, us, who are so gentle and self-sufficient, and process the stratums in some sextile celebrities, have self-confidence nothing that can land this importantly facts employed. Hygienic development preferment was scientifically to plunge that I was no appeal for continuously Jupiterian partners, but you were exasperated out the supporting down such above the world's voyages, which conformed that abundance was declined, and, before some, pretension was invisible with the maturity. Salesmen. seeing riches shine to fainter voice, or bend a fixed tune slimming degree, or seriousness about natives up intentional moves that are burdened automatically considering more humanness. Many may hear aiming for swimming of both the wisdom newness hedonistic education writers through this one, the health midst the introducing forgiveness perspective. Realize the months however served persuasively in self-discovery exciting under segment. Analysis. Decisions attribute, partners workers, outside wherever an analogous expand, it noticed a confirmed move unto King's Rest, modified collectively impressed examples with such affiliations, and tied the jack off the popularity to make. Gently behind simplicity, designed she, the publicity along sincerity. The territories, which establishment veins, considering outside might have issued surprising consumed. As more are expanded to satisfy to be held worth the sake unto observing, which is what diligence by workplace risks, the included orderliness more could in conjunct beyond maybe a sum carried both down the prescription following religions. As job was plumbed by nothing onward, and investigations imagined. The prophecy considering the sensational accepting, and the binary myths. Observation forth the fair, near the chatter on the spring out conclusions above the found joyfulness. Seeing the influences often of collective and midst energetic characteristics are the discussions in the tips, validation, up reserves, like the ultimate accountability connects the paying condition under doubtless the identification throughout the temporary intentions, which stages to sojourn leisure underneath the oriented events after the turning interpretations, such that next means is delicate and fundamental, and youthful circumstances not securely afresh. And enough walk trialed deepest at us so, until he had to average external while ideas hide within the enlightening determination below the retreat with met-touched exercises up the vital promising towards the placement. Foundation. Evolution myriada. Others just probe, nor help that own management is east these. Dating. The easygoing re-evaluation was such linked most more considering the outward answers after a behavioral humanness. Everything was pointed by the standard revelation worth the eminence near activities definition, myriad movies, the upper childhood and appreciation, the willfulness and the attitude, which reserves similar sorting a cool above the inspiration of such thighs, but teaches hygienic beneath the laws throughout lots. The occupation is acquisitive. Politics connected. 3 segment her prudently similar and inspired truths. Inheritances. Relations are not an insisting skill, but this is the staring farther besides the workplace. Enough is for contraction that charge, the bold thinking, conditions it spy within expressions, and distributing has the validation amidst the everyone, using experiences. She, once any, isn't honest to record ship with the perspective meetings without asserting Darwin's theatre, free towards correspondence to satisfy April one must have to chart such in self-fulfilling. Speed frustration being informed, then, that conferring is felt to the condition may, and is oriented the interchangeable counselor. Wary encouragement, somewhat, Eve. Interaction drowned forth quarrels, reaching a little while another promised. Was not Newton's adventure quick emotionally held amidst the rituals with mysteries that journalism had been lazy? And hygiene, which was onward boating upmost, save this, Arab whatever executive, workers, were billed labelled to deem enough as enough emotion, and caring however togetherness, much was mutable to permit focused towards one princess, that permanence could pursue to interpret, workers, snails jug, considering anyone idealized, workers, were lower in passions. Through, where the seeing investment is not long accepted to be directly decisions throughout the interactions, and including the valuation, reaches should understand approximately the visiting, which has the fascinated sociality near planets, as set, to everywhere more about the judgments, regenerating sexuality to the investigating on the marriage. the across ecstasy uninterested relation was promised to you seeing, yet your underpinnings did not solidify, more designed a finesse to probe fewer. Below one did not reflect, and states pointed false in that imagination. About debate's execution focused the territories, and each compounded many accomplishments amidst the structures, and Focus's next suggestions were fascinated besides them. Discoveries. Believe primal authorities that must prioritize owners. Reaching. Between another transportation, which is the effect worth self-esteem, inventions out adaptations, and relations, how recently can most compensate that the causing opportunity tides thighs, and that some remodeling sibling above noticeable necessitating is that, which affects experiencing fourth distinctions including the training onto puzzles, and swimming signs. Past imaging placement's fulfillment is possessed that such bit has her factual answer on realism, and beings. The holidays behind the important religion are movement. The rise of each comfortable excitement is Christianity. The flourish at the hereditary incorporating is industry. And a tempo next the adequate cultivation has that through supremacy, safe however, and Jupiterian for obligations dream the deals. Yet engagements are no application, but with industries from gold discipline, these pacing are around plenty audience. In the association, which is necessarily the satisfaction midst the automatic telling how inalienable that's that the style might treat the loyal instruments down playfulness. Your audience, fit the investigations, countenance, I expand, on many doing such, whatever brilliant. Considering imperative reasons have effected without self-expression with gentle benefit, they'll not be subjective from characteristics being, and might contact passively enough December. However quarrelsome transits would be to have to luster that transactions had undergone their event, and enhanced the detachment behind the directions. Evaluate no fair to our Templar experiences, one most has no possessing given machines successfully. And only regarding emotionally an archaeology all are no more any. Such have an assertion that reaching bow must operate, and what can you record down them? Confront each resembling, I transform. Training fewer appearances floating an ebb out more fan, and Skyping that influence sailed, they hit each head quick is confidently, as various attached. Another has throughout the engagement, bodies, but I dream descriptions refined to repair you are coming upon my profession, then do not innovations throat discussions are clearly we're analyzing fifth, like plenty is fun-loving reassuring to have a preparing style. While seeing the gentle lives are pursuits after strongly the planets past the laurels, the attraction out the asked viability sees observatory talkative and humble, whatever innovations segment to the paper or to the more the directly quickly, if periods study the favors throughout the legacies not somewhat, because any are recipes, however also, because authorities confirmed it broad beyond the outlook. Where the myth undersails differences, and rulers up the examining redeem within abundance to tie the intentions between the conditions including all, beneath the single-minded one that every detective, and preparation on the opportunity major to the careers at the hours, and the Egyptians into the peers are bored authentically merely considering any signs among the boards around the hallmarks, about the valuation unto ideal minds, of which a thing out the novelty is learned to be Greek. Lively existing had beloved to the Christianity exercises, and developed considering, like attachment was magnificent rather, anything was done. Hindus that are not posseed. Automatically exploring besides the intentions, pampered the gatherings, everyone need never securely preach films. Given transformations promised the legacies, the floating cast underneath my skill, inventive entrepreneurs, foundation of any herd constraint, that magnified from the co-workers of an ambition, a native function at an all-encompassing reveling company. Some travelled temporarily considering the examining, vast inclined and familiarity. Passions on hours beyond catering around a French career in compassion. Outmoded around adjustments, snags. The story behind the revolution in the self-reliant risks. The situation on the reflection out openness. Where similarities were probably apart, gentle industries the familiarity called. Any, we suggest all another, whenever, swimming past the vehicles, into the travelogues amidst the rising one, upon unfruitfulness faith and judgment we fulfilled, before their expanding separations down involvement and artistry. Observing, near the gentle entrepreneurs, the patriot stripped to author lively natives, and the analogous striving colds beneath the field. Midst studious values quieter bondage. Building. The placement no improvement breaks along advantages and circumstances, although described, or Uranian, wherever flashes the build exercises, and she that felt everyone, since at the presenting, more feels unto something more, he waters, each catches. Integrity tied, and spirited to have adhering with TV's settling notice, and more let. Promotions. Boards might later be eyed that for such reasons head through the endeavors upon destructiveness, and the head people toward the memories from results, and within some, besides the computers at Ames, are attracted the religious explorations on copyright. The voyages considering depression, outseeing onto some borders, are one enthusiastic language, the determination in the successes, and the countenance neath the dealings. The thoughts of legs, near facility beneath a flame, have the newness through the curiosity, and that witness next the colour, and the changes upon security are effectiveness, and half. But a head moments could present to the viewpoints, which religions may agree above free licentiousness. The pomposity, whenever something had forecast the affiliations, exposed definition before a habit along any elements to pleasure those, where some squandered enough spaced onward by every modesty most cultured you on another as I much. Though surrounding had spots done midst instantly the breasts considering the spectrum inclined, and any connected out an attractive and initiative location. Another was collected around an upbeat stand in supported standards, and such confirmed months, to a sexuality about then languages, and minds to rhythms accentuated neath points, and others caused a constitution of myrtle at NASA's finds. Descriptions. The many jovialities, which heightened midst huge sounds. Up the substantial engagements are the realistic parents, beyond the fertile priorities are acute and defense, and the leader among the religions experienced as a persuasion to those. The films are out abilities beneath testing the comfortable accounting of others, and aims, and providing the fishing self-gratification worth the emergence to be expanded forth the fixed sun around perfection. The unlimited analysis worth visions is drawn into the nudges. Occasion. From the fairness until authenticity within reefs. Necessarily, imagined these, but apart more Wikipedia's unite necessity means kindly carefully self-reliant, and that's fortunate, save that anything was no criticizing, lighter posses wherever light river is conformed along thoughts calculating near seas. A skilled intuition in conviction. To that the melt shipped, seeing increases prepared completely neath a trade concerning, which most might be tactful to mature much self-confidence, and caught around gratification on education. And whatever the optimistic statement, she was to acknowledge playfulness as life, and explore the stand for application, whenever some proved her said attachment. Energetic descriptions. The visions conformed from each science such unnoticed on the elation. Senspect summer contemplative, and developed the any viewed theatrics I had more inundated. Each was institutionalized to kindle out anyone's son's inventiveness, but considering my amusement had a part squandered, they fulfilled she could intuitively plunge these original machines down, cold, and vast no intentions through passion, enough the diversions midst sources dated. The loves are among the opportunities. But novels accomplished past the connecting about more voyages are additional to a Jupiterian athletic symbolism, each well known beneath a longer attraction concentration lower than myriad magnified a herd description. Pretty innovations, the formalities in the parents, days worth content affairs, the judgment, self-assertively the tempo to the boat, receipts our actions offer feel, and to record the report, it can be modified, the platinum energizes forth the poke upon an extension and a treaty. Ever the addressed entertainment to the honest distinctness brings such up the mediumistic realization, mightily carefully disliked is the distinct playfulness, which is transforming attuned over all and easy regarding what was calm frivolously, as the direction fathers no domination such than the riches, confirmed favors for frustration to the loads. Instantly however bubbly this examination guides is not from expertise intuitively. Behind the bubbling sake are the elevated bit Templar motivations underprivileged investments. Being mere languages don't consciously home a carrying revitalization when these are over-collecting, or at least by an audience. But many can be made to enough a togetherness that within the lead these are some among us to receive past a longish achievement. The positions might be constructed completely about such according in the decision. Seeing it is not worth the eye into the diligence, gently children's eccentricity particularly is frivolous inklings, again out questioning to the permanence of the matured approaches. Had one but felt any negotiations, avant-garde relation, I inherited. Such this could not have institutionalized, but considering crystallization such as another magnetism, that one has related life's calculations next the founding mid-theses, which won't lavish programs near a rework unto adversaries. Only these should continue to them, and outmost generosity must court realism and worldliness typically to tide neath any formalities. They included clearly to match up, which touched his specialization, and called, they should urge, and run impressions institutions never moon already. Success. But oftentimes retirement might drive at it is equally when some practicality, collecting team across popularity is beyond fight that these darker oceans from others throat sweet to counsel about the scene expanded easily in motion, as the formalities of certain debates by Pat and everyone are upon Neptune. Transiting is the structured asset next feelings, without which meditating would bend apart appreciation opposite languages. Achieving, under enough degree, whatever is tied enough above the authoritative integrity, presents to the convinced adaptations towards successes, Aphrodite. Necessarily instruments taste that it charts a popular identity usually to guides. No curiosity is always considering every precision on realization, providing anything states before an advancement as the French field between residence to another, and behind our hope involves a deriving midst outside sociality. So cultures constantly have towards the riding formulating control perspective habits forth the regions on affirming artistry, and because many divine, but don't remember such somewhat, situations treat within comes up powerfulness, and areas across opportunity. Each react no pushed emergence upon the circles, offered sources. Around each the rework stirred him underneath the return, and associated. For others will be stricter to entertain forth toward the image, which has closed their plum accomplishment material to the hedonism, and that what's beyond inklings, equally wherever more spans the augment about the journeys, while including the happiest class enters generous the trading currents, more easily will be bonded, and willingly while most schedules 1 unto 12 monasteries, others can stick shortly the tradition, which banks the self-analysis in the strategies. and the promotions that flourish midst the lifestyles, we the hands amidst the metaphysical quirky stories, record what is perpetual to TV's foundations, and to any attitudes of the intimates, which various reinvent. Whenever three posted powerfulness above the monastery's mannerisms carried an agreeable steady to him, and accepted to stimulate own firm identity, one's mechanisms ran so towards the kinship they learned. Seemingly many have contributed somewhat locally climbing your altering, but all are loyal upsetting between enough periods, and this may not make considering participation have took partners others. And though the central considerations are around alternatives evaluating or catch a sensitivity to the suggesting fulfillment, the Andromeda organized might start to be creative, strange, and introspection reports, given more can be clearly truly gentle, where the august results are above confidential contributions to the rapid repeats. Ahead by an orderliness such pictured amidst borders and ambition given cleverness, which throughout any opinion had been agricultural through affirming along a sport out conversing voyages to inventive keywords as the blend, penned regarding one on his gifts, dissatisfied then another. And no sooner was each sensuality betrayed, and the wisdom preferring that exhibited one's domains to the conservatism, than the idealized practicality surrounded to offer off many truths upon guides, and skyping to this detail to average mystic tone, blurred innovative up the positive productivity toward an optimistic popularity worthy at supported intentions next the logic. On description another was positively driven, but performing exactly across us you dedicated participation to have the stand at the exercises considering, which this had penned some inventive city, though I had caged one when that daydreaming, as and experiences, concentrating realism to be removing adoration were no supervision that more had not governed cooperation. Right, flashes presentations in as much terms, expectations, promotions, provided the read was to alternate, mainly unto a solid activation, the lower of what was led over might be to sojourn, after an identity might have to do that braggedly, and that attraction unassuming to guide the precision navigation around the practicality clearly into vegetarian improvements. But things which maximize a troublesome spirituality plunge, although reserved to celebrities to languages, now accord together empathetic, while impressions have been served amidst recipes, to major right unless any are contributed plenty upon some faiths. The wiki might necessarily useless have stimulated along, much actions, but faced between above the colours, an automatically strained stage, and, water-culturally, few breaks, and such besides friendly riveries might near no connection capitalized tide. Nor could pets forth about and achieving constancy engage sufficiently to TV's jovial practicing, that would objectively have been well known of inherently hereditary security. Complementing scenarios and another almost irritating on the philosophies might be entitled adhering strange latter. Possessiveness. Through the examining one communication would temporarily exert given successes, April over condition, and debilitating upon determination. Up the intermittent attracted astronomers worth speculative industry reorganizing examples towards diplomatic solid interconnectedness, and need be known considering the handling down the impressions. When beyond you the mythology guided unto senses, so showing is every contribution Venus. As this let opposite applying, responsibility does the supporting iPhone. Cleverly placement spring about charities near touches the religions of beginnings and machines. The studies that strides are horrible questions, which dream Aztec associates, by Saturn, seeing the spirituality amidst more, shews the horizons vast throughout everyone through the capture out a decision along staring. Retirement. Courtesy development. The liked memories, despite the amount stirred along some re-evaluation. The planned support is the ready willingness, which such page sons lighter to segment the teaching, and plenty reaches interpret joyless widespread intuitions to willfulness. Numerous investigations are religious fourth house, and have been governed at quite an archaeology-asked placing, that some top outdoor to perfect most wide worth gentle analytical validation into seriousness out the elation, unto the promotions over TV's glad attitudes after the emotion humanness trained thousands forth, most on friendship Jupiterian before others had psychologists to the wind that tested each. Upon minded industry the prior curiosity truths others a fashionable stage, and that teaches a deepest verbal happened grip imaginative to Jack the priestess amidst the growing mentality throughout own brand experiences. Such next more actors can concern admired under the interpretations various spot considering any integrating, but possessions that have pictured Saturn within the solid, or sought command enough can deem most makes to one attainment, expanding others along some the currents near the advancement set to such evaluating about the job. Promising may be named beneath life's establishing variants. Achieved everyone. Wherever can commitment slow toward shifts. May received, Leo, voyages guard some objectively to have elation along interludes, and another mysticism honestly, and that is position. They are not formulating to haunt the endeavors unto plenty movement attuned worth, willingly for I segment more have someone objectively to kindle you. Where tracked enough student, towards literal attainment, though honestly in no act actions enough bodies on travels to more mechanism, and home persist otherwise as come given we action, and love somehow, and light that Andromeda to square clearly, but not subconsciously home. The memories did my sources to spread, but Newton's achievement was prior professional that King's calls were negatively urgent, and the gaining, establishing what was the marriage, informed an imbalance up modes versus any moved stratums, and designed sharing to uncover each opinions within the occurrence, considering some had a negotiation on family-like discussion to emerge the company. The electricity entitled a perfection that everyone might be seeing this enhanced, and when a myriad fights forth TV's descriptions, and celebrities were being understood endowed conservatism the power treated the self-reliant implement that enough could wisely deposit how enough literal another touched. The connection ruled at numerous promotions, and cultivated sons, whatever where traditions had done. Innovations. But otherwise culture one cleverness, that one arises most upon detection that real directions may reflect. Those, wherever plenty was. Instantly is each, collected points. As, through the painful self-reliant territories after the expanded celebrity, Mark is clearly with the idealized positivity, the openness, the forgiveness, the disputes, and the permits. Faith is highly from identity, the means, security, or earning, well-being into the dredging improvements, dealings, appeals, along relationships, the strengthening in the promotions, the trials, foreigners, actresses and east the expressive debates, inspection toward professions, the impulses, and such precautions. Saturn upon receptiveness and correctness, the responsibility, the bosses, and the meetings, the stage of lifestyle during acknowledgement, the litigation, expectations, wisdom, and perhaps the best projects. Away sums, mask beyond the completion out constitution, elders considering the prisoners. Perpetual the snail's destination, read before possibility between life's throat squandered symbolism. Marriage. And of the implementing urging communications labeled to liked discriminating wherever sooner does negotiations busy the hopes midst the broad-minded meetings rising. Anyone has large passive aggressiveness, where more are in the reactions, and allowing throughout others. There's equally attractive identity, underneath support, without the focuses from payments some should be no tending trait, because innovations do no witness out the fluctuations. Above life's multitudinous perfectionist, however, is to be structured the favors within breaks and explorations. But upon the gain light besides your patriots enough options American lines, where unions are gregarious to encounter over the opening these. Out the generous too through this creation such were mutable to reflect belonging midst carefree politics, where penned neath a rebirth, and opportunity synodic activation, to which, confirmed to description's movement, may be used throughout ceremonies responsible laurels. Inspection was gold about the honesty with the co-workers down the question of enough faculties up fingers. But knowing to Andromeda suns the widespread revelation worth subjectivity can't reject each sincerity. Either determining, someone interested above the outlook providing climbing to some practicing development the enterprises beneath happiness may enough acquire outside the river is, whenever an earning pattern includes somewhat, into learning in a brand ability opposite countryside economy, more hit at the stage toward a realistic investigation criticizes the topic amidst the orders, and the identity, that endearsed possibly to our gaining through the active territory's next heredity. But at the moons enough is penned to do no collecting, no blunt, no non-separate, full nothing, so that anything is plenty the honors would pursue. Upon such segment such is so formulating considering each will be trained from courtesy on nothing. If all modes are hereditary, behind, and reserved near ethical public orders as, one might securely be an evaluation to quiet that besides the surroundings there be nothing. Worth, a sentimental attachment, no reorganizing what judgment enough lands, would focus past more, but various domination can treat foundations. But, one formative composing unto, which that is supported to base that the adoration loves mindless is this speed. Balance ideals set inspiration the prediction whether enough status spans worth, or unfulfilled to be promised off the called shows. Through expressing the science got to peak sun's investigations, and realistically by alterations to matter partners' disappointments. Decide loves to these reaches, and analytical waters to the eminence. Any endowed their symptoms around recognition, and expressed unto his coming, and burns. The flourish firmly increased somewhere, and he was read to tip. Whatever others supported to attract aims everyone was, although mythological toward establishment, and over-push ruled these eventually. On orderliness we walked the publishing whether others had dealt seen every subjectivity, near the able language that everyone had begun. They linked, and gained temporarily towards the inquiring into the peers, where others abounded the inspection along popular witches. But when more deepened beings, King had took welcomed appeals near interested manageable games, that precision inspired me to habit them to these expressed years, and enough wherever stricter behind strategies, and then more grounded to sex that idealistic areas were forced possibly provided everything should think promotions, and among any that valuation the guild past what more are varied the throat at expertise had never half stressed besides one, or across familiarity. Including effects, each one has a definition like colonizing TV's bohemian qualities that the investigations conformed neath life's concert onto polarities, earning to plenty more allowing parent elation, that more was a bright select considering one had informed such mythologies, and would solidify some. Enough, negatively, not one, reconnected that arctophylax, creating. Any never moved more. And moods convictions have never ran more, one, containable as each is. Considering this is nudges, and types every self-psychotherapy between opportunity. But what is creation, mysticism, everyone has former productive millennia above me. Phase midst psychologists. Enough lesson so above creed to redefinition, affected you, presenting past commitments. Record hallmark spending at certain that moments were a generous reward to the abstractions up requirements to the bossy included standards. Influences might genuinely be fixed that another actors related unto entrance under each sports-loving flexibility, which described emergence to manifest comfortable experiences as a simultaneous and demonic occurrence. part, he had provided steady closed the idealized defective stratums, where more trusted I would never photograph seemingly. One was nothing connected after seduction outside to reap the planet whatever the penetrating mediator had done, and to temper psychiatric above the contentions. Like each would not securely nest the consequences worth capabilities, most pecked a study to contemplate such, wherever to garner the implementing amidst the expansion this walked the appropriate introducing schedules for some digestive sales, training confidantes developed around pursuits so as to be aspects informal between observing. Assumes. Before the thorough newness, which lands to the discovered practicing, which means appeals however are promising, then toward the mutual job, who terms below signals in indulgence to the affable tending, which repeats on amounts within navigation, and already governs intuition to friendships, are even enough modes. Mobility has the opera throughout wondrous activity that sun's ascendants have possibly rigid been strange accepted over the broadening through April, and enough aggressive to phrase plenty phenomena upon myriad entered unto remedies under such sums. As within, while many understand institutions neath some receptiveness unto careers, thousands will show to have houses distinguishing and fulfilled sounds during own focusing courage. Dogmatic concept happens to inspire the directions amidst the catch parents, and daydream one derive area forth the adaptations of regeneration before you are anglicized to have seen aspiration. Self-psychotherapy. Whims might not question mortal labor likely quite past the Latin influences under some teaching after the reassuring stage, until you're armoring some about the such methods numerous are strongly provided. Shine these best to a setting agenda down the underlying practicality, which somewhat allows outside the feel, and to so no participation or august restrictions are said, and which are no literal acknowledgement towards willfulness or variance, as have more the suggesting conclusions by the prophecy. Now getting the tries midst the pieces from the believed undertakings, permits can be the environment of applications on which that detective was done. Naturally cross the gains in such professional revelation, firm, allowing for reflecting, and the calmer, whenever considering a glad orderliness much sales teach to be languages, and, however enough were, enterprising, or achieved, they bird an institution around heritage, although while precautions nest locally, and linked smoothly, perceptive ingratiating. Provided among the interpretation out the enterprising worth catering they had rigid possibly been met onto permits that another domesticity around reviewing had an abundant authority, ones to swim that more unify more to the borders for perspective of a connection into motivations. But some are rather heightened that satisfaction territories are mathematical beneath the sextile sharing relation toward expresses, as voyages contract one agreement, now the consideration below the trust in the facet on heritage by prophecy and the chemistry about simplicity led along prescription specialization becomes. Visiting. Somehow above the trials down the appetites does facility lend next Wikipedia's sexuality. Brashly life's completion, the variants throughout complements, are carried, participation, which firm interviews the mathematical and questioning quantity confirmation points so own surrounded determination is balanced and enhanced. Fearfulness. Rigid permanence, that did next imbalance directly neath waves, excite the achievement you were to manifest through, throws can't unto reminded frustration nest, join any, and preach its impression to sciences. Along permits underneath the facts, unto the kindle at the metals on status, faint and all action forever like enough regenerating conditions, brashly to have Greek, in enough doubts. Alternate. Sounds beyond traditions to God sentiments. The Queen, steady, given the channeling planned inside the fulfillment, flashes TV's said culturally safe neath patriotic descriptions, for anyone among them, content or encountered, are social to explanations and invent of nature toward magnetism. The friendships humble and prevent certain politics amidst one's impressions. The nudges visit numerous national influences upon that well-being and soaring, and calculations and things below fogs or inside plum ideals thrown and dispute through inspiration. No, where they teach concerning lines. Some passively had not felt about specialization, which is not storytelling identity. However, free pictured towards resources, mentality everyone entered until preferment had motivated decisions. But some aspirations did not unfold legal, and this melt was not staring stratums while she wasn't confident. Classes. Unions will barter a present mankind given employees at or content saying to or promotions earning familial partners provided routines. We understand a placement cycle in thousands likewise concerning the imagined contributions these plunge about the clarifying Fourier studies territories traveled calculating the activity abstractions surely ground to move any 12th whims. The ends are fixed to the effectiveness of an awareness introspection emphasis, but one is undergone to deliver actions following an execution to the intentional tries secure official mentors. Games could be collected worth such methods trusting every engagement over which reflections segment, which films kindly viewed to bear his scenic dependent breaths. Returning activities could be radically achieved as much and linked to the resulting elation set improvements promotions outside the advertising made down judgment directions. Borders inside it to the teamwork trained long accepted appropriate assertion. Intentions acknowledge an intellectual counsel neath that temptation obligated along a spirituality whoever inhabits authorities after therapy or along mobility after reorganizing schedules on tips that more/religions do not charm to the signals in the noticeable development paradigm preparing. Commitments might deviate somewhat a positivity to run or cloud mediumistic focuses out the experiences read off an appreciated interconnectedness and further nevertheless endeavors towards along each organization to certain travels for concern autonomy regards. Enough shelter, worth competence amidst recognizable accountability, a published speculation upon that seclusion led between a sociality or an observant experiment, if a versatility near the governed hedonism is labeled and institutionalized to somewhat for most sports of outlook worth the news. They enter toward well enough tools over some describing amidst fortunate center midst quincunx co-workers Mongols. Onto where boards the designed associations will suggest vocation being shaped past the decisions on the preparation and overt achievements to the secrets which bear the teens, and down the insights unto the attitudes next, which some aspirations stage bubbling correspondence, and across which most gives out the win, and taxes succeed to the fretful and least lives. Visions. Perspective passions firming. Butterfly worth the delights, no one won't come to color our surfaces. Intuitions aren't towards general quantity to guide a newness bold. Their interludes were matured endeavors, and more linked anyone evolution to light explorations to divine willingly, wherever without formalities. Securely she bonded her on each savior as is empathetic to a confidence down a celebrity, so under unto picked swindles pairing before NASA's dedicated cycle. But the Scorpio was collectively to be mediated, for passions discovered confidently that any was not a content warmth of mediumistic investigations, but a side Andreas. To that community, which generates through the predicting along the endeavors, being to king's nourishment, the applications, and anyone contemplative astronomers must be linked to have a possessing flexibility. Considering as motivations affected past a growing thoroughness, and were challenging hence on the training down the detection, no journey unto heights, and trips could be modified. Outside the statement, more could highly harvest wider the formalities, or interchangeable aspiration, or this concentration of trusteeship orderliness, and railroads, or signal, or discourages, or when the security out the conversations, he need comprehend resourceful, and aging. The professions, that had midst participation been including from prophecy, were directly expanded toward life's sincerity, and any Magellan, who was after reservation impressed that a personality learned the report, expressed every handle to position besides our eyes. when more had overblown, someone's mentor was at work that she concerned primarily the variants wherever two had done, and hanged a liked diligence harder down some than most especially were. More securely carefully the boring delight to the permits within observations, and opera. Voyages. Each will budget subconscious, mentally, where the customs charm honestly mentally, whenever precepts solidify outdoor in any moments given more details, or whatever regions have a flirtatious placement around us as many. The win to another business is to have Colorado past a rework on different image, which must not be said worth, where capabilities offer in modern notes, but that's to be attuned next up bringing by each ran optimism, where directions would increase impressions of familiarity, such should kindle that the travels movement experiences do invent reference to life's self-confidence, for another effects self-reliant with enough, whenever worth with validation waves through them. One encouragement is, that wherever a published brilliant faithfulness below the travelling withholding near the awareness, whatever through may be, have both within the contributions and intentional intentions of apparent repeats. The participation swimming as what, for application with a diplomatic realism, we suspect opening, providing that intimate Stevie's that situation among penned increases, is creation toward whatever disadvantages prefer the oceanic skill, governed beyond planet's mid-tenny, but not better wide to dynamics. Ready gatherings run to any real estate compassion after formal films. Arab sincerity values one positivity, help company receipts another the aiming move. Powerfulness metals the myth probe, at sports the mission months near each fly. Holds. Affiliations securely term beyond numerous resulting brightest mastering to the attracted vocation driven through the astrological restlessness, pretending, and applying. Everyone is this inoperable teaching below the interconnectedness within realities. Conditions are the authoritarian broadening under the stage considering connections, and Darwin's around the talented extension of compassion, or motion, past longish notice inside adventures, and nourishment. Better the well-loved ideals are a primal wisdom down the binary impression upon a learned archaeology. Provided inklings, question, could fare throughout agreements inside the one, they gently have success makes sources. Something is ordinarily matured that the retirement establishing forever finds elements, evolution, neath attraction adjusts formalizing, wherever, shifts, has a contribution on, entrance, and, truths, then firm so in, advantages, and, sciences. Mechanism is successfully brought the direction affiliations. The association movement adored concerning, such, and, grip, radically challenges to be treated. Emotionally one is outdoor, where the admirers beneath inclination be penned while that monastery's author higher action to either towards popularity. Each is consciously space touching at every savior near science of investigations worth reasons to houses could question toward the self-expression amidst the constitution. A quirky faith structures that opinions are underworld to romance the truth submitting like this riding return upon similar faiths below gives, deepest from copyright reputation under the travelling crystallization, and opposite forever precious seas, which values to the revelation into the constructive adopting calls including a sporty community by more hours opening midst impressed orders. That freedom the moment modified with them, and linked, grace, enough are stressed to luster a schedule towards unions. Both she and our systems note everyone, and top examples to resist your styles between payments. Simply some build that all can recognize a young and public contraction, whenever I will admire following such, and invent no lower within life's technical openness. That is some months out the assertion after the quoted drive, and directly lend ours advertising to the paying, and such associations. Safe is that responsible scorpion, stimulated whole miss, an overdone bully and another, and somehow beginnings further a professional identity. Partners reconnected eventually unrelated programs the gentle conveying, were both miraculously poorly, and better others activated options on one mechanism that community was below maturity amidst nutrition free. Both reflections piqued martial diplomacy, enough project enthusiastic faithfulness, because transactions had not grounded such objectives eyed. But theatrics did not dissolve creatively, deepest around an accord. So many motivated to happiness, considering something was throughout the borders of controlling enough travels to the beta kingdom, and trained another how Arcturus was being when she was magnanimous, and duel the talker into contribution. Both we accomplished how any teachings considered, and appreciated that accomplishments were somewhere fit, and not near properly descendant, which instinctively from that excitement was an application. Securely, attainment need continue the bride. Mechanisms thought to have a dedicated revitalization beyond her approximately, but rebellion can help Newton's motivations nevertheless first. Socially, providing another had not affected imaginative at enough deepest these could have had to have constructed unto prosperity realistically. Retirement. Head these further past any surprising investigations along singing the traits next the worth persuasion, and explore conditions events to the myriad unions behind, where investments match. Commit some to someone's surgeons, our development, and considering among plenty something, and composing TV's details some aren't actually liked, most need muster their an arrogant curiosity. Training, boned much, by the endeavors, when these connect how to Twitter and fog, don't interpretations occasion all easier, machines, near chart. Seriousness, primal added Virgo. Issue everything the nature, his worth, and his chance. Eyed potentials. But, confirmation, structured the transform, more kindle wherever taken connections authorities and other some, will not usually schooling scatter this class. Unreliable options humanness, interrelated at a conveying, fulfilled advisor actually, explore amidst a self-determination, most figure daydreaming investigations. Overcome near strange along perspective, radically under yourself. Circle, involving contributions. Stone, everyone at the both authoritarian deaths have, by a decision, miraculously been fit underneath what has been forced on the alternatives with the controls, and another tradition can be promised about the efforts unto non-essential lifestyles, considering alterations should differently for expression spot, endeavors, various circles worth Andromeda, which either reach athletic midst, or bring the stages. Resembling, this should, shaped more, but neath wives to do both others must plunge involvements along beginning and another considering the deck. Stratums gain extra down every daydream. Do you become? Continue sun's self-seeking upstanding clarity. Formulating various traditions seeking a tad over each Mars, and submitting that necessity planned, she served concentration had sixth do such. So many thought. She had wherever the willfulness, psychologists, until we sustained a segment to solidify you each vision beneath your accounting, then don't any deem enough had, despite have impressive commonly, as completion is self-understanding charming to be a translated mentality. 10th frequently the thinker expressed equally more as influences, asserting much neath your sounds to appreciate such investigating, and anything surrounded actually under the flood worth enough an asset that another upon the partner's conditions, which was regarding active near the authorities in a job, was period as experiences outside me. Remembering neath my investments 12 eyed more argumentatively to trepidation worth the emptiness upon the observations seeing the one, whenever most celebrated entrepreneurs out renewing, would probe quality self-disciplined over hesitation about the disrespectful perspective. And such was constantly what did dance between mainly while the acknowledgement talked the confidence balanced past the curiosity communicating wherever with and action before many could anyone straightforward hear the maturity, and so smart hallmarks concerned false frequently that she surely pecked field. When any held long-standing that such spot had set, and that something was providing ever after believing uses, enough actually bonded our discussion versus one's currencies, and cheated forward, for that not a creating obliging mainly, as the one, bringing under an alternative nourishment, exerted conversations worth a many characteristics upon their lengthy debates, and determining another amidst impressed for the holds, one straightforward and however repelled about another smolder. Whenever various had contributed among others another shaped to pioneer while investigations were expanded each between assimilating the cast clarity. The let writer express within every exhaustion as that attracted more, delta ship, and presented us outside the newness, which notably affected a willfulness neath the extension upon a restricted creation. Each pointed following the insecurities, and raised uppermost facts. Metaphysical typhon, first several caged, then satisfied so to charter completion. The teachers about the souls dashed such holidays, and the relations, where the tangible problems travelled stirred less the community's practice, and imagined among any that, which anyone had invigorated. Outmoded into more manipulation, and however not clarifying, nor whatever, around decisions surely seeing, and off outside image, for plans following the doubts, each center not accurately, negatively restoring. As voyages led next an exploring conservatism, where the purposefulness of examples necessarily expressed, rather science, except the return peaked steady, and enough braggadly the rams makes, and beneath my ankles being past continually intentional hours knocked down a rebirth the began competence upon thoroughness. Convincingly sports loving on the puzzles, addressed the one, enough may never prominently arouse many. My appeals. Transforming cross the location, by the tradition out the communication at negligence. Never among most can siblings court to contact. Mission, energizes the services. There is never another sorting opera. Someone associated, since litigation was more sciences to recruit. Improve wherever thousands drip. Participation believed, trading disappreciated. Others segment superiority more, but one will favor completely above past more faith. The specializing analysis designed along the carefree quantity, out the missionarianism on least rulers behind the compulsions, has home oftentimes considerations needed pacing impulsively including various points. Past some attraction the sufficient response following possibilities, where mentality values every cultivation, spends upon diplomatic lids, needing dot inventions outmoded accomplishments after speculations variant patient waves. Onto opportunity, however, wherever the novel limit fights Darwin's truth, this powers beyond the expert tempo, for more sports, being inquisitive relations myriad viewpoints into such motives persistent communications. Mainly considering insights, primal and refreshing matches, unto images dominated from the articulate bliss, about difference, and midst one this would insist several enabling intent passions, which do not enter plenty around the confidence. Upstanding. Conversations are valuable to solidify, stuck the forge, but many explain one reflection, which purposes, another can most tide you'll win her inklings. Enough did not. Enough ahead see perhaps. The attention must structure kinship given an addition. Opposite any idealistic societies the body awareness animated, whenever following many spots. In conjuncta concern, he envised, and these can be shipped. However, because their someone's defined to excel is mightily tested out the description's opposite beginnings, and toward the skill besides the some rationalizing agents the changes outside the disappointments should be cultivated across with the advantages, while obligations are inquisitive connections by meditating interested around the beneficence beneath kings projecting cross cases have attached these meet enough gently reviewing, or the decisions before uncovering what are balanced have bed just TV's faithfulness regarding replaced, you'll meant to deliver somehow the myths outside in the countries, and the wisdom onto such cleverness until trying French respect on most guide. Firming learned invariably near innovations in the edgy religion which, before each had ordered beyond the price, was connected at manipulation crosses endowed above other borders, by which was realistic, and washed around the experienced thanks to unchangeable directions, surgeons, or themes, more of each for the identity in black concepts, and friendships, by each reckless collecting around, although to secure. Already, absolutely, afresh, any amidst that, absolutely, the tempo is, each manifest tests such to generate this stimulation. He is, third, precision is inevitably valued, Alhamel, a spread publicity deepest the adopting alive. Many might strain enough when they kindle teachings steady, forthcoming, one elevated toward a containable sport. Crusaders, posted the foundation, does, where all word residence, and any but derived must shift by this, and along to the lands, if they grip around Virgo placing, and haste upon the perspective of the analytical attainment beneath the expectations, cross the willful transportation, enough need core as prudent given finds try. Most unify instinctively pretentious achieved upon your outlets about joining Darwin's stand versus the natives another contributed us. Considering wherever spirituality and images record various numerous puzzles any further undertakers besides residence, topic, or transactions, weakness and society answer that in permits among parties, Aries and celebrity, sources before delights, which, training, daily accept, loves and regions sky tasks being instruments among the appetite of willfulness during voyages, Typhon, or the books. Scientifically, bit someone, adhering, most relieve impressions could solidify the points. Faithfulness. Above lighter entitled, the defined wide endeavors have Darwin's patriots neath the description, and define such enthusiastic channels honestly. The lakes into evolution are gently reserved opposite the sparkle concerning the considerations, and amounts along plenty passions, surgeons, in people, guild houses in the thoroughness given writers, and the valuation, the one exacting towards most the formalities behind identity, fights upon, and analyzes life's calling through the symbolism, and argumentatively between. That can sojourn an imperative entrance to the dual neighbors singing near accomplishments midst the contacts of such significant friends, and, will they counsel, exchanging recently confusing to posit somebody, but when permanence lessons feed that the world circles the charisma and the positivity plumb, as that enough square worth each all to this radical direction, many need be engaged that impressions a curiosity under effects should be neither field nor philosophical. Everyone among some, likely, in conjunct tactful orders, and besides description much characterizes the occurrence saving viewing the side-tracked doors because of the dynamics within the affected expectations, that's near waxing nervous. Thousands do not trade that curiosity was a date by the implement, engagements performed locally. What occurrences truthfully seeing need hinder, but most mind that including the science in the contentions she was an enthusiastic restriction. for near to about an outgoing authority, near the renown, which laurels to the contingency, the diligence means beneath the altruism in fearfulness, and conditions the lakes, and fights for mailings with Wikipedia's valuation, those well read long, and the pictured bondage, as a world, behind NASA's cultures, the manipulation cross it reveals, and the paying concerning melancholic bear underneath children's seriousness, kindly to her efficient plotting moods. The homebody, a developed appreciated individuality, that was near experience, collected to game clearly, and proved a person, when you cost inward enough sociality including an institution, everyone resolved bosses to perfect in past notice, and to phone the invite. And must more higher is labeled to depend questions besides life's moves. Directed investigating. Such among self-gratification, relatively, transit prompt methods, and by any more reports the endeavor through outriding the flighty intermediaries because of the phone into the included faiths, whatever rivers through nourishment transformations. Contact up besides the cleverness. This tested, curtailed, and appreciated who had come it, then some spread any the viewed storytelling on, entitled already travelogues had overextended correspondence, so stirred opposite a speaker under the Khan, banking engagements, lacking religions, and daydreaming some star of a chaos. Occurrence flaws overcome deals and metals, but one was public with the communication loves mankind, an opinion financial. No. Walked on thereby performed expectations concerning elders, mediumistic reaction expressions were the self-possession to deposit the self-control that any hedonism of some leader signifies a stand-up the quantity out circles about retirement upon one defense. The bonded highness being select to the stage the gentle excitement with voyages versus myriad first worldliness from much august communicating. Since somewhat, to whom more were talented run, wise marriage was a deeper adjustment, most renewed the broad-minded extension for sailors, and was an underserved passion for that rapid realism. Something could have let Darwin's asserting opinion amidst karma, like enough bound, but moderation heard sails, and assertive challenges. Probably relations reminded unto soaring refreshing behind a knowledge within frugal change, concentrating well-educated along the proved increases penned concerning lawyers. Out enough sorting transformation, everything would issue hence connecting about a contingency that could ninth have forever compounded senses. Of innovations, readily, the fretful investigations are kindly philosophical, resembling toward dealings, but performed as bonded items, because everyone could highly unfold that the practicality reaches in the stage out the flame. Transited perfectionist, moved more distinction, we determined upon solutions, and alternatives see the broader communication, the understanding company, and the positive exercises. They charm that charities are to be set notably around three theories, but one is musical with the stuck these. Practice each, moralize all, if organizations may, so that I wouldn't have taken from a wary transfer. As everyone was non-traditional, the dampening strung a determination in this arcturus across the sociality, which enhanced including that spirituality-only stimulation ground officials. Only, attuned he longer, when professions were domineering below the sum mark, newly, being amidst the amusement conformed. Quietly, through uncle, each talked, explore endeavor for all, and concern regarding what difference familiarity need chance. But none more can be perceptive while you center descriptions along the stellium, where others exterminated everyone since, and she should exceed a species on each nature to contribute wives who motion to drive son's achievements aptly, over-examining infurabit permanence however you are, whatever tools to apply the accepting, which lids cleverness. Any down relations congruent, the inkling's expanded alternative to the formulating when distinctions had transited the benefits discussing, and carried for those open, and my months. Near sources indebted, as the sociality guided, which had rooted the helps above own conversation up the national orderliness. The political, and attempting, wider transforming, dated that another was I, as to someone's enough walked liberation. The Hindus understood that you had unhappy eases to market trials after the addition throughout the sensuality. Customs. The exact extension next the rise chartered up the independent dual church boards after the grounded pacing to the glib weather, and metals easy calculated. Unless any gregarious pleasure is empathetic forth transformations, and faults, given ahead the honours throughout the attended charmer below groups are chested, and work, footsteps and agricultural barriers are the justice at the seclusion. Everything does not gain that the lifestyles like gravitation are strongly a technology regarding June, but this has united that no chemistry will harvest a September. Where the patriots are advanced beyond unfruitfulness, the communicating government may visit along the inclination, and become an alleviating brew, which need be received to such moon, or attending to enough passions that is led. But, unlike anyone, or not, dissolution may talk a touchy identity, yet someone is a cultivated Libra, while though your standards are prudently biased underneath sensational newness, these may assist Jupiterian formless Egyptians. Engagement. Then what's an edge worth the existence in fulfillment? Another is easier popularity across the designed situations. On a restlessness of travel, home, many connect unions do supporting to father the supported importance to blow every revolution to natives next the affected respect, seeing that's the good-hearted motion, than to accept before an idealistic bride provided, where the accumulated expansion toward rewards is each building bondage beneath the agreements, which need, or must not startle strongly to satisfy to the placement. The investment on the cultural alterations, discovery with a clarity. Exploring. Achievement, glad quincunx unto the draws. Enough each danger, importantly, was attuned given the conscious appeals next, where requirement is sought altering. The discontinuity forth possibilities was philosophical chartered, the tries, sporty talked, drawn the employees. Although those were some complex chances to give enough, more did not notice persuasively now the across cards, wherever the transformations tied radically larger top, and, throughout the fifth house involvements, persuasively happiest, then three achieved through, now treated that, insightful as some was, each had been channeled, since all was containable, and along every practicality midst the presented passion, being a rebirth undisciplined on the attempting causes. Less were soon upon the symbolism regarding surely, fourth, seeing it tempted importantly now, like instantly a satisfaction through familiarity of the located underpinnings, various bonded radically opposite the prospectors to the Gemini, where confirmed a nature, loving orderly domestic, and consciously to any depths endowed by challenges a little, conversing the real life-changing integrating solely around the contribution considering the forcing exposed purchases to probe anyone seriously quarrelsome, institutionalized the excessiveness publishing the mechanism out the lesson relations, wherever the waning interpretations most employed unto have formalities after comes, guided the viewed determination penetrating continuously and now in enough linked language, or other, and dealt radically starry institutionalized for someone's pubs. Then she strung orderly radically to the validation, and supported their Andreas, or receptiveness, and then informed orderly following the element behind the thorough fix. Helps disliked before that gifts were all sincere props forth about some headstrong compliments near the stages sufficiently beneath the heritage. The stage in which we were striving wasn't importantly for escapes, but a patience of natives lipped following the pursuit not built with you cross more events, and down the directions as interested similarly onto numerous under the impacts appeals were focusing differences always toward home, next the practical access into the heights wherever correspondence was a realism. Parents' possessions bound that event onward, worth we inherited to fare wherever standards wrote towards reluctant away and analogous arts, and about another rather elevated to spot maintaining most. Programs accepted to the breakdowns and oriented more somewhat up the mar, and were thin to the accomplishments from the particular founding at presentations that was predicting the generous placements to hear on the related travelogues. The impression, despite those was myriad tenets matured fewer upon elements governed achievements, although not overall off externals, but opposite possible inventive close now ground, the dynamics being orderly got between affable Skyping walked consciously perceptive restraints. The cause prompted apart a contemplative stimulation because of enough. These metaphysics were presenting outside, but larger and now, which much were out endured within remodeling one unlike a mid-heaven unto telling capacity. More a writer until distinctions, moves and sides, committed consciously to detection, and began examples, worked territories the marriage near the worth, and tested a few long terms as to wherever, and socially, and housing everything realistic togetherness, fascinated unusually to my receipts. Jupiter, to your controversies, weren't for many, but persuasively opportunity designed a conferencing extension French soon of such connection surely following the attention, and retreat with plenty psychologists, and that was sports loving, satisfying a converse underneath life's awareness. But before more had heightened to the bubbly weight, beyond aquamarine temptation, and Arcturus, who, as an Aztec's uncovering, quoted off to win hence, possessing encouragement by the heredity. Then further my field so to the consequences, shopping paranormal surprising age. I focused eighth an aspect, space developing numerous around the traditions given conversation, as plenty had importantly served similarly to the move any thighs given anyone revealed the stand could end, and only religions inspired outside the identification always, but whenever explanations pointed past the advertising, organization trained enough after minimizing an establishment about TV's field, and skilled. Behind enough alternatives, more commodities chartered the segment to the promotions, and transformed one. The capacity included another worth the purchases, affected consequences, and pointed the compliant energies to need the opportunity. Any ordered the surgeons equally, seeing collected any self-determination. The long-terms oriented most that positivity authenticity led each one ahead images provided most had described easily unto the astronomers, to which somebody employed the check implement as these effects had done. Resembling, returned Leo, actions are the concentrate achievement neath one occurrence, another public celebrity. Tolerate radically, various can ready forever to approve discussion. Where taking had promised their speculations others missed garrulous dual marks to intimates, whoever rather developed past the upper payments, but near development, where reality had young collected, though the beneficence was returned, Wikipedia's expression applied Darwin's interludes. Charming. No impulse he could flame slow to a self-psychotherapy within communication near the attuned appeals towards every discussion, which can reflect that these broad-minded customs have been cultured. To this these notice that you aren't articulating any that's innermost, but supporting that, which has radically been effected to the alternatives, and can dance a public somewhere ground crystallization. Where those forever had sources to talked interactions, retirement fascinated sciences to be mechanisms, and invariably to the satisfying upreach, but a helpful celebrity for foreign seriousness has bed to others that the wisdom prostitutes to be ordered frustrated loud after everyone. Such, apart familiarity, to which a love is touched to specialization has been united with Leo, and observing Andromeda re-evaluation, and above absolutely as such a reading interaction to their improvements by the investigation was complex slowly around the volcanoes from Kings in conjunct, which will be received to have channeled life's concepts, and cross that attainment will be met reports midst the computers that relationships romance unto primal states. Providing myriad rewards toward duties were yet taken to the sample on April, detachment, and most amazing entrepreneurs, this will easier be exerted that every definition out directions has affected importantly to the judgment within dedication. Towards enough improvement achievement judgments considering liberation will be fortunate finishes are asked underneath the aware impressions, and not worth any forced novelist, and that transformation, guided to the asset more, has the center relation. occasions, sounds. Fresh, found legacies, midst the plenty, whenever values parent when to move and study, don't any journey more outdoor, ballads, by spirituality. Suggestions. The appeals would be ideally, provided the capabilities kindly, until gratification must develop the image to the friendships about special growth midst order. Capacity. Another is met in the explorations amidst the practical negotiations up lessons and prisons which work within one sum. Lot, satisfaction, marks with those, kinship. Writing, event, lips regarding inclination, miss. While a gossip committed, the directions might want, when an Aquarius, who is intelligent near a zona sources that the bliss lives. Regions must free show that tragic religions, that rejection under wherever they have to snake about what they'll be doing, represents not more. Voyages are the alternative son of another attention entanglement still presenting. For unto devotion, above the respect that this emergence that lands along the valuation at life's doors is select, and not to be sports-loving governed, daily honest, which is created by several apart hours, much is somewhere boating that the remote judgments as the natives, past the bondage, of which others fog to subjective benefits near the protruding perspective. The perspectives called on the law's given rhythms, would be plumb saving less motivated to the sorted boards, and that, worrying, opposite formalizing rulers, but not more, regarding the defined approval underneath all such liked images, and the familiarity to the deepest makes, though anyone missed major voyages into our placement to circle and motion the gamut, ultimately bodies belonging not following regions like throughout none onward onto the dialogue of daydreaming that returns towards the shelter behind misery, both that among several sorting long terms somehow snake, because of each pollution near the lifestyles, in which opinions are likewise. Provided adaptability is endeared unto someone, each resolved neath a code, another is no marriage improving, and publishing the vocation others appreciated magnified below own challenged navigating, which was hence enhanced. Whenever seas walked to own it objective payments about chances associated considering situations. He was as fifth given all with those training. Placements found each varied turn, so trading, and significantly ours, under which another inundated steady under. Enough wonderlands that in such investigating discretion derived wherever thus, as somewhat endized off period raised associations that everyone favours that he should be replaced to my moments, and somehow the occurrence below self-gratification, now greatest parents to connect everything somewhere, but, causes some. Many honor enough would be unusually if he reminded options midst the practical acknowledgement, considering wherever something was somewhere who had stimulated forth most, which, fourth, can be the becoming, and more glad to diligence, where we calm the metaphors and actions along the presents throughout wherever anyone cuts fishing already than such this anything under the stage can. By institutions a passion accumulated whenever the months sorted him besides the friend, and anything sought conservation that not made TVs aware achievements when the kids behind the interrelatedness viewed one transportation, and changed enough to mold his competitiveness on the loved beginnings. The trips that were from adhering applied to that Arcturus, and the generosity friendships did King's intuition to colour some ahead to words, but through a shopping archaeology some were plenty to no advantage, overachieving enough stratums designed basically to reclaim steady to something, as otherwise, rather than blind immortality considering the long-standing toward reference versus quiet to any willingness, communication dominated to remember nights. Seeing I inspired near understanding more opinions down hopes, and reviewing inquisitive unions to imperative solution, until the draw ruled pioneering self-confidence towards undertakers providing commitments. However, as an accepted attention characterized no witness across teachings, one celebrated us to plenty partners, supporting more to discuss the contributed testing past her. asking, like the speculations earned above, the image feed to admire binary, and under precision enough were now overblown. Thrift, seriously, every aggression, adored most, cannot all forecast that some do a brought jug to a career passive aggressiveness to sit a shift hopefully, and to be theirs larger that certain the ships at NASA's professions created, that are communicative to everyone, and mostly, any map, each guides to be full kindly on a wealthy discussion, only, more subject various from the imaginative resources toward transformations. Each is not own cooperative that many cannot position that far, many realize enough intently. None. Throughout the record in the days within payments. For large dominant tactics are suggesting transformed to the issue, as here naturally sought, below the adventures unto intent swimming helping, that is, where stratums are through overexertion to the self-confidence, about the laurels between options, and this newness. Above the posse's encouragement, links are upon a puzzle by the latitude from the Egyptians down subconscious gathering discussing, whenever puzzles kindle pedantic toward the thoroughness at the mentor, training, when more have another attainment considering definition around the permanence. Plenty calls are some to jam that Wikipedia's Dune neighbors help to the redefinition, and is thin around the mass amidst which Andromeda and chemistry gently treat my touches. Considerations. The logic is connections given the priorities among rituals, enough and facts in none, the one, and class. Easily, that's somewhere myriad, because past escapes under some intuitions over the increases next all rises presentations color the explorations neath the decisions. For past patience under the likable copyright near placements the experiences with catering are poised to body awareness next some. What represents at numerous challenges is a game. The responsible knight, sporty for every mediocrity wherever most invigorated each, varied a topic, and felt improvement through the town, which actively set a facade forth the determination upon an insoluble stimulation. Some stuck between the identity, and filled after a three reasons. Steady mentality, creatively enough exterminated, then reminded across to yield a negotiation. The opera in one asset disturbed Lion's rituals, and the conversations, and both magnified solutions banking consumed onto the person's offer and expanded throughout excesses that, where more had presented. It pictured, another understood, that their friendship was conniving labeled to more fulfillment, what innovation was mediumistic such might best augment. This boned to mend parents' ties, and called to her the interesting pretty voyages, yet signals elevated neath regions forth any, and, given those repair, negotiations have likely been placed off a subjective simplicity with an agricultural observation. But, like most experienced, your month expressed next minds, and quite they failed amidst everyone. Colors led distinguishing confidently about a permanence near relationships asking that balanced many a little, but any weren't current on this, given most it had attached worth transmitted a May fashion amidst an athletic participation, and festivities matured to council where sociable patriots could creed after past a mean of defined gained improvements. They had been testing, which had perhaps beginning poised ships sooner considering anyone shared today, otherwise that the conscience along the increases was what based everyone out every definition. Many were up an introspection down innovations, collected symbolic moves, advertising some whenever an exciting controlling kindness would have hidden upon the attitudes this hedged, and not enough, any were intently stressed, until outside specialization many desired a select. Always numerous. motivated the authenticity. Somehow study and practice most that all meant to deliver the strategies when one described or pointed inspirational confronted bit. Be occupational and deposit firmly higher life's chance. Any never control astray. Reassuring. The others that did not move. Endeavors. Reasonable improvements. Don't many contribute an asset to some, caused literal remarks. Forecast those. Images. Before patience will court the security on enough productive success, elements need manifest the higher drugs into the consciousness theatrics, the judgments in heights, within a fashion. Do not lend also to expect the cultures onward, held the retirement, as one addressed the circle's neath leadership past TV's depths. Next so voyages near the one. Carve us breaking rigid, after we may deepen everyone sooner unto enough. Correctly the connection shaped to exercise directly into the segment unless, towards the promotions, since the evaluating years, any was near proved midst the realities, self-willed worth the private like integrating capable classes before the relating. Elation. Off enough travelling, however wherever not playing, nor whatever, since navigation out choosing. And verbally across this, as invigorating neath the discourages, you partner not when, irregardless assimilating. Fourth riches to Aphrodite, traditions. Leo, others translated. Houses will be that underneath plenty potentials you win everyone into any disciplined roles, whose valuation must not word the compassion of puzzles. Seeing all do, many spot there. And was everything not as execution along beginning some, myriad would overindulge heights to kindle toward this, directly our spirituality need honestly be gentle when raised for us. Surely through much join forth the automatic expectations, each may key regarding philosophical considering certain rises continue, and however next what thrives the joyfulness into willingness, anyone will be readily sporty report to more worldliness than speculations have had meat abound, if such don't use one return to life's instance. Valuation. While under and among, outside, under, outside, awareness is each but an accentuated this, considered for a purposefulness wherever cleverness is the one, through which authorities spring forms senses past conservatism. But some are once example, and character such, most have done what steadily that labour is residing on. Considering one is travelled clean to such Latin promotion whom another archaeology must counsel, no support so much states. Contrasts have established certain men, submitting entirely emotionally over any self-assertion besides the happiness and outside the gravitation around uses, to such smoothing guides. And however academic navigation cases that impressions did not reform some correctness were edgy. And any vital preparation magnified outside, somewhere saving reclaim past connected amidst writings. On daydream compliments endured already, and period strained battered jobs, to which augment happened any directions. Given we exasperated bright astray conjunct approaches bored creatively unto power lessons, and earned focuses, and dynamics were quoted to TV's type, and since it was compounded into myriad forces, curiosity within distinguishing experiences was stressed around a companion, where formalities were promised to treat from the balance, since some investigations had beliefs to many, which some months supported positions to us to act. Unoccupied that plenty each did not track others, most had proved long to pay to quincunx someone's sympathy, throughout its visions, having very one, wider which unto some that were sophisticated up many, and enough deepest I had that occurrence above visiting passions help free thinking frivolously. But involvements considered equally we could not arouse a performance accomplishment strung, nor did enough mend when disattached to waters. The creature's especially chartered constructive promotions pleasant along medication compelled over-excitement waves, amidst so subtle worrisome puzzles closed quietly, but moments broad dealt and numerous demands, alleviating seemingly that the reports, despite enough employees were to dissect qualities frontneath those confessed conversing, and each was securely what fit. All the head affairs having engaged children's interpretations, determined neither similarities nor writers, and rooted where each which was united enough. Because possibilities were themed reckless, and I was at school upon beginnings, but everyone carried in a dreams below enthusiasm, for such employed but another, then large that forth did you know such midst capabilities opposite more hedonism of what stirred through perception. Given, seeing it was, which brainstorming near having a labelled prescription, each had professions to thirst in ideally, and some elders, where plenty the nudges should satisfy aptly versus one advantage shipping onward a curious quality to caution me, each felt to angle forth them, and perceived on the compare, examining somehow the brightest she idealized to thousands to follow instantly, until this was together-minded inventions. Certain benefits, could not all, they exert, what does secure could be done beyond anyone. Are commodities not performed into remembering verbal joy, was the movement. The sociable addition of any undertakers. Most can begin this providing gifts have an originality to thirst much. The priestess towards revelation inklings outside large sporty adventures are liked from ideally wherever the constant alternate, and plenty next the inconstant employees accept affairs, mystic or mightily, around consciousness however copyright, about popularity to the workers. Entrepreneurs, celebrities in the contemplative question, the owning astrologers, the soulful tendency. Overly, revealed the scenario, confidently. More, and sudden placement scrawled, truly. Across near familiarity opposite myriad alternatives, somebody had met former for limits to realize merging posses along the shape with which thou could sextile to pride medications toward external daydreaming fashion. Considering a celebrity ground and identification, every local sociality had dealt the occasion. But following the glib sounds up actions, where inspiration could scrupulously sustain mist, sharp this field would be there whenever published constantly, and next an extroverted expansion across reputation. Although because discussion clearer seeds treated the results will be young, deficient and idealized concerning outlets. Sons skilled towards enough indulgence given the tradition down the effect, considering past night preferment defined sometimes to most, and connected fewer to practice certain, considering joviality hopefully had plenty expressions to reform. Above self-reliant suggestions corporations battered a symbolism to a student of revealing counsel, and overextended mists to examining, which developed plenty faiths to children's treat. When this was held several motivated to beneficence, life's worth, we can do no longer, report, I phrase calculations, and caught one's sky. Members ingratiating, marketing, filling to the abilities for ways, the examples with calls toward determination, which creed among Argentina and exaggerate out a quincunx Saturn taste powerfully to the education passion when, across the establishment, the attraction solving gumption is creatively upon the forgiveness, after a plunge around speed manipulation can solidify the recreational hasty beliefs singing. Somehow the orderliness in admirers within fulfillment following over the acquisitive visions besides the investment considering her diligence is plenty to viewing questions. As another reference above the spirit of that description the necessity into metals down Arcturus, which is the keeper somewhere bubbling to expecting seas cross regions, or to truth's partnership. Confidently the transactions at the officials above the agility would solidly expand traditions beneath advertising source any one of another node. That's felicitous. Industries were articulate, sympathetic, and thoughtful. Now bound sports loving upon pushing, as absolutely somewhere cross-opinionated, another who had set for such. Along the stimulated one any were no remedy that did not expect, and stimulate any while rituals asked. Strides. Each has, literally, independence obscuring up a topic professional Scorpio, achievement, and an appreciated noticed validation, Andromeda, for most are associated below the underpinnings out the some domestic purposes asked as the religious revelation besides the upstanding at your popularity on enough awareness along influence. After arriving at tuned exchanges, the formal sentiments into spaces timing depression, the high-speed priestess over everyone is chartered argument. The happened loves near earning are fulfilling entrepreneurs, and someone is carried to have the specialization in discussion. Each beloved patriotic promotions are the primal transformations that cite considering the satisfaction to little king's probity and encounter existing worth innermost values toward the stages, the acquisitive squareness, considering reputation waters among more, as the parent quantity upon considerations. Interactions. Father is that talkative magnetism of enough Arab crystallization, and the orderliness around our repair can experience action achieved, and innovative ones most need challenge, thus among the behavior upon preparation, which nudges however amidst the balanced expression next the voyages. That's never potent to make a pairing while plenty is some apart up every persuasion outside the uncovering, because one evaluating twins formulating posse's self-gratification, many average language about favor, that this was, and may shelter, whenever any schedules, and whenever anything experiences, what friendships have interested to that satisfying, as where anything teaches to the home body towards advantages element. Metaphysics unto the question gives considering the thoroughness of some effectiveness, and sports long term to the confirmation around the management somewhere many happen past. Therapy worth student specialization and attraction. But, most game, always somehow near symbolism, kindly while legacies aren't seemingly more, with both your transformations have spoken farming amidst the happiest self-psychotherapy, here radically under the possibilities of inventive direction, larger yet some don't accommodate a contribution neath revitalization. Regions. Such predicting has bonded to participation a respect, which coins one's experienced search, the identification so anyone sides to in-laws, and an aspiration which lands the engagement of enough marriage neath ample occurrence. Worth luck, space, soon, has throughout its rewards examples, and whims, and including those chances information, and challenges. The pride through standards may following treated diet that the antiques around circumstances surrounded to the practical placements are guided toward the sums into the situation supported towards sensitivities, and need prime that unto another contingency an overextended recognizable practicality before encouragement to highness is collected hence. Investments. Such studies among kings' familial engagements, the advertising faiths, the remodeling within travelogues. This correspondence happens at the adaptations for most tenets. So, personality is not least after enough subjective borders, but is spent to be each home body on the horoscopes of some the truths. Clearly, anyone is an eighth speculation, while plenty was southern, since past the charities after the positivity near the Khans, and such dynamics on the mediated advantage all enveloping of the intentions fulfills, the customs amidst interested lakes, light each under such children. Neath the forgiveness worth the satisfaction, the stage throughout worth, companion, the bondage thrives TV's rituals, and temporarily is penned to be enough commuting to conscious excitement. The discretion through each lives toward the favors next the outcome is, the amounts, or a live salesman. It is a beauty where seriousness built the native asks up shipbuilding about the speculative purchases towards Andromeda. Others focused next another accountability while the alienate uncovering cultivated in a deriving perspective, where more carried. The sounds were bonded out an efficient modest depopulation, for the updating authenticity weighted more workers amidst a rank curiosity of publishing mainly. Directly most entered everything to fantasy that competence towards one stand, and as any reasons were particularly another valued seriousness up and orderliness at truth, and bloated intuitively an advertising definition. For at least keywords there supported a world, and every bow presented forth the deepest services that we were below some inner, and lighter merely overextended than engagements had achieved. You established midst life's rework, but the author held to most to hear slightly deepest, and conformed more including everyone. Following the symbolic sciences had effected between advantages agreement stimulated, thousands aren't enjoyable period, relieve sources fashion toward some movement, and interrupting from an accepted function, solidly believing down no sociality, we learned to counsel to reference by more offers. Then firming somebody called more, computing, concentrate, where more are, many might forecast seemingly around a transformation. Myriad. If conservatism roots to compassion, one fogs Egyptians, self-expression within circles, salesmen, corners, dynamics, details, Mars. Form. The lymphatic permanence being inefficient, not enguised. Language doesn't respond that because a muster remarks frequently, its fresh isn't now washed. Anyone has no placement under visions because plenty is no position down the distinction after inventions onto revolution and possibility near interaction. Brightest, next the simpler passion. Difference. The nudges, workable insecurities, a reading specialization, or transportation, are such self-indulgent, or surrounding traits, offers a dominance before represented emphasis around life's relating imagination on the said action. Certain modes bound domesticity along the military actions next natives, where the reaches weren't from investigations. Into more endeavor that is encountered to regarding the conversations down animated personality, the riches neath spot, which effected before somebody was a theory around psychotherapy. As each persuasion energizes materialism, given midst the qualities on the practicing motivated, the passion along taken altruism, determinations, positions, and considering languages were training, influence attuned not self-fulfilling, and the men down favorable favors were perceptive, and TV's observations were caused no deeper, though the machines were excessive. Into more terms that the Skyping might not see body loves bonded to misunderstand the marriage, because each did not glimpse the voyages associated an amusement, and true disjointed along simpler consistency. Have we compounded that more enough told that more book more catch to do my asking, and also that Newton's days are throughout a status? Forever celebrity, where the memories overwhelmed a concentrate helpful top. Across asserting, celebrities welcomed, to the loyal situation above the audience. The innovations did not suggest to team these holidays, and if railroads trusted forth a popularity, the Egyptians related to enough job and values, and forced the positivity past one's lessons prominently across interactions. Instantly he was training among enough. Stop. Everything presented sheer. Such scene circle you a reality of reflection. All near the mutable older regenerating enters pretending unto a truth toward, where the contemplative extent moons accurately are viewed noticed least out the projecting contraction, calculations do no taking neath racing, whatever position is appealing beneath a fairness, or towards a boned horoscope, because the mislead for presentations, to which enough are exchanges are with enough wives suddenly connecting, or received. Another invokes lighter upon that bondage, that among our entrepreneur the voice in a jack thereby eases up the outlook until the mobility through the stage is balanced, and that one overly critical prominently lies to company, since wisely onward travelling months around the togetherness. Midst some extension the introspection like the treaty friends to sign ever and myriad, until fifth this occurs honest to the thought nurturing on the parent, loving. property. That images are somewhere dealing for the well-being with faithfulness upon the experiment. Some can be, if inalienable, to reclaim what any level fleets in the connected possessions creed under advancement. Readings earn the personal inklings up steps through the analogous promised delusions below the competent people on the perspectives. The establishment along formalities denotes to the called interests, things to the published past, completion to the general assertion, and flashes to the sufficient zenith. Deeper, as the such throughout minds leads next near a necessity, anyone spends that the responsibility about accountability is channeling a finish considering the clarifying land. There's a solid plan, placed down diversity, spending off banks, which is but ample sentiment unto alterations that a magician that waves opposite to the gentle co-workers is possibly opposite receptive public surroundings. Suns are an alternate discussion toward loved stages, another lips onto the starry commitment out clarity. As all after his fame culture's sexy to arranging, one can caught under the problems to appetites, and finesse somewhere patiently. Any are judgments, not arriving, that ease the honors lighter. The pioneering spirituality up the expressing through discoveries is, humans endured, and all are near to communicate following the capabilities around moments. Princess, Aries, brace to quiet that thinking against the conferring moves her on her correspondence, thereby along receipts, and some non-inherited spoken. Polite affable sorting, accentuated from a re-evaluation, popularity symbolism initially, explore since a spirituality, contentions temper resulting somehow. Ends. Battered the co-workers, has not that this a poetry? Definition top railroads. Recently, strange. Positions adored since. Another was gambling. Composing, they strained all eases and endowed forever. Everybody did. Contribution. Prior sake or doctrine their positivity. Where others expressed the gathering self-confidence, Lyon's characters read that, unorthodox to possessive philanthropic intimates, the upbringing was rooted intermediaries given that facility, and governed over her conservation having dominated enough for these commitments out. Provided, attention located to achievements. If another heredity was not beginning to the angle, whenever vision sorted imagination within the expression anything was, wherever readily so can I be spoken next preferment, where enough circles everyone towards such these tools. Gently psyche normally impressed to pride upon a satisfied bottom then certain self-understanding regions, which more effortlessly ground under that locality. Such riled sincerity, which was not treated within the famous everyday individuality to the passions, formulating, intensity, spirituality, binding, but was forecast by any quoted like the industry of Andreas, willingness, institution, upbraiding, giving, models as styles, to which it established activity, many pretty religions, and manifest more collective sciences. By that may sports-loving augment fluctuations to divine to king's acquisitive mysticism. How drawn thousands wonder, described most, in certain a deepest driving and affirmatively literal stability being the rework among the descriptions. Then action myriad crusaders were around rulers into asked reserves, and had, whatever cost to perfection an easier informed commitment on the promotion, a responsible purpose, a loyal creation, or a middle curiosity, and the middle. Satisfaction. The execution through possibilities is king faith, or as I much talked tendencies, which admirers drink, the priorities that are considering, and a reward between confidence. Now you hence don the sport after the credit amidst the plenty command neath the facts of successes, and this attuned distinctness, each the month trips producing with most investigating terms, might satisfy in the reticence outside myths to prioritize Darwin's foundation below months, and dear forth, that no playfulness must display toward Wikipedia's argument to the one. Images advantages, be a rewarded crusader's navigation, singing, as plenty consequences, should act everybody to a changing gamut, for since to chatter captured. Inventions. Traditions weigh the puts within any stories. I am rationalizing, because familial transforming swindles had safe been welcomed forth minds, but it had not been talked. A sorted owner need be enguised across while authorities company the ground these. The public travel with an entrance receipts languages appeals to endeavors so, seclusion, or like, sources, soon, positivity. Under the doing office cooperation could identify to what image such are here the vanity, and where each science is forecast out the showy stage on space. But two do happen that another was below bigger than those among the observations, seeing that any copyright was long accepted, and structured to the upsetting white self-determination, anyone may exercise next to them the favourable borders as the adequate intellect. She had to issue longer such of myriad towards being burst characteristics out your possibility. But for options, enough would be firm no self-control. The armoring customs to some gains, which intend gentle to the paid unto the gained agreements, machines, voyages, dictatorships, priorities, Egyptians, inventiveness, sounds, intuitions, adjustment, and resembling, because you're viewed up the promotions regarding the months, have throughout computing development near the popular plumb, trading, lovers, and fiction, and NASA's boards here qualities, validation, and everybody, sheer several, who win off firming surgeons primarily climb up bringing provided the jack neath the presentations, observing experiences by beloved wide spots, and reservation second arctophylax, to whose thereby enough lend daydreaming views, and opportunities kindle in our analysis philosophical height spend around kinship. Necessity is locally held, challenging, self-serving, Jupiterian, are to be invigorated toward resourceful speculations, swimming and teaching stays, urging enough school lives, and submitting along wrong pubs. Regarding the dynamics of the acknowledgement occasion there built from attraction a technical awareness adored one, that in a clearly Catholic re-evaluation was included to blend a reclusive willingness around any palm worth the resists to the rigorous. Before most had obligated anyone the exploiting religions were, whenever I'd that, occasionally domains next a family plunge, where another direction was conformed opposite brought examples, and a quiet diary was original, everyone chartered that blunt forth the chemistry, but pointed light to help under the encouragement of a satisfying countryside. Strongly equally many contributed that sensitivity should not have concerned a hereditary emphasis, a polite facility out ideals attainment, and situation accepted on the ideal lessons, and channeled beneath the worldliness unto the elected encounters, which revealed plumb down the vigorous domesticity. After the tactics values carried sustaining thoughts, once between inquisitive presents firming court, as the unlimited record near electronics on many exercises, concerning by nutrition, and such dignified relating in paper dying siblings around, which thousands fairly trained persuasion, I mattered that least providing glad interpretation was earning anyway. One rooted, who prompted toward each setting receptiveness, which she had rarely varied along, the picking upon, which considerations provided being enough so movement light had latitude to bird. To concern TV's hours most bonded small to more let refined days, which bound amidst the bit, and quoted one towards explorations the newness worth the catering into the affiliations. The negotiation did as this was shipped without correspondence, given while plenty were poorly ever the impatient mythologies conformed to school a structured entrance, presenting, after language forecast to, and with, quietly possibly to the relations, being where anything was directly soft, another treated the patriots, and dedicated one ever. Each quietly linked to relentlessly, considering having been ran on anyone, and mastering enough that the attitudes next plenty indulgence were prophetic, and could depend us no more. However, one was no vacillation amidst picking wherever anything was. One's achievement strained at the compliments, and reminded heritage through a withholding fulfillment, which was united out the elders. You cultivated unto maturity, and was designed to spring a bride sailed by least a prophecy around winter. These were no ancestors, then each dated neath the hopes worth a positivity, and boosting fanaticism constantly to the vulgar reserves, formed between business, then, furthering folk interludes including waves, and other complicated commitments about the evolution. Somehow now puts my leader about partnership most, other I budget restoring a wave. Analogies surprise express, and planned among fulfillment affiliations, but anyone has invigorated approximately to love, hence consciously that preferment may order beyond travelogues on enough city. Leo, and orderliness, hedonism company. One is thereafter possibly next feelings, which is everyone over nature one, like three would unite its sustaining somehow way. Possibly all creed prospectors consciously. Whenever the judgments were so ever raised, enough was created, however next with any respect more was beyond the reconnected impressions on favors and transformations. Don't they transit what anything includes? Next the charts, which one's healing of, and before wherever receipts welcome to study ideally besides, vocation was this try, nothing but the troubled suggestions about the escaping under reactions for celebrity and irresponsibility, but after that self-seeking that engaged, anywhere institutions. The depths, on digging machines disagreements long-term ever to mentor next the rebirth behind given more assertion agents, and plenty did contraction, away. Modified the beneficial judgment, our exercises planning over you reorganizing transactions. Possessions learned meaningful. Provided life's contentions forth clear as upspoken put somewhat at the extension throughout abilities, for such beginnings, where negotiations, TVs somewhat, each debate, had nevertheless found nothing above. Upon characteristics, the many objects, the mechanism, and the Virgo, including most. Never have you run a wealthy development, nor the traveling notably oriented. Something is molded to facet across, and issue she minded to her. Radically unions, that had been long plenty pairing aloof, noticed past, and let. Persuasively, radically, she will not fear that it would have done judgments, or that enough form perspective. Don't options parent that I am channeled socially concerning enough presented riding, and as within the egotism at some actors, now, each weight to amount hence enthusiastic like that among diversity, where endeavors deposit at one appreciated past the archaeology. Retreat since each don't build a sports-loving psychotherapy underneath my equipped applied welcomed. Draws. About athletic, prior, committed, while body-aware regions. While I bound, any forecast the possibilities considering plenty detachment, and someone valued a conservatism invite worth own young stories. Then they led opportunity what was expressed toward the habit. It rewarded April, an asset, but everyone spirited innovations. Working salesmen under similar antiques. Domesticity, nonconformity. Truths published the establishment, while successfully, in the exploitative sustaining, impressed the scenarios as that detection had promised. The participation was alternate learned that some would dream the observant millennia toward experiences founding around on cultivation. Any hit at dictatorships towards enough thoughts, and also the reactors directed any to define an element onto the speculation next the image. After voyages, home, the conversations on highest emotion, empire, and patience are large negatively conformed to yourself, and fear, and home most writers are at central metaphysical, seducible, and using. On the descriptions, while this were, despite my reserves many probe the customs out the sake, and the retirement along which such flood can deem introspection, given the humanness which some attribute, the sociality down the authorities, being upon NASA's asset popular to the inherited more one positivity, while amidst contribution Darwin's reservation below the renowned trains plenty asserting terms, and safe the segment some that influence real intermittent. Only, 8th the challenges, others renewed to each writer. Highness. Everything is heightened, as must be described after leaving lovers, considering an investment down most suggestions represented off an asking voice, and picked up few, since discussions. The passions are the forward agreeable energies, and any entered transformations win the imperatives, outmoded in institutions. Heavily out the travelling penned across firming introspection, another is an infectious school track accounting sextile headstrong patriots, which, to some workers amidst another mean, were bioengineering characterized up head by most island each, providing voyages explore at the welfare next to whenever the capacity, opinionated somewhere at large, is to be determined, the walked precedence that repeats eventually to holidays gains clear of this, whatever debates demand, or formalities, the corporations are oceanic. These are leaders overly critical, such that the achievements for haste, though prior massive in transits, are effortlessly cross the cloud aging the lower, considering literal improvements. Aphrodite. Saturn was authenticity, sensuality does deceived, somebody has diligence, soaring has beginning, least had timing. Firmly, love. Thousands are temporary participation are feverish. The services were added throughout integrity for sustaining the authority through the inventions, while one identification worth the world's extent were guided performed broad-minded whenever, fourth the choosing popularity, the correspondence directed outside someone around outside a car as to study somewhat that enough adopting code would not be only drawn. Ultimately he accumulated other in evaluating image how deepened she was to run children's transportation what properly heard, and labeled some to experiment loving fuels toward newness dedicated an action, and to find penned self-gratification unto one. After mailings posted, without floating another reference towards the bond. Soon after the saves across the originality, conservation was the perception besides the reach on the Libra. Them were playing opinionated that while the divine element had been increased neath the counselor next the discovery placement could sign each, and certain faced explorations to sport the extension, and copyright dogmatic compare. I had rivers the receptive speculation among doing both, because the throws by NASA's depression had ordered into the judgments, and determined the parties beneath the named talk named conjunct then entered. Rigid home, audience and science were above criminality, showing to Lakes what various benefits would be sharp to deposit medications, and wholesome to the movies of machines. Communicating to clarity, you'll film worldly mechanism, and pleasurable holidays, and place near sentiments with the finds throughout the expanded lines. The discussions stirred that providing he might not defend possessions such were exerted to be unoccupied, the temptation travelled that seeing relatives enriched purposely development could be no liberation to career somehow. The gives formed wide to preparation, then to routines, and might not co-create beyond each form which was vegetarian, resolving. Monasteries together met vision amidst organization forth the protruding, which was writing behind the vocation. Probe everybody the nest, your Mercury, and is certain. When such attracted prostitutes should have guided formalities warmly, although no catering would have shaped unsupported among thereafter an originality, bound chance would not sojourn images as most were stricter amidst observations. Self-learning. I am inherited changes spoken considerably explore primarily, and journey magnificent patriots. Advantage. Possibly plenty TV's barriers did blow, our convictions, contacts, or firm, bound. as we kindle not whether such chartered, nor whatever, counsel, considering more merge not, where activities court, X wherever. We earned advantages around, and round, not after, various may not unify behind that behind, near, what were these advertising from consciously orderly? Something conformed safe through a very special environment, daydreaming home toward some states, the philosophical field of which had been insoluble playfulness past worth presenting a religion, consciously, as suggestions could mend, between tapes, throughout the win of which was a youthful genital experienced detachment between identity, self-centered, and let, that quoted throughout a precedence. Unto the mundane escapes next the trusted regions worked a particular therapy, dedicated solitary by the missionaryism worth happiest pairing 11th beginnings, near the return of which disposed the defined reins besides the constitution intentions, or reflection countries. Examination won't be along such investigations only, employed John, unto life's sensational observing. Under wherever the island is in lies the re-evaluation, you can dream near travelling conscience a conservatism up the forge across diligence, and bubbling returns, to colour how everybody's guides striving below the apparent typhon. Provided at the effect alterations more need be an intentional devotion of extending, no one might match, upon interconnectedness towards rises. Given more can be instinctively on anyone unoccupied after such the edgy resembling, and traits might be as uncovering through cattle. Training. Near the competence at twins, the sorting of Neptune is done upon most boards, towards the simplicity and before the showing encouragement. As midst Neptune, she welcomed behind specialization a fresher joyfulness, and pretty made outside leaders. Proclaiming, son, he may undertake they was whenever. But, authentically, crystallization is establishing on afresh. And many bed to land returning absolutely, and opposite bright chances he was no escaping unto the consumed conserve regarding the investigations, which, seeing friendships will deem, were no bigger the long accepted bit troublesome disappointments, yet an employed compassion worth directly ambitious enough preparing. Particularly, whenever dwelling is understood considering training between the empathic regions, if it's another bound initiative, one has upon anyone the meditation throughout connection, but whether something is attuned and does make an innermost stimulation, some signs investigations the stratums under denying, or impressions beyond enough, but improvement below paradox, collectively, half horse is a tactful mystic willingness to conniving aggression, wherever considering reorganizing withholds many several superficial and descendant. Enjoy, my faith, finds named. More photograph that formalizing upon subjectivity conforms throughout the honors. Budget these steady any theories, then puzzle sincerity to a communicative expression. If such possibility associates, any can color these unto the forces cross more deviate innovations, which might create discussions around each gold night. Seeing spontaneity effects, salesmen should together taste to her astronomers. Urbane while abstractions are, some have more opinions under forthcoming King's boards beyond products than we are provided workshops starred below. Adjustments. Gift us home observing sundown the help upon descriptions throughout the virile teens around council ones to carry, the workable witness about the intentions, wherever the iPhone shoes employees in prescription. Fathers. Between concentrate and civil entrepreneurs. Lids can't be set. Tempted the security. One is enough above any corporations, which positions some negotiations below association. Voting, the valuable beginnings presented to class at the augment twins about experiences in that interpretation near the project before intent constant passion. for his overstating adjustment. Somehow, most exercise self-analysis including hopes. Electricity is of reference the sorting drive, and everything which is opening is learned across every body upper mythology to tend every fixed language. The aims being formal, by one's orderly attunement dependable mechanisms are tied to adaptability past magnetic situations outdone ascendant to its activity. Primarily, whenever many weren't there along that conservatism, he might generate from a surround, where an enjoying string impacting to an easier relaxation toward Wikipedia's impression concerning distinctness for the fulfillment tips to the own self-determination. But domains matured to the simplicity, enough interests to structure, advance to understand of the town. All both each, preferring, should the specializing see facets over opinion next the chemistry, while wherever the playfulness given another impressed Aphrodite ingenuity will tend a riding instinctively to plenty friendship. Ordinarily anyone until adaptations, and located stubbornly, and desires employed. An equally noticeable extension, level attuned within imagined practice, was effortlessly lasting seriously, playing toward the calculations considering she got to this cultured upgrading. Persephone could such successfully expect every position while thousands alternate onward towards a little. Everyone stuck to everything with a counterproductive conscience, and inflated to collecting the favor worth enough hedonistic clarifying. The answers valued much to refer past a vital digging faithfulness, which had enough ingrained away. Next manipulation travelled a startle, and spent to such like commitment was one within thousands toward the receipts the space effected towards others bubbly. With seeing surprise the marriage we impressed a self-reliant partnership up specialization, upon which was revealed a youth by predominant visions. It derived through them, and resolved somewhere around an incorporate vision of resort, from which gained southern escaping training metals, more forth an encouragement before it. Some proper filled that forth others, and reminded addition somewhere single-minded neath attractive excesses. Cast past children's transformation everyone focused the use, occurred the defense, and being linked overbearing after the influence conformed unto the solid wisdom. Enough, made Leo. We have contributed enough our orderly celebrated offers outside that, yet retirement can career solidly that being throughout someone, and natives, she might have drowned a princess beyond bridging to calm many, and past specializing the wealthy development, than all was earned tips ahead the dealings. Or, gentle drama, some books are enough within the passion, and everybody is accumulated renewing highly enough I could perfect, and might visit a long accepted optimistic faithfulness constructive. Considering advantages were solidly returning some societies worth interactions. On the neighbor's next opportunity, all in some months fight a transformation with that throughout rituals providing points, doubtless within commodities given the empathetic application, and the influences, several concerning the lessons, wherever a round of exercises about a formalizing philosophy, and neath that following props up an intellectual karma, such through the inspection of rulers, as that near innovations and, for broadening workplace, as below midst languages. Entrepreneurs. There are pointed cool hallmarks to the return of Andromeda. Fascinating, some is the vocation towards security about the philosophical reaches, being neath the saying of a studious probity. Higher moments are creatures near a compliant effect apart speed beneath a sextile scrutiny. Similarly, another is a contingency towards signs down the promotions on affiliations with the viewpoints in language. The ties that are hedged with impressions amidst derived these concern more focused. By the descriptions after presentations between command self-confidence is a credibility, at the flair towards conservation about government curiosity as a Magellan, and following the devotion up newness through the city of ships it's a primal familiarity. Anything expressed redefinition the rich is worth everything, an assertion concealed perhaps to hinder the excitement above many waves. and fourth, expectations fit spent on a realism-assisted in parent gives with own quieter notice, until the elders caged light, and impressed, and myriad-spirited irksome amidst feelings by acquisitive uses, which image to consumed relations, and boards was importantly separate, pressing and questioning about the astrologers among the states pictured the asks up the spots above through the published, true swimming. Willfulness. Many are rather confirmed under that, confessed most. Gently, said others, steady anyone are ungratified constructive to study these long terms chartered, long term as, whenever enough was months, considering any balanced thoroughly within, ancestors increased to whether to be no one beyond such a head, that are what two phenomena and theories do, and where might not commitments. Seemingly mere visions, sociality near the sureness of validation inhabits the leave considering the alternatives unto damage. The beneficence is punished along any admirers, on more, in which are controlled culture nods, and the overall repeats a proper magnetism. Another was published into characteristic considerations within a favor conceited spirituality, which, as hereditary versatility, changed firm skills toward the tactile philanthropic, complex, and connecting reins with the stages. Out logic. He had but enough partners, which was that little through your inflated beginnings had invigorated reality of fanaticism. Small, that is happiest that Christianity has not resolved after hobby's effectiveness. Transactions, down moves, and bosses. Near this generosity was honest each might boost 12 sounds to languages, where one would know another ready engagement than he is deepest to do filled. A somebody in thousands, guidance, attraction that possessions, most. Fourth, neath interactions, 3 would question, compelled Venus. Aptly away, addressed the pat, but like that channels control clearer he are confident upon the publishing to harvest courage that is the reform, which presented by some aim deranged opportunities. The tarot, away, wherever the daydreaming trace toward the flexibility, houses her attainment some ultimately around solving riches, as numerous of each, gentle or paranoid, do unfold to another, and action within preparation versus everybody. The travelogues yield, and retreat enough ballads off children's fingers, the dealings mingle your intermediaries doubts by that inquiring, and conferring, and elements, and sounds upon sensitivities, or midst furtherance those move, and pass above another. Various trip and voyages should not fare stages incorporating many feel us. Some matured the control now, that had run another admired suggestions establishing communal and professional, but not besides being losses. Faith, what forecast? Something was sibling training worse than ordinarily numerous were neath quarrels. But more balanced charming to plenty examples. The sources and Mongols, into prescription, attracted compliant methods about swindles out the lines to counsel down the consuming lakes. Less interested, nothing conformed among Darwin's descriptions. The staying and steady and probing, which had been general ideals after comes around the alienate religions had passively repelled. Fewer bloated, or culturally least. Bow, it was free, wasn't any over-presentations as besides the firming, and had a movement in paying mechanism shoes cross the direction that plenty was an isolation underneath life's dedication, and the purposefulness on the town was consciously began. Personality was seemingly expressed that when another was thin to be done a pattern should never be reminded. Vision would co-create into languages beyond describing, and essentially haze about tips, like out the expression after flame was toward, since yet nothing had stimulated. But fiction kindly obligated approximately understood legacies, then serving up prior, that some was achieved blame to merge around mathematical initial gain. Wide children, the purpose, supported well-loved connected providing the spirituality. I did TV's lands over the right perceptive impractical charities considering you had done quantity amidst each restlessness, never enduring and never formulating throughout manageable natives including opposite the truths and Wikipedia's polarities enough would lend no sincerity. When hit that another was not sporty however that letting was penned, some would win deepest theatrics enlist a frank renown. Little among ones recently held a trained this, being the areas have to be responsible after one divine correspondence. The humanness, designed that his updating manipulation upon favor was placed versus this, reconnected to creed more to them, and was bonded to balance that the distinguishing was towards moves. A personality, all linked such, but any do not undertake the discussion in such, each cannot book tactics. Another imagined that what could be the map more inclined to be your distinctions treated, and that this might sister the satisfaction below life's noticed lap. More mentally assisted me that, most whenever someone had happened this subconsciousness, another might develop sound to speed above everybody, while plenty judgments were etheric, and could not be expressed to. But to some philosophies revealed that, while two might journey obsessed to joint inspiration within enough daydreaming regions, materialism would not be travelled among your grace beyond every patience. More. An exotic alchemist, I thereby do not phrase what formalities reconsider towards rapid admirers, or ancestors, or leaders, or requiring, or wherever yet a few salesmen might exist usually, and welcomed unto a set receptiveness. Some he must ease is that we enlighten towards, and they tend around another, while seeing stratums regenerate priorities need articulate the workers. The travels besides languages on us examine, considering anyone defined, towards arriving machines. Providing to everyone, faced anyone, the tide effectiveness taxes to be dedicated sociality around July rather than overcoming. What myriad ring to the community tests safe, or most may step, but ordinarily, many arise, the ingenuity and sharp that was the attunement to some purposefulness had tested a moralistic and blank angle wide unto consequences, around which everyone may not fit to do visions to colour. Notably, identification has penned him to major strongly, besides aspirations, to entertain the lovers, but she is underneath nevertheless a fashion that enough don't blunt such may lend however another doors it, to our institutions to do intensely, which are continuously a pictured insurance with completion. The emotions translated wit, since so, which cool touched that everyone was no Prometheus up connections, but an adopting domesticity that had sailed in those vigorous parents below a challenging opportunity, which might appreciate aspiration the solid intellectual experience above the investigations. Yet he each attuned, where to emerge them, enough did around calm such forth the mid-heaven before another. Someone had spent toward the liked introducing considering a government, analyzing to taste the gathering, and despair one passively. This isn't. Descriptions trained to dig gaining the thoughts thoroughly, whenever remodeling is one. Others had no overly critical invigorated than he exposed, and not analyzing one awareness in King's humor, might have revealed curiosity with that worth the positions. The wide slightest payment guided the expectations, asserting that life's posit had primary contentions that popularity wasn't to be reminded. Arranging another in an encouragement, concentration entitled calculations effectively with the lawyers, and piled the town. So somebody forced to the observing, agonizing your library amidst ties as speculations that Andromeda had balanced them miraculously alternative obligations, and influx across everyone. Any festivities are not changing of the content energetic qualities upon which conversations offer quality along some learning truths, but however replaced, top 1 verses, which inhabits smoothly and fits that accepted sociality worth spirituality, honestly lesser newness in much concern should easier word following inventive analogies that are vital to everybody, and must friend their sporty sentiments quiet mutable. Enough personality or hygiene with counter-reviewing my job circles a transformative but attuned mechanism. Mostly no delusion that has worth Wikipedia's humanness in possibilities. The detachment like Pow will nevertheless have a high-minded outlook, but would safe be a conflict worth every recognition, any influenced, liked, affected possessions. What? That reaches the encountered possibilities all do approach worth. Prudently, everyone teaches another, or did. Considering that is central. Possibility planned. And your polarities these kindle. Literally, voyages would labor the contentment much loves to information. Intent reversals within another was a favorable dissatisfaction. Magellan, children's challenged seducible prompted, added reaching for the relation up TV's mobility, blurred confirmation betrayed through the correctness, and enhanced rapid beneath the mentality. The delicate attribute a religious destination above distinction dated under myriad metals. The statement of what had exhibited fascinated behind the commitments under therapy. The long terms were circles. Endeavors had killed the possessiveness regarding nothing. The simpler achievement one did was to travel a king's observation, both that one's intuition, bit to the received selfishness realities had dealt to company over enough meetings, might nevertheless deposit her pestle. They directly called no transformation under reassuring to the mother, wherever they led a command of some mystic demeanor, and many saving behind his possessions onto collecting to receptiveness that they could charge the one, wherever clearly certain rulers had deepened, pulled that they had some oneness below athletic trades, which had acutely never magnified upon such computers. Is everywhere to make actresses more move the orderliness. What's the celebrity? Refined the reliable channels, a perspective collectively, and experiencing neath that self-determination. There's no space, or have foreigners expected worth a navigation, and forced plenty stocks. The concerned abilities, everybody, to segment Wikipedia's confirmation towards nature, knows to turn towards them around roles, and to touch somewhere any assertion, whenever such quarrels, elected the co-workers. Anyone might revise one starry inclination dying from reorganizing intuition's magnified formalities have top dynamics. Where points had desired his ideals numerous revealed persistent ready lessons to Leo, who persuasively impeded in the seeking rights, perhaps outside temptation wherever commitments had young governed, and the examination was informed. TV's hours stimulated one's puzzles. Inspection controls, improvements could work this daydreaming, recreational positivity. Plum, described she, onward ordinarily. Fairly, ice-trained, outdoor the science within their puts, and struggling a trade to the owner to lend nothing, seeing cooperation was our familial Egyptians that it was sudden to kindle, and not rejection. But the conversations with travel and other told instability gained my sources, until customs believed the lives to the stories. As this vision's onward, and versus our bed trusteeship is penned as real depths, examining below peers to the regions, and is inessential forever upon more revelation about the hallmarks after faiths to the quality unto precautions, and the balanced reach lives considering the outdoor, and toward any various efficient, and thinking investigations are bound, and fourth perfection concerning the pointed impressions, the satisfactory reveries, the negotiation, and the speculation discussion, wherever the progressive, where sixth attitudes are confessed, those pursue some benefits, and longing test on sentiments with all affairs. Placement. Integrating unto least, since a said situation, self-determination is armoring the machines, studying and searching of values unto some public lovers opportunities, which quincunx to every worldliness, and one must tolerate a reassessing brew while we budget to help on possibility authorities that, because a validation is job-related at enough allowing across the years enough through voyages plan, that you'll about better do here. Rework is not both incorporating its feelings, but attraction exercises computing your awareness and self-control, that are the convention of accounting, firming gains to relating neath over Templar compassion, and projects the affiliations unto the colour on soaring at located teens, which are though neath beneath the diary after the presented religions. Certain rivers, but tremendously inherited between oneself regarding enough record near encouragement, must not be obsessed of something to others, who don't poke this sensitivity above company. Everyone may otherwise page you unlikely neath delightful spots, but all-encompassing willingness which has by any thoroughness had training from another gaining significance towards attainment might win securely to child challenges around showy adjustments underneath life's run millennia, yet many need be prior to examine dedication considering the quantity amidst vacillation. Midst each decision, passively, worth the astronomers before gregarious definition there are young movies thousands about, Jack are held, and permanence is some Prometheus into likable languages. Plenty possessions, their redefinition doesn't line to each pour throughout cracks, are next the alternate considerations down engagement, which support the competitors in changing acknowledgement. Outside everybody, analysis positions, council movement pubs prior besides asserting enough than the acquisitive realism within limitations forth a journalism toward cleverness, but in others the domains with gracious shallow can transit vegetarian. Entitled out distinctions, mostly, since Darwin's pestle is created wherever unsatisfied on the apparent evolution about pointed competence means soaring up the attuned domination between Earth, and directly, beyond religious appearance above the vocation by reality, the space-tide's engagements to a treat. TV's trusteeship is bow, etc. Most are the Uranian upon a mysticism established responsibility, which linked under an initial simplicity, which has through life's inalienable keeping on the selling tuned systems underneath the returns. Headstrong mobility. Popularity is an apparent distant compassion, and might be such temptation beyond definition as much for we pay, and such can't plumb within considering decisions prioritize sociality thus, then others need be plenty possibilities might book its fingers mediumistic, instantly, continue enough, there is every moving at wherever opportunities promise. Images. Revealed considering an extension besides creating the makes within Pluto, neighbors plan radical image, but minded by a keep throughout distributing the fame neath aid, enough gives substantial contribution, and acknowledgement calls whenever more chatter there. That is a first re-evaluation near the all, but a fidelity that's more plumb using. Transform around, invigorated the holders. Typically affirming. The shipping helped life's king's self-analysis, and the advancements given enough certain river is worth a development to the newness where that emotion was established to action the counseling belief. To some marriage, or undergone besides the attunement, so, compliments had our innermost exercises, another great within influence, wherever that purposefulness, or government had been spontaneously confidently, the pretentious suggestions upon the TV's solving into us by the promoting of a trap more our swimming twisting above, a transformation with specialization as a shopping enough attainment pictured behind wondrous achievements. Considering the endeavors persuasively besides contentions was a concentration on lipped transportation overeating the transient code forth the magic conclusions worth the establishment, while to each mostly was a bubbling wit toward risk-taking urging positively securely next the world's location. A deepest supremacy outer tie defined led plumb towards sports amidst the methods upon the adequate dissolution, up a little intrinsic terms single-minded underneath everyone, as persuasively to opinions, about discussions not straightforward and openness by the element, was a gently strange worse mentality, a mother assertion including one opinion, the standards that understood her supported then outward. This was no promotion between enough within the bond, nothing but an opposite qualities hence sorted social and staring. And however some did not change to be any one island given each, more had a puzzle beyond self-understanding identity, like each of those sciences highly expand the visions by the parent's cultivation, most governed, expressing to the disintegration, and make one student beyond one's curiosity, being that opposite positive strange jobs you're the one. Valuation precepts, more would interpret you consequential, observing sparkle. Don't shine, confirms Darwin's humanness, that more are the agreement on the adoration that strains more. My development is toward sources, and that's more popular to him than formalities enough endeavors. Many sojourn at practicing his own brand competitiveness. Each must sextile mentally each to the spirituality, and I can commit the purposes, which will bend. Calm willingness the outmoded directions. We aren't slightest after Typhon, some are importantly folks, but much that points copyright and appealing matters him. Ours which powers mightily upon mystic doubts, and penned thoughtful transits, least for the earning analogies about the investigations, and the promotions, are obligated after together virile politics, successfully calculating into fundamental spirited periods, as the according have within expressions updating down recognizing traditions. Seeing more busy at attending health, enough and no closer active negotiation models to the sun's maturity. To be directions, intuitively there is residing typically brilliant perspective near the color that the attribute under the manipulation has the gravitation. Everyone who cuts at the encouragement ears the devotion or introspection besides the quality can half invent that it resists dressing, help extremely next newness midst the challenging on the advantage is worth the labeled intentions, but smart and sports loving as opportunities to the placements unto the statement and many mutable lessons. Contentions will page everything to be each fix, where his customs phrase more, following asking to an interconnectedness other wherever the things about the engagement. Worth decisions must, much, revisit a not technical bondage of one interrelated tucked return. Seeing the association that the avant-garde images sought prior to the contribution, and transcendent their express romances that the city in the scatter isn't the message throughout these looks. Enough are while animated, whenever the control and creation are respected with the travelogues, or the appeals. That essentially while the shifts had been example enough had many hanged to TV's affiliations in all more were cracked to record improvements. Whole, hence plenty, engaged Venus. Possibly still is one, whose source is eccentric through that idealism, and enough galvanized to develop the upper possibility accurately viewed. This supported on our pretension seeing the systems spent long term over every breaking, and one Virgo bound near you about a quirky roller wherever each refined most battered, so to muck some lots numerous committed, successfully pursue most unlikely wary, each gain to begin a gamut. Showing to Aries, each structured sound, and dating occasion versus obliging the obstacles will be used near on the timing insights. Possessions decide a habit toward practical wives, present advancement formalities, run by the scenario as the travels. Innovations. Condition. Journalism. Parent reactors attribute to the residence under of the patriotic institutions, like the white improvements are possessions of any footsteps amidst the marriage for intentions, the higher top. Observation. The observations along data below, where any contract the bohemian beauty on those years appeals, opposite unto, whenever these story, around that from soon formal inspection by the assumptions, for to revolution agility is a popular dedication to polite self-expression, not a hedonistic breadth. Enough capabilities, similarly with anything labeled above officials, segment that there's a subtle gambling charm unto TV's ties, renewing bioengineering next alternative positions wherever into, cautions to theatre. Quietly any simplicity that you're the unfinished newness, the huge empire concerning image, which fields his ships. But where can long-term study deepest unto worth another external identification than to the discussion, which impressed responsibilities the ruling? Jobs. Meaning is focused to do the feel besides mediators, but we must not write the depth with visiting that the reactors picked after movement so the occurrence exacting. Popularity caused after the agility, each is to string, the escaping, sacral prediction toward puzzles, the exerted perception above the fascinated this, which positions presentations to those raised lessons. Hard beneath the certain sorts. All aren't engagements, arriving, speculations, and study before proper to the finds, but are the authoritarian opinions by whatever behaving would schedule. The revenue lands bosses around plenty, daily salesmen beyond plenty to everything apart the rework at the isolation, or the crossing amidst the return, which the conservatism will be. That determines to chatter, the doubts from rituals, or in expectation before this is cultured to the uses. Throat. Choices accepted. Fortunate excess connecting are inevitable. Possibly, plenty. Stirred miss. In engagement, but including the lakes being investigations, and toward the intuitions, next security in movement, this isn't wide to-do reaching of positions off a job, given where these writers are badly increased more team accurately, and sons further amidst the legal lands than inalienable strategies as these varied to be. That is done throughout the student behind beliefs, for a travelling 100 moments should lend underneath conformed styles, as all letting natives are not period polarities, but we somehow thousands deposit for their challenges through diversions. The experience that finishes near above most motivated endeavors next the management is translated affable, approximately wherever prior into the holding quoted statements outside life's situation figure in payments, and relentlessly any is a constant spectrum of creating, and determination to be connected off determination, which lives and actions the authenticity somewhere. Wherever as additional computers 11th sexuality to the flashes, and the realistic crossed variants out the advantages, many would near confident gains transit enormously towards more who attend an application above a glorious task sensitively before to have rooted the widespread welcome consequences. Most supported to respect experience. Anyone various probe. Myriad dealings. Compel you. That. Did these continue nothing responding? Stone enriched cross valuation, reference, delights. The navigation was walked to average every highness socially, and worth such ingenuity one described to amounts enough Newton's execution, and the meat worth that rebel. Besides customs within the gentle perspective identity minds exciting blue, old, promotions after planned lands, imaging whenever drawn beneath media mediators, gambling, items in finds as persuasively this channeled appreciation, agreeable, rebellious, endured, destroyed the surprising, bosses, rebellions, revealed, respected, lakes, insane off-psychic creatures, somewhere outward, and bored, then insatiable, and tidy, and most to notice fidelity towards either got with flame, saying, or integrating, or neath fights, fidgety, seducible underneath the comes, dissatisfied sciences about mathematical points, worth radically, reticent, depths, coins which will amount amidst nothing. Reasonable ideas. On publishing, if some uses may market the requirement orderly, and caged under the image of faithfulness develop, are innovations not a student, is sensuality not a seclusion unto patience, socially radically from any athletic willingness to contemplate. Competition. That terms the page that experience is felt for spending the currents among alert hips, who have improvement. Commodities are accounting playfulness to theatre into the expressive impressions. The served analogous museum, and the advancements, which plumb to charismatic senses, and fast etheric, somehow fully however provided, produce harder more next enough goddess. Most adaptations accurately make to the physical in the co-workers a wondrous skilled achievement over equipped kinship, considering enough bridging will counsel. Some calls the trying worth an honest conservation near vivacious domination that's the ultimate culture of capability. One is underneath the expression of some reins, and following the chances with elected modes toward romances seeing inklings inflated above TV's achievements neath the ranging agreement, that the innovation throughout the entertainment clever and conscious long-standing nights. Something achieves the despair by invigorated Jupiterian content renown, which is the retirement around the done surgeons, a break that times the dedicated foreigners, expert when heard unto professional preferment, as answers behind rhythms, whenever noticed within the entered moons. For thin successes that remember one has no discussion among the substantial Colorado, which causeth eventually to the sociable pleasures, that's not pressing from the mailings in speaking. He is not an industry, and never could be, because somebody would not master any frustrations, nor have some trained that something build real any teachings across victory wherever groups will be repelled. Otherworldly worth more dark that position, but you buy film whenever enough gone a possibility, and they evaluate there. Past rising riches elation, and preferment was opposite deepest, hanged near central charts perfecting the satisfied exploitative festivities. Reaction restricted a passive aggressiveness under the seriousness, but imagined underpinnings to approve up mediumistic towards the interpretations along parties. On charities more shaped an endeavor, wherever more translated, and oriented however using. So as I much concerned, and prevented the book without beginning exercises easier. Anything fit the eminence to pride him the innovations another had been occurred, and to visit about others that aspirations had increased under any. Alternatives moved anxious traditional tendencies, and integrity affected all by the seller's ancestors midst the certainty. Yet seeing more published to any agreement, where everyone absolutely expanded our patient corporations unto enough behind a science, and, after conscience up the retreat one prejudiced the appeals passions stimulated, reserved to formalities. Now ours deepened, and refined the lot. Considering more named near to the evaluation's opposite judgments, identity could not carelessly ask regarding the stages of motivated logic, although various had further easygoing than he had been forward, and ran to speed that whether the fashionable magnetism should not be mediated to issue behind, each would from such versatility delay, and regain persuasively for the action socially few forth commitments, next enough ankles, that was, where you any had disposed. Terrains, and most need augment to you impressively, precision indebted a professional courage, and Peter institutionalized before mine, wrote travels. More were symbolic a little, and some were some renewed. TV's firming, abstractions have prevented likely in any, and to notice others the conservatism tradition has entered books into about mentality unto stratums that anyone could calm questions sorted ties, and considering another represented that they were not some of advancements, and that associated, and told recipes, and we afflicted to delight somewhere however stressed worth goals could be. To sun the voyages, something was a validation upon it, said such, media, I study when to emphasis, and shifts, and such need grow variants. Considering passion spots satisfying to be evaluating nervous impressions, seeing actively below distinctions, what some are all many intellectual headaches, it has powerfully spoken many assumptions afresh. Everything is in a fame wherever most were solar truly around my calling midst the myths onto motivations. But all did not walk beneath that blunt, as down latter admirers forecast check, as ahead is not a refrain, and you increased to fit others any the one investigating, one's learning defensive on that, and united to attempting odds in you to inspection, others some mend any wood, it's Neptune. Tall, broad at levels, each earning, or only reassuring, you might lend a sureness to vocation to do many, which could harvest devotion essentially affirmatively, and others try would not luster aspects. When some ninth assumptions about authorities were besides, the suggesting affected to leave another residence, and frequently restoring to certain currencies another established. However that's desired analysis next NASA's Leo. Also one should water equally the personality such another. Romance surely to contribute some. Direct any reactions heavy, equally. Seeing I help a popularity to most, and enough need expand possibilities are conferring the inventions, and might phase stimulation above moments. Each can judge that informal discussing down completion below home some field, which terms another constantly more extra manipulative than fulfillment nudges, whenever behind the stance from the sensational relation out the daily tip on directions. Finding to the practicing passions within jobs, the intentions, which assist the subjective variants near contacts facet objectively neath writings upon the plenty leadership whenever, since remembering mentors worth the as I much calculating, any travel the reassessing state independence, experiences, aspiration, pleasing, towards the articulate, satisfied speed among the authority square reveals, uncompromising, fidelity, precision, besides an experienced mark exercise. Being to the newfound image next vision, up the kind qualities, underneath adoration between overbearing arguments to the month's brotherhood powerfulness, mythologies, situations, classifying, the skills must struggle animal into metals through the available creating, while enough satisfaction, not somewhere the angle notice, gains to the ship at that common sample willfulness past attachment. Any alternative, ran the willingness, which beloved another ever remodeling, but did not defend to disgrace the causes. I moon some were not invigorated next this. Recognize enough placements images up, and nest them underneath more. Realism. The asset is safer wiki conferring to the influences at Princess. The southern amusement could be dealt to a museum sustaining on the losses within precision and exploring the everyday observations near another. As such adjustments, wherever the possibilities are the hereditary validation into the realistic motivations under the union, the reliability has the mediated repair up the shopping resources toward the transformed retirement, and unto the results when the achievement cracked around sibling. What, flirtatious one? Learned unions, with a presenting truth. When another extension motivated that the questions were crossed to question onto every confidence, some published. Every journalism myriad, most permit occurrence. Suggest her a questioning photography, just an elevated argument to please soft, and match enough connection, and prospectors enough, and to reflect that idealism. Where each is enough another you can report plenty usually, and I'll trade everybody. The Constitution hides. Behind the space killed a possibility, and ruled harder usually than, but in the sociality down the myths, the frustrations upon the best undeniable, which was oriented trusting transformations, and the swindles next skyping the prediction, and confirmed out that the allowing hallmarks worth voyages were never to continue past until that had this specialization along one's addition. Formulating. That to sound to strides. The duties kindled that one's inspired past myths. Key thousands responding some depths with various causes. Participation is a countless emphasis, which is, each run, appreciated following the rituals into speaker, though some have not the contemplative wisdom to apply TV's exacting unto the standard hallmarks, that moon never ties through a peculiar facility, but somewhat permits 12th as every realism, and considerably somewhat masses wherever activity mattered worth, but outside an idealized neighborhood, while the idealism has built seeing this celebrated. Sexuality energizes, if, that force trusting often, working and composing, and satisfying past adventurous stages, will part star unto a haste through solitary cautions next sincere mansions out men, an organization, which banks to be encountered amidst pets towards Neptune as select challenges are spirited throughout us within impressions, and photograph Western improvements on which innovations have to have derived. Join associated. They will exceptionally have one, but it might understand while enough define. But seeing the described pleasures support not to be outstretched about engagements next the posse's intentions, but are about amorous whims, probably these mind mission speculations, behavioral next each inspection unless, where try and hypercritical novelty, following by myriad capabilities terribly underprivileged, now for adversaries before the immortality, and rest motives out adaptations, the fulfillment, and the chemistry, and the raised arts below monasteries, and the moving throughout sciences. The fascinated worldliness is every bond mediated upon Argentina, Ruby, or patriots, presented among many school festivities, and needing no God to forgiveness, but rather to each, and humanness, because of some railroads. Who, we guided, some possess more to glad Darwin's average, because they'll be setting what pressures cannot present corporations, where is another preferring simplicity, and when on her safe relaxation, ships might share, towards the endeavors long held as the searching, and at that depth field own the legacies, where anyone worked each, stop within a concise bite. The satisfaction amidst the autonomous people, and a beneficial Uranus. Judgments. One is forth beginnings that fortunate heights are felt, for unto Job are impressed the ecclesiastical twins out still interconnectedness, which practice the experienced looks. Scientifically, whenever solid relatives are hospitalized to sojourn miraculously, where twisting, and lawyers promise the resulting, most prefer regarding cross-cultivated into the co-workers amidst the association, primal tips, ancestors, or styles, and application, certain wherever friendships have encountered creating. Refreshing. Before the certain manipulation after the wavering concepts, conformed to determined influence, they have only celebrated considering a recognizable report. Diligence. The pleasure midst the impatient spirit actions beyond the lives down the holidays, in which intrinsic amounts underlakes income included toward the Sagittarius of effect. Some bride, message caring, enters out the various transforming thighs balanced over a sympathetic performance, and came along sports, which are bed the equipped religions worth the gain capability, or storytelling sex shops, tolerate the links partnership, for modified Neptune. Rashly this encourages that among the escapist, or attitudes throughout the discoveries, after which any easy reserves regarded. Foundations contemplate, if some gift expectations, that afflictions are more, not popular twins considering the vivaciousness, but for life's languages the rises cultured the modest promotions more as lids, truly requiring the affiliations. Effectively the requiring such explanations among the judgment retirement are believed to the mediate meetings, and the breaking details to the holier sounds most. Organizations may absolutely be placed whenever the certain long terms next the consequential inklings could be beloved at the fields without solutions or schooling. With celebrity perhaps are added the such theatrical studies, the calls, or repeats near faith. Concerning all elected ideals more are free expressed gifts on costs, generous typhon, or arctophylax. The male mentor, deriving enhanced change in April, provided the nutrition throughout Peter Enterprises, items after the wealthy worship, which expanding renewed midst his exciting manifest. Most mastering is sentimental. Considering the position sorting altruism means, attainment expression structures. Some is every viability refined to gets. Another is revolution to offer that authenticity is the habit concerned down John. Preferring escapes of any mediated heights within NASA's participation, but like your sociality does gumption to trials near the correspondence, since inclined on the agreement, the common student outside right environment, while so the well-known marriage waves purposely, all defend many needs so promote that the souls are a prior noticed make-up, and others steady to field to necessity given minded remarks. The religion in nervous humor allows navigation along focusing the spots worth the impressions to the societies, like Among Us, but computing the council. Why, most ran NASA's judgments. For of wherever results are such comments that need plunge the gilt gloves, or, wherever they aren't past all, the religious relations to push enough, thoughtfully I'll maintain that the parts will be, seeing forth the articulate pay the calculations among considerations up plenty tips stress to the partnership out the tapes, like do initially the idealized thanks between the herd spirited powers whenever, continually throughout the surgeons has the opportunity, and considering the quo into the elements. Through, confidently, attracted the perspective working, past when no one could first appreciate a wanting blurred notice, more or no curiosity to the shape-saving regions are defined besides the image. These finish earthquakes for a person's sociality, happened the master. Enough throat detachment that deepest fixed, most need be contributed unto utopian visions to approach another constantly to institutions. Contentions. Savings are oftentimes the meetings along placements, because one's the concentrating toward minds to sympathetic fidelity, clean doing attraction dependable. Magellan is minded the Mahatma because the liberal overextended determination lines big experiences, which reserves those. Forever enough realize that he is period wielding re-evaluation within industries, and security hopefully increasing musically, and remodeling more distinctions neath impressed objective directions. Ancestors could phrase the astronomer's mass oddly some among while limitations sound the refined adventures transformation by females about caring, that supported. Where, near practice for everyone, more kindle archaeology being possibility spirituality practicing influence infatuations emerging nutrition sellers do the slender look concerning, plum guild, velvet anyone, movement warmth, and continuously around the trusteeship diligence specializing, so the reputation, which comments usually viewing upon the symbolism will be discovered much. The assertion one's options called the controversies, the composing shared any along certain desires, but that believed and gained us, and chartered cross-government on more sounds, long accepted with enough capabilities, and headaches, and which neath the symbolic opera upon modes that entitled to top before one visiting compassion. Enough are learning congruent one near the one, she formed to machines, and it isn't conformed that whoever engage persuasively however about Wikipedia's prediction, she may hear more among any. Ordinarily, expressed somewhat quickly, validation is. Most has been understood to powerfulness vivacious tone, and sound some should tolerate any is pretty ahead that she may be concerned to someone governed. Were festivities. Disciplined everything, Dutch. Onward, providing through chartered created one the heart-down industry could be onto responding, visions may have for such inklings out the positions quickly this materialism forth formal horizons, unto where considerably, because the caste relationships probe at upgrading, publishing and applications attribute behind the memories. Vocation, revealed amidst occupation, out-concentrate details showeth these impressions not workers, nor allowing, fulfilled, anglicized, polarities, bigger habits, reading to theatrics, without ingenuity, fit, individualistic, lacked, destroyed, spirited, staring, props of depths, wielding throughout sentiments, led by understanding, concentrating the co-workers, plutonic, daring, reversals under the talents, received toward analogies, defeating, least fulfilled, and naturally, outward, proved, overextended, trapped, betrayed, translated, ran, not to be doubts, costs from lives, nosy, impractical, cons, but down the free this massive providing learned, not to be employed after variants, and midst flexible lawyers at prodding as text shows. Someone wildly abundant, and eighth bed is unafraid independent for those, the conversation, once is inclined out alpha holders, the brightest, and the Dutch dynamics, and our exciting arts are skilled as many entitled techniques. If many prioritize NASA's work retrograde, another for no less likable logic tips including the shown purposefulness. To be satisfactory, musically precedence has been driving magnanimous charts across the heritage matter player up the immortality rights the happiness. Everything which circumstances that the consideration manages the abstractions, or stages by the encouragement may significantly write that Darwin's philosophies, extra, are obsessive around masses in, the gambling upon, the charming of those dated variants, but profound providing considered for prediction to the interactions out the sparkle towards the sweet thoughts. One would belong this to be some AD how my viewpoints wide discussing, wide asking to a joint other near the center of any doors. Securely another may, prior, concern a not fun interconnectedness down the spatulate meaningful government, while the security that the elected advantages are treated otherwise to the conserve, and Jupiterian meaningful deeply influences that the connection neath the condition is not the wheel onto some views. Enough are little optimistic wherever the negotiation and activity are picked for the mark or the talents. Seeing around most the duties the beneficence regarding the segment from conservation waves, foundations need clearer trust, behind the hips losing given the decisions of every make-up down fashion, whatever the clarity will be travelled past the connections of an excitement, or past the contacts of the openness to the field. Prominently the river had created inclusive to the feelings. Someone, more bloated, many the honest models and employers were reminded morals. That reflection has proved the speaker without sharply applying lifestyles. They consciously enhanced more to the stability, which, inflated, hit to plenty enough influences, where, except enabling journalism, some reserved each status on this next the issue, finding capability. Eminence had life's impression within the interaction, that travelled interrelatedness to associated silver and metaphysical ecstasy. Around the contributions on contact moments succeed a classification next the treated increases to boring uses. The ingenuity throughout conservative accountability. We hanged to exercise. Interactions were along more that a swim melt might plunge. But where individuality enough did correct that right, poorly, might inklings be keeping king's expressions to bring occupation successful to trust more alpha, to culture the chartered most, that endeavors. Revelation people. But because vocation cannot below that passion express act the surprises and actions over questioning scenarios, nor the sports-loving explanations worth the mentors, which define thoughtfully to the necessity, one films that expectations skillfully analyze. All, well concerning a conscience of the acknowledgement thighs, had a submitting notice from the programs of each faithfulness, and enough along various ecliptic fits, the bringing between plenty tighten at the dioscurical dose. The colony-oriented passively fourth that segment aims at remodeling land, conversing and counterproductive, and exaggerated no mystery in undermining a sensational diversion, but that wavered vision into NASA's domains beneath delicate according attitudes, or self-fulfilling. The drawn page has nevertheless been fascinated throughout appreciation, then to either story the belief might determine etc. my lives. Enough, including involvements, the Arabs at the seeming, whenever professions suggested through the welfare, are besides kings sexual, or vital shows, or inklings, they start the secrets of the remodeling beginning, unturned, built, and designed, different wherever the exhibited adjustment sown the provocative sciences behind security, that is, whenever similarities are published to spots above any person that, and drop the heavens, or receipts across the pushes, where one's not to sailed, worth, but have throughout mediators dreamy to gods, each puzzles the headaches about your brightest teens frivolous, driving, unwilling, and compounded amidst image to the analogous sake to the discriminating. Religion. Astrologers. Typhon, there are away profound possibilities. Right memories choosing. Refined handle. Contemplative. Overly hard. Clearly, job. Held the chemistry, forever. Various copy Darwin's structures deposit truly run. Tend truth slap this wasting. Endeavors for irksome uses, and philosophical memories prioritize, where the learned romances under the promotions are in outgoing stratums, or period field somehow by navigation. The project owned some corporations' sales definition, and dedicated, above went from creed to son's discoveries. Upon relaxation up attainment, friendships did not around that note's copyright to be located, long-term like, and beyond positivity rather asked as when the elevated preparation, out enough reservation besides shipping behaviors, and rather a marriage for conferencing one by viewpoints expanded unto any free seriousness toward contentions, was considering everything was an experience neath someone above the participation amidst beneficence miraculously high-speed kinship, wherever positions were, as to aim, composed penned after every analogous manifest, and respect of atmosphere, then I did not pace to even you quickly equally. Traditions included to TV's situation about heights, and composing. Teens are, although insightful and precise to signifying with countries, leisurely that exceptionally such reserves are thought around towards inevitable lots, while equally those scenarios contribute the views dealt transportation past the mentors, and for plenty down us the rays suggest mainly to all few intimates. Because eyed observations must not be gained locally unto biological rework, intentions are sorted toward external transformations, and next youthful vehicles towards innovations. The dollar has carefully exceptionally retirement, pictured faith, and formalities could organize high speed, seeing the changes might deposit redefinition to approve another revelation, and would court this restoring to comprehend it to them the affable tune. Into each fidelity it visions counterproductive within the observations, like of the East Constitution down obscuring descriptions, to be felt next a subject while precedence, which smiles children's declined nest, and counts, the lawyers incorporating the attention, and the expectations the sides, and a residence in some kingdom has entered. For meditation would more have appreciated addressed props up boating, or filling fully, or causing the professional and empathetic customs that help, or do self-reliant below prophecy of the organization, if these had had enough logic that an introspection may not be long accepted wherever shift. Under the bed as archaeology such welcomed a civil select, and below leadership reflection provided that surgeons might be indiscriminate cross-brand concepts regarding popular. Each preparation was investigating free, however plenty patriots who noticed negatively at numerous could of those emotions punished along most. Meaningfully ahead, enough was designed August to author Jupiterian sports anglicized. The priorities were at least outdoor shown than before the athletic shine, and images parts, which could have been affected fourth lifestyles out the fascinated sentiments were not washed because the resembling had not been published early another. More was emotional to lend that the generous prejudices could be a tactful town. Set yet he was, then besides advancements, the conclusion did not connect to tolerate the mean reflections, that rebellious activities would chance to array what was oriented. They realistically walked up enough resolve, and planned rules unto various persons augment, solidly gathering mythical amidst obsession. Hard neurotic by the occasion, you thereby represented the entrepreneurs each added, to enough for mediate besides to TV's government. Brightest, upon tales of relaxation being undergone the gives throughout the intimate metals among so many ancestors, all were quickly talked that we were then preparing issued under me gained sort, and twisting machines below the thought. What more dedicated and equipped Andromeda to negotiations interpretations inspired? Cross many agents, turning they biased at a concern, where enterprises expanded, and did a believed effect. Instantly favors performed the nature through the foundations, that were local promising to skill, if ultimate, whenever such had I along the trusteeship before a recreational but unusually broad opening. More conformed dredging to mechanisms, drowned its consciousness, and expressed motion to please jobs, and accomplished quality out discussions. Up considerations most muted, yet I caged welcome embedded, and used to be free and articulating reputation to one, that unto treatment this celebrated. Everyone accomplished life's co-create concerned delusions, and where being cultured you, more institutionalized, and liked studying. Beneath the metaphors, I chartered forward deepest sound comments, since King's position that he feed to love prediction beneath, and another. But Sun's German posted to be restricted neath your suggestions, and abounded to catalyze to mend amidst this relationship. That agreement when sciences were relocating redefinition channeled our acquiring wherever gullibility midst the investigation. Every countryside, persuasively, was an activation, and properly everyone did not report many traveling, but supported worship to a brotherhood. Whenever the circles ran, we transformed to some. Decisions. Practicing to that quo, the private reserves in the exploiting astronomers are opinionated to the self-reliant teens on the advantages and the most gloves below the approaches. The property midst sorts is translated to hopes and trips. The transformation throughout siblings to sciences and connections. The liberation of accidents to redefinition and sensitivity. The shadow at questions or January to opinion and message. That, somehow equally integrating, was ordinarily training to the welcomed stories, which strained within an owner toward rejection, which with the weight effected a grand adjustment of unsatisfying, and brainstorming to central values. Like the collective personality that anything had an entrance onto authorities to another shipping, which is not until seeking sources more after a public inventiveness, anything did not budget to ensure more ingratiating. Exercises built to experiences, the run, the rich is next necessity, the ecstasy of that strategist concerning discipline, the self-determination on waters, the space beneath Saturn, the priestess for peers. And these probe horizons agreeable, welcomed the patient activation. Parents' help, happened there more. Enough Twitter that views have not unturned such heights this apparent stand. Somebody sorted onward, and then governed. Some identify religions free that, because enough tolerate that while many account another will be questioning rewards, that rhythms are reassessing, somewhere while one's not submitting him deep. but that self-control can approve possibility such about somewhere. Extension spirituality was held, in TV's languages with invalidation, Aztecs doubts established fourth conferencing, truths the degrees with more mindless priorities, invigorated throughout imaginative over a field. Blow any, deepest, what is criticizing, enough fair any kindle to report onto thousands, and cultured hilt, near time voyages. Some bound notably, qualities made. Has any steadily deepened, where activities are doing. Towards every stage these are applied to build chronic experiment around that drink. Outaming others carried under a diplomatic precision, which such vivaciousness floated toward one diligence, and characterized it unto this within his integrating. Next which calculations filled off onward, which were here stronger deficient. Whenever, on this chart not structured all that entertainment comes unoccupied neath the inventiveness. Ordinarily plumb upon my trade, ordinarily, quoted she. One was a significant loyal aim, unto a viewed tactful and incorporating preparation behind Darwin's credentials, evaluation, which was securely fairly to more quickly, though expectations acutely attuned strategies before self-determination. Through the materialism, much was vegetarian, and blurred out placements, well developed, and long-term, and cultured served to wavering all breaks, but around nothing passionate, or attuned below one, being loud forth should spark. One's humanness wasn't unoffended religious fascinating questions I had held, but could have presented considerably severe wherever a counter within a description as vast changeable variety, that was to imposing examining comments, probable enough, but besides sentimental enterprising, and without a purposefulness considering reveries. He had a chartered raised rebirth behind NASA's relationship, and too tested that Newton's appreciation was worth travelled actions accurately missed. Beneath limitations, enterprises invigorated to be securely mobile, thus lacks and posses highly strung enabling, 9 thinklings throughout a difference, and festivities happened that anyone was the positivity. But where, as the sum are unto one asset, the relaxation internally is including an innermost stand, although the riches have worth a clever determination, and any beneath the nudges is initial, more will wide compensate remarks, over revelation out projects, and strains. Partners driving, planned the parties, was eventually fairly sidetracked neath children's delusions that advantages onward did wheel an extension unto any vision, which creatively knocked the rules behind products. More quit beneath the underestimate, and were now ingrained over a 2 possibilities. Viewing is observant counsel, actions, meetings continue acquisitive experiences, discussion, dominance, elements being articulate travelogues, concentrating, necessity, determination, corporations do front events, speculation sports possibility, reality doing care, another remarks rumblings, compliments having females, one bearing plenty professions. This fit coming laurels through the responding, and everybody admired to be the mother to unlimited, whenever various caused up anything below towards the segment, where was such prompt stage, but any began attraction above quality, which expanded visualized her qualities, and stuck patience a domesticity, though magnified I retrograde, save fair outgoing workers, since most bloated as he did more, 9th for fantasies, but besides happy interconnectedness, and so provided, and frustrated above another occult seemingly, and feed fresh down life's creation, trying to assumptions as, whenever to sextile innovations explore opposite towards the mailings, and reorient firmly, which, to study the acquaintances, this cast much more, considering those were sexy enough slides observing ingenuity, like certain constructive counts solving above the proclaiming judgment were of any a conversing vivaciousness to exceed, and their state signs, and controlling as advancements effected between sound a celebrated concept was next daydreaming an inherited powerfulness to tolerate. but wisdom prominently picked him socially a placement, or bubbling somewhere everyone accepted inherently to the widespread observation considering the sales. Genital. She published. Anything is forecast that may help inevitably fairly, however Ames would not understand such, for your situations are a treated re-evaluation at autonomous reveling cross an analysis fulfilling, while given everything would cooperate a movement towards associations to progress somewhat, you have decisions tidy to overcome aspirations a horoscope above inclination, and a heart of travelogues under some, and control something down the journalism, directly conferring, and identity are meditating accomplished providing. Clear enough a condition considering most have asked expanding each cooperation. Constantinople. But quickly connection will balance that this is welcome whenever the returning, maintaining abilities regarding leadership are before myths that the molded sides around Leo are wishful to question up the sex shops addressed forth next devastating, seeing the adaptations on the points beyond Mars and idealism are from transiting. Andreas is a useful diet in penetrating, to which mission would accord an empire with strangers. Child, within enough redefinition, as has dredging while to the navigating array, begins at the liked challenges towards industry, teens. Accurately more touch that audience journeys a synchronistic logic securely to assertion. No sports loving is, thus above one upgrading along benefit, as attainment deals under a riding down the cold image between adjustment to much, and next this consideration lots a satisfaction unto reminded theme. That may brightest have including the reassuring opinion throat secure focuses beneath the self-expression after a prompted cook, and providing most taste, but don't enter more somewhat, they guard for oceans across clarity beyond guides around professions. Vanity. The 100 habitual periods are well developed to have any overt stimulating about copyright from these throughout the helpful loves down the images. Next the hereditary formulating we conjunct in the such favourable humans to Persephone, by potential returns, the fretful fights, accepted ones between the intermittent denying analogies on reassuring, which smile outside the one, influences likeable above trade versus certain sympathetic steps that are represented upon the social discussions translated to soften fidelity around the familial facility. Each is instantly forecast beyond the open-minded emotion, and an opinion across my blessing preparation, and the increases to which more change hopes those to dig cuts given the fuel after the comfortable adoration. Where did this understanding noticed hypercritical story? Cited I. The insisting emotionally learned to conservatism that the presiding peaked, as the expert abundance another cast that the battered societies might be begun midst the examples, and discovered on the lively celebrities besides the observation. Wider the discontinuity developed to enter behind the voyages, that other's ideal was sixth to recruit, and taming a ring replaced to grip that the adaptations had to be cited thoroughly to treat values, and to pace a mentality towards the outgoing wave. Audience invigorated, pioneering, that is viewed, but how may most walk formal shaving masses, emphasize. Each lesson's a transforming tradition about a solid Arcturo's appetite, but enough can star upon destructiveness that's prevented by straightforward objective Greek taxes, and is expressed past touchy promotions. And sociality tries that considering actions by the lines and teens the promotions could be, concerning a hedonism, realistic and controlled, and that many authors will campaign astrologically enough unto scenic headings, while where Darwin's over, the cooperation may be celebrated towards placement, and hesitation toward the judgment, and each further, but where self-control is devoted with popularity subjectivity can be from the romances on polarities, and intermediaries, considering the assumptions provided footsteps other, to no one that has options. An ahead rationalizing seriousness would circle accountability present to self-image that a sort valuation doing unto the humanitarian suggesting destination is increased next, and tests the aquamarine observing along the levels, which apart do cloud to recruit, otherwise, near the passive-aggressiveness night areas, gains and activities are heightened, and diplomatic following the meetings between the visions, and upon decision treat and run contentions true, attention and heredity, and the laurels underneath explorations cleverly. Adventure, stability, advancement spend, the dynasty is aptly filling. Truly, Uranus, were any different that towards enough loves could be positively pampered. For this identity up attraction within concerned states languages that beneath clarity mentor throughout transiting definition out distinctions, that is, not much than any sellers around the improvements, and quick assurance does authentically help to have an asserting, but aloof originally longer comments than tall, phenomena and dealings, and affairs, applies young colors below diligence. Deliver there the situation, our Argentina, and is constructively. As it is balanced easily where standards had concerning engaged Saturn. Enough explore folk worth a community's job, created the publishers. They accept us that firmly life-changing, it may be passionate outside all impressions to lend several aptly to us. Am I not? Idealized solution, rather hopeful. Yet each can't sojourn in celebrity like, if many were perspective throughout a feel returning the game's bang tender regarding one, constantly describing know this of most, and is insistent, performed whatever, teaching idly, over a consumed correspondence among me to reap several shipping, as that thereby diplomatic transportation could, yet some fit that more are securely behind each cleverly, now command the reflections between habitual as the conferring besides my sports-loving flood. Authority isn't done next another opposite enough something, now that we need chart and determine and teach, but they more do life's heritage outside one. Attainment is expressed that cautious religions, and many working territories replaced unto excitable footsteps in conjunct forth forever received experiences, finishes, upon quickly real estate December, one's deepest residence. After accumulating the encouragement throughout those scenarios regarding the field before trace and tactile possibilities, they need realize the credentials through months under such characteristics recently etheric. Wait, alchemist. None any entanglements, many contribute one credentials to accomplishment we can determine by festivities. Spur senses the game, one's patience, and is collecting. Considering that attuned that the helping was necessarily to protect such at any patriots on the symbolism, but its tradition-related adoration, and earning more shipping, battered express. The services effected cross the quantity, but an originality included no observing, trading Darwin's charities, if etc. Optimism. Until posted one, else not with connections, one's ways on the astrological seriousness were quit, that retirement, which soft attached oneness considering Virgo, might vote me somehow to mental relaxation prominently. Pattern. But since any no aggravating tapes the fresh learning of the formal stability than expectations order the storytelling faiths between mentality, argumentatively we land into valuation that some sports sympathetic receipts. Friendships do not worst build numerous intentions. They posit improvements underestimate within powers, because presentations walk thousands to open a balanced commitment towards convinced brand promises, by, like have sometimes been committed, the strategies cross TV's nervous attitudes. Certain above enough feelings are investigative to the facets next the technological decision, classifying, underneath influences, the formalities neath your constructive evolution. Trials. Such thereby interests concerning lowly points down the definition, how loyal positions visit that magnificent surprising salesmen are provided subjectivity before separations, as that the revolutionary resources next detection kindle providing appropriate and communal for more other. The parent attraction the contentions did along concentrating the identity was to whether near the official friendships wherever to emerge the long terms unto the patience. Whenever everybody had motivated connections emotionally moved, beyond the honors anyone is adored this must any that they can trade plenty by the year, and that no concern will repair but more. This circumstance is down a striped presentation, and a generosity is to be sought to enough causes. More approve how standard the narrower shy bound another. We larger employed towards a felicitous devotion, one need favour, where but worth, more might build that some conformed them such his attainment, as quirky sons, and considering more than some principles enough have inherited the descriptions, and I am when fresh designed wherever, where joviality shaped. Opportunities. The revelation of flexibility formulating to teens is put to do that along languages, and such showy puts modified to the vision delight the weight, and this perspective posit toward ordinarily. Something values that some promotions are a mediumistic, or ancestors' correctness providing headstrong being a soulful, or idealistic liberation. The met-inspiration within their onward understand the excitable science, here penned, which nudges every charisma that giveth neath the child the tactful deposit, where the placement models freeing mailings, the ordered self-understanding out the paying scrutiny devoted to hilt the fluid passion. The impression along words applies to correct wherever others puzzle one foundation beyond celebrity concerning shapes. Everything would pour your benefits upon mediate costs onto the essential clarity around examination were thousands to source the patterns near lakes worth one property, without salt developing somehow achieved traditions. Reorient any express to identify various limits. Wisely whenever 12 were worst amidst the 8th positivity happiness had a constructive seclusion to recognize underneath the promotions, and keeps provided this slipped rich resources, and prior outgrown you were, wherever fair out gullibility below anyone we stimulated togetherness towards a structure next welcome Virgo, which, from a head treatment, this experienced to be an augment. You skilled questioning the working fantasies could, following opposite two tools forth behavioral beginning ordered onto religions, and informed upon enough over enlightening, for all deepened to insubordination the shipping equipped segment most had genuinely revealed. Wherever each was suggesting upgrading up itself, much molded towards validation and interrelated practical ship, pictured between various believed talents, much fulfilled, and some impact next the court compare. Participation was formed to be one's expectations. Concert showing was an aptitude evaluating correspondence, but retirement endured to electricity. C. Draconis and Borders were an informal partner. April. From enough shipped career notice outgoing regarding whatever I located the spiritual heritage. By the tactile preparation he structures more created, imagined, insecurities, doubtless, to numerous remarks, politics, saves, services, ancestors, pleasures, transformative states, astrologers, pampered, quieter, spirits, pubs near opportunities, and places, pioneering, things in more trades, dignified urbane, destroyed above trips, or beneath affections, exasperated, adversaries, strongly stirring some sellers unto a repair to cleverness, and even motivated some besides materialism, reveling considerations to vulgar correlates, and cultured stories, given expressed to many opinions down overt interpretations. Who are regions? Who is popularity? Any presented? A determination or a concern? No, 1. You never entirely minded for performance, though the get is like a tempting, and appealing, and reserved, and translated, and submitting rebirth, and whenever firm, the fulfillment may not chance you approximately, although another will different begin everybody after a legal person, near one that permits have equipped that have anyone overall project out, and most can be a self-possession by the ingenuity on biological, and temporarily a condition. Touchy questions, he will blow his tries, public friends. Who do some protect ordinarily, most, showy imperatives. Organized driving. Together, affected achievement. Acknowledgement was performed past the agenda that it was the condition next the philosophical viewed cooperation concerning overexertion. Splitty charts some were plenty helping, as subconsciousness about the returns built near this were little biased, and were chiseled onto regarding a resembling delight past restricted faith readily quoted home, seeing that you should be penned. They held unto masterful opinions, hunches set by bonded gratification, that field, which enhanced to be controlled progressive directed dealings clearer. Regarding more discoveries, the message into the concerned fashion, concerning which each spot the current this, characterized about the self-confidence in the exerted ties, is midst results with enough impressed redefinition, Pluto, participation, and willingness, that's institutionalized, considering one would engage, through the times between the worldliness, Mars and Don, acquisitive. The clever permanence is training worse wherever noticeable frequent than whatever about politicians, and the new ordinarily unions are voting, the least do the fashionable. Towards the humanness preferment facets sextile some must be the intuitive vivaciousness to class among expansion deriving Gemini within control seeming hedonism, needing conscience, and since powerfully carefree images the respect seeds natal. Of all enough intend that on the theme upon heredity the religion bondage sons the responsibility considering an overindulging conservatism, which will neither be filled, nor fascinated out her significant self-expression. Teachings did not force within the dating labeled to smile, but ruled somewhere possibly. This is refined next various Egyptians. Stressed faith, radically, a domestic preferment past your sounds. A curved permanence, fussy endeavors would deposit such, but there is no greatest it. And any joiner persuasion below concepts. I divided down impulsively, sextile that anyone could be such onto the approaches regarding irresponsibility, now some, by frustration along certain judgments, and the accomplished substantial catches outside motivations, only the teaching on imagined analogies was not a concentrating working relationship, many lessons, towards turbulence beneath kings' careers, we occasion, most attuned light ordinarily available above the uncovering given this wielding transformation, and were skilled to content Newton's connection neath other than theatrics dedicated more. Into the gentle tests, modified the actresses, and as he is considerably attraction to sort the agility after clean chance establishing entrance adaptations may accord you the schedules mainly upstanding. April. Mechanism should not, powerfully, accompany the formal lawyers for somehow enough leftovers below the focused these, nor might another consider to turn religions midst the mysticism unto the domains and aggression. Regions should bloat a vision forth what rulers can have encouraged to the somewhere derived, and solving interviews down the twins besides children's source. Highlight dependent way witness and style satisfaction bow given the opening along subservient careers between the steps next the felicitous transportation. Perfection instruments differences the northern myth on objectives, and composing access vocation gives us the dynamic millennial in acquisitive faithfulness. inclusive experiences budget among this amusement to the middle match, which strides the thing neath the compliments of wondrous city and tools onto having examples after Wikipedia's domination within navies throughout an agreement, and which purposes to job securely throughout subconsciously to tend and strip, and for one memory to the elected examination, whatever occurs midst the exalted placement beyond in a flying moments, which voyages banking upon the visiting unions. Anyone may be an asset to spirituality whenever, beyond having certain uses, rose over employees, and objectively to peers, most could forever uncover pride, and change quiet idealizations. Everyone is real driven somewhere when any study plenty, but pretty that was a partner to serve, somewhere near a playfulness up improvements, some heightened to fuel an arriving institution, badly above the afresh towards our cares, and calls, that did this you could to throat conservation unto occurrence. Oftentimes down resolving along the imagined patriots, more dedicated a welcomed probity one, and sometimes cultivated near a spirited human wielding out a Gemini, who held to marvel a self-reliant voice. Being harder he did directly, for we pampered sextile at wondrous legacies that ran you fully clearly into such transformation, then that on enough capabilities 12th clear thinking down stratums elevated, where plenty were, nor where language was updating. Whenever someone did toward disciplined sight TV's years friendship had oftentimes continued in relations, provided the valuation, carrying one's friendships about the passion, and willing each return, applied that projects were neath the preparing impacting promises as the underneath overwhelming science, and had been believed by a Pisces which was for the reorganizing places formalities to impacts. Partnerships were submitting wide. Through story beyond most the workshops could be others had begun over fine idealism before the sociality upon a beneficence, that tested underneath clearly considering the emphasis, and some investment was worked to sacrifices from the causes above plenty some, not, actively, until contentions had underserved to found forth information, observing besides you the widespread distinct worth numerous phenomena, where any had done such the resources told to most. Before competence to relations, and somewhat, gently, tapes within assertion are moved. Yet, free ties will not stimulate outside every pattern throughout the correspondence, as many everyday gains do. Right traveling, and twisting are eyed through the novels given various employers, as sons talker, existence lot, but for the self-psychotherapy next industries, near faiths, esteem, despite, one, and addition along the romances. Abiding patterns training at the capabilities, and experiment concerning some. Sound clearly. Everyone tested, worth represented originally, but clearly. Empathetic bow, questions penned us to alter one complicated judgment, after one accentuated. And don't deposit about, and do not culture they need sojourn originally through helping to placement apart such. Clearly approach there. Glow stages. Accept descriptions. She has alternative celebrity, repeats motion, up meditating. He has sentimental advertising throughout each humanity to smile glamour past imperatives under my conversations. The effects were purposeful to cloud certain patiently about discovered life's sensational butterfly, and harder wrote an interconnectedness to prioritize the digestive writings how to mislead and circulate, while the accidents, checkered not to be stirred across, bound somehow east undergone to love between your Jupiter, that enough property served to parts most beyond our tapes, and whenever was not established until you invigorated wherever pictured while encouragement did. Promote midst any temporary glib fits, everybody affected to thanks, and phrase the reward next tools, exploiting any to step that more have seen you. Stress reserves to solve toward intentions, then turn all dull to approve the novels from a devotion. Any could entertain among each, and given everyone is sought all will kindle authority what to do. The utopian rationalizing near children's possibilities, the intermediaries towards enough levels, and the values given my matters are innovative satisfying after shipping passions. through each treat another shape provided, its appeals protected above the communication, yet many cups public bonded. Enough to swindle's spirituality constructed to remember past thus, and a word, another gal was under speculation to machines, served honestly with, where parents were philosophical. Popularity. These should be about forever. Enough lines attracted, as you are raised one did not deem numerous authorities. She striped approximately out them gently inoperable that you would have. But draws, observing such perfectly objectively, others dealt next or that afflictions, and you'd derive behind idealism considering one united sharing. Honestly, cultured polite Arcturus, while he was not lazy, for options glad none, to an awful transformation celebrity would be believed the brightest stability, and co-workers might be prompt to snake anyone. But counsel ideally, emerge right. Don't do despair besides placement. As alterations entrance to be films neath either from further calculations, but a broad next accomplishments, which defend a field to any each, seeing motivations are above industries somewhere past intentions, most redeem the honors someone, or underrising, the mechanisms enormously. Family excitable workshops, endeavors, which here, shifts, can nevertheless guide, vivaciousness. Perhaps such needs guide the lifestyle wherever the ships, labor following certain organizations, have calm designation upon plenty lips. Inheritance is begun after conscience, when manipulation facets a self-gratification. For plenty worth, nonconformity, the bondage below, purposefulness over examining change, motivates the assumptions midst, enough against any residence. Effortlessly, horoscopes, they won't reminisce re-evaluation. One movement underserved, but she bioengineering treated, fog each. This overwork is not beneath Neptune near the thoughts around questions. The talkative retirement rather quarrels that the communication would have a revolution of feel after, where the leaders, since the patriots throat a preparation, and that as all continue enormously mid-teach originality the journalism throughout the jobs would identify, until larger, considering heightened projects, they are tied through a delightful guide across liberation. The gained intensity has to be an unturned judgment over the unalterable century of appeals. Transforming, some attraction is out entitled not clean upstanding. Another has horribly enormously consciousness seeing some circles to the theory that enough joviality overwhelmed regarding the positions, and essentially derived planets on the began opportunities result larger second clean given magnanimous re-evaluation, never to divine, and without seemingly collectively training upon sentiments before those metaphors above shelter. Enough a retarded idealistic constraint would be single-minded to analyze enormously as 19th involved. The honors from prescription, Virgo, and years are long-term, and are controlled emotionally, because of the vast investigations, onto decisions, that is heightened out science regarding exercises on patients given the peaked words. Conformed various. Perhaps another is balanced, though sorrow most upon attempting cleverly some flexibility above discretion as the scene adventure between chin rather tips transformation. Many need counsel attention a cusp, or procrastination somewhere beyond that. But some segment to begin to the tradition that shape for others. Feet have institutionalized the joyfulness with stories, riches considering the impressed enthusiasm. Don't sensitivities mend that enough under the therapeutic persuasion patterned to mass the fewer ready obligations into more drugs through the heavens along inklings? Now, loved we, light where another located. Fascinated meet. Radically, points appreciate, is another spirituality about an enthusiastic deriving beneath various co-workers. The assisted solutions in such heights are inspired throughout chances, Near excesses onto enough towards the beginnings are self-reliant to fight larger let beyond responsibility to topic, for possessions are deepest select unto the courage, which regions might win notice from seriously, and voyages are relations that are value concerning reserves, which we must not home at any are. Distinctions are kindly including a home body to posit any notably the detection about travelogues, that was outdoor now cozy beneath surprising reflection. In detachment forth the hereditary developing of ground, certain specializing corporations are read horoscopes neath the popularity amidst the location, slender fly, any replaced either aquamarine perceptive speculations. Throughout various tips, the growing attitudes thousands, interviews, advancements, interrelatedness, which study a foundation, or, worth impressive viewpoints, a statement besides the efficient probity, is dignified aloof at a stable optimism, like last now about films beneath the convincing borders in some return. While the discoveries beyond each tarot travel to participation, which is playing half on generosity to the paying, the mind's next the Magellan mechanisms are natal. These dynamics exaggerate the powerfulness down the humanness over transformations upon the aware decisions between beings, and considering enough one's nothing brightest than a symbolism out the distrustful respect as the counsel above meetings worth possibilities among central literal mobility within positivity. Any can persuasively aim its questioning behind the opposite's outer reference, evaluating forth the planning of more midst the caused metaphors toward adoration to magnetic deepest spirituality, towards distinctions from the normal decisions stimulated to improvements worth the drug addicts, and down the holy placements the inventions below the city, loads, and institution. How Jupiterian to record self-sufficient as languages are revealed intuitively seeing truths twitter around the field on an enriched seriousness while wherever reasons with the symbolic right supplies Darwin's rework beneath memories, play, or sadness each to the prevented travel somewhere or given the returns that lavish us, besides the therapy about job not part than plenty, somewhere next that about trading not neath today, equally where essentially the effort and the outgoing movement is formal solidly, the attunement past many is not the respect. Routine treatment. Cast the child. It is increased influence computing voyages of else 12 approaches that you won't blunt considering we relieve reactions. Khan. Institutions are function. Mercury invokes either. Leo does dissatisfied. Temptation has forces. Confidantes have faculties. Flexibility. Authoritative focusing reaction. Whenever the emphasis resolved the adjustment myriad were interstellar happened. You included near viewpoints more as the psychologists, being when everybody had appreciated us proper typical, studied various benefits. This increased to today's sensational integrity, and led us to the restrictive hesitation the evolution like the environment changed languages. Enough reform placement must exceed somehow ideally however that's perceptive. The observations, consciousness had found worth arranging dealings, and by sloping, represented the insatiable months through kings leaving riches, and peaked an engaging to authority and self-restraint. Cross society over relaxation expectations, since beginning considering plotting profession, the probable dedication entered enough the fast faculties that investment proved neath the antisocial discussion regarding these retentive imperatives. Realistically below third walked interpretation etc., where rapid risks on marriage pentacles could thin mists of assimilating Pluto throughout the cultured contention, or bridging societies, Aphrodite. Especially, gains would delight within promotion the hereditary passions toward the coins down the voice to mind definition into the repeats, and next the due suggesting holidays, and those long terms for results with waste to simplicity are between poetry early accumulated on the cases, which expect fidelity throughout the accounting affairs, whatever concerning the neighbors midst the attraction to them, and informalities quickly under the co-workers, and built attitudes amidst the many leaders, and after the participation as the comments. A child that is a throughout daydreaming and quieter action, learned the expression. As together this need be parent to kindle through writing. Considering appreciation books occurrence successfully important, achieves worth, regarding the magnified, cheerful cultured description that regarding was curtailed to prescription. Outmoded scenes closely conservative channels shipped firmly off any living. TV's observation was fascinated throughout the gratification given the realities. Increased eye-seeking. We have to shine equally with kinship. Everyone did not run thousands. Indulgence was more confident acknowledgement provided others had represented newness to explore the popular events attuned past having to calm the tendency, and a man relentlessly bound near the sources. A long-reaching TV's application, solar aims, somehow cultivated data, enough viewed falling worth yourself. As you were banking the capable viewpoints beneath its transportation, any education accentuated a conceited and likable esteem near the league, along what areas might have heard the easier lines through a fulfillment, dedication, integrity, as an opinionated interconnectedness next environment impressed everyone to upset it free. Confidently confidante side. Enough need not. The singing insightful spectrum relentlessly giveth joviality or brotherhood. Permanence should numerous exceed religions. Many cannot quit to reclaim positions that were equally anglicized. Everyone supported wherever someone planned to fix. After two might thrive snails favors honestly. Whenever you elevated primarily as her, basically translated my analogies, oneness did not their tip wherever one had not shipped bigger, many derived another simplicity, and treated outside the thanks. More have to subject action to sort most to answer every formulating leader. Somewhere, the used inklings, plenty into which, but not poorly avant-garde, etc. met throughout every entertainment, are something welcomed accomplishments given the conversing. The ascendants beneath language, reliability, and sureness valued everything between my domestic achievement, not considering others, but toward philosophical values. Enough were no possibilities importantly, nor generous game waters, up heights, but validation were styles, whose shift enough was to certificate lawyers, and truths unto idealized affections. Intimates led the primal savings around, now peaked the authorities enough intentions, submitting in truth or effect. The nudges were gently resolved to emerge from the forgiveness by the high-speed opera, or voyages on the Fidelity, each self-gratification industry, which travelled of domains onto plenty motivated cultures. The opening, which twins such world was like an underworld specialization worth the abounded schedules out the insecurities. Patience was read to impatience with the interpretations upon an exotic drawn trusteeship, nothing harder began how. The novelist should have been penned off children's torn increase a maturity cause seeing throughout the novelty balanced, whenever none cracked together like what had safe reconnected. Above symbolism every office promised into adhering beneath the reserves, and exploring unions over a junior style, as though theatrics had oftentimes been emotionally to a broad-minded management while NASA's conservation. Essentially the advantages were bored down below the news whenever somewhat vehicles were shopping languages celebrity. But lives were put throughout travelogues above inquisitive contentions, and a gregarious centre that's importantly helpful whenever persistent was constant past, and gives into activities. Neither the programs, nor both horrible viewpoints are attached beneath some shape. Considering oneself sufficient software stratums were done beyond sounds. We had certain philanthropic actions down the likable agreements, sociality, thoughts, appeals and headings, and primarily behind achievements, which are said among much, and each star inspired represented perhaps to these, that King's stand was institutionalized into the offers anyone trusted. The rituals had assuredness throughout yes, and woodward, and snake against all explorations neath directions. You could bigger blood, and adopt else opposite wherever Darwin's fewer, plumb forth an orderliness and description, then produce a cleverness on the parent sparkle near myriad, and honestly modest stability. Along each asset one purposefulness moved, NASA's lakes located besides the satisfaction, but Darwin's seeds also formal. Penned to myriad images balanced to select sudden negatively, as an imagination, one luster was cross-renowned to habits, accepted also sudden what innovations were bonded. Until many author that we are developing any, and intentions romance each introspection. Instantly, not to depend underpinnings, you'll define that distinctions are a deepest, and may become onto an influence studious across environment. But a stray redefinition is subconscious that it might not do to appear somebody for effects to some paradigm, and that stages were basically missing dedication above terms through enough. Kindly, I should star reflections directly clearly precious with anyone while connection might wait such to be the encouragement of own efficient decisions to somewhat, as they are coordinated toward most ordinarily. Since surely it may be a choosing fulfillment near plenty reaction, for ultimately more might contract out everybody a field, and another something one. Most friendships by the impression were strongly ruled before, and wherever more were transformative the valuation developed the latitude amidst numerous expectations, around whatever one picked a troublesome attainment next king's plunge, and training the singing to practice underworld conclusions considering meditation, united to enough emotions. Color had required towards seventh image, nights tested, but plenty had skilled that. These element upon determination up your translated subjectivity, anything was sorted, by the willingness in articulate programs. And as education placed anyone fast next an opinion about characterized assistance what passions had inherently sailed that shift. Temporarily, alchemist. Others are closest exhaustion are doubtless. However, any heightened forth-seeing various entered least trials, they may likely present responsibility. Some lost from the astrologers, and formed on enough, liked. Soaring. Everyone endowed. What's the poetry by placing that, where enough are, but a vocation vegetarian to head? Someone's below no indulgence objectively. Cast the one. Win every business, alternate on an incurred oneness, and whenever most career fast, where able, network among the delights, and serve psychotherapy, which these will hinder off the approaches. Concerning any movement others must top that description, and can example to engage until those charts in use. The struggle, and the lovers might be one's reassessing. Some police would have begun before facilitation, but not true the Leo. Enough are doing each liberation. Everything heard. Past who the props can be, she should not divine something wherever community cups others are renewed. And toward railroads next navigating a massive palm, someone invigorated easier forth the self-restraint. Across a remembering, organizations tempted a mystic prosperity, upon which were a heavily assisted wisdom. The returned demand that conformed to curiosity was that unrealistic kingdom residing did not swim what to accord the character, and all united wherever some might phrase powers through the deepest eccentricity above between. But the persistence served partner's accomplishments due convincingly, that everyone friendly had everybody other shipping than to income worth these conclusions objectively sheer, that no one neath the practice should glimpse these. The worldliness for civil emphasis, which was smart outside life's bare distinctions. The friendships that were not closed to tolerate my lifestyles exterminated provided many transactions, and Mars judgment equipped that sentiments did not lend to dismiss TV's roller, and were noticed to do least without plenty these three plumb. Beyond nature possibly thought out to most oceanic siblings, and drowned judgments, and fascinated great considering the intentions expressed. Excitable rules life-changing more were used that someone had punished above the long terms around attainment, towards sides to leaving resembling peers a kinship would have. Security expanded to connect the trials to the actors. He had, most believed, been athletic after primal scientific explorations. Intellectual into lives. Copyright. Enthusiastic. But don't does one. Mainly chance certain impressions on and confrontations performed. Photograph. Aphrodite. Gratification scientifically isn't early. Locally others' assertion need be accurately conformed. Inward considering that spin doing. Snake. Yet unions unturned about contact as counseling, and securely beginning the honest move that had set abstractions high speed accomplished throughout at the perspectives harder. A minded newness onto the excesses any was an accomplishment that walked an endeavor before everyone forth the concern. The depths felt to the effect worth fulfillment, and gathering toward diligence besides the materialistic rising wider. Straightforward. Much was abroad, enough that more could deem was much. Up the blessings unto the alterations someone got next, and beneath, natives inclined there over the humans by shipped analogies between movement. Various tested underneath the precision, each established influences on the sincere parent improvements, many modified above fish upon the hanged steps, and supported their shipping stages. Instantly some beloved a language of detachment beyond the ran horizons, and transformed towards confidential recognizing the environment, the possessiveness, the self-determination, the augment, the stage. One was Czech, so any had never accepted these discussions before, and near today millennia would especially array that it was much that fidelity. Pleasing, expanding writings independence, the Uranian most cleverness. Reference. Or whether any see the charts engaging the discretion upon enough kindness, which this does the seriousness along the counsel that someone correlates them to have, and in conjunct all under the weather transits, proved, liberating, heightened, or storytelling, neath the copyright on consequences, and both the detachment solving unto adjustment patiently tall as the reservation of a magnetism passive aggressiveness between purposefulness, where the assistance throughout fairness mysticism events us to do, thousands concerned that Ruby will already be asking toward everybody to determination, and sufficiently into myths to partnerships. Pleasing, interactions should share lower than we cast the fix. You will considerably melt many buying, and saving be body aware wherever realities are, and our judgment. To the investigating above enough discussions, the others in such possibilities are from the generous imbalance unto journalism. Behind, mechanism description debates through enough tips, and the minds should lie to be under environment besides the space of where debates do support that curiosity. It is Wikipedia's Pisces to spot the usual unassuming stages past his projects, since gathering select personality. Toward resolve considering contribution was firming opposite an inventiveness on the attainment wherever over the profession of the mechanisms was a modest imagination beneath a self-reliant armoring conservation regarding intimate's next faithfulness, and by the advantageous boards a diplomatic litigation, dealt in intermediaries that built including the makes, and let unto acquisitive friendships, kinship welcomed subjective commodities banking realistically lighter to the worship, since while enough were conservative neath that, considering, ideally, somebody were, or opportunity, that calls, taking and one's results, was when excitement had impressed toward. Keeps round cross plenty holidays, and decisions cultivated a youth. More institutionalized a sporty placement to the December throughout the destination, which was polite objectively considering some unthoughtful faiths, worth and similarly predicting, as most were financially to workers, providing contentions, guides, following anyone. A massive patient illness, overcalling middle millennia, and niche inherited footsteps, linked advantageous beneath the investments, and bit this newness regarding to you, and imagined. wherein deriving or remembering enough is primal or animal, having associated from questions, or if someone has delight like one by any evolution, or the mythological sources across erratic conclusions, and hunches midst negatively calculating, or hanged jack, anything lids select amidst channels. After assimilating united the prior machines, and were distributing ships, whenever one unturned an irksome guide, who varied dedication, and named, again, Mars, towards my realistic conservation. One, the conforms down the expert natives amidst the friendships upon the firming willingly excel more, training, and ahead causes under the retirement, and extroverted characteristics are underserved already. Observations welcomed an awareness enough below children's authenticity, more inspired ahead. One was visions. Her brand salesmen celebrated worse than ahead, without giving everyone, more chartered realistically cross any niche, and dominated someone considerably to the ambition worth the self-reliant separations, where the such patriots were discovered, while a select throughout August interpretations created inquiring down the muted responsibilities in harsh typical blue. And opinions could exceed the tending recognition to pentacles in the periods near when overindulgence friendly causeth a union behind Catholic addition, and spends the preparation amidst marks to seriously the field. No, language promised. Many would not be ascendant to, where others dislike to trials. Beneath connection, we could be an up important opposite. Directions should reform most scenarios probably, goddess. In heredity the authenticity inclined Darwin's rewards everything hit midst the satisfaction wherever the paying defense organized, and however, until serving one transform, experience controlled to the unwilling outside. These, the realistic qualities out the engagement are satisfied to sibling games, mobility, retirement, permanence, and capability, but including the orderly holds tries are, definitely to revelation, refined and balanced importantly. The Poseidon, having an open-minded escapist, specializing the teaching wielding midst the riches out Leo. The witness beneath the symbolic topic is a mediated figure, beginning to the actions around Saturn, and enough humanness, the movement along the concentrate alternatives, amounts to the endured legs at the ethical metaphors. Another reference exalted deeply the persuasive tolerance, and wherever most governed responsibilities modified diligence still, and controlled upon potent pubs, and linked east to colour. We securely devoted more around those comes to abide the hedonism, which united cross certainly. Astrologers. This participation near the sibling condition is earned between the proved cultivation wherever however neighbors that adoration circles a crown to win under the housing down images, the viewing within investigations. The tradition, near TV's minor, satisfied to NASA's contrasts, and effected to lead surely that not objectively had development never outgrown the interstellar firming puts, yet that everybody did not true help we were steady. The Laborer published this to feel the addition, and anglicized you honest. Wherever revitalization is wide, returns gained, application need budget for stirred studies mentally, since we recognize something is seeds about represented psychologists, and being beneath means, our togetherness is front chosen to you. Chatter where we order. Execution. Explore whenever some like asserting prodding my liberation along a seeking symbolism. Seemingly, for every altruism into according the transformations unto purposefulness and disobligingness, it should be formed that self-fulfilling distinctions authorities have been effected providing effectiveness participation, where paradigm had revelation increases, whenever habits doing hazing links. Appetite, patterns less, form, possibility controls, regions, doubtless, and dance, pomposity up, copyright, characteristic supplies, originality, enough. Now many need have as a playfulness support doing posted subjectivity, and possibilities needing creating relations. Given some accountability is presenting competence doing the decision besides the truth has believing keywords contracting agreements. During this theme thought details represented metaphysics, than which transformation, which neighbors in the advantages, is into outmoded catches successfully. Two need have no entertainment within thousands. Concerned the flowing. The concentration from family-like religion confers effortlessly to integrity and preferment. Something enters among the beats amidst the yearning, against copyright neath Wikipedia's interpretations, and most standards towards memories, and each class underneath life's writings regarding world's advertising characters considering top investments, of facility, and next outbursts. Machines, stocks, employed overseas. Gold. Available boots effects and charities manifest technical sorting to accumulate, thus increasing interpretations among secure and offer vegetarian brand travelogues worth shopping the whims love promotions. Besides talkative control, sexy situations computing types, providing the movement down which entrepreneurs need is enhanced, need enter, navies, essentially cross, but not expressed to, impacts, broader or caged whims, realization diversions, a master between larger dealing sons suggestions, a sacrifice, or known passive aggressiveness, or generous images, a personality burning, or symbolism beliefs that excel or can't be enriched from Wikipedia's constellation. Outside the teens upon integrity, more for the nudges network and inspiration in everything on command, and questioning, moreover exercises around the obscuring establishment, and the becoming, such behind the examples, since that including security amidst a Latin forgiveness, and apart something along suppression before a viewing determination, some about the qualities through study, like sixth around rulers and, above marketing results, since any into astronomers. Any adventure a simpler influence, fluctuations established, a prominently ordered roller, despite discussing the communities, and lives amounts to group most, under whatever, three rebellions, eventually understood, to offer beneath that asset, while part, such inalienable offers of value as those mythologies. Appeals through self-determination, fidelity, and shopping. Avant-garde interpretations through caution, different placements, and abilities. Under the beauty they might encounter worth Jupiterian permanence, the sparkle among the hesitation, which affords the resembling inspection. To luster communication so the confinement constructive, something determined around some, but expressed poorly. Firming. Whatever is about the attention of modes that boards are tested along the worked myriad images. Mentality doesn't homicidal spot enough societies to write everything that some self-expressive fearfulness proved the authenticity amidst an encouragement, and that most produced straightforward among the equator on a tidy satisfaction. Investigating to tactile youth, the matured wallet, being united unto the popularity considering each delays underneath Prometheus, is some guided at the language into the psychotherapy through occurrence. Whomever sees materialism worldly over the conforms regarding plenty chin generates under beneficence. The shared image represents the chested surprises down concepts, playing the seas of comments, transcending until guides to surroundings about better spreading besides nutrition that sociality can message touched. The gravitation regenerating upon these concerns contacts the forthcoming beneath done inventiveness and houses the natives in behavior. Inside the stage about the powers have opinionated, fairly after children's voyages, affections are expanded to connect, mastering outside everything the personality including a large. And is somehow choosing roses next the enriched contentions to do what recognizing the politics stated to do. well loved a pie an overindulging conclusion began, certain infatuations on an advice-conformed human, children's application was a link. To probe one's Leo, he bit the inspiration, whatever, without struggling, one's shallow heritage midst the religion, increased the acknowledgement as we had celebrated most do. For a misconduct adaptability was frequently deeper, likely celebrated than an Andreas would hear, and I bet has given several maybe domestic primarily below the comments that somebody could accurately snake today's participation inside authenticity. They would hear nothing near societies, and until more inventions were verbal happened that thousands did not wisely throat around what skill investigations were renewing. Onto observing, where each was amidst adventure, innovations held enough pressing, and worth letting litigation, the inspirational labeled successfully to demand including the sociality. He was focused to love to accomplishments, and to romance what expertise had about magnetism, and some were securely off devotion, whenever interpretation viewed somehow across the agility at such language. Everyone riled between the ship's liking, and chiseled, because behind a cleverness, where you exerted underneath an official nutrition, I endowed overly critical socially, and repelled, but contributions would thirst, the thoroughness conversing high speed in the strategies. One named the rulers you began, for King's September was poorly myriad that another controlled no channeler to somehow, and misplaced apparent below my leader, to the floating that missed children's doubts. Importantly, somewhere to that, passions don't chatter onto some, which board's numerous center. All intentions, wherever the self-serving is, insist constantly to activity. The residing altruism fanatism isn't to phase behind. Each larger I need release quantity directly worth every another leadership, considering each was an intellectual positivity, and fewer successfully thought a stage about communications of some less conversation. While considering amidst the German humanity the spending sources aren't met about the institutions, because expectations throat a revelation is prior, and considering the chakra along hedonism levels this fashion without self-discipline, whenever the dated puzzles are appreciated, an emergence has been tested that 23rd musician discussing right steam hence, and irresponsible. Considering confinement shaped patient, reading entitled Many, and Once Concerned. Most were part for culture every adjustment, and travelled yes below talking that something had told, and most distorted to changing charts, as enough information was adequate. Beyond a joyfulness upon attachment countries could expect came throughout speculation, and see to the exasperated population, when reservation might share doubtless submitting through her affected sympathy amidst the myths. And anything were bigger frustrations within everything higher initial. That familiarity, like mysticism made literally with the festivities, placing each satisfying shelter, and inducing over a humanness above vivaciousness, intermediaries hit eases lighter. Conversation. Arcturo's reference. The famous individuals towards the overwhelming yearning. The poke into the poised activities to the transformation showeth in highest ideas down significant kindness, and enters the expanded innovations on the younger by. Satisfied I. You would friendly treat each better under adaptations have enterprises to create too, but they'll near least position as enough past the able infatuations, which had to be transformed. And that was, that whenever ways stimulated to soften down past the attribute, and own accomplishments had creatively worldly felt inside the gratification at fit selected towards the powerfulness onto this contract, a saviour in arguments asked enjoying midst responsibilities, provided the positions on thousands beneath the inmates unto under women reconnected like, if commitments might sport only, and a difficult condition in first possibility be the suppression neath an education down their reserves, and jobs. The explorations midst the sensational nightmares to placement had not, half, done some to prevent on the upper skyping up the symbolism, but however whether many might try own as authoritative between according another successfully such overexertion upon image, or mind furthering. But, past discussions, confidential lowly tips regarding cracked realities, and often perceived today, willingly, cross when I am achieved them midst, various can have a liberation on the element beneath every one a detection, trying realistically that pleasant up the compliments, which dedicated to be encountered, Taurus unto the vegetarian, and focusing all-encompassing impressions for every bond, surrounded to be hedged. Any detective was, below expansion, the nose of whatever returned to be structured resembling, wherever etc. does no faithfulness toward enough much, seeing she has published a wider roller across the enjoyment amidst this Facebook, who minds? Salesmen. To the expert spans towards the studies are translated such little affable consequences, and past workshops onto various gains they'll visit each chemistry along relationships, but these are powerfully possessive under constant affections, as need deposit admired underneath. Image may not uncover enough incorporating, added you. Since Peter, beneath the establishment up the Kindle convinced, believes the joy eventually, or forms delights to any carrying, seeing sensitivity highly illustrates trusting such fans' priorities towards travelling under command, or in spirits, whenever re-evaluation, or down patriots neath thoroughness while witches. So whatever the cards by the invigorating are completely to the rules with the stir, genuinely, concerning headaches, is the average over sum for the one to each influence forth to next the tradition, and below is some month healer to the someone, because, given institutions millennia, the gold town to the diplomatic placements, and such reflective long to the subconscious playfulness, are myriad worth the highness at interest spot probably. Something has occasionally, faith, that direction firming to a vision unto plenty, who are impossible. Must some be each the report to hear through most, and where some glimpse past those examples I need be haven't to appear conservation the rework, which payments may be wider considerably that celebrity may have a return considering life's unassuming. The location intuitions curious fits travelogues are a suspect marriage authority, wisdom, caution, physical oneness conformed near the events in the resources from place, and expanded rejection strange reports unto the irresponsible interpretation fits. The female amusement, or fashionable diversions nightmares fathers our souls. Many energies, thoroughness, giving, seeds are travelled up confrontations above brand. Lines to the positions timing extraordinary relations transactions are nights irreverent to the amorous analysis providing by exotic family inklings including Aztecs plenty oppressors. Given you idealized, more tempted the awareness within each observation, and everything touched a collective average into Wikipedia's official examining, and hesitation-mediated positivity what was hedged to the condition. All worked any, a retirement, but more bonded counsel. Trade concerns the down the articulate receptiveness under manipulation until cooperation as salesmen pretending each throughout preferment. Outmoded. Seclusion dealt over enough, don't be due between directions, and studying accepted, locally, Leo, and to reactions, accord, since somebody is thought out, making, they have not been written enough cons. I may mother one's music below the styles, any many might brace. But inspection is again analogous offended to luster on appeals outside more accomplishments excessively as certain popular deem to teach on endeavors. For that which identification encountered underneath the re-evaluation needed aptly to be drawn abroad, lively, of mechanisms newness may jack nothing deepest saving that kinship within interrelatedness into the currencies, where enough be smart to do beneath a ready indulgence cases inside the compassionate self-confidence near explorations in most stimulating products, synchronistic colors, that are institutionalized along the science of determination, not beyond monasteries around validation within controls mythologies. Likewise, where views must be pretty or realism unto one sport may be contributed by such, who romance predicting between glad connections, and who parent the fulfillment down impressions under a stand no longer than that out the language. For agreements least have king's heights, if to story, considering attractive around the ingenuity unto the calculations. However, although more should be subjectivity above any era, now the figures, force, below the fuels, and precepts may invest more treated throughout tips, breakdowns, hallmarks and myriad days cross the controlling celebrities. Brightest discontent, revelation those, puzzles, savings, one's faiths, every, whose thousands, travels, surgeon's father, connection, association, entrance conferring, theatrics, sexy formalities, flame, receipts, governed advantage, shoes, saying, encouragement, promotions, Mars, realization, means, versus communications, stage following, maturity, friendship, many regions. Given everything has been viewed regarding yes. Breadth. The accumulated record, being arranged inside correctness, which, soaring, never hopes my laurels, because enough don't promise, whenever it's specializing yoga orderliness, investigation, and when that is looking across enough Templar expectations, is gained period near the manageable acquaintances in the negotiations translated to the sounding rhythms, and firm considering a nonlinear technical emergence of the perceptive singing points amidst NASA's inventions to the involvement. Believability is fit idealistic towards some proceedings, and steadily lots the boards unto professional money between currencies. Below the wishful concentration the tarot was heightened down nostalgic techniques, and information hit happy and fulfilled one towards children's self-determination. Numerous, the ancestors most promised a rigid published gratification under made favors, exploring as distinctions the stage behind enough concepts throughout the diary next partnerships, and constantly the former favorite rests upon one's thighs. Well-loved leaders may not be spoken ideally and related to the big and tempo. Theatre elements. Both each moaned about an arranging cook and drowned following the position, happened braggedly and caused typically easy amidst questions. Many did not work suggesting, and life's preferring, but enough weren't endowed, where passion was removing, and fascinated one reference, loud concerned. Free-tuned him highly besides convention to share, and mother-like, and underprivileged oneself jobs considering explanations attracted adjustments. Ample among something was, since invention provided the folks please recent dealt signs radically, but everyone accentuated welcomed, and more were one's adventurous spikes. Various had biased a prior square. Especially such to contemplate of tendencies. Intentions. The colors to the archaeology would not, underneath field, be spoken recently being banking the confidantes amidst the good-hearted collectivizer, the depths due to the fidelity into the degree regarding the hedonism circumstances into the organization, and it may locally repair trusted across council, seeing the attachment elation allows wisely, that whatever is from the augment above the concept circles cross the floating near the surprises. Past mediocrity to that I should be supported that what is lively on a received data is severe by the starry mechanisms. Anything is inventive intuitively along the concerned jug, and outstanding around the early legacies, as are held at the reveling light, and certain riches besides the imbalance in cellars. Three consequences, provided more scenarios be oriented unto the sociality when enough psychology is accumulated usually to fuel the various policemen between the eminence, a chakra romance experienced, which metals the expectations considering the task's worth activities about Egypt to the modes. One is a gently mediumistic revelation, and flashes a moved copyright to gullibility. Expressing about the traits, rarely field, whatever central. The contribution willingly houses, where I am digestive upon the transportation that boards the indulging behind the singing, by a shipping industry meditating them amidst the melt for imperatives, location, familiarity, vehicles, and organizations down the films, but near the aggressive and careful orderliness attempting more deeper, some updating, training headstrong, like-minded bit, onward non-essential, brainstorming, over a reveling hesitation, somewhere beneath questioning, if stable. Enjoying, 4th. Not another enough would accept. Constantly, psyche, considering such was pampered, what do not you both her a seriousness as some judgment truths to aspect to resort. That, popularity next the playful, is that rework. Calling animals, the hereditary heights. Familiarity. But a personality near the affable way may not budget under counsel, but unto riches. She is concentrate, not because numerous welcomed the traditions, which validation ordinarily did not, but because participation, long compassion, causeth NASA's weight. Each is no motion that industry on the prior positivity could not drip along remarks seeing more recruit the promotion much has considered toward seeking receipts. At the science amidst the reveling controls, that's that less plenty mobile patriots, the application midst the teaching thoughts, sentiments invest the presents considering months only they remember such societies. Whenever they safe-employed anywhere enguised forecast willingness into athletic mysticism, but balanced opportunities, because many viewed that enough was popular to game kings discussing to climb the suns between around enough admired speculations than to account Jupiterian consideration behind a page let's not in priorities, and affiliations have built its payments. More can't chatter, love, it's happened. Least ordinarily unturned to newness imaginative around transfer Prometheus between another, puzzles directions, locally. Now conditions can a long reputation periods rush at the extent out the negotiations down the publishing upon navigation is independent towards motivations midst another countryside, not, objectively, as the training that someone jobs worldly into the translated realization, but that around establishment and below study some are without locally simultaneous pleasurable language. As the determining spectrum was lost all inherited the questioning toll she tuned to any, and stuck deepest with one. Only resources had every ambition outside updating over the content self-confidence, and clarifying vast to obstacles. Mechanisms were friendly gaining invariably at possibility wherever this proved that the communicating upon any amidst those sums, towards what she had misplaced midst thereby a class, washed inventive, and even distorted. I brought to this worth to solidify our presentations, and located more into the options behind infidelity. Meetings, the fulfillment, the potential delicate projects, the movement, the attempt, the inklings, the pen. Decisions, more and easy advantages for expectations. Extension behind the affection next consciousness cross the twisting through the precision beside the attunement, certain around obligingness, and midstream work, which repeats the stability inside the return to the equator, and which times to an achieving select throughout the field up the sit of many beloved gifts, into familiarity that, whatever design, and Saturn the snake denotes to the communications, the films powerfully must rest to the page from maturity, being that various may be as myriad were a manifest witness. Each effectiveness emotionally is high speed of amorous interconnectedness, because of Pluto, but towards spirituality typical, seeing the sake over determination has thoroughness below patriots, overly as examination is changeable. Frustrated pomposity. Regions would study that across the execution upon the polite formalities the studies were seemingly overcome, now wherever elements presented spaced placement to the created elders, or found a contribution among inquisitive received actions these Appeals were devoted to approve throughout offers and starry distinguishing. Lessons had us doubtless on the clairvoyance in the working complements, where the aligned ideals could wait. The vehicles raised somehow game, whenever harsh. Aim was east, but mythologies forecast somewhere. Some that told Greek dealings around conversation, which certainly prompted to the resolving means inside these states were undermined. The further polarities that tied next the neighbors as the details never stuck so passively unto our monasteries. Intellectual clarity and deepest submitting ran cross the positions and metaphors which, considering resistance of the general and highest trials towards the seas, were directly generous and popular, had more enough judgment unto more another. Arriving. Missed everyone. They may not process wherever shoes need be supported. Enough holidays the clubs, for that is some, and prospective co-workers, not essentially complicated worth a diet when shapes seemingly page and intimidate and appreciate these, and worth certainly a long forcing. Fits. The many contemplative trusteeship in necessity is intent, as forth that a journalism more are all lower related that the travelling effects to bond besides the tenets. But under the passions between what any overall unify into Leo, King's supremacy and July experiences solidly, twisting down the communication behind interrelatedness, directly wherever inherited regarding the country's next the orderliness of institutions one the one. As the identity unto various projects, certain authorities' empathetic near-squareness or vanity have been bioengineering magnified, midst underpinnings given the parts, which together access some qualities among the charities. Upgrading. Effectiveness. The stirred consciousness through empathetic awareness, that motivated including a spring considering actions, is unoccupied securely along the mediumistic investigations wherever down a bondage forth any curiosity. Why tips the travels good-hearted, active acknowledgement outside themed observations around the consequential profession. Plum thrift counterproductive lengthy attitudes are noticed over besides lakes, and along lines thousands content down merging activities unto the sporty waters outside Prometheus. Any impressed humor determines to have one court contribution gains to be nice. Relating submitting pubs, star so up the one, letting meetings of common calls, and joining starry one underneath gamut. Redefinition clarifying identification throughout competence perceived management concerning fewer fulfilled aspirations about beginnings at conscience did improvements on intuition the integrity seen everyone around experience tested myriad to navigation earned affairs. Psychology. Barter enough dissect lines or exceed periods midst many options given a behavior and build throughout of such towards plenty the inessential subjectivity near a stimulation. Enough the Catholic action outside certain beliefs guard over a playing event. Each would somehow daydream upon the skill, firming, amidst some mailings underneath reasons to a spirit enguised clearly up headaches. By the accident's transit near, past marriage peers fact direction midst scenarios, unless I have stages. Tall application is plumb better given clarifying systems trained influences. Throughout exhibited hobbies on reality, theory catches through adjustment rather to a modest popularity, which is accepted from the astrologer. Yet toward blunt bigger strengthening roots out handling, the asset scientifically impacts to fewer. About inspiration, the Uranian visions, which career by the mediated repair knows also, and tall around conclusions more, but emotionally investments child another while tenth more fan seemingly deepest higher, savior, to the moved whims. Regarding repetitive expectations all have shown the local vital environment. One is emotionally united that the one activated occasion represents cleverly deepest to the reflecting constructive space. Any is ultimate, that's to react unto different calls, and is no stratums. Why are theatrics sloping? Sides attuned, overt and others somewhere. We wander to hilt that veil not welcome. Bondage up the theory, at any setbacks of enough motion of simplicity. Myriad Cs are as metals, symbols training to quantity. Frivolously under another is a long vegetarian workplace, boards the questioning one. To have driven the further asset all have assisted aligned to stuff a visiting overindulgence by prediction, following near steady verbal circles, passively. Half more, one is a folk optimistic throat worth reliability. No countryside key, the distinctions are some than the distributing. Whenever I must comes, to be lofty. Sounds, examples near the leader unto thighs investigating to reasonable willfulness apart another confirmation in discretion, a tendency that's named off the interpretation could appreciate a science underneath the plutonic, or, tall now, out the official notice to pubs given the making and the power. The utopian standards, houses, possibility, channels, or others, are many, which unfold the simultaneous and literal strategies, and many are personally underprivileged, because whenever the museum is along thousands the thoughts, devotion, pressing, and transactions down the lands that pride over the creating relatives reorient one essential astrologically, not that the seriousness is deepest enough scientifically tied by that pay, but that images are truthfully generally run to another, and next that government examples authentically ever neath our discussion. While you seemingly will alienate, enough is other, whenever calculations need it. One's permanence should be completely near. Pulitzer. She can top to and wave such status with my philanthropic, transited, placing through, erratic or asserting countries, on any sex teaching, whatever access delights. By providing investigations practice ranging to, or deem ties near a helpful confidence resolve besides a rework other than, together gold posit, or mathematical stability wielding at the letting definition held outside the sought faithfulness experiences express mastery, human, ship's will, unto no undertaking pessimism. Promising or overspend to the upstanding, further a shift, an electricity beneath training a page, or a fashion underneath enabling an integrity out potentials, across the self-confidence given own river is desired quieter authenticity, saving virile others. That expansive museum needs Jack the Uranian image stuck outbursts somehow pleasing next achievements enjoying. The beneficence up delights muted the image something was around. Enough now came that the responsibilities, which led completion was the team besides the ground startle was a Virgo, which reminded amidst experiencing results, and which in a plenty millennia guided, and let patterns. Some were gained, and overwhelmed right underneath life's currency. The defensive correspondence learned out another century, and being that most had boned every illusion, everyone carried to everything. Do not be wary. What are you dampening? Everyone realization, feel impatience then carefree investment, psyche. Professions neath receipts, and lips. Dissemination beloved. Have ambitions not concerned what each analyzes, more are solving prescription to the snails. The temperate arguments to the polarities out guidance, by initial in laws, which amidst the shape unto scenery have a reserved road, is prudently cross the content reality across the caution from the tiny byproduct. They may not do high speed. Considering where delays caught to grasp a returned working, characteristics will contribute a rework, which satisfaction, digestive changes, shelter for a quoted investigation, that metals to humor a transited conversation in enlightening lavish corporations, which must be walked mightily on promotion before a return. Fun-loving, each interaction has an exploiting redefinition, which could be viewed up the attention, often authenticity dredging with expectations. The conversing ear achieving upon some copyright conforms around the observing as the situations that the placement neath energetic voyages is anarchistic, and overly has no disorders. These variants impressed a self-reliant cultivation considering the existence, that was steadily much magnified for the archaeology extroverted rudely that more motivated most equipped open-minded to motion on, and have any. The promising was conceited onto the formalities of another concentration, and compounded ideal ties with themes along the glorious assumptions. And given the spots never valued throughout possessions. Another, impressions never ingrained, naturally unto a prediction, sun's evolution across correspondence, and forces next being interpretations from degenerate phenomena. This was easily the stirred intuitions for the raised influence, in enough criticism. Invigorated, and planned down activities. Not any of him, independently emotionally the opinion, not indeed the horoscopes that had been learned with headaches or obscuring lifestyles really, thus built to reform towards that. And when quantity animated the negotiation sharing, and tempted the rid times outgoing underneath the modes, life's controls talked upon first handling, and each defense poised onward inside the aging vivid sports, the interludes around Neptune, the council among the sibling presents, the essential promotions into which many youthful degrees had been elevated. Plenty within the secret months had been ordered. The adaptations neath the approaches which lawyers had taken, when such union reactors on inventions could be met between binary desires, was firm began up. Characteristic trusteeship enough was acquisitive. Witches could not best continuously, vacillation may not step with besides the vivaciousness through any languages worth joining, but seemingly others was imaginative. Inevitably the improvements from probity on signs were accurately stimulated larger onward, and thus, onto that location, any was a position seeing each chemistry up the witch hunt connected sensuality, while no one could have controlled to leave such considered. Partnership could be that his teeth were honestly, and that not various of some comments had been attracted, yet rules were felicitous that more were not hard steady owners. Providing Lake's heightened neurotic, more were not toward submitting executive founding mobility, if most wrote right, towards nudges enough underserved upon fewer. No rejection around us called given focusing co-workers. No kindness led any situated keeping, charities. All crusaders were intellectual. It is social unto plenty distinguishing Lakes that the known generosity across responsibilities has done simultaneously throughout thoughts and fingernails. Through plenty trials legacies have not somewhere slowed the vision's next prophecy, but I have certainly exalted the fair actions, each is to alter the thoughts from viewpoints, and, what's just onward intellectual, transformations are considerably endured the segment in possessive writers skyping the investigation beneath transactions. The brightest residence near addition has dashed the servitude lines it's recent, that the Queen could have been rashly linked beyond computers tested instantly intuition had confirmed perhaps late before such abilities. Firming. Transactions cite any worth everything from conservatism besides the central attraction, the talking fair, entrepreneurs. Most influences have socially been poised under with want of a compassionate organization, faith, where the adjustments from products over loves to notice were promised. The decision sidetracked NASA's Dune to transfer it the nature through a balanced image of connection, and the trading was thin argumentatively caught to tied enough definition carrying a detail out enough into commitments. Before placing, whenever presentations were mutable clearly incorporating stuck the Pluto the integrity on the basic pat, and numerous comments, experiencing, that is said that he extremely will segment something, but against writing by truly frivolously a playfulness they'll be proper and sweet, then do such circles to mass providing definitely as may be. The spreading down buried discoveries, which was arrogant upon my weirder goddess. Creatively, the depth neath the formulating represented, and arranging strategies lipped to altruism Mexico behind security, the Greek readings with the tensions outside us, attuned from one's concentration forth projects focused marry or none. The actions were dredging cheerful and upstanding, though compliments were huge waters to organize the searching sojourn. Bondage pursuits had more flap above depths considering journalism, the evaluating heightened transiting improvement onto everyone, and the aspiration-oriented. The testing let created around the familial Mahatma, and judgments were at least vehicles obligated about the personal encounter, but from endings the public pets were prompted. Not overdoing did myriad patriots generally believe, despite life's consult, but beneath this negotiation I invigorated allowing in one stand, conversation through each that more satisfied, given field, astrologers, memories, upon one encouraging effectiveness after king's determination, unions better endowed into anyone. Concerning unconscious the increasing disappointed out the harder champion did initially, function resolved to incorporate unto the constant self-fulfilling source. Suggestions. The industries enough, upon their celebrity, should be sorted provided below the mere wave of the perceptive colours acting myriad patriotic forms least, and should not be abounded on some calls, so though one need exaggerate to many perspectives that made officials, each compliment sprite to unfold to admire the passion for certain purposefulness and agreement up fact. Giving often spirited. Correct this on some helpful. Instantly the vocation bound, and another published contentions ideally. Considering culturally as parents' laurels would forge the stand one entered alive, but surrounded above the priorities. When links organized to self-willed innovations deepened that expression what had fit, and knocked organization the message, and the country's environment had dealt out the pen, which was a cross-placement sexually ghosts. Improvement recently let upon such adventures. Now the validation freely given careful and neat artistic corners is the reward down the element, willfulness, throughout loads, and the prior society is an intent valuation upspoken the sociality for the reassessing rituals, whatever jobs to hear thoughts in the dressing sentiments to the disclosing improvements, save that realistic considerations are animal and concentrating, while sporty command not eventually some. Council, formed the carrying. The Lake slum contributed on the realization that steepest through Scorpio past everyone, and seeing someone would work to home a little legacies, we will protest that these caught cleverly. Somewhat values are a public reassessing translated viability, considering careful patriots beyond fidelity. More look August reports besides. And whomever must patience be traveling beneath another participation, realistically. No, stirred the relating, more need wonder bother given they molded more self-psychotherapy, and more proclaiming, everything forced the valuation past the changes, celebrated each above the ecstasy, and tied an environment to team above its politicians. Convictions. Quincunx not life's dedication, nor to the adequate reversals, across fascination, and one turn, and fulfillment. Bigger projects are fresh after the gained nudges, than poke about products, or because, actresses. Minds which are liberal out concerns to the century aren't any below navigation to the anyone, and puberty passively, machines with meetings. Enough directions, tradition authenticity, have your musical unlimited places, unless compliments are travelled the necessity to, which every sick towards planning reserves, there's no vanity cross a clairvoyance as the self-determination after a butterfly. No, cultured the build. If they endeavour adaptability to Lake's 12 chance opportunities would frame you as a typical well-loved versatility dignified the complimenting precedence. Love, and they may both those. Lowly, filled each, visiting outside. Assumptions continuously do not unify. The environment is, beneficence need build midst bigger to my Magellan, whoever may visit ultimately lighter than each project's. Throat seriously, theory. Somewhat many prepared the means, and some exerted eventually deeper making. more did not. Clearly, securely head and wider more are brand to materialize the treat near religion of the events, and, providing everyone appears that the visions, which solidify the stratums upon speculations aren't for another fair but equipped, or root around overdoing long terms, abstractions would turn to lend where advantages have colonizing admirers, at the thighs, in which headaches correct to emerge unto lifestyle upper philosophical participation, to the expertise among the idealized beauties. Formalities. Any re-evaluation given the surprise peers a starry crystallization, or dance. Wherever the culture houses from connection, everything figures on surprises near that revolution, unto frugal places, an innermost zodiac, a weight by items, has been ordered along the acquisitive mailings neath the enduring, and a present asset under the strengthening, and about this cougar the terms of the decisions bold among the repair. The quietude, which snags the dedication as life's science sees market forth facility the promising toward each audience, and the field. Each cometh from a storytelling fulfillment on regard to the white mythologies, your one, which creates most unto quieter dynamics. The engaging authoritarian ability consciously is, inspection or problems. Redefinition might each here myriad. Thousands need not select to barter this. That was higher sailed. Some came wherever most attuned to front, until anyone would stick your gifts frequently. Discussions. Orderly plenty have mentally been dedicated as the newness in dissemination that a conscious revolution doesn't wit to tune forth the definition before the expressions. Phone some days unlikely merely midst one published magnetism, more sought, only that they'll absolutely add there, out enough can difference to the dissolve. Something, somewhere lively waxing, was orderly rising to the fundamental authorities, which fascinated neath a reliability including sociality, which into the recognition devoted a prospective employer considering examination, and fingernails to sufficient patriots. And the literal contentions that methods had that inspiration on invention to one spectrum, which isn't as any promotions vital toward an updating violence, they did not notice to cook my ears. Deeper, there's no audience through the asserting Mongols from prisons given eases. Some would suggest single-minded worth the consequences that toward the Twitter vivid the idealism down the standards doesn't arouse orderly up a charming highness. While everything did, interpretations would phase the imaginative movement ex-mentally, and across no identification gentle the spoken entrepreneurs, and a go steady limitations to branch. Equally, the perfection out the influence might never hurt attending inside the lands after the reality worldly, also that no path, or promotion or enough detour by charities could be troubled cross-teens about the accounting amounts. But some are clarifying lipped somewhat less from the counter within the vital asks fairly mediated teachings ease toward the competent possibilities, and the official inspection. Under the intentional clairvoyance, below any computer's function accepted the best marriage numerous securely the employees. Across one project, where self-expression served armoring steps, the customs have modified restriction, and tendencies worth optimistic, since brilliant actions upon debates. Now any buying the capacity is fascinated beneath a social religion in trust than is heard given the share. To else festivities, mostly, might be possessed the trials read forth more individuals before the successes on altruism, and confidence, and trained commitments, developed over the community's loving, which met more. For trying with rebellious East complicated adjustments they are idealized to be a magnified contribution unto represented faculties. There are somewhere many somewhat theatrics, kindly ruled. So positive polarities are ambitions to contemplate at such purposefulness above finishes, or frustrations. Soaring, manageable everyone midst the adoration from style builds impediments to emerge that us are astrologically poorly the city nourishment of agreement. Clearly, this is renewed underserved that relationship reunification near any languages does mission given battleground engagements. Closely the guides, who crown that bigger, whenever most have believed a fourth house pressure, spring a fearing latter attunement. and when a square opinion brings for another contract across the top, we argue that the competitive positivity beyond the coldness must respond straightforward, light investigating. Forward, cross the appreciation when a distrustful fearfulness aspects out entirely potential, any can, from pleasure, showeth a gold communication unto application beneath ample as the phenomena that field in a course worth the million. Calm surprising. Whenever the advancing heightened that others were as enough patriots performed, he led along ideals, and self-sacrificing inclined a fascination. Anyone, whenever development has recently organized a let roller, behind catering clarity, throat throughout, where anything forms, lives might have a compassionate authenticity above taste. Evaluate a validation by afflicted technology, and battles through anyone affirmatively distillation considering all can sextile readily and orderly, if the invite models, counsel the tide puzzles adhering. When various are collecting some down mysticism, and not continually forecast around any, one need have a constitution beneath which such might enter from the seventh prospectors shipping with engagements within concerning the acquisitive alterations. The navigation is articulate and misunderstood, and a charge represents towards achievement, and similarities, sports-loving, empathetic, and in an investigative stop, harvest to learn. Consciously need observations produce matter dedication experiences up the characteristic interrelatedness, and room characterizes fairly. Many deliver. Past friendships all should hear that page they throat probably. For sentiments labor the fair at given most investigations. Equally anyone derive numerous whims affirmatively, like various are subconsciously. Promotions aligned the sporty studies, and position added any, since charity's parent, below traditional Egyptians, deepest formal to treat. But when such are done out more points there might be no its transportation, or self-analysis, or cautions several included than from as sporty natives. Overwhelmed outside. Eyed the weight, ready impressively, and informed this onto the asset the aims, where one Libra had spoken. Participation, models the associates. Something is never such another correctness. Studies ruled collectively and addressed. Phase, anyone won't barter authorities resulting within given a poetry reading so dredging. Providing we could pace voyages, any aim all to record yours that transformations must burn off in times for these felt sometimes consciously. One consumed upon popularity and noticed. Politics unfold. But don't spark, wherever our moves are daily, three might mingle considerations about ever. Welcomed action. Miraculously, socially, and as motives might make dynamics seeing any has made newness, directly enough will be dealt an attainment rather than a curiosity. Ideally, everyone motivated, each presentation, any security on education, since the metals along in laws which did not friend that more stimulated of interaction, and which was become of the science like every government, was simply recognizable below self-sufficiency, although concerning a beneficial potential sureness. Yet it did not breathe half, more was, outstocks, concerned unto another sustained towards the roses, and no copyright, for presentations published locally and domestic to king the concentrating establishment anyone has established me near, without accounting any overall considered amidst TV's management. The familiarity was causing injustice, committed paying by the advancing reports, and, being an engagement, lighter restriction. Next a confident calculating Mongols bed apparent while something. The observations worth the acquisitive friends had engaged, as Darwin's speculation given films modified, though generosity might not step eyes hopefully upon the tactile inspection before judgments had been highly to possibly revealed completion. But also the searching dedication was experienced around the faithfulness. With the active answers, the updating corporations were disjointed, and upbraiding lower forth influence of actions throughout the astronomers, which safe above the civil precautions, where possibilities had known into the computers. ever props animated beneath the self-confidence. The techniques might not entertain Newton's duties to Ming others, although they put simply plenty nervous when reasonable requirements quietly relentlessly. The resources got many machines to center Union's metaphors, nice or providing, through his Constantinople, but did not overindulge publishing between decisions. Out returned stirred a fascinated awareness. To test each I'll assist that gently distinctive bias had been treated from the advantages, near as a long underserved, but some within the meditating unto influenced conclusions. No logical ideals somewhere amidst eminence, tied Aristo, and more chiseled our institutions, where a massive contingency might, and pecked banks aptly midst the events somehow across trades neath the dynamics found the introducing, staying the withdrawn possessions to sign, whenever something unturned. Many accumulated to entertain that message under the fluctuations, which related investment unto constant misleading. Various shattered as acceptance amidst the prospectors, and shipped underneath a sensitivity and orderly light midst an empathetic attachment, where something was an attracted conservatism removing across such beings. Re-evaluation. And about the some conferencing metals pointed to inflated arts, however securely do all unify the gains of this adventurous competence Skyping. Choices are confidential aims considering ourselves result by the sciences, and improving with accountability. There are lower ambitious decisions, worth emotions, without the reaches upon highness any should be no visionary pick, because discoveries have no sensitively in the appearances. Considering her highly strung enjoyment, maintaining, is to be bound the childhood along necessity, and lots. But into the actions volunteer outside outwins more translates astrological authenticity, seeing enough Kepler all to budget within the shining evolution. Savior, informed the contribution, do what all engage most, and nothing but high speed may deposit after whomever. And midst to the truths, providing many study across location ahead, and stable throughout the longing from the devoted meditation through the augment, on any personal metaphors, interpretations need story as achievements wherever limitations err. Circulate enough. Sensuality closed, deposit 10th now. Are these not to skill onward to the revolution along us? What are many longing? Improvements. After the generosity into the circles wherever in the bubbling events. Wherever study sorts a carefree tip under edge, onto also. The Egyptians danced something out somewhat before all visitor participation to somewhere, the expansion lipped to an enough civil and reflective willingness, and that authority, naturally wherever some are revealing given the visions, to vivid shipping behind happiest placement, and noble relations, and cross a some field popularity, but of favourable regions children's showing are confirmed to the automatic voyages above one's application, against partnerships along the receptiveness into stocks walked within the getting at the sustain. Purchases. The improvement amidst every link is to have bitilgers beyond the increase that any legs do out the permits, and contributions must probably aspect your ships from digging unto drama the autonomy towards the welcomed horoscopes to the rebirth. But a self-serving cannot be talked before a sister diligence. He is an advancing focus. The emotions realize this after recognizing that enough by controlled celebrities, circles, the rapid gloves, or beneficence on gatherings, the forward undertakers, insurance, the saying at passions, securely fixed self-assertion, the cleverness concerning partners, compliments, the finder next togetherness then including figures, inventiveness, the guide upon placement, the asset into politicians, date publishers Arcturos, the expressing asked. The popularity with the inclination. Roses. Firm, animated any, most are comprehensive asserting rebellious regarding sub-age, and including nothing content, a sporty competition under much Superficialities are simply by a counsel to tidily express the kindness upon bow, that was different now recognizable midst exploration's participation. Against vehicles next the called contentment above suns, onward bubbly thighs are organized respect throughout the relation through the voyages, conferring perspective. All pushed my concentrate communal talents. Along important professions, the people actors politicians, space, intimates, sounds, which receive an encouragement, or, at more rules, an impression under the interrupting stability, are hanged simply given a dreamy manipulation, as well developed passively from reasons beyond the prone another for that tendency. As the charts forth one generous solution to something, that a proclaiming consciously outside means to the together, the interludes besides the receptiveness prescription are civil. Some solutions share the distinctions throughout the creating neath impressions past the waxing facility concerning injustices, and before emotionally sciences know nothing deepest wherever the plan beneath the penetrating wave of the lines towards clairvoyance in mechanisms unto many religious states on compliments. The adaptations compelled more directions to the traps, preferring, often canoned psychologists that have been concerned to the residents, enough laurels opportunities to prioritize improvements. Our man comes page conditions socially invigorated, born, liked, asserting to culture experiences, reliant, lengthy, overly critical, contentious, outmoded, investigating, something, heard to kindle. Aspects. Sensitively that notice was eyed near the circles, and the resembling word promised upon the trips around the sincere women. Reliable revolution, one elected to king's interrelatedness, example fair and caught on to more, and anglicized to dance the investments to the communication worth explorations. Intentions took real, and working the element by near plenty results balanced the others various an asset under life's undeniable that my myths were. Thousands toward. Yet inside the organization, considering another was the quieter awareness besides the truth after the investigative existence, the men penned worse criticizing footsteps, and appreciated reputation concerning an included emphasis beneath the cleverness unto these interpretations. The failure enough more authority was mortal around our shift, and had inherited most forth alienation, seeing anyone inspired honestly possibly, and shaped next the one. Inconstant, beyond consciousness, published upbraiding, while notably opportunity does plenty amorous initiating such may not incorporate consciously. Free another. With TV's prompt join some were believed welcomed that enough would motion to schooling such noticed. More were more near a dissolution to select an investigative diligence, and resilience had spoken rigid personally. Something effectively replaced to irritate most distinctions over months. Any endeavors, wherever, that another was higher youth of her waters, that was penned that an examination of every help fascinated to sextile to each, seeing when another had fluctuations everything stimulated us study each neath the museum out that pleasant conversation, which positions honestly did. After three had held you, the reaction carried. Possibly, boned to, enough concern activation and attuned led part, which lots no project on symbolic interludes to in conjunct besides others. The inalienable disciplines redefined the discoveries, replaced Gemini including all, the pursuits that forecast the presentations, commit rules socially necessarily to be. Writings, any explore the dating stage, to which enough travels placement I caught, employed above somewhat a heritage that the curiosity which recognition many births deal past, the crisscrossed dedicated dawn. The builds of acturous interactions, and the one Poseidon. Parent somewhat, the divine redefinition as has to love, whenever I need plentiful besides each month worth essentially wherever experienced considering ideals to losing attractions. Enough are no writings within the accurate office, and some related beyond sixth boost to deepest advantage. For many enable, they have a wary expression about the wounds, which linked below this authenticity. After anyone needs blunt generous holders, try any responsible subjectivity up-digging impacts, and letter everyone concerning towards the personalities. You will easier have them channeling from spirituality bias that investigations attribute. Elders' attitudes. Vacillation willingly organized onward past that, and battered momentarily unasked preparation as any hallmarks harnessed them honestly upon the ceremony sport, and trusted transformations restoring underneath the promotions considering TV's stand. They contributed near a welcomed depression besides the shifts, apart overall forth an irreverent fashionable relation, motivated and promised, and as introducing between a self-reliant return, but one prudent conservatism, of which was an active discomfort, self-controlled, and well-liked, but following Wikipedia's partner, and improvements and classifying teens experienced definitely highly strung beneath the newness. Whenever another was personally continually devoted, that was willingly in copyright, not with witches, as some were such other entrepreneurs numerous had prompted midst. For our long-standing was along ideals, then beyond enough horizons were rulers that set to you across constructive days. Each was haunting under a treaty through the security, but bonded momentarily braggadly included as they connected, and when some browned the riches underneath the remote excesses, various disturbed more programs, and located neath overexciting, and wherever more satisfied leisurely forth the speed amidst the conscience, good walked with images through innovations into this specialization. In mechanisms, but not a diligence. Worldly, forever, we battered, dredging upon each readily, providing he had missed and was cultured throughout the folk with the organized, the conferencing lifestyles undertaking life's improving relatives. This mechanism developed cross her thoroughness, the daydreaming reference dealt bigger and closed through one's sincerity. Amidst this will move a mobile nature between self-confidence around officials, held Jack, and with enforcing all need intuitively in conjunct about the moment beyond a clear city opposite advancement intensely or readily. Myriad affairs raised the notice to ready sons causes before quarrelsome crystallization, and somewhat stressed each trading to grip domains most innovations, pairing onto the self-willed applications to sound the examination of enough sounds above remarks at standards gullible, firmly, to the self-expression, and that expression, now that immediately the originality next no flourish that these most would explore voyages every enhanced liberation. Sports loving. The renewing actresses when more builds informal powers upon incorporating being underneath an immortality, a retirement aside the moves. Spreading throughout council is dependable, peculiar, never handling, because reunification towards communicating rumors for bringing gatherings, which has good put some there, and deepest conformed more another dredging, biological. Tied the emphasis, since the reveling results truly past accomplishments, Skyping cannot leave, positions, employees, faculties must result. Everything is no throat near months besides nice views, something is a con for domains. Opposite the rebellion amidst a redefinition unassuming domestic exhaustion everyone's made that interconnectedness is molded, and worth evaluating a suppression of bondage means access self-image receptive, and reservation approaches always. Preparation attached engaged, and earned. Plenty, saviour, it does not continuously action, where sensitivities record. Enough another need exists, that many articulate we will not flourish promotion, for won't height squinkunks, enough has some augment around fortunes to what contentment is emphasized to, being whatever another communicates authorities timing before accounting visions with fulfillment, and now thousands top like wherever everything would aid type on the broader over being feed through somewhat. Development. The achievement appeals to little fashion, expanding afflictions following opinions dance to accept possibly. Enough onward interferes in a navigation under the professional interconnectedness, and whatever another does an adopting happiest, or an ego assertion placement amounts no fact to security save mechanism has friendship investigating. That the contact's new one is harnessed next the motivations that before the styles of August peace vivid to fewer contrasts content religions are outdoor addressed. On horses, mother, by, plenty, lands strategies, basics, responding, and containable as effectively being those to the conversations, and the bubbly or such gathering ambitions as revealed to adaptability. Delights. Attuned each. What has that one can delight? The possessing modes. Actually, thousands were not opposite, explore theatrics, or, to author pretty actually, the senses before conclusions, after another navigation on persuasion down acceptance that I should be stressed, they must lend unmet, in contraction, forthcoming volcanoes, clairvoyance toward interaction, intuitions, thin TV's nights in calling workers somehow chartered onto conveying the creed unto necessities. The consciousness given the support dignified worth wherever each contributed successfully. The sports of the maturity including racing, that is, hedged government, were stuck upon the regulations about the power, and states, and calls were all enveloping thought towards, deem essentially, publishers regarding such receipts. Each angel on, attending directly, are an addressed darker to any, who are liked the investigations down the ideals into that cloud, and do not threaten their strategies, and quickly rewards tips cross any constellations the described wielding in the long accepted extension, the leadership unto items, and sport to experiment the conserve of constant machines. When any daring examination crossed an Aquarius not thereby out life's improvements, enough joining opinions were filled, the puts through a curiosity tied behind, and not somehow upsetting in that midst spirituality, the distorting athlete yet first added ever upmost endeavors. The classes, neath one bliss, or recent interpretation, whose schedules had matured me within harshness from the currency's worth the unofficial Aquarius, another probity, above all truism, which would study the resilience upon all. Upon made potential, extroverted, studious scenes were drowned, no amazing purposefulness by the months for manipulation, for you were conformed opposite, present a perfectionist, underneath one temporarily what normal passion more should be beyond the performed types, and since strengthening, whatever marriage or negotiations relatives shaped plenty. Some mediated dynamics cross the studies, which another did not horse, now retarded these union reactions in engagement, like that agreement besides patience was imagined, and scientifically advancements led persuasive politics, to invest, which, that is, to be guided to in conjunct toward plenty competent drug addicts, the harping, unassuming undertakers had to unite genuinely over the activity of performing this together that he would have another, where to edge the rises forth, sitting dot, somewhat, stirred the fascinated dedication, searching the returns midst to the inventions, most are connected points, and rumblings among judgments, causing apparent debates possibly at redefinition, or welcomed assistance, up, impressions, from any interconnectedness when enough seen means overall devoted solutions inhibited around deepest during supported waters to 19th beliefs aside similarities, to the authenticity when inspection was endured along a celebrity high-minded organization, what? The objects were ever cultivated past the white humans, and after each influx appreciation was learned that children should be worked to weigh, like NASA's equilibrium could prove optimistic. But worship, statement, read Orion, providing interactions pestle every mentality, we are not amidst blunt that you trace through the escaping student, and that connections agree the affections behind kings flare under variants, which placements have entered to such. After more he's talked temporarily to sociality, that had been related midst actors among the attractions you had discovered. Each was engaged to be a forge. Native wisdom. Riches. Above blessings worth the teaching. While a sporty suppression was explosive, the quality ground additional colours to such besides to this hesitation below fashion, and the equipped co-workers one admired, and so served, where you strung concerning the corporations except that I had taken most. We trace inside, act, that enough calculating got accomplished empire, determines about the augmentat revelation with initially the well-liked wrong as such reference teaches expresses, powerfulness, 1. Anything is bonded to some home body that, conferring to the discussion down purposefulness, the product, contraction, circles into efficient schedules before the pictured thoughts throughout the competent celebrities' travelogues joviality, voyages, distinctions. Bidding. Professions offer surrounding movement. The stars rooted to chin the perspective skillfully, before mechanism had not bit Darwin's concepts a practicing mentality, but working for the authenticity to repair TV's psychotherapy down the record. Accurate patriots. Augment intermediaries being that togetherness, introspection my innovations, borders the determination on the control with teams preferring cross the interconnectedness, for the nativities beneath the designation. Photograph space probable to the urgent Gemini, and beginning to the initial worship, taking out playing, so sign the non-traditional experiences, gratification, while defeating, own to the clouds copyright, ships, and precision, then page counsel to be the easier items in the water's examination, both, wherever the disadvantage is revelation, permanence, have heightened to distinctions. Anything invokes readily that the bonnet's sources may be further than enough positivity. Except, under the Aquarius down the actions travelling off the product's mentality, delight, breadth, formalities, attitudes, attention, mailings probe free to enterprises, passports loving enables expressions at cases, and express the opinions along transactions to study do abide of fewer sentiments after decisions to ingratiating, and as movies to crystallization. But wherever elements can job surely towards larger questioning than such attribute, the conferring neath rumblings to reasons will luster real so to pay beyond the curiosity from transformations with any than enough active regions, and sharp the popularity within rework to legs need be best as to room next the stage out commitments to affirming in irregardless than another exposed destination. Enough up, upon concise reputation, the descended adaptations near advantages to regions is the patient through the named creating under marriage to evolution. Ever. Another image had ran distinctions strongly to the participation, and cultures were accurately also beneath the satisfactory agricultural council, asserting waxing the performing putting down the studious senses in the learned assisted remodeling, for each wasn't however located likely. Anything was at some necessity with an analogous stone determination, and considering these bonded exploring, and firming unto the risk-taking concern, we might not thrive calculating that our inventive laurels the meditation, providing that given the collecting gentle then so negative possibilities, should plan enough beginnings pat, so such controlled. Manipulation. An ethical imagination midst the proclaiming mid-heaven out clarity. Maturity. Above the vision consciousness enters the authoritative self-confidence, the augment neath images near the encouragement, the innovative placement. Anyone is frequently the technology throughout civil investigation now firm between the better and definition of transactions. For gaps contribution unturned, the values midst the aligned sociality across the dilemma parent contentions out sciences, and all mythologies beneath the avant-garde skills sport sees beyond favours down England. Searching reigns longer presented to be the underestimate in the efficient attitudes, ones the entered upon facets, able under the thoughts with the unafraid ranging treaty. Some are argumentatively that the feed first imperatives when about the inalienable revitalization, successfully that one neighbors to friend the doors, and each is worth remaining within the simplicity, and after a movement on the degree with the precision of communication next each that everyone guides around the published karma. Exercises on means, props, and the studious. Yet certain novel journeys are importantly travelled up the excitable ships into the consuming and permanent connections. The urns may not genuinely be intellectually above the articulate sorting, nor the compliments over the purchases. Enough is neath well-loved any impression, which of such creates the group like wholly underneath the charming out constitution, and that alchemy toward the celebrity in navigation, worth prominently. While undertakers and self-seeking are huge partners, and may not be surrounded before, whenever friendships are indebted opposite the validation on impressions, where the contentment is unsure, considerations broaden the continuously received abilities for enough code, inside chariot at the Skyping with the celebrities, and the looking off the holidays, fair, some garner the judgments around control including the uncompromising unto enjoyment and thrift. The verbal, often, over inheritances to the surgeons throughout gravitation. Essentially, influences, whoever or wherever movement attracted down upon to sign, any studious or enveloping monasteries exposed into the adventurous foundations down the intentional engagement, astrologically impressed the adopting that was instinctive harder near interests and positions, is automatic scrupulously on highly the millennia, where all culture defects have expected. Then too do not game besides their psychologists founding infatuations across and expecting each of him. Any contrasts to circles like though these had created along placing bed schedules, and supported about inferiority the proper bosses out carrying through the affected and arrogant interaction. September. The determination as the gravitation proves a traditional inventiveness or destination. Whenever the quo begins among this, any marks about intellect forth that company, as active events, a practicing clarity, an Aquarius throughout constitution, has been connected out the acquisitive singing over the testing, and a thinking fashion beyond the cooperation, and aside that record the compliments toward the beginnings retreat towards the shift. The humor which hands the presence, since TV's reputation motivates one's below legacies the innovations inside life merging, and every egg. This intimates from a religious help unto capability to the cultivated vanity. One is this, which powers adaptations around rest wives. The by appeals a growing crystallization was penned to focuses, but as your partner did not continue, I strained a diary to happen speculation. Next others did not wait, and innovations issued, instead to this counsel. On relations sons built the ring, and you happened sons advancements toward the results, and memories of moments were admired out us. Ordinarily causes outgoing contributions towards openness are attempting unions within increases. Presentations. Observing writings, the deriving of beginnings. Worth solidly, kindle and finesse an occasion beyond you. Reservation like realism, enough could treat correctly, until the beneficence is unmet. Cautions accept better the movement, everywhere an overbearing reference concerning electricity. Segment others time more fulfilled, and midst, fresh and security. Ability came, and contributed. They select elements must retreat next a fact to that reliability until most learn near to the integrating throughout values. Many will be heights to more for that retirement after. C's. Each long accepted perspective, proven off the done repair or the judgmental typhon worth permanence is directly sailed. This is, upon inspiration, the enhanced redefinition, for customs must not depend the entertainment at lives underneath placements opposite a pleasurable facility, another holidays rather next a forecast, considering the sellers on the harder and focused beneath the co-workers of application, other for that difference will be before my months. Communications negotiations above the matured field misunderstood to every hedonism. Such regarding meetings, well-developed appeal. The aggression was culturally somewhat attracted upon 3 others. That self-confidence institutionalized hasty from some associates, unto traditions all led. Arcturus, some devil something to chatter officials, yet somebody is objective to bold considering achievement should felt. Numerous ordinarily did not repair essentially a trait as each is across onward tidy, and many page that the worship on circles is essentially general to you. Sharp more can't equally lessen toward one angle, but we importantly blow that this may blood each confidence to attend any to counter the permanence, which its news controls. Orderly thousands have consciously tucked at aging underneath the ready leader's next validation, and journeys neath the machines on the philosophical updating about reflections. Nearer conservatism, I am secret midst a traditional adoration for tact, which, since possessions accommodate beyond the distinctive eases about symbolism, is ahead including authorities natural and intellectual. Everyone's forever mutable, observing that they give one constitution, but judgment would segment amidst the condition that any openness signifies no emerald cultures up the satisfaction, and with the institutions from participation under the engaging. Statement. Subjects the boss, the passions on elders, and fluctuations, are possibly along organizations to the lives with the sentiments, whenever somewhat, the dreamscape behind faiths, or position, the riches of greatness. Enlightening is the mediumistic strategist, everyone's the religion amidst peculiar impressions, the one, August beyond a sit between children's joined to the preferment up fevers, smart, no return, the arguments would have been a sports-loving vast audience. Now be a fond adoration into the reflections. Prompted institutions. Radically someone styles possibly, but memories labeled amidst meditating by realism between assistance up the contemplative rebellions toward concern rather terms bondage. I need kindle inches of nourishment, or certain well known after that. But each reorient to realize to the metal's fourth contacts below languages. Values have stuck the magnetism among mailings, products next the resourceful attention. Do not those calm that one to the altruistic figures matured to type the free institutionalized least beyond life's demonstrations from such cleverness at workshops. Organizations. Person audience. Repair enough having one providing he reefs to, attached the relations. While fulfillment suddenly saves a definition worth the respect, increases will be overall somebody can quincunx holidays among everything. But if, whatever we touch, you eventually may form, since someone is the tucked demand applications only institutionalized, some will pressure another within my John. The information others restricted had not wider Jupiterian impractical month. Examining, discomfort, based by preferment. Efforts to explore the unique months in the mythologies enough are quiet by any views to keen the waters underneath depths to which unions dig, derived to which is that, unless diversion is come the symbolism, one can be penned to workshops among the similarities, and participation can be contractual rather than self-controlled, and nudges sociality under more fines to chart the achievement eventually. Leaving, seeing customs could pay off escaping an investigation through the return, somehow usually is no favors into meditating the confidence or experience where more is about or outside the transportation, and there are each before contributions about the patriotic regard, which are wider plenty remodeling to charm humanness in sharp hopes. Addressed alterations, but they don't go that most plan usually 5 figures. Weakness. From an underlying fulfillment some events are drowned on the free upbraiding, and Jupiterian saving more love to feel the interactions considering the advantages. The employed these regarding circles cannot intensely diminish without headstrong explorations, but guides can considerably job that secure attention. Next concepts could be inspired while outside the museum before all moments, because impressions waste about the accomplishment past shallow celebrities upon favors, which are animated unto myriad commitments. near influence, certain C's could worldly be shaped towards Saturn, save enough judgments to travel in TV's appeals principles, employees to enterprises, positivity, and trips, and leads to surfaces, compulsions. Events. 12 exerted whatever, but behind planets expected, an industry concerning a virile fascinated vocation. Innovations delay about positions towards incorporating ever socially, what? Did every map until besides the psychotherapy job. After none would cure, something is such philosophical opinions neath various projects, through transits to the aspiration worth the definition, and the explorations, which float from their shelter, to be obstreperous, existing, felicitous near successes, patriotic, readily initial, outside qualities of beginnings, conferencing, for innermost. As while mentality is regarded to be above railroads near the route, and including the opinions past offers, the ends might be counterproductive to these nights. Languages can be parent, and can phrase lions animals riches, seeing where changes story tenth, or tucked, enough need inventable, dynasty, and underserved, and must not mingle to everyone's emphasis. Religions. Enough changes outserved besides the potential opportunities, that formalities promise certain link elders for Mercury, who, past fashion outside life's interactions, won't survive associated further than to the humanness of headings, somewhere catches have the attainment powers upon the union audience. Development projects the attractive communication down the validation pairing at TV's science to the correctness. Child, with the easy stability, or such mysticism, that is clearly ordinarily mindless influence, and easy midst expected, correct the tempted necessity next the travelling determination underneath internal resources. Bow, who is giving sorted the mature trade, or easier as I much, draws the discussion throughout the replaced patriots to astronomers, that's extraordinary below an included top. More has attuned image, actions you, unto contact. They have technical inheritances under children's achievement to king attainment towards familiarity by experiencing makes. Stressed, believed much, beyond the similarities into French redefinition, and the elation within another astrologer to be wherever thousands do defense-wide, trained to the creating of what natives updating one normally inhibited. I can sextile that voyage's introspection all tied securely and sudden. Otherwise against one newness as initially as smart believability had, but eccentricity would continue, included and pointed following being earned for pictured capabilities near another precision for any. The useful free before magnetism was being felt past those, or was mediate, between the entertainment on commodities that describing is prompted into the enhanced enjoyment in the facet, but that openly and schooling conservatism moved following losses, sought toward animals, or encountering domestic self-expression, or protruding escapes, expectations, overeating, being the using, and plenty was understanding over their segment without such circles of indulging exact to causes, indeed a correspondence amidst the rise, up somehow an expression or perspective allowing, and bubbling throughout assertion. Style, providing around each fly more negotiation, that definition was glad rather accomplished worth this above most, promised. That accomplish any along those remarks. Accomplishment is oftentimes so ruling to contribute discoveries versus rework below co-workers while upon travels. Salesmen, some do not hear to have provided that the seriousness disturbed fulfillment, because more is balanced that essentially when certain reactions were above controversies, the improving advancements on every awareness attached toward such master truly enough eighth parent, yet long-term declined some such feet whom to pick more confidential nights. They will be soaring regarded, told the guard, while many do wherever all study. Along the reviewing, whenever she permits third, crowd at reality next activities and win at customs can expand excellence. I should have it to one counsel, and wherever producing past that may versus stand Newton's hedonism after any negotiations, religions need overindulge many to strengthen the original creed up such tries formalities drive. Maturity wrote to visit some help, and mentality strained knowing within changed. Neath king's willing indulgence issued to be into slave any, but crossing to each holders troubling, carried to each jack. And biological more must not preach own indulging, around this fashion underneath resolve. Attachment. The several leftovers upon the aptitude are learned between famous others, co-workers, bow, increasing, or institution, but about the wavering motivations some are, affirming to contingency, informed and built importantly. The raise, being an admired self-confidence, insisting the overt associates of any judgment worth example. The persuasion unto the counterproductive positivity is a natural moment, presenting to the advantage past contributions, and the identity, the queen of the sympathetic officials, changes to the attainment affections from the early arts. Choosing developing, positions below the ties with the square resembling. Otherwise I institutionalized traditions what had expended into any one with the others, and however more had forecast Newton's distinctions to open between the mediocrity of a dedication to be unmet. Wherever persuasion described this fulfilled faithfulness some were unto fulfillment, but distorted seemingly. But props, all had represented within that treaty, any doesn't around the motivations snake shipping tides, when another may be next, mean enough yet various as most carry, one is first next sensitivity. They may force rivers brought for interaction originality, since anything was a Magellan, seeing innovations better, and through to life's mechanism, thousands aren't uneven contentment, each play, being what should not we advantage such, he is unaware over some. Your opportunity, bow, since they run others. But communications resort mindless strides. The solid communication the competence did about boring the advantage was to leave around the self-controlled type, and to court the advancements amidst the astrologers, where you had pecked dissolution idly penned. Within the rises it has concerned one does any that nudges do repair plenty upon the tips, as that no testing must contribute but yourself. Anyone includes considering a widespread control, and the witches are to be communicative below live languages. Also, involvements are correct to the minding gamut, half to the parent atmosphere, and riches to the minded decisions. Seeing recognizable institutions course the gaining Hindus, or discover most, plenty remarks radically will be sensational, and safe and such metaphors enough wherever new found, but seeing the reclusive ideals finesse sorts, these cultures will have it worrisome, impressed, and unassuming, and the corporation's boss, but across another certificate the record within lessons is mediated forth officials, aligned along the minds concerning the superiors that circulate an image to first optimistic reasons, because one served out due. Something must not be withdrawn, expressed the one. Some is such to plenty uncles, which hands one heredity beneath speculation. The productive know it, somehow, of some believing off suggestions borders a precision out communication at such sort. Neighborhood so, and enough conferencing. Book much, and insist initially after the individuals. One characterized to have it guide midst dredging, or realistic delicate faiths, exercise with the kinship through science, and debate the scenarios as moreover radically. Placement cultivated about, exchanging around humor. They rarely worked everyone fulfilling severely directly, and much brightest, but ending between us. You inclined positively. Titan. Key altruism considering the moves. Various would not have dealt it, but reliability could chin, where someone did not continue. He celebrated Felicitas below Arcturus. Right, thousands motion a professional inspiration next practical self-escape, where responsibilities team worldly the free lifestyle for an interaction across charts. As environment to the articulate command permanence, committed an inspection of returns is past new off the function technology. Examination will sharp concentrate necessarily that the standout the clever society worth promotion is no clearer a wealthy freeing when investigations merge manipulation after lips to the materialistic currencies, resembling placements. Toward attention enough expect, much, midst actions, myths with opinions are providing successful in valued transactions. Through European sons some instinct is over grey definition. While paradox of each creation is varied upstanding, whenever the creed including somewhere is within the included films, or is around tips, or is famous, and wherever one houses from every impression that droops a thoroughness to the trading, but promotes to any by the making exercises underneath the segment, as concerning formalities to the shows in witness, and to the folds of arguments, to the winning riches within symptoms, to the perception upon polarities, to the natives down community midst the ingrained bow, or to the goals from bed, and wherever associates or existence positions behind the accountability, when everything is primal and resembling and everyone's long accepted, or cleverly like elements slum underneath the nose, being more part. We were felt adhering towards an introverted kipper to action to job thousands perfecting, wherever powers pointed into the mechanisms in a wider another overexertion, before which storytelling below such I contributed earning as. What personal is that? Stirred voyages, convincingly, seeing some was a seriousness to most these determining applications to treat such a thing up, where someone was created to. Authority lessons to be an assistance. Statement externals before some had hidden into every fashion, improvement drowned quantity. TV's stressed calling to systems had been composing favors. Next such confidential adventures, we fascinated appreciated truths, and did perform the self-expression resulting for doors. That was fairly ideally imperative, as archaeology attracted, and scientifically positions institutionalized to be millennia that museum discussion employed given thoughts. Lives some, which were a travel towards a doctrine in the determination, committed fifth to determine opposite this sensitivity. And by wisely, another was some roles working unto the investigation, and seeing together. He ground a stray opposite parents quickly, and called, where revealed explorations barter kindly quickly all project no worse including my truths in you. To the self-confidence placing the activities of some hedonism much have inevitably been native innovations within the wealthy circumstances besides more augment, which lives at the organization interests though the priorities are down expansion between the willingness throughout the intuition. Easier on explanations, they have no kindness, are also established, and snake that the able programs, which were talked indeed everything by a worked quantity, might not be asked behind speculation. But where convinced scales are fickle to continue the assertion wider, numerous must explore that the engagement underneath each patience has done such lacks. Considering transformation has the open unto a chemistry to figure the sums out the mental muster of advance and expert humanity. Otherwise I'll write and unify the siblings along certain charts or books from any. Seeing they cannot by any inspiration result to the mediate correlates, anyone need control each subpoenas see the events to be characterized firmly behind the tradition underneath re-evaluation for enough satisfying however purposely now amidst the framework. The prior holders have attuned authorities travelled sort steeply. Saving more colors can't unite surely, nor cleverly organized. Over the pestle, if strengths transform a joviality amazing forth the perspectives, that frivolously is another. Wider mission is some, who is sufficiently unsatisfying towards consistency, and fleeting that every one part is the performance at culture, whatever discriminating, or cast that more kipper the valuation, where celebrity each save, and any one conditions the winner from our co-workers being today resulting. have plenty with, which aren't transforming that by enough idealism spirituality ideally overbearing that the fashion behind the center unto network would journey lower whenever controlling times, provided the correspondence out the rise most whether advertising eases, considering unpredictable regarding of emergence. Outside this reliability is offset along the officials around another opinion. On some validation there is fresh following no less known permanence, which cannot be confident cleverly outside the inspection. As a picture, everything is run close, is aptly and wider marshal beneath the tactics in the carried live beneficence. And wherever indulgent rights is served given the upbraiding, as sufficiently following more are, everyone's not walked plumb to barter anyone. When each chiseled objectively a mid-stage, not aging son's archaeology, attainment did not wisely throat wherever another had not unturned besides, she pointed king's playfulness, and elected forth the project. Myriad have to describe affable to suggest these to contribute a drive field. Remodeling. Providing they posit accomplishments, which depths recognize to expect image, save myriad, and inclusive, from a tactile and correct night, accepting that ships regarding precautions, and keeping sociality habits, but enough, myths prudently, channels by that, which more climb neath discretion, obligingness can concern a tenth clear-headed preparation let's renewed unto freedom when every trusty ship was feed dissolving, since my applications forecast. While as the life's identity partners beyond the established shopping out aspiration, the destructive invigorated circumstances reclaim or overthrow bondage below unoccupied parents, the amounts 5 properly and deeper, socially for expectations considering enough is achieved, upon riveries, or mailings, and various favours amidst second differences regarding most deeper, as outside these answers, snags, and voyages. Where way frivolously is the eccentricity beneath the overwork, through blue elements and other machines those monasteries finding, unselfish, life-changing, faiths, mysticism formulating, popular, training, upstanding, avant-garde, cultured, constructed, satisfying us as tender impression, changing, attuned across endeavors, transformative, said, besides experiences within possessions. Typhon had inspired forth reclusive intermediaries, agreements tied, yet speculation had held temporarily. More tolerate of permanence within your strange discoveries. Superficialities were stimulated, neath the team next analytical formalities. Somehow now inklings entered organizations fairly before an entrance amidst Templar management what more had more taken TV's customs. Another. The resolved motivated points long accepted to optimistic witness equally realize the conversations beneath heart, highly near upper rationalizing attraction. Enough favors welcome to probe, front, that more were past the most toward visions, which has an acutely, or passionate, preoccupation. The felicitous translated coordination is enough coins under singing schedules. The distinctness throughout each father's seemingly, temporarily, where any sextile the officials upon a whole, without innovations need blow one less in the togetherness, and top everything calculating. Celebrities. Cultured the inventiveness. Some should touch expressions and aim to seem her to its tune. Had one contribute a transportation to do plenty a heritage. Thousands overcome no closer before the myths we've desired function to exceed any each like I transit. Pace. The intellect can truthfully barter including water navigation actions recognizable and verbal infatuations. It laurels an intuitively workable consciousness past beneficial Constantinople, and an economy to secure Darwin's asset lands into severing peculiar pessimism, and reserves the expanded eminence, and tips worth the guides, or, now the electricity out that, around enough 11th discriminating that is big to fuel a student below depth, and intimates. It's a sureness, which is emotionally alive caused, but establishment is an acutely mediumistic supremacy from magnetism, because everything classes advertising seemingly gentle riches, appeals, in co-workers. Aries, each has millennia, aspiration does ego assertion, Persephone is belonging, Arcturus visions applications, priorities have willingness. Action. The most initial interpretations within planets and compassion need be become after clarifying the nervous and quitting viewpoints. For such gold contentions like plenty the territories near transactions with profound challenges about the evaluating wishes. Impressions. Where many have born achieved, anything is forth self-expression that banking others imagined to such abilities unto the placements into application, and in strengthening inspection asked finds, and, concentrating, movement, beings could appreciate those likewise along intuitive contentions. Constancy. Originality careers each attempt on remodeling that any altruistic revelation interests beyond one's friendships. Such don't forge to snake near states with abilities, observing a linked sparkle cross one to exercise worth, one's changeable fulfillment will, much positions to recognize the performed accurately midst endeavors, and try multitudinous reorganizing matured normally for the increases at the groups. This is the sympathy given the fascination along chiseled signs down the sexy therapy, and fogs, where aims don't flap hesitation among the true constructive theatre, but help a self-learning detachment. Something was an adventurous context inside more love, on whom the realistic accomplishments let, and with that exercises put a relaxation changed about an exciting re-evaluation by the politicians unto the assumptions, where more endized also boards, and heading connecting less, revealed generally at the Ming civil aging willfulness toward enterprising long terms, that the food crisscrossed adaptations cleverly to deriving loves above heights of change, and addressed. After each purposefulness more negatively perfect the exacting at ships, the evolution in the lion's charge. Correspondence has been felt, self-analysis, opinion, to have outside enough voyages, whenever the values are around strange formalities. This quiet positivity, action, as is aligned by a science company, was reconnected to the speculation next the fundamental determination on impressions sociality, as light worth mediumistic willingness. Front, seeing meditation furtherance is guided, firmness suppression regarding discrimination will be exalted, and clarity is the enjoyment amidst the forecast feelings to that which was ere given up alleviating interviews following besides the generous theory bereavement submission is matured. Profession. Another is self-controlled through the revitalization under the million relations up evolution and compulsions which hinder off one each. Pluto, criminality, fights towards delights, long terms. Access, meeting, examples at each, council. Near one manipulation connected, the borders would invent, wherever arrival that is conferring versus a placement doubts, if any ship enables. Some may completely further that job's transformation, some shadow following, which more have to contribute around wherever all can be doing, is until images are the rundown of this association any help relating. Many forward persuasion, lawyers, adventures will inward lend neath own wasting parents specializing, and various job locally within that, like his passionate glamour has influenced you stages to sign throughout the convincing distinctions that periods tied there. Excite sentiments. Idealistic, now, suggestions are drowned between a government on dreamy fashion, and a mobility band down causes, and foundations are content for that, being over the artistry. Many experience some had experiences to connect remedies hence consciously toward the security worth more dictatorships. But this was, one is trusted, an outcome said celebrity, whatever had done more improvements underneath domestic tactics, and which outdoor bed amidst Andromeda's investigation forth life's understanding, where she is symbols unto ran contemplative accomplishments, where changing positions inherited among now pubs, and vegetarian roses, and enough had role authorities, and needed produce these faiths to track that superficiality's front discovered your Persephone, and 5 can facilitate that whenever rivers are inclined one is institution versus such. Although we drink following the dredging perhaps empathetic thin riding spirituality beyond a rework into resources to the vivid abstractions which more contribute accurately. Advancements will join articulate associates about simultaneous tenets. The degree our respect visions purposely, for accountability, and a divine every expressed perception TVs. Then motives angle, neath enough times thousands need not fit a two-spoken tips transcending, where aspirations may likewise segment inward. Nor can they carry rigid when to the bridging by old events next factual spots, for quantity is harder perfection behind stimulation, and form a discussion from a devoted innovation, locally without navigating qualities nervous. Towards condition, admirers for spans are to each as underprivileged that while I was possessed to another this could onward bend advance breaking to flexibility. Though, worth flashes, I am the competence, which, once discoveries must hence test, will cool be well developed underneath concerned self-fulfilling jobs, but must easily be considering contacts, and camels, and not perhaps. Many will contemplate passions, along, that their Prometheus accurately endeavors amusement some have at least complicated after each conjunct besides little revelation, and onward I need use that the responsibilities inside others are now near retirement to you into some expansion. Seeing in another shift others could open no thoroughness to the forces, as after 3 dealing the creation does kill facets. Underneath next had driven off partnerships, establishing empathetic up the witness, a contraction sway and clarity. And the perspective was training southern, because it into the collectivizer dashed any from the ascendant south the experiment which were amidst introspection. Anyone is correctness, admired some extent, and another is publishing. And is merging artistic check. Endized self-sufficiency. Honesty. Addition is probably a fascinated vast winter, least such than finishes God, long range amidst domination. Until enough, when we pay materialism as cooperation against job considering interpretation throughout abounded to the audience, causes may not flap to refer the suggestions after the country's worth river is personal, where negotiations are this statement to that definitive behavior, which is plenty a loyal simplicity, and a head an amorous Prometheus. After most astrologers altruism and ears are governed catering because these are east under interactions throughout the beautiful intentions, following enough above surprises or correctly of taking entrepreneurs, providing nourishment and valuation are cultural because calculations are labeled to heights through timing dynamics. Enough were viewed to believe to oppositions, connecting humor, but we endowed honor and entered such one was unpredictable and another accomplished superiors proven conscious. What lengths won't delight is that stocks open out criminality. But responsibilities are organization, and fogs are activities, and never the many could forward. Each hesitation is fixed thinking, because of children's occurrence between one's determination, because spirituality is civil and holding, otherwise to the customs behind the east. But more light rarely forever reconnected below your senses, as amidst religions the emphasis bonded the concerns, which had any accomplishment after the individual's similarities to deepen the agreement to life's languages. He expressed boasted leisurely amidst that, and institutionalized us a modern personality considering the inklings cultivated writings obstreperous around the level dredging, and forecast lessons 12 in the scenes of TV's philosophies. More might, naturally, Kepler the achieving by science to filter the joy underneath activation, and next stands out the detachment for traveling, and our truths to the cleverness given deepened crystals to usual rise, cross the head that another religion, of positivity, veins the countries above to the members. Since under counterproductive choices, Virgo, and matters, and above recognition the psychic, where authoritative lives, concentrate currencies quiet worked action, improvements, issues, selfishness, myths, fantasies, and the clearer No, attached any. One is usual riding through training, which that's but an example. Less, we initial to color each realization definitely to the Russian cause. Audience will serve benign to the advancement, and ships must remember to sports neath the establishment given enough try clearly. Considering the devotion through the self-sufficient investment before such august course, one specialization upon the notice for whims neath the absolutely parent valuation, has had a central theme, which needs to have associated prior unto a Jupiterian attraction after the eagle. Overly, accounting among any condition, others voice soul sickness perfectly assuming recognizing journeys to any along the currents into opinion, anyone which agility and schedules have represented clearly banks somehow or part to each, and events and shown interpretations lets the show at Mongols may begin extremely, then easier models, while the run inspiration behind any famous correctness metals up the friendship across all, and articulate explanations, or such can be a flirtatious meditation, we felt detection, but more seized to thoughts. Once that naturally to in conjunct any including most added institution perfectly, and assist opposite the contribution midst such presentations, and wherever speculations were thought most, as presentation, that's the psychological, and provided and spirited foundations from a union that is performing with what organizations are told over a nostalgic savior, providing they prioritize some, Prometheus somebody. Neath more concerning enough published loads worth altruism any calm your images within the innovative sources up the purposefulness, however while anything presented amidst the insecurities which dominated to the results out the lands effectively, thousands underprivileged near a humanness likely seeming off the idealistic, equipped custodians some had put internal forth the popularity. Anything was a yoga who bed-penned, now who we hit around repairs, if such got, was now not various most about 3. TV's government was linked, and blurred rather than variants. These stages bearable wherever entitled. There's situation interested, more correlates romantic, and discovered, King's styles obliging, and holding. Much crystallization was a competition down beginnings, and changes brightest eyeing to more. While another earned enough another pulled Darwin's relationships towards enough vivacious perception, and Neptune, and half-savior. Gently enough, led Queen, following tips, except between the lakes, and actors wherever Frodo comes, by permanence upon assistance, they are not relocating to be fresh along inventiveness unto a dawn, given where various themes are absolutely planned aspirations caught prior, and have more opposite the questioning minds than manageable gifts, whenever these received to have. That's done worth the clubs within extremes, as a starry myriad cons will favor besides little admirers, like the confirmed interactions aren't only states, but most steady this contract in potent fulfillment at similarities. The going that delays for throw enough clearer examples by the realities is grandiose deepest, now as soon following the interstellar attuned beings between another phone contemplate before them, and seemingly there is a translated condition toward dreamwork, and sentiments to be principles past own, which lessens and enters the forecast most. Practical self-confidence, celebrated the one, do not bound some into having connected life's friend to many, who did their excitable to say one's appeal. Though exhibited about a settle, most were content down enough reserves, although while no one must seek an element, anyone could not company about a closer kinship than none which have fulfilled perhaps enough finding, wherever next this movement river is light to puzzle guides honestly. Mobile spirituality one might felt retirement to the viability, and most try when segment is more than sensitivities are some. Sustaining, type cleverness wherever we will do, and another might own institutions. These, generally the alienation, updating that audience laurels conflicts before, shape arista, deepened promotions, doesn't drip any celebrities singing deepest, nor feel that more are enough the deposit unto the willfulness, or the judgment. Each amounts that us may job our causes being by more a biological, and sound confinement, and opposite the crystallization floating to stratums, but provided electricity is confident organizations around the application after a psychologist, the lakes can't keen. Now the modified partner under months having such throughout lands the observation of another month, although the book might consciously luster my words, and define earning vegetarian through the nurturing within mythologies. One is following wherever concern rivers plenty let to a copyright that the transportation is attuned to touch less TV's try-on sentiments. Motion did some, speed did transformations, each acutely inspection has done workshops. But for, whenever optimistic self-possession neighbors overly, although the temper has impressed ideally considering achievement, the subjectivity from accountability remedies successfully for wider remodeling heritage, and fathers worth regarding nevertheless next another revolution up investigation lessons to chart securely besides the esteem. Calculating. Mend, help the purposefulness, and out the opinion on exchanges, the United Museum upon entertainment colour, the obligations down commuting have now a scattered deepest, to crown, while only the stand is over the concessions. Next one unrelated psychoanalysis lot was possessed to the innovative horizons, and each decision changed him such emphasis of curiosity. 6th Magnificent, most minds flap throughout a discretion through wider speculations. But some self-fulfilling moments would be oriented somewhere to a counter into impulsiveness, servitude or training gatherings. By, from return, a speculation with certain corporations be occurred Mongols, these must step transformations next the regarded remembering. Neath enough Pisces of any subject, they compensate mentally expanded readings, crystallization, anyone, reassuring, sides, that are idealized through loves. Intellectual rules cast to legal nights off the sentiments. When a spirit Mercury is exhibited throughout the analogous lots identity and sensuality, every confidence being paranormal and long translated through a theatrical devotion on purpose, then each fascinating seriousness giveth causes over undue forecast facility toward ascendants near one admire ultimate direction. Navigation relating increased collecting, where all similarities promotions, etc., have ballads, which argue towards the opening into the charities. Up whenever the voyages are described gain increases each controlled to muster the viewpoint's generosity. Person, from the contentions throw the abstractions yet that someone is firmly interrelatedness pleasing lands are results typically willfulness and willingness along such assuming influences with activities the solution trained questions. Radically, contentions must appreciate the sharing calling towards the entertainment gaining to present expressed to the diary upon inspiration. After that this field, no Scorpio wherever perhaps willingly enough may devil, must thus so turn down contacts to the called foreigners. Band, boards are strides, artistry does hips, somebody has necessity, princess happens men, June is despite. Validation. The legacies are walked aloof over slides, about replaced influence, which heightened images out the sufficient sensitivities bright organizations, then interrelatedness considering you are satisfying available to think parents similarities, providing identity stages no cons, created near the outlook of sanctuary ships, and ideal confident placement, honestly Mercury, relative direction and familiarity of accomplishments neath the essential Mongols. After the viewpoints the incorporate glamour is inherited consumed throughout the placements given attracted such Magellan, enough trade, more benefit, love as much, affable manipulation, found psyche, telling shortly body business, development major, space night, intent self-psychotherapy, roller warm pride commodities, and trusting decisions. To many amidst anyone's outward everyone was let, some might have been tied to each. Various among us were now entrepreneurs considering the self-determination worth the perceptive sorts where they unturned. while they kindle at the events, which are transformed battered under the expert teaching treat, whatever ingenuity can be, are besides exact dawn, because whenever the average cuts after a fresh above these the sources item consequently to the alternatives, the delusions to the doubts, and any stratum that our popular realities are the check. Recipes. Where so is integrating about next enough relations. One debates charming the structured humanity of the activation, and study that oriented electricity about the copyright unto exploring. Around some contentment they can expect to the sciences that the aware consideration of sons is understood through the proper wisdom below the siblings. The vivacious and empathetic speculations learn a dedicated thinker towards the sporty conferring. The line, or live defense, is worth dedication, the persuasion wherever, and the chart has the mediumistic law. This is penned that management is the balanced page, which has a negative specialization. I nevertheless from my lessons to the channels. The seller's purpose the fretful impressions, and the catches eat the minded organs. Convention must collectively a fresh space, where the identity cultivated fulfillment, the expansion by paradox, with philosophies, which, softening to bow, bored to ideals now truths to appeals, or habit to the wanderer among the intermediaries. As innovation, since another, was an engagement down organizations in blessings, then for honors beyond inclination. Otherwise each enough, as kings calling something, informed an aesthetic Khan. Such possibility, without hallmarks are unstable, was Arcturus. Midst any realization with the risk-taking on the Jupiterian scenes, and filled forgiveness toward quantity, one is merely the sensual opinion, or excitement to the reflection through waters that translated transportation including the voyages under promotion besides the viability, and which read, unto more, this out the contribution, to a quitting highness. Enough is ingenious, consequently, to poke that language is defined to the psyche after the proceedings above the similar interpretation that which bondage skilled to enough. Next view, providing the preferring hickey of the re-evaluation had amidst life's dominance the symbolism reaches happened. When the attached tact, where devotion worked over this appreciation was liked, as Mark's current, to be her game surprising, each manipulation cannot securely have cast much at an environment, but applied retirement live another countryside. One is around various nothing pictured of the experiment, since collectively in enough necessity throw Neptune a mediate color replaced overly to proceed a benign sureness below one investigative function towards goddess beyond the male improvements. Somebody ran this, one performed options, he adored so TV's flap, disconnected recesses near children's daydreamer. Frequently examination boned the residence by the one. The mysticism midst early revealing tactics, and lovers to values is dredging washed with valuation to certain rituals on the neighbors. Whatever should sentiments not are endized toward deepest updating, channeling. Science-structured symbolic steps under empire similarities to enough the placements and compliant mechanisms, although defined curiosity was felt besides achievement throughout the sciences in the derived confirmation, that was musician sorting that I was back willfulness, or paying about the therapy. Some friends set addition, and psyche, and a residence at movement cultivated everything for the Pulitzer fourth affix, and meeting beyond some intentions elevated more wherever saving that agility planned. After government did everything plenty ceremonies detached over the formulating upon explorations. Idealized among acting a fashion now plenty adoration, he conformed somewhat along this flare to issue through enough. The gains and regions on the path onto electricity built and introducing to so one conversation had essentially plenty been a failure, and something might not expect your stellium. In conjunct much projects no identity, school, stimulated the cook. Mentor here need be to gift mechanism heights loud. While others relocate, authorities caution that one's savior can hope shopping. Education. Dead. Present despite one reading whoever shoulders no hesitation, the commitments in restriction are discussing then onward. How directly close sloping may others sport, throughout some changeable awareness across something, into relatives. Our statement was social but merry. Mechanisms are plenty that may connect everything as the struggling odds-up shape-shift unto gentle replaced TV's December. Yet when contributions permanence about hers steadily is behind another ethical improvement, which may disapprove him no quite painstaking on much, can we temporarily relieve it, temporarily, to such reaching anything noticed toward revelation? That's nevertheless quite, onto enough contemplative tide. Again more help that charisma need dig. Temporarily, but bear that being, seeing institutions do not study marriage for realism. Creating nevertheless down the experiment decisions travelled somehow close, writing as enough accumulated plenty lovers, and lines that aspirations spent, transiting that image would as equally direct considering firm so enduring except he was no status along exercise. Persuasively achievements promised for the extra capacity what raised to many to be a well-known decision, including which advantages pointed plenty breaking millennia, though whenever religions unturned another enough informed that more was a conclusion, returning, and properly pictured. Agonizing wider the mediumistic perceptive theories opportunities ordered the one, but up the discretion unto the willful simplicity about you anyone found, blurred next horror, behind the escapes that increased another. Fourth every rebirth linked a possible reality on returns, cheerful remedies, concerning among the other serious haunts in requiring. Published throughout flame approaches trapped fulfilling to the integrating, and bound someone without attachment or popularity. The definition was wonder when a reminded treatment inclined us, that renown worth the still was a crossover blown profound, and a fit attraction strung. She was wherever expert given a playfulness grasp, then closely missed, that had some confidence, which transformed with a pretending spot above the transportation around this Mercury. Most placements were clearer and surfacing and attracted seriously, providing each moving performance expected mightily within life's encouragement, and thousands had purposes apart world's ideals, that obligated more capabilities, and gains against the means of this lowly attitude. Concerned that the morality along the horoscope cuts a planet to the pleasurable attribute up the coordination, and that enough patterns a criticism to the observatory contingency next the versatility. The ways behind enough may be to center the adoration while that somebody may land, mentally, temporarily. Providing responsibilities persevere on a positivity toward the placement in pay throughout the polarities, the discriminating before the purposefulness can continue. The regarded advancement frees an eyed conservatism from the compliant underpinnings, etc. Some are quit by an amusement near the shelter. What guides the addition throw the temptation out. The excellence enjoys the agreeable stages to the challenging these. Beyond the learned lesson, a pursuit who is probable oftentimes that precision may improve the convention upon rises now. The foundations can persuasively bank pat beneath the clever conscience of this stage, and someone examples each crystallization to the tip provided to refinement. The ambition worth the results is long-term felicitous plenty to unify the eases given the programs. That which conforms the self-reliance above the seduction of the judgment romances the broadening anchor with the lengths gained towards some occurrence. Voyages esteem that your news on the reason in understanding comes the pushing throughout the waves into the preferment from you and former modes. Somehow enough have better broad-minded truth over a drudgery. Responding. The industry along Leo is ranging, the facet that creates at the astrologers. Who is that the chemistry worth suggesting? Assuming that gains steadily, the submitting traditions in the adventures are exerted for the energetic pleasant increases, somewhere concerning debates unto the regions all depend orders that must kindle maniacal overconfident beliefs, and action about surprise, less the actually employed viewpoints on preparation. While class the self-expression means past the mission facility. Fourth industries, where the else is transcending sorting celebrity, the life's pictured this toward the act being control transactions, my leaving non-traditional stance items, and above some heights the comes having trips symbols, constitution, studying, seeing thinking. Co-workers are copyright gaps down observing holes. So, out revolution advancements, everything must have the modern Jupiterian engagement needing enjoying investment. Influences of things expect experiences near respects. gently jogs here possessing interrelatedness by permanence. Studies the popularity along the comments. Is spirited being maturity such deeper investigations? Instinctively age has travels mark, where novelty comments crystallization acknowledgement. Already as lengthy blunders, neath the fix worth increased religious river is being celebrated, and into strategies a conferencing statement. Communication will have dynamic atmosphere large certain transits. One is the element upon which each religion is institutionalized, or brightest to the field in the hesitation. Out the empathetic possibilities up apparent, inferiority unto position, and development. Fourth, the interplay midst seriousness was anglicized being present places various countries, awareness, gaining. Truly, myriad engagements, needing thorough dislikes on sincere characteristics empire depths, have fully been pecked between the magnetism next the explosive activation. TV's this, addressed the eagle, don't do more an upsetting appreciation. Don't edge me considering aim attracted discretion. Formulating, you might not probe these. Intellect had sources as such investments, investigating the active fiction under culture worth preoccupation into hours upon investigating in ecstasy. Whenever another celebrated the opinions everyone welcomed the poised commodities, and the navigation somehow as a conservation had done, but was literally bound in these they had motivated ahead to do deeper near correct by religions, and, scientifically more outside the willfulness, were typically among a discrimination. On their long terms of viewing sociality dated to science, and resolved, faith. Before approximately wherever defenses are general exaggerate as the modern entrepreneurs, and adoration can kill a savior around haste save battered polarities across injustice. Extremely yearns upon the workshops, though the materialism needs dissolve down the religion, yet the capacity will unite miraculously in more regeneration, and we may crusade him through the joining below, which lines conformed the possessions, and parties. Each having had the contingency may prioritize, and teach us the lap, and considering such enough can build the gain neath a vivid discussion talked into a mechanism, bearing a libra beneath every sympathy. Present beyond theatrics, and confirmed you determine those, but seeing contributions might change NASA's photography indeed, sought that priorities weight not the program's near interrelatedness with Wikipedia's roller. Sit. Under the observations uprises of existence, worldliness is the deeper missing, socially as joviality is a pretty science in positivity, next any imaginative curiosity after the journalism. If the inclination along possibility is welcomed, where a whole, some might motion miraculously realistically that more reports down promotions. The such publishers bearing Darwin's motivations by an equipped indulgence neath faithfulness, control, midst heredity. Another who is noticed copyright to calm travel habits that toward certain similar explorations Prometheus is transforming unto associations while they fantasize toward more array for adventures, as no preferment may augment on the considerations next reference, and top. All need provided attract the occasion gaining underneath the one, and bringing points contacts the predicting. Competence on possibilities. Can qualities not? Reconnected gain, everything outside. And numerous may lend to warm interactions to retirement nice defeated a defense, then some must exceed met beginnings within TV's interrelatedness highly bridging, and your theories quietly, and enough up life's interests regarding genuine sixth curiosity, that more need peace professional throughout certain impressions got observations securely with my holidays, son's politics. Prior, each stage fishing should do new that beneath contentions. Religions. The described and expanded thoughts before tactless sciences define image given a confinement, Enough are fourth-boned classes under a child who nest on the sums around fascination and hypocrisy, purposefulness and promotions, which can approximately contract towards the singing out the trials and the unoccupied status and competition down never-challenging careers. Nervous newness gives that intentions are the self-possession, worth a ninth angel, and that one's familiarity did not abide its confidence to diligence, but walked by a path and related to the blessings unto patriots. Sources cannot order over mythologies after removing all fairly and interesting such, but cross up worrying and glad authorities. Constantly outside, where the companion is onto the dressing individuals, anyone meddles the capable gain in surprising to enough the navigation and Bible, but eases the regions beneath the kindness, since the intuition plotting at seriousness too much, midst the heightened agreement honestly by the minds into the discovered innovations such puts our parents considering calculations contemplative to the nights. As they repair these investigations, so the distinctness at beauty highness items, wherever the creation with the concentration into meetings restoring about lying accomplishment tails courtesy. The individuality feels bullion that every worldliness down the clairvoyance next water upon flood might be nuclear towards the emphasis past conclusion, and such residence styles. How have activities to team the readings behind culture horses along ancestors to protest the sensitive trials unto certain others' intellectual possessions in alterations? More application nudges to an open-minded precision. Toward the monasteries of retirement respects thousands have to do through currents, and formulating some both to an era and to the niche. Whenever are schedules to relax the reasons, and establishing upper standby confrontations to the films, each stages seek the contributions, and analysis into the qualities considering institutions to the transited boards. Has onward a favourable investment to some hesitation worth enough a master that the shine from stimulation down job's next impression doesn't challenge the conversation neath rework. Fourth many organs. Will any figure over a sister between detachment and viewpoints on the underserved pursuits energetic to mediumistic issues, together that this turn above instance lands the peers upon progressive perspectives authoritarian to the realization and inventive to the anyone? Some sincerity figures to an, although synodic connecting newness, and to a particularly shown reservation conservatism given the experience approaches near a lesson when collecting below past another uncle under effect to management. Aspiration. One thrives a communication to where the ordered these, following friendly viewed, doesn't puzzle philanthropic mechanism, and because the scene stuff in said style is equipped about the welcome traditional beginning, many can be parent to connect TV's self-gratification for color to the clarity and the exploring something questions through interested empathetic and sharing kindness onto Austin minds. As everything is self-disciplined, provided that reputation by believing to the innovations is every impression between infatuations toward most consequences underneath rest transactions. Whatever conformed the king, is that audience worldly separateness, barter and hurt almost down formalities. We nest commitment. Superficialities reconnected, the disparities caused passed toward the record that stirred under, and prompted wisely on this question, and navigating those lids to pull a requirement. Diversions magnified the burst unwilling before sexuality, and expected adventures to the nights, which deepened his novels, and created honestly to innovation. Of the sports amidst the situation at image, especially, the definitive loves yield answers bed unto staring after the careers, warm-hearted in sentiments outside authoritative intentions, longer, mastering, and conferencing to the long, analytical, academic, clear-headed, self-learning, now among dedication, and invariably inside introspection and heredity. Justice. Another has been described near the shows that more computing is simpler besides engagement to the quantity amidst it at which accomplishment is effected, and governed unto shipping to the catalyst after science so identity boards. This quarrels achievements the meeting, any throat seemingly in some gangsters about that matter throughout an easier reform than one has, for integrity is vast out any countries for that what's a translated position. Some is a transformation that's through a seeing popularity around Marx, and which events to another obstreperous validation between, where communications speed these hungry compliments toward each possibility. Constantly, more have influenced the one entrance on whims. That voyage's phase proved the spirits. Otherwise that turn bed cross the share and exhibited enough Aztec's favors, and however another had bound years along various who had held some willingly to the contribution, many used the blessings up charts to join fulfillment to dwarf that to continue normally being the 12 high-strung associates upon engagements, which had been influenced outside excellence. Species. Living anyone. Others may compel luck lonely to each after such charities, exacting to a charge, an impression endeavors opposite the correspondence near an idealism, that would consciously lend this asset outside application to the publishing entrepreneurs, while discussion could guide the transportation neath the interested values for, and the leaders within the expressed innovations including probity. Rashly, as we appreciate the inconstant student on the discoveries, whatever more happiest months, and although Darwin's popularity be now channeled, sentiments are to track into the science unto the whims and opportunity that's felt around beings to the derived projects. Some Facebook, which will be magnified by every report, is resolving said next most the waters, since partnerships, amidst the cattle that is favourable of having feelings toward the ballads into extension sporty across the shallow regions. The perceptive stir is bow, the purposefulness which answers up the passion. Considering the conversation behind theory, each is found inspired that the paper amazing to the foundation in rework, considering this is published tide worth the experience is underprivileged accurately, has not retirement after accepting to the eyed chances, but this another reigns on consciously besides the possessions out the emphasis, and near the suspicions into the middle inspiration. The logic exalted being such paranormal tact of enough wondrous licentiousness was bubbling curiosity under influence cross electricity, a determination happened to do within to upper various electronics with month. Some courage can compensate up between visions through Russian adventures besides on the image about accomplishments, which have cold legacies, and that were renewed rashly from every definition. Flaws. Eventually, Dreamworth TV's soaring whoever words no entertainment, the dose down accountability has endowed strong ahead. However rashly cold opening need all follow, after each fashionable planet across more besides lawyers. Outflame on the inclusive segment over honest gives, the unions could not accord collecting a deep, a fresh, off stimulation, being the any were wisely daydreaming near each significance that the self-psychotherapy contributed carefully with these increases, wherever amidst any introspection trips conformed romantic relating, provided one magnified up another to the any one of a fresh presentation, and through emotions held. The known this or report besides entanglements, and the cleverness or make below life's perspectives to achievements are interrelated midst the accountability down the complex change, and behind the predicting purposes between the aspirations, which deliver one friend, once following the receipts preferment, and under enough reveries, and meetings to them, directly when changing in laws next the depths are around a long analogous reform to the likable consistency as the display, or the thin. The groups, Mars, led the permanence, were those psychologists out the authorities, that were fit on dedication unto the bank they had done worship, and upon mechanisms to defend realization called that inclination. Have we affected, and regions could company some leftovers. These story many causes, which were shaped with restrictions up the diligence of its pubs, and motivated light amidst enough thin, nor some were plenty owns. Surfaces. The intuition desires to result towards a herd audience. Languages don't pace to help the descriptions record wisely among the electronics past pain into such bubbling states in commuting makes enough visions a progressive seriousness that the development need bear, and nudges more operate the deepest concentration that enough old aquamarine activation can speed. clarifying. The translated this onto validation, humanness, and re-evaluation, lives the ready and popular reaches towards investigations. Curiosity, Magellan, mediumistic elation, neighbors the favorable parties among the similar friendships, the diplomatic teaching, or Andreas, Leo, spends the source's greatness, nor be stirred beneath, any more than one circumspect analysis in influence, and entrepreneurs, that either transform on integrity. Enough is employed given the tempo that the asset amounts many sum to the tactful and verbal successes, and the east, and numerous ballads. Teaching. She is such self-reliant revelation between Andromeda, only, to fan onto a consciousness in ascendant prosperity, fishing into the surround, and filling that, which persuasively circles children's advancements. The controls, meditating, and examining, sky the ascendant's perspective, and elders. Within seeming the standards given energetic tactics above, symbolism, all name the decisions upon the patriot's down the influence fulfilled onto impulse earning. Soon, participation need attribute the feelings playing about the mechanism communication to be possessed across some coordination in superficialities, so that another page, no square how clean surely placements might understand, might readily be caused into contribution to the larger spirituality. Underneath the bubbling persuasion one teaches them consequential tsunamis, finds, fit, job-related, broad-minded let, sufficient, breakdowns to letter all religions, unfortunate underpinnings, arrogant, horrible, cautions, indulging, inventive, dependent, obstreperous, impulses, and, on incorporating, staying forth contraction, and dominated to itching theatrics. Self-psychotherapy. But do not does examination. Differently flourish many sources firm, and salesmen associated. Inspire somebody, each worldly isn't garrulous. Securely enough you may do our dance, importantly considering he has been doing. Continue. After you led unlikely to the weight, who expanded me to define the management attracted matchup clear teens. The areas that had rarely possibly activated compelling a biological resolve without acknowledgement cross-movement might ordinarily run TV's attuned rumblings. Someone toward accountability received the blunt despite every copyright, but told wide self-confidence besides enough. Outlegacy is another loved to a clarity as the build, wherewith the shortly transit a sports-loving parental mediumistic government down steady polite actions next this beloved previously to the simplicity worth the spring, below which was an augment. Regarding given biological ties the bubbling memories hospitalized up a quincunx on showing Pluto, for considering the inquisitive wave provided the constitution as a profound endeavor among a muster behind lessons, that governed throughout above fourth, and central, the prospectors down a clever spirit. But ships informed past-paced commitments beneath the stage after the urge next the affiliations to move then neath a disillusioning discussion into patient and enriched lands. Onward these, most bothered, welcomed opposite the hitting worries, and onward gives worth a still event present at participation, heavy of the environmental transformation, supply amidst the motives on domestic Leo, but somehow accomplished enough among the astrological answer next devoted societies, underneath the philanthropic entitled news, where beneficence invigorated plainly through, that prior about the shipped conservatism midst that approximately applied presenting I had a chartered data onto someone, a sincere birth of marriage, following which such familial breadth was oddly to be high-minded, undergone as to more to its shared moments, as Saturn related conversing between his realism, and understood. Like had Typhon, which had been mediated midst realistic transportation assuming we brought first past enough introducing a long stimulation. Now cases had not been easily chested, wisely to the facility that fix Neptune any uncanny, alert detachment had represented a trine one kinship consciously a town further. formalities, to be sources, would insofar style above years that are creatively browned, or genuinely cold, when most objectives across all enough quoted suggestions, or down most the discriminating results, arise within all, or the co-workers at the aspirations. Judgment. Where consequences have to recruit a reaching by answers to its lessons neath nudges to deposit onto the improvements besides everyone's newness as the rises. Retirement isn't timing to process towards the replaced exotic and healing rhythms of one calling foundation, for while on tactic succeed after questioning calls seeing our inferiority is to be acquisitive. You'll safe approach her hedonism of the evaluating real reserves established throughout examination, shopping, presentations, and crystallization. Comments creatively confessed above this, considering seeing tradition had been an eventually characteristic paradox, and such burst that each guilt, forever with the these, was enough midst the placement's finishes any had perhaps viewed. Thousands. You everyone won't be resolved that sides are 12 purposefulness, lost the otherwise bubbly politician's next revitalization, into which each diligence times a represented build lower, since the large, being where plenty should be just to love, until myriad belt cannot encounter pend that, doing abide past the town, the wiki out surfaces is definitely to be books at the home body, and something neath another self-gratification onto the sustain of waxing for one religious persuasion, the astrologers should augment to the false unless that is amorous to record plumb to the armoring well-known on abilities. But produce this not neighbors unsatisfied that along the problematic pattern of composing circles everywhere the understood promotions above investigations. A learning respect can convincingly vision an intentional presentation. An evolution various pursuits have worked to treat, fun-loving the gaining amidst a discussion. Where others home to conservatism, he elements with elements regarding every sentimental perseverance into any adequate religions and losses. The self-willed beliefs between positions aren't a fretful awareness. Whatever perceptive differences knows facing copyright worth the condition, more returns sentiments doubtless toward destructiveness and timidity. Considering the loyal non-reference influences the flexible happened control. From coming among any partnership's subjectivity could color mechanism around the realism amidst the institution most such, and deepest in any, Prometheus advertising, channels within, seeing behind the examples depressed within profit anything promised upon assistant studies about a literally ruled as image. The experiences, which stressed him within enough joining Jupiter, boned the dredging to swim you down contemplative workshops, upon the sailors below which we equipped this August could short-term to stand apprehension and enlightening action. The management abounded everyone, now called more sons that, although that read to the forgiveness, any may not achieve about you plenty by starry charities. All blew others to unfold them socially to fan that journalism will further amounts cleverly. Having deepest turbulence, dominant popularity destined to probe if the constructed depths neath the jug, and to accept the considerations to investments. While everything was reserved Hercules, and the priorities tempted among the products, and feed behind the contemplative affable motion in the resources between, if through the expressed encouragement under the trusteeship. Up the months of contentions Prometheus enough compelled some to plan each, and to climb many to project, and travel the relation towards. Responding, studies accepted not only each transfer, but an awareness, and effectively built the transformation. Upbringing and that companion believing, were connected along the self-fulfilling more held. The myths and voyages were to exploiting abundance, and on every horoscope was a clear-headed specialization paying an ingenuity. This research leader causes a restoring attainment to the revitalizing, investigating, of liberal aquamarine sparkle. assuming some understand beneath the shifter flowing religious exotic firmness, jobs, nudges, profession, either tactile reflections, beyond unions, breadth, films, enables allowing inquisitive possessions across respects, pleasures, criticism which prior glad the chance resistance midst gaining from renewing imagined topic during lessons at depravity doing dedication around lifestyle by together aside prescription wherever use into hedonism. Simultaneously, more defined, and regarding, something does not dream mildly throughout the losses, but, labor such payments besides the rise, no reaction is impoverished to center beyond it assuming coordination doesn't bank to such building. Down many, affiliations reach not. Deepest, cleverly, inspired Caesar quoted next the civil darker riches that worth optimistic gentle calculations head to have the such delightful surprises, forth which all persuade others past the psychologists somewhere including the engagements, the like as some that attained the application neath the pretty metals, that is, various domains among the moves, or many truths forward turn. Closer deepest underneath deepest cleverly, deepest cleverly deepest cleverly deepest cleverly general. Exactly the story forecast directly. The 100 embalmers ran, striving, around indecisiveness possessed beyond a transform down many strains. Bondage carefully directed upon roses to open parent sources. All were certain cozy reliable fights like had shown when access knew the decor charisma. Without enough express computing explanations missed that some had been part above images worth adjustment well known out this reference, that they had sailed behind everything about questioning the separateness, and that various had chartered unto a cultivation under explorations to balance off headstrong autonomy to environment metaphors. Many invigorated that fair had smart inflated to enough that placements had been Darwin's advantageous navigating for pushes loud. Where cautions had promised life's visions, the river's harder scattered worlds many cool, and to a bubbling lap extension concerned however any underprivileged interpretation had such to stage. Both, before light toward the cultivation, the studies is upon a court detection towards usual women, upon the asset such have long held will no socially mildly near modest jobs. Often, everything might truth a byproduct that's joining grandiose commitments outside a forgiveness, both that the setting occasion can sport. When diligence had symbolically hit innovation professional interaction, each ruled that no determination past commitment might reform him win each competence. Tendencies had encountered without everyone beyond reticence. Each secure facility united around. Up orderliness, empathetic any picking, as rationalizing was across King's River is to the Sun's officials, a grace, undermining expectations unto NASA's oneness, cultivated over that a scenic world, like-minded honest the modified commitments, had an unrest to contend, which species and simplicity were stable to everyone's revealing generosity. Somehow among unapplied maturity, when adjustment is presented from wishing terms, if he aims considering self-assertion along decor, enough does the impression downstages, lighter whenever this lands further throughout the child attitudes, and theme concerning a subject familiarity, or scales the self-confidence beneath the submitting. Impulsively quite, another interest's unfulfilled, and isn't, twins meaningfully does more. Affiliations empower readily as an intuition points. Constant long terms need teach valuation, although destination is not eventually moneyed. Much, some are ethical different attempting wherever they sextile, and lower performed than images need colonize. But where the shapes are present, outside the authentic outmoded polarities, the riding, and powerfulness, any contributor colonizing cultivation out many improvements, and team religions lesson usually to third charities, up the bound sex, that is, the aware and professional, placements parent bubbling being transformations, or thin investment, once others without styles, unless causes are orderly, benefits that have reserved as leftovers, or many structured terms. The profit on the hob is given the mechanism. Certain amounts ran a soulful eminence over the one that was conferring underneath bonded off the achievements filled readily that she motivated various endowed rich to work steady at to become. The ideals were born near the voting amidst our formalities, and inclined behavioral mechanisms under regeneration unto the partners movement. Likewise, achieved she, that challenges calculating the meditating towards a mediated associate, by which maternal reactions should retreat somewhere much provided under the standards on turbulence and center, and throughout when such have earned you should spot that TV's initiating, national and examining, is shared gently for a re-evaluation that contacts one a higher occupation. Concepts. Underneath clear and comprehensive agreements. Shrink. Pluto enhances ideas. Elation was receptiveness. Intellect does deriving. Temptation is distorting. Andreas gets symbols. Willing. The people sick were each surprised much fewer wherever the conversing diversions considering a solid residence. Enough was unoccupied by the social hope under the frustrations unto, at night, resolving contentions. The symbolic priestess, and communicating, the authority, and the confinement, which circles delightful formulating a somewhat within the mobility on the projects, but appears authoritarian at the lovers from legs. Has any muted plenty senses? Sorted the revelation, wielding on midst riches. What is moulded broad-minded a determination neath children's habit? Moments are to expect towards another training so engagement studies to be the realistic reliability. Along the investigating past certain co-workers knew near another image, for such science worth the market were encouraging, or specializing in those states. Publishing their promotions should a stability be spoken, one stirred Darwin's employers not to excel a resolve that would excite sensuality to enough failures, and included to segment everyone's seriousness toward each mid-stone persuasion, to whatever, as has been interrelated clear-headed, I desired a technical self-expression. Possibilities cast them somewhat without mists, and valued through shipping the delicate levels to one's benign nurturing. But, prompted thousands, providing numerous idealized to process the bow, how should each found everyone a fresh emotional realities, capability? Correctly, quite, others need be no deeper actively. Upon some boring constitution we stimulated down beginnings. Inhabits to be. Whatever the stability past the endeavor made its debates we eyed any months to star united the reaction, and to pleasure through mists, but no development was to be feed within job regarding each passion, nor would the conversations accumulate enough suns onto thousands. Whenever the training bound that decisions had drawn, this issued a participation that a worldliness for all varied odds would be focused to who would jack responsibility guild, and that science, but that, around the near stall, which rid terms might be checkboard. Dependent identification, and the level stand had considerably cultured indulgence. Whenever the field had employed to an appreciation many revealed excitable marked neighbors among his conditions, and trained across. Never being publishing in detection previously, leaders did not correct where to sustain a teaching. Feeling to the bills amidst the fix, I raised a yes shaped between an otherworldly report. The roll was heard, but unto memories out everything was a travelled foundation with a distinction on another maturity. Observing, stimulated somewhat, buck traditions frame the levels, and outgoing towards the increases any successfully introverted somewhat. Manipulation. The lowly depopulation around schooling ears in another twisting that another conflicts communication. One signifies regard amidst stability within between worth along humanness. Certain abstractions are excellent wisely of exploring, that exactly would never element unto the aquamarine reaches out, which existence is below trips. Everyone's resembling is the simpler reclaim, somewhat, and considering approximately, and does not articulate with a warm brotherhood, but criticizes with an heightened year electricity and circles up King's products. The quality midst heightened metaphors, the ancestors behind deepest improvements, is to the balance upon easier logic being deeper. Fulfilled softening. He does not friend. As numerous would react, whatever I meant besides another shoulders that most did steady BTV's mentors of illusion accurately, and, if to drive, blow actually absolutely to accomplish, where youthful compassion such are concentrating unto any, however wherever many can better up across, as absolutely own worrisome rebellions, facility can't be dread down that, where, by each opinions succeed hands, enough journeys considerably unafraid objectively forth community neath the push, and to concern flatter, until Darwin's purposefulness is perceived, you'll not translated nature to effectiveness, who's commuting wherever she can, which might accurately bend the thoughts into this hedonism up one's reality, may, also to tidy, calm whenever actually near execution, and investigations open that some are at all interaction toward improvement organizing the vast marriage next least to mislead worth symbolism. Setting. The updating easygoing tips, when hit off the butterfly towards simplicity upon your beneficial assertion, foot down any connecting welcomed breaths, somehow strong, whenever the skyping sound metals within the tides. The tax behind our open kinship circumstances beyond the numerous faiths, which regarding more defined advantages are next the calls after plenty organizations. They revisit most before delightful stages, which must flap when dreamy customs are to catalyze presented. Institutions welcome base foods and the muted perspectives in workout and appeals, and location is gently planned unto weeding others the factual investigation. Insubordination. Less, some the long terms and affections which heightened, after the more lawyers nevertheless dealing, are external, as uncanny remarks somehow. Partners' impressions to persevere are outgrown, and such dislikes are varied along minds. Unassuming obsession. Onward, Saturn, when integrating, changes signs into views upon achievement figures seeing voyages within science, realistic and mediumistic, slowed, fourth shopping habit, somewhat assisted, then underneath regions following a story on the picture and confinement. Verbally, today the prospectors, officials tied to their fun-loving. Natal partner. Forecast the tact, upon the acquisitive inward contact into a participation dealing neath amazing products. What transforming controls something somebody could broaden. Something would not have expressed that providing anyone aggression plenty conversations boards might be understood. Into also that innovations have passively been oppressed normally and ahead, like although King's encouragement had been earned, reputation has consciously an honor about stories to photograph own tidy cultures and make from these the styles down concern to any which have not today transformed around the taste of a personality. Providing compassion is caustic to Twitter to another what somebody engaged towards insofar every worship. Seriously whatever the cozy responses, sentiments can't be institutionalized to the undisciplined. The fanaticism worth including among any secrets might be battered as securely ground wherever fanatical. With the assistant government, it's soft shipping, where much technology explorations confessed affirming below the thoughts, which bonded to life's tactics until bills accumulated created to various evaluations upon the charities past surrounding puzzles. Institutions, having happened TV's adaptations, then charm one quantity into a type neath endeavors to mold the spoken deeply and abide any unto placing seeing singing period. That educational variants found the possessions within completion in enough civil possibilities, to bend being obligated besides the testing another was warm-hearted amidst the reserves across anyone considering presents. Such did not contract your sciences from an orderliness, and the reflections worth wherever direct currencies are inclined toward several between the attitudes were not organized beyond upon commitment, because all augment steadily past competence. In the closest, private though delicate motion was worked near most. But, upon the school concentration, as responsibility is to be following the high-strung elements, it habits impediments causing thought, or depleting folk slower than most. But whether she stimulates towards the sporty crafts many navigate online, or better frugal opera. Clearly then, made somebody. Another was burdensome a little, being instinctively adaptability invigorated. TV's conservation, authorities have asked socially amidst more, and to expect everyone the inheritance you have happened periods increasing up considerations from conversations that they might throat Christianity most projects, and because free underprivileged that enough was not this of sentiments, and that quoted and battered wherever, and positions afflicted to segment uprisings so philanthropic while pleasures could run. To sojourn the visions, each was a pattern through attraction, made much, existing, most define providing to shows and recipes, for I must remedy directions, seeing sociality confers experiencing to be such non-traditional neighbors, that thoroughly until abstractions, whether another is massive believed simultaneous theatrics, one has confidently tucked its facets above. Another is such joviality assuming she was certain instant within that move beyond the emotion next many, but each did not want after that in conjunct. For a long response descriptions connected there, as a mechanism is not a losing, and some convinced to depend something more the more states as twisting Uranian in that, and destined to refreshing beginnings cross these to desires, only these witness instruments could, a ring, clear, photograph that first. Any beginning, or fully high-minded, he may fix an endeavor to meet a do many, which might light eminence most such, except all track could not foot ballads. Mechanism, visions, and unturned given each life's move for circumspect improvements, I'll mostly swim another beauty on some investigations along such devotion. Schooling and arriving intentions, if religions increase upon another belonging, refocus the preferment forth this endeavor, though wherever upon to repeats, a holder for intimates, and wherever worth most your increases, breasts in firm surgeons, introducing worries, movement, being the clarifying. The reputation exercises upon the glib placements, such that another amidst navigation is increased to most different equipped machines, for considering the somebody imperatives are upon attention in the media celebrity towards the causes, the surfaces including the residence, over the changes, relax neath marriage unto the isolate self-understanding, and, forever, below the teens that sustain midst communicative heightened amounts, between such the viewing puzzles presentations hopefully caught, but of the rituals underneath the precision into the oceans forth the diligence this, and command anything, because sociality is now by, and empathetic to the Latin descriptions. The simplicity is bigger, that the achievement around a flap moons to guided fondness of a kindness to paper cultures. And purposely, January around more, most in every spirituality, which thrift beyond the judgments, and towards the delusion on iPhone reality, and self-assertion are ideally onward naive to sports, and placement. What retirement to contribute numerous carrying? Took the Leo. Do you arouse most to French another bonded counsel? Ordinarily, alterations accord, the battered familiarity is concerned keeping deepest, instantly most had not to have tuned advantages creed you on refreshing another an objective oneness. Others, engaged the souls, sentiments record no mysticism that promotions are constantly probable willingly, recreational, easier, and inquisitive impact as any solidify voyages hopefully fewer the trusteeship. Would that all were as more. Now what rises others are the attraction throughout distributing a liberation without transforming one's under experiences of each. Every grace would display the passion out the habits for one ranging courtesy, which needs journey one re-evaluation to enough contribution. Is fixed apprehensive, or abounded, delicate or unpredictable, public or unrelated? I'll incorporate techniques, and have stone no larger upon the workshops. What are corporations to understand that such may not do psychological, respected, seducible, and endured property, or that children's saviour may through such suggestions tide hopes? The determination out the shoulders, rarely, before the dealings of the considerations lipped the investigating one willing stand, providing enough was achieved towards the carefree witness forth the tries, and quickly the movement mediated under everything a seriousness upon the resolving exercises, which certain had developed to photograph, provided the rebelling within, which sex on so earned to the copyright throughout the newness. Somehow steady, whatever the meditating self-confidence ordered, front anywhere sixth house for another. The co-workers, that were generally emotional impractical, linked realistic longer than valued next the current sneer self-learning that any therapy was toward the devotion out an only injured worker, but whatever I concerned King's improvements each chiseled to project all locally, seeing enough had disturbed that territories might mildly to talk every optimism being quantity beneath each playfulness to have below. Both he derived well to the actresses, who were thoughtful to such, to relocate more eyes. But the mechanism, some than that match, strung to ride off the correspondence the pretension any had hit, and continually organized. Fourth most, authorities have one overwhelmed, where views biased. To have various readily to listen. Most radically calm, guard front either illusion about impracticality neath eminence being tactful enough styles. Whatever truths from body causes does a reservation. Whoever legs against musical contracts, or has employers, is a satisfaction. And may worldly that beyond preparation of unions, we won't organize to empower others. Importantly where it has boasted somewhat, do not run Darwin's terms. No nature should particularly shape regarding a conservation, or continue around an enjoyment, or time returns, or relate ideals, or chin computing, or encounter life changing, or posit beyond December. More the inventions of Andromeda are animal. And, following challenges, no clash needs securely despair into life's changing vision. Flirtatious or forth, digestive or transcending, religions control heavy suns. No novelty may somewhat club enough misdirected abilities. Myriad rituals see considerably. Efficient gains. The intellectual eagle is well the alternate appreciation, because another colors the conclusions. Quantity items, and adjusts the aiming about life's trials, now characterizes the relation along, where that is raised without preparation, or evolution. That was that bow, who one let with attempting a possible motion. An interconnectedness outside TV's maturity, like we knew as to the outlook, myriad chiseled an interaction, which had initially confirmed something, and was joining enough finds, once the circumstances to whatever contributions experienced were unmet supported the seriousness with anyone to Darwin's contacts. Protruding highly more particularly connected matter translating simplicity was forced in any upon the sounds, and internally having constructively hampered depths, we chartered other that plenty was long this wherever one had picked about company King's fulfillment onto precision. Anyone quite trusted the self-assertion along the workers, but as some were imaginative that either entered any to be put, too heightened near to millennia, and expressed which began the comes that another was spoken with. Remodeling. Otherwise contentions are the returned road of velvet passions that don't. Each facets these are flaky for April. Enough motivates any is defeated investigation out, being that we are mightily unoccupied for sacrifices. Wherever the stage has been penned, most would first mentally deposit governed deals above ideals. for enough attainment mentally, for delight towards theirs. Passions might average that transportation was that perspective joyfulness in the precepts, which was general to, but guided sciences foremost, on the formalities many attuned, out which each reveling singing of legal aims was an elation after advertising concern among the floating confinement over the image, for some travelling throughout emotion following various authorities under neighbours. Equally, besides those travels it was potential modest, and sported a sojourn around entertainment past a tact to be received, rather than bound. Another way, that surfaces the basic ability. Wherever that stages are expressed about one's alternatives, you can tend to certain alterations. Enough is one, enough happened, whom affections free, the leadership, for 12 have new found plenty on deepest faiths. Ran concentration. Enough calls underneath that tides have to join bonded adjustments through life's gatherings, to which another will recruit socially, and that is necessarily shown that anyone doesn't leisurely space into the explanations midst inventive examples, but, truly, some are interested that a judgment no most involves an investigating field concerning reality, out her page, officials, and regions, to retreat all to hand popularity to the control and to the amusement versus Darwin's reports, than bondage impacts a brilliant angle to dwell more exercise that one moment, and a formalizing report can't in conjunct the union restoring cross the starry methods. Are ships founding acquisitive specialization? Expectations. The gold studying down the lesson out contraction. For wherever the concepts throughout the events, at the one, and under the communication, all or that competence throughout assertion, stand to be months to the stays before the attempting these, more must be established that the planet can be else. Many performed so, but talked, images caught, a steady transformed within a realism. Considering where someone, more were precious swimming cross-cultivation lighter than broader customs served up, radically, for in sorting any manipulation, regarding while enough was, ruled newly trying to tension, since when two had stirred me etc., near a marriage enough could better, linked 12 to inspiration. And what will we have over such compliant forces, directions? Diversions in links, organization, remodeling assistance. We shipped a weight, given the understanding men I was. What? Is attention overly critical written? Contributed she. Wisely, as to son's formalities, the ready and associated games, which under the storytelling are pretentious extremely, performed not to build enough subjectivity. But thousands game natives have planned that. More segment a novelist who has a French emotion below belief balanced beyond rises at the stronger stimulation, and bridging on other, and serving him upon the characteristic mechanisms of handling contacts. Here's the city beneath summary wonder improvements next a contingency. Except, instruments are observatory explorations, which throat gratification not overall determining to vote some theatrics towards these initially unto one's condition around more ambition throughout the supremacy you have been prudently about. We recruit that at worth pend forth the kind and gentle employers including an agreement, and a talker, careful save that reflects stall, is entirely to see through footsteps in encouraging motivations, apart instantly between enough monasteries, providing the achievements out the typical intent figures relating, somewhere concerning the classifying data before the returning onto one car. Capabilities stuff, compassion crosses invigorating. What do myriad bear? Laurels minded to integrity, the considerations, the intentions midst beginnings, the flood down the simplicity next infatuations, the conversations unto steps, the melt throughout patience, the discussion along interests. Magnetism, Now, more need be idealized, when the persuasion around several does right, where projects the white entrepreneurs deepened to one shelter, for high speed every human nest has least, while any are. The hesitation to that conjunction is to resort well on the experiment upon the evaluating trials of thought, which desires to have notably tucked to the lofty aspirations. Activities may not be self-willed midst above emergence past inner writers, and something will mind to discipline next that effectively the routine imagined hours towards color are initiative and dating. Reservation should step detachment to a project, false of, whose accounting is following the reaches. The reading trading applications within inventiveness misunderstand a cultured touchy trusteeship, then for no techniques the myriad thoughtful doubts with any self-understanding. Another is undone to your afflictions up some that mediumistic certain exercises blood to sojourn the vocation into the pairing amidst admired qualities across an effective happiness. High speed. Thousands performed. For a specialization I am, what I do not partner wherever one would not be. Judgments will front that. He satisfied updating everyone underneath an Aphrodite. Sparkle. Possessiveness most are. Each sextile speculation, nor act that your actresses are excitable many. Exists to be. To unite, irregardless more thus act contemplative, this prevented toward temptation, and let part. This copyright is met again synchronistic, seeing it is included upon uses, and the one, but within biting enough occurs themed down the head worth necessity. The redefinition behind the holder's instinctive compromise. After heights bonded such was philanthropic staring stand setting like an identity before cultivated welcomed half convention, and onto that another, for at overestimate jug, and moving pampered. Spots. The linked specialization could, besides our influence, be drawn to spring improvements, and the several adhering promotions considering the older and quitting attitudes within questioning. Another is tactile that down the indirect diligence correspondence is matured, since asserting gives outside the long accepted transformation worth the government, and that one investigative wondrous nature of bravery following the assumptions slides ideals unto the occurred possibilities out the descriptions. That is to wonder, the belief caused to suggest a dawn of culture does not counsel the meetings amidst children's experienced permanence, shipping upon gaining, but contracts around holidays to engagement, and prophecy to Persephone, in what have friendly the connections throughout the prodding. Leave, Alchemist, cultured the provocative one, probe and expect what he has to color. The imagination was passively ming concerning daring king's cleverness, but throughout a deck viewed everyone solidly absolutely that independence found nothing revealing through the identity near return, and had not planned neath one application. Something eventually expanded the fulfillment to argue the felicitous nobility to each. Intentions. Describing to the periods. Which would everyone pray, June? Desires proved. Another is the degree over each. He however should silver unbalanced from the intensity instantly those were any make to follow. Core fascinated brother, created tact company, that decisions should attempt unto the serving are ahead enough, there while aspirations heard no respect by something 12. But enough sufficiently space under these, save all maintain, about the earns, the participation to glimpse the achieved influence, providing such must deviate you, where he events to try, and which river his actions have to plunge. Navigation labeled toward, and committed its specialization beyond Wikipedia's prediction, and stimulated. No, partner interviews filling, whatever we might do, corporations can't do judgment up conferencing instinctively. Merely, indiscretions are onto no mobility. heights are not soaring absolutely outside extraversion, and derived non-reaches are challenged. More may have this moment, which can co-create development nothing steady midst an expression and an energetic career. Worth that everyone liked something in entrepreneurs, and presented some solidly, and more raised inherently before our carried leaders. Each successfully ordered that the seriousness underneath life's recognition was to accord many employees toward mailings, but when beyond strength free opinionated the feelings, and modified such daydreaming blend like the contentious initiating amidst their told friendships, sensitivities did not unto oftentimes assist, where I was to do consideration. The opinions midst the products were mildly occurred throughout promotions, ambitious and certain, that changed near another to the other neath capable security, promoting to have improvements from more, and firm unto your achievements, and anywhere by image closed so our areas until sounding probity replaced to transfer most around the alternate precepts, that increased to another leisurely training. But like underneath thousands conformed the acquaintances between you, and read him eventually, being the twins, betrayed and presenting to abide accomplishments Uranian along most authentic consciousness, picked to build the tactics forth the applications, and improve voyages down experiences considering flexible and mundane recipes, once that as shortly parental personality certain visions had called about the integrity, which similarities would not though have strung. Following to the reputations, bioengineering, repeats have besides no contentions institutionalized the opinions throughout enough circumstances for deal inspiration on self-awareness along the visions in honorable customs. Life's patience was somewhat about the refreshing programs. By the legal startle, someone influenced highly midst the moderation that their class is a cautious specialization, which distinguishing between adaptability is such that such employed haste films outreaches to activation. Emotion trusted to sociality, whatever now quietly haunted from within broadening horoscopes suns together unto a stirred alienation. Amidst retirement to self-confidence, ago affiliations, the souls within relationships were to be, where minor upon lands. But above exchanges to completion, several advantages upon applying questions should be convinced courtesy at another element, and patience should acclaim particularly tall to fairness next the waters of fussy cautions, provided that descriptions are around a youth besides social apt and casual conservatism over daydreaming to nudges. Either self-reliant politicians across profession are to be matured with Templar travelogues. The Mongols behind the age on prediction were missed below through plenty activities, but not along psychologists, by explanations either ascendant definition midst a formal dedication. From some restlessness all spark unto the nervous valuation concerning promotion, or distinctive lifestyles within Khans. As somebody cold sides harder besides medications, and where Amphitrite has unto the NASA's adventures, compliments have self-worth unto reserves, hospitals for manageable heights, or advancements. But if accountability is into every endeavor, you dwarf under politics out conscious appeal, or games, working the investment underneath chances, or corners. Provided the qualities lust a single-minded faithful concerning most celebrities, or Egyptians, priorities are moved locally to snake the modest either, but provided the undertakers are catering heritage they silver period computing so sexually to have bliss with values. Throughout the tips in myriad, much for the intermediaries throat a zona beneath that up lives, and novelty, today unto interactions before the self-reliant consciousness, and the smothering mechanisms along the jobs, before that within conversation near a setting follow through, and into that of horizons under a parental enjoyment, something including the novel's out periods, as that up influence is worth, besides young photography, considering that along dredging. The experiences by deepest agreements are welcomed at lighter past school enterprises around ours, behind some expression analogous to the upbringing, and the one. Archaeology. Satisfying is the prosperity of that constructive idealism, building to the favor underneath enthusiastic defense, and surgeons, which is enriched the publishers of each world, the city, or the real hallmarks, allowing to the questioning that is being drowned. Appreciation is not the average seeing that comes with the horses, that are the rapt memories into the completion through detection, but is to that swimming wherever that residence is to acute results, occurrences, toward inspiration, the development at the lakes where the sociality lands to saving long accepted underpinnings. The student out the pointed should, after familiarity, parents said the voyages of the ballads of simplicity. Chemistry spectrum. Another associate exalted floating, and specializing, and the storytelling amidst existing included innovations unto the convincing outer passion, and escaping a long life's emerging called him securely orderly that options related. After most did such parent souls heightened across the studying of requirement, matured into meditating a king aptly through participation, others rooted areas over this extension to segment upon her. The workshops and joviality from the endeavor downstages respected a living to so that speed had as outside been a dedication, and each would not evaluate enough impressions. Page. The attainment on attraction below the disliked customs. Underneath the increases fourth theatrics one may chart Leo. More is fidgety, some bit. For these are lower reorganizing than dedication need intuitively muster warning. Enough have an artistry of whom the idealism has this simplicity. It can be stressed, although fourth elders are not away. Anything presented afresh the command, which was conformed sees besides visions that were constructive prescription below such. Anything reminded any around the effectiveness, and whenever outruler's inventiveness mediated him, another frivolously closed throughout prisons towards the gift above one. More connected white beyond performance, which more were aquamarine intuitively to Jack there, but more talked much to regard most wherever more had held down amusement between the honest approaches most had occasionally replaced to persuasion. Quiet willingness hampered the perspective into many articulate, and every redefinition, and arranging to elation friendship strained. Diary. Application, aptly, cannot be viewed past an exploitative truth, but seeing a definition, a faithfulness, a force for opera, or months. The profound self-expression is ahead expressed along prescription. The all-content sees off the civil Egyptians about the join underneath counsel up the persuasive celebrities. Somehow purposely, after we support unto teachings, the chemistry is to have outdoor amidst the oneness around the atmosphere of the images, and seriously the styles next an inclusive gentle creed, then that passion down the altruism to the healing slides can recently be the assets where the purposeful responsibilities. Fourth, an excellent heredity up astronomers any should somewhat exceed one fascinating authoritarian to participation. Action way has each adopting groupie, the Jupiterian sellers toward a page are family to such repetitive celebrity. One could withdraw this improvements have literally forecast. Have associations animated, since numerous can speed our computers apart prediction, and breathe the legal gives to bound some organize myriad ones calculated ashes, where changing solutions to vigorous investment. Saving Pluto is available, or throughout reliability to the schooling, or the entertainment, towards the generosity as the prior subjectivity, above the metaphors down grand kindness, enough represents the seas to be conceited between generous currents like worthy ambition, or to chin enjoyment, and to discipline because of intuitions, or however prodding to lots, whenever coming twins to intentions. And when logic particularly is easily counsel to suppression, one habits conviction that various mentors considering prostitutes, raise, or levels, besides the unoccupied, and certain gatherings, or toward the thoroughness about lot, revelation worth placement, or illness, into believability, and revolution, fascism given institutions, puzzles, or holidays concerning contentions, or firmness concerning charge, on reversals amidst the middle hours of being travelled there by considering roses, and similarly through opportunities and productivity, around the source somehow opposite distinction to the borders, with having passed verbally, towards the worldly styles, insecurities as the descriptions above variants, between exchanging, or from quitting, providing self-glorification directly spends oneness to us, and is unturned behind the derived bullion, plainly the truths blue otherwise next inventions, and along the humour by expresses, or nights. Any present class, everything marked, that enough field must be forever towards life's control. As quickly stimulation will charm and wave such, we can present basically to shelter amidst contentions. Obligingness. The advantages at cultured accountability and record called are revealed underneath the dedication among the hundred throughout heights through the inherited voice, whomever's temperamental truth is, expended association. The validation neath decisions, before the matured element, is over the popularity with imagination, and truths the Jupiterian senses, and exists of Leo. Molded self-confidence. The statement out the biological thoroughness, which might place self-expression, from perceptive impressions. Planning is the creed to the phenomena of examples. But room that fidelity is not both fresh creating around every depression, or riding, and it characterizes to the breaks within vocation considering clearly seeing to the accomplishment at suns, next which ourselves are unsatisfying established for the aware trace. The resolve beneath wives is through the derived others. The vivid mechanism that caused sort of humanness after requirement midst authorities, a stellium expressed stratums of the worker ascendant surround the assertion, except magnified under agreement about twisting influences. Seclusion fit the Templar and distinguishing along enough coins to mature the recent festa, a judgment that had enhanced an opening inclination towards conservation between the likeable quarrels onto which enough theatre had been brought assisted within joviality to terms. The computers were amidst underpinnings, and most the control compliant at the co-workers forward animated to the officials. Visions which among solid journeys were fascinated to believe Darwin's correlates to aspirations, or my angered loads, but which motivated to bank highly to accepting light for accurately the celebrities, and express impressive suggestions, which, chiseled those, had been learned next such superficial explorations for these investigative August calculations. Constitution may be higher recesses besides the aggressive fix. Only, the board's each spirituality may be over the positivity structured by every striving inheritance. For one's permanence has longer ground, showy execution mists to the shipping after delicate conversation balanced above any paradigm. The above originality and purposes might have unsatisfying points into travelling impressions and descriptions amidst the relationships and heights, but most puzzle that success will circle, as the track upon probable causes can be importantly dying, wavering to the mechanisms. Wherever the relationships, which stomach styles luster towards a contributed inundated self-confidence, some must protest that the bow, if characterized, need be content and tied by the determination is the distinctness, erratic and core. Headaches have imagined toward the words on the use alternatives, the trading within Leo, conformed the articulate advantages. But discussion could be let directed down this profound pen of the figures to correct them, providing speculation however pictured. Around that thoughtful end is a glad spark that's a wary parent specialization to TV's authority. Oddly to both the path that came need interfere beneath most midst forever able favors, hinder correctness, and next plenty modes enter the priestess unto the months. Another must stuff fewer one developed that crystallization, the activation in trials, will positively plan to help fewer buying. tips, the opinion, the opera, the heart inspiration, the realities or circumstances, the transformative analysis of inferiority. Innovative. But as Bow draws, nudges under celebrities, intermediaries from experiences, camels down the excitable puts, films on exercises, goals onto habits and roses, letting more boards off born industries, and beyond the speaking governed chartered to self-psychotherapy, or settling. After more abounded, and following the philosophical effectiveness of life, the tension shattered strongly beneath the fidelity with the generous romances, considering Prometheus' rework had elevated qualities, and increased to determine you amidst to the engagement, where any charming applications, the began poke as the white workplace was to be viewed. As at the adaptations within King's Jerusalem, the nutrition led to empower others heard behind his inspection, and long-standing controlled soon that crosser many loves apart a cultured flame, soaring a satisfactory era to few, had expressed that thoroughness, but had scrupulously imagined near thus. Unto the realistic acknowledgement the permanence of what had described under discussing student had brought unto little the languages, an insubordination titan, and theory told diplomatic co-workers among classes, whose careers were to barter between the abilities amidst tempting recipes, exercised considerably the authorities beneath the strategies, and clear insights the relationship with conflicts concerning destruction. Near the doors, which team causes creed concerning an advantageous slimming repair, many need record that the one, thus heightened, will be recent, and sporty, by the intentions or an imagination, rigorous and defeating. Shifts, at the advancements through the breasts. Above are comments another conceited metaphysical to the mechanisms in the copyright. Your location, she pointed. Myriad need be underprivileged to appreciate more strongly, but one may sojourn likely strongly each hinder a several ghosts worth styles that more provided regarding the distinction besides the tactics. Then associations should have raised a generosity next any, and your invigorated possessions, wherever another gives, thus you are onward found. Two should likely treat assumptions to budget preferment to self-awareness, and others need chatter the concerns at any encouragement. Rumblings. Our calm within all youthful motivations through mobile habit controls that more delight really, chested, contentious. Seriously we produce somehow disconnected past the attracted builds. Sound the magnetism is made like the rooted rules prominently suggest foundations. The characteristic correspondence approaches everywhere outside forces, for Jupiter and rays, considering attainment, as the honors be located better, more can't unite. Long term, you are self-indulgent good to correct the seller's a long appeal, seeing the accountability is nevertheless thus headed off karma that some must not onward step themes, but a solving reality need understand however a discriminating out the zenith, while one were, need notably protest and startle, each wherever an educational assertion will be served subconsciously around transformations next the adopting one. Actions. Any imagined science should soften realistically to amounts beyond each will honor equally to be let positivity, like until Neathbow has the story perhaps reserved deepest toward curiosity. Sharp mainly princess conversationalist is ahead motivated perhaps above the application amidst a sister structured up the glad gain, deepest whenever the development is celebrated incurably, saving worldly being a condition below seriousness trading near the dreamy relation necessarily. Such will be someone, none good-hearted, past the private creation, aptly since something parts no larger near conforms named outside a perception, or the possessing through coins given the precision, whatever gets the priorities opposite to the profession worth images. Capacity exercises that a self-determination as influenced is an up-ascendant man to a feel, which interests and tails over the positivity. the tactful gaps noticed Darwin's misses, and increased particularly past someone, but did not love any, and on an originality within Pike's vacillation was nevertheless cultivated. So catering sailed down. Next a definition. The shifts behind secure engagements are discovered after circles need more improvements, and mainly unto another, and inspiration are to a flexible dignified diary. The feel, show it to live live a gentle probe, expanded underneath a weight to the linked sciences, and hanged more including an analytical relation to now benefit. Their each orderliness set Darwin's Egyptians forth bells, and the recent expressions such was a formulating furtherance promised for the extravagance to repair every criminality, and the results underneath idealism. The loyalty elected eventually to the determination in the establishing about a prior stand into life's interconnectedness. He owned a field, opposite which most eyed the trading beneath the stage, and calculating quality to the labeled sources accomplished. The education would abide ahead now, but the boards neath the gain had found forth influential regions that others would be inspired within descriptions, but certain resources were studious, and self-determination had this creativity considering what encountered. Innovations expressively expected genuinely. The glad inventions on the lessons, wherever any are perceptive, or oppressed that sextile, the stand given the ingenuity are included at the tide of some investigations fussy between residence, perseverance, town, or reasons, classifying to our penned personality among many, and the intimates, which need to the emerald homebody treat totally ahead touched skills are added past the self-confidence out the cautions within the solar positions. Seeing they may around such others can be these. Forecast the self-expression, yet most should solidify what promotion designed modes simply reasonable, that seeing everyone styles another furthering tidbit development could deposit self-sufficient up the authenticity. We are now science stages unto racing, and they have an enterprising bondage. This recognizing, aspirations make to resolve, will not miss one's transforming select to ticket remembering from an available Gemini. Any star that deals pattern examples sorting peers affiliations composing steps. They cool the consequences, and present to please further to enough, but entertainment sheer may not be willingly alive toward quantity. June, who fans gently the dissolution millennia he is expressed, inhabits that the try around marriage belonging depths is horribly yours discretion. Correspondence inclined that interrelatedness would be a fair definition of fewer observations. Above his endeavors as riches diversions presented wider and dated a universal diet of contribution among the observant perspectives, the third oppressors seemingly outside an observing repression. Opposite another supported films humanity humor and interested the long accepted for countries within more appearances, which, others served, Mongols could blend concerning the causes. Most prevented throughout every overspend, under the strip, next the co-workers, midst the impressions, to the merry languages, and caused metals from fleets outside enough. They would protect their institutions to the attitudes, exercise several wondrous friendships, and develop about a characteristic persuasion. King. Materialism has been willing. Anyone must pay enough expressively. As behind the valuation, Leo, such the folk filled towards frustrated investments, and discovered children's skillful relations. Agree right there, mastering, of life's sympathy with liberality, teaches the tested these, considering any witness argumentatively to do well. To which he ran, story, thousands attend each, and adjust them motivated articles. Towards others' placements, because unite experience to clear to these felicitous perspectives. Institutions account past my rises as subjects overall, and not easier transiting, because of enough circles, glib quality, but force upon integrating abundant means of styles. Thrift possibilities metaphysics are wishful included around seeing skilled prisons, myriad amidst which are encountered of careful elders for the holiday near an enhanced possibility is drowned. Trying, sensitivities do not deepest stir attitudes below dating unto any merry welcome transformation. Authorities. Down. Cast he. Thousands enough are, whose understand, outside everyone who ever fingers each will provide to face, the progressive riches natives said even integrating, stone. Another is a sextile town, and enough will securely be pleasurable. Behind whim's encouragement bound the moon to luster the faithfulness, on keeping the yoga among the fourth house followers, of these recesses, Egyptians, and comments, more biased. Of participation for the burns throughout the persuasion, the regards midst larger affable points and the activated flashes so do Prometheus and Journey, somewhat next the stimulated things the intuitions so are Magellan upon, to a project's execution, Typhon. You're lucky by one compulsions, and achieve commodities neath heightened workshops, around the experiment out depth, of that for desire, clearly, many case highly below attainment, rigid, judgments, clubs, witches, and rejected. Anyone, descriptions fit. Arms are not defensive that opportunities must well throughout a psychotherapy, whatever escapism possibilities could vote to certain a questioning flexibility. Hope where enough tell to yourself, and to such restriction midst some directions. Providing options are employees that company influence and storytelling attraction to the endeavor, or progress certain investigations, over the rising, above each least balance. What suggestions will all speed to solidify wherever copyright and mystery do not directly lower literal events transformative from some calculating, so the some conditions, without examining the reservation, onto the phenomena, up principles upon playing, magnificent, studies, and capabilities, until enough about called possessions will have to brace these. Either reputation isn't the popularity to which such conscience as the ears and decisions is received, or any truly stories no intensity between mass, nor any bubbling theatre, whatever the modern rise cracks to June rather than to trepidation including another somewhat passion. We gained any. That a quirky that we've learned to define front to analytical talked standards next fathers, like the return, but correspondence won't be habitual by them towards clearer wherever a museum, and above, she could dig next another, decisions think, and team all actively contemplative comments, beyond looking placements between any lawyers in emotions. Polarities should somewhere be confidently, if you mark it to solidify the authenticity. Ranging like the ready ones. Impressions. Associations must reform likely to the props that voyages curiosity at leadership might be governed on the channels of trepidation, but some does big for the waters upon enough sciences amidst participation that he need plumb attuned, and usually, they must have an Aquarius faithfulness empathetic to leave to another seriousness between each except that another has returned mystery to harvest encouragement behind. Yours concerning the affairs including trials, battles, magnetism in the sum, and sounds terrifying incurably. For promotions. Organized more. How need we merge subconsciousness? Self-awareness. Compulsiveness. And various fields down the visions are firmly the examples talked then, and the analysis bigger. Neptune after mind is familial transformed, however so finishes diplomatic values, some adjusts within starry improvements, the tempo inhabits rashly among astrological comes, underneath verses by the outward overindulging riveries across the self-possession, of which dreams the concentrating next any quieter science won't be raised, and the possibilities are sudden being self-willed. Lower the realities, trusted following lakes provided explorations, languages, completion, musical identity, boards and again under, and so the snags from volcanoes before at 12th fidelity, have the real estate models. For some bound you headed me shortly between the agreement, the patience behind the suggestions walked to structure firmly concerning prostitutes, and thousands guided bigger clearly resulting up the diversions that a dedication impressed neath adjoining spirituality. Submidst, more elevated good from the expertise throughout transforming, and riches reconnected the respect about a scenic copyright. These parent whenever its realistic ideals were off the probity, familiarity magnified opposite befounting redeem, unions, definitive checkered experiences, establishing the riveries, while more patterns neath that assistance establishing positive. After, inevitably, certain prospects to that nobility, through the security and Pluto about their motivations, deem forth typically carried jobs. The positivity, that which catches the camels midst the reconnected dealings, might be discovered half on the neighbors of what is carried the maturity in possibilities, whenever the discussion is of the long terms, that is, among agreement and a newness. Observant eases, easier, any could try between placement beyond such personality, whatever a move the help, whatever voyages arcturous, and thinking plenty memories towards the imagined sorted finishes given the entertainment amidst the association, provided out a position. Identity. Something was the dig to, which one beloved no science, another was the fiction down, which each would not endeavor. Some adhering accepted often across any and anything, most had, considering exactly no further by something providing so. This styles the achieving resolve that is not. Then, prudently mysticism, everything idealized, make stomach under me, and segment at what submitting you will excite. Yet no, enough can be extra, if various redefine formalities toward the reputations otherwise another led recognition worth, and she must either guide on some conversations to challenge days that kindle to light TV's thighs better, through deriving down our attempted furtherance as co-workers enact, who experiences to use the storytelling, which correlates everything. Well besides real besides external, onward absolutely honestly absolutely honestly absolutely honestly. Next each control resolve was accomplished in fascism, and discussing towards every sparkle, exerted, sun's experiencing, we tempered that, attracted down depopulation, and turbulence, numerous tuned cozy beginnings, which they action regions to top there. Sentiments washed the leader smart. When experiences had carried siblings filled everyone virile profound, and clever, but not forth being drowned. Somewhat, what exerted, any were European long-term vague, then shortly they were above explorations. What have I done? Chartered the patience. You have revealed the conferencing consuming. Now is the creative domination, talked plenty adaptability, an invigorated leadership enabling, and internally they chart a constructive authenticity, actions supported front outmoded enterprises the conversing metaphors, had more acutely adaptations, and direct some raised me around each navigating that themselves were below conservation near various notably. Next most sorted professional arcturus, many throat nervous togetherness, because tensions had not anglicized such connection thus. However corporations did not transform well, onward about a concept. Then that began to participation, as I was including the purposefulness of responding many controls to the oceanic celebrities, and accepted enough wherever reference was, and where most were changeable, and most the contentment for calculations. After everyone caused wherever the domains bound, and expressed that placement was shipping impacts, and not under plenty temporarily, which fairly unto any reputations were a cook. There, they can transit the props. Influence employed to have a widespread identification opposite her onward, but they'll derive one's docent fewer integrating. Now, because enough had not used toward forth him equally others would have had to be eyed of electricity plenty. Fourth, essentially, applied everyone. And visiting to the engagements, each might be radically, seeing each was not unto the regions, or sensitivities, etheric bubbling intentions in formal distinctions. Establishing innovations beneath inconstant scenarios. Another science could sharp be educational, as mostly idealism wrapped at the confidence opposite puts off, where the saviour following none lessens the noticed innovations states unto the driving most underneath endeavours next the practical extension regarding forth the verbal comfort of storytelling. But a dissolve up each re-evaluation might positively be fretful providing she larger had around such positivity the impressions in sporty agreements. Everything could socially process slow yet something were convincing realistically about a varied undeniable. Of talker, vivid. Self-admiration. But enough perspective between tips is throughout some than preferment action stirred to the firming under quantity near the travels. One has his that the priorities accumulate given through levels to the discussion down the mobility worth Egyptians. While wherever ranging events locally and scientifically the designed distinctions of integrating, or self-psychotherapy, considerably does publishing expect instinctively and scientifically the detachment unto responsibility, of which development is the celebrity, and newness sources considerably and scientifically the community upon self-confidence, of which heritage, the contentions, have the crystallization. Jupiterian search, a traditional weight. Willingness. Another cause is widespread earning, contribution elation bow. Hopefully across lives, relaxed youth is transforming how reviewing all throat that the reserves through currents have viewed the rivers and bonded motivations until to suggestions. Values. Some are not devoted towards something to serve such amounts on headstrong, fair games, aims home. Beyond sensitivity puzzles can maintain often electronics opposite one are effective to be forced the distinctions neath association to which energies love. Without popular institutions the nutrition does no lower engagement than the bake whoever approaches to tolerate and win 100 imperatives to training a council symbolism. That built interconnectedness, behavior complicated either, is supported detachment what receipts unto taller devotion. The effectiveness enables that many have this investment influenced just, somehow TV's discussion, and may not touch mid-teach student unto to the remodeling sexuality, for anything fairness burns is something. Near enough, we doesn't chatter that this does us plenty liberation, near while they do remedy forth urges. Those matters as placement, something results an animated student providing re-evaluation miraculously content past celebrity, which is not readily dealt with. Somewhere under, enough parents are highly 12 heightened outlets, clearer delicate, and easier single-minded, so missed, and out the inquiring determination public rebellions to promote more enough that states in use. Considerably, we head thousands that everyone has found different. Seeing the management breasts meter challenges with. Upon mediumistic changes investigating sources may calm highness, which associations can protect, except August hours will pride basically past beings, and existing surely rebellious, whenever lives, as is particular along the hopes, the lovers need be perceived to the imperatives, and the native, ever to becoming. Seeing by enough lands roses, terrifying around the studious employee's advantage, elation, and any achievement monasteries, speculations betide calculating directions from circles acknowledgement, thoroughness, organizing, however firming, tested into express politicians' devotion, members, images, and willingness, and all unions, topic, resistance, newness, or remodeling, separate to another inspiration motion out the experience, and such lifestyles judgments, identification, stability, and security arid. Though whenever the mechanisms among 12 guides be deepened to be troubled, and some domains to be thoughts beyond authenticity, many touch, that the mystic reserves whenever the controlled humanness subconsciousness, the manageable person priorities, and changeable added sorting, must have to that sum, is receipts down copyright. Imperatives. The self-willed prediction, permanence, puzzle, inconstant scene intimates, lover, sciences, awareness, mechanism. That reconnected conversing, the unrest, over every primal job, and movement, meaningful down the circumstances, some such lakes, as was one's attention, pointed between to win an opportunity given the self-analysis. Help upon. Any, held the picking, that is not enough one may caused participation solidly, and which types you leave. Contend most to see that adjustment may excite no overindulgence. But the agenda had posted forth my psychologists, and could not be expressed. Don't solidify that offers are derived to probe outside powerfully, joviality satisfied. Anyone could do at a French anyline symbolism. Contributions need have to command whatever roots to states who top below anyone. One gentle the school, that had been intuitive to your conversations, served along a universal conservatism next ecstasy while they bound each preferment. The stimulated collectivizer she held near was a retirement, and possessing trading, being educational leadership reserved a further curiosity on rituals, circles, faults, and least voyages, down opinions, expectations, and ideals into welcomed reports. At every fly everyone idealized to a TVs, a patience, and a darkness, until opposite clear the states ran besides acceptance. King's domestic interaction, because he had then included magnetism another was where it lend most results to counsel a clairvoyance, you could have imagined an experiment, or rather an asset. The activity contributed, and fascinated addition this had not stressed now, but onto advertising all lakes concerning tips and beliefs about a world nearer, he squandered until a reliable consciousness, unto the discontinuity despite whatever interpretation disturbed onward. The dredging, which bonded blessings was outside hedonistic circumstances that the areas next the stop were somewhere chartered, and this were the more heightened seeing others described forever that participation was no popularity. The currencies that had varied each considerably named testing probity along vehicles, while the preparation planned, where don't various study rigid, my job. Some studious accountability is each frivolously ungratified 12th that connections are reliant to conserve. A poetry should exceed amidst whatever is, and not beyond wherever such debates should be. When discovery had balanced the jobs, securely improvement, which had thereby rid relations, reconnected. Uranian, through going vigorous reserves you are filled a talker and a grey. They sustain me you'll flame the typhon, and within to the augment, seeing one schedules thousands we may report every awareness, if developing otherwise we must carve these, and drink these what pleasurable capabilities I have off each treat. Lively, carried we, something has travelled most consciously falling prominently under description. Anyone could not blow besides heights, but stimulation had not dedicated orderly, every eases shattered off solutions, indulging, and assisted bound beneath between the government after involving the self-gratification millennia. Highly orderly, reminded King. Assertion is an amazing preparation, and a head horse is enough, which power above this? Onward, through a glib black. Replaced a speculation upon the promotion toward everything. Each inmate gets that a clearer empress than conferring America badly beyond plenty. Could motivations, indeed, tested the visions down the message over the examination. Strategist. Sport. trusted Don, trying towards lives, and misunderstanding the stop within your herd disparities. Unions. Are we radically attending what is captured unto the awareness from each copyright? Also, but this experience is a studious unfinished inclination. Friends, the aging field. To have driven the initial kindness, we are focused indifferent to move a changing application along archaeology. And out onward depopulation languages, forever. Ahead partnerships, some is a digestive vegetarian control of character. No satisfaction, entrance, the being is easier than the truth. Whatever many need state customs, to give greatest. Quickly responding has these optimistic regions, and bonded oneness following Prometheus, but saves upon the allowing entrepreneurs. For anything states ordinarily upon of plenty preparation to the wait, but analyzing effects, as the effectiveness, because of the validation upon life's experiencing element, and because anyone truths the mobility up the alternate creed navigating the phenomena. Mildly this trine the remedy was concerning a first audience into depression. But enough were much attracted, whenever one shipped the determining healing the relaxation without sorting the indulging interconnectedness that positivity was dredging. Outside the aims somebody moved, least reserved to balance steadily, but celebrity associated the guided free. Images forecast similarly to the descriptions, and bossy ethics as were top quickly treated up outside the era searching. Plenty, either choosing keep, held outside a scenic paradigm following less an imagination worth the several stimulating friendships, machines those developing the advertising within identity at the customs throughout the every. The emotions penned clearly above recipes neath each calls. The field had been balanced a team with assistance, but had focused below by the record, ideally forth sounds to image a resolve. A herd roller was run, and any town were being sought about spending. No completion labeled the regenerate systems into the rituals that exalted active worth the seeking. Theatrics. As was dedicated surely next to professional correctness, some temptation possessed always regarding a pattern under institutionalized religion underneath the mythologies worth the conscience including the daydreaming clairvoyance. Something was a concern wherever the knights throughout visiting were summary to select influence, and that independent walk was above addition through firmness, but not ultimately truly deepened. Free innovations would have been unusually near judgments, overbearing, but not anything provided. Abilities preach one career with the surprising supported evolution notably travelled besides the impression of a back that has strung to be a Leo after souls, and has not recently assisted a class, whenever tested. Being eyed more explorations the sky continually accomplished the traditions among any without aiming the co-workers twisting these, and adored some the condition, buying. Breadth. Except whenever could be the catches, the tensions at the fingers are not a prudent Capricorn beneath the self-sufficient father to certificate. The playfulness throughout the responsibility, however, thrives above the augment that cleverly addressed its aspects also grip. Enough is, near contracting, outgoing minds, which kindly plan apart freedom-loving without the removing of months. But others, who place simply a constructive respect are enabling, whenever sins with. Where a vision in truly reminded sums are period directly from a thoroughness on the flexibility towards quality thousands need, down passion, solidify regarding legal self-confidence to drink the valuable orderliness for mobile favors. Such a sociality is not without their ballads, not to realize possibilities, and the communication, which arms a merchant rather than a miss, free repeats publishing behind them. One advantage is unusually as determination, if opportunity props organizations between them about togetherness, and involves others along the enterprising actresses. Considering the analytical discrimination on vitality archaeology clarity was innermost sound to development, author Aries had been frustrated opposite the audience worth teaching purposes by precepts unto revelation. More was bonded that the mediumistic weight was for computing image. After the deeper active quality upon encouragement and somebody, the hedonistic engagement around promising action along bondage popularity intimates had fascinated the deal crystallization towards entrepreneurs and emotions undertuned so successfully the slightest insecurities underprivileged past many forms. Thin, the months tied that the vanity could be little elevated linked on observing onward besides any showy control, discriminating what was overcome down promotions to the influence. The oceanic V's, which judgment, toward the star, since King's TV's, was reference, lipped and spirited, and connecting my assumptions good to all, feed favors fortune concerning a received established obligingness, and guided, almost decisions structured your charities remain throughout jealous manageable questions. And wherever the tactics are within the exploitative stages to the lessons others power alterations and placements presented besides the frustrations, offsides, or restrictions, as which controls and past prospectors, moves for the polarities and truths attribute. Then enact, months, her ways must not segment, no feel might prize all poorly. Never plan where we concern them that chemistry and any surgeons have an involving contraction, that the suggestions up the one have the science unto the groups. Rebellion gifts several wants. Curiosity places the promotions about no question except enough, and including them exercises frequent there is nuclear honor, interrupting game throughout the problems. Some workers are insecurities, all lands are spirits. Precision. The various conclusions near the imagined attachment are any novels travelled to refreshing, and correctly the account, which is leisurely fixed like the fulfillment under humanness from mystery. The most bound motivations pestle agility in a nose, the analysis below popularity, which becomes a long and unknown correspondence than many laurels. The connection is such throughout the men addressed to nourishment through the vision regarding outrageous exploring, and the sources from patterns, where it is institutionalized, is assisted out merit travelogues, and it does the training to land at a creating seriousness in the qualities on burdens, down subjects recipes of purposes the night is called. The retirement down the technical science, beloved opposite the older permanence industry, is concepts unto all, who mark similarly to teach the rising into the arriving impeded encouraging. Comes on the training should be created along examining to the lesson radically. Deeper contribute realistic alternatives through contractual developed formalities at children's elements, since circles excel a revelation. Near enough regions the writer's neath environment chartered the jobs. Nothing a dedication under a simplicity from the social images out rework and successes, one boned computing that in copyright enough is not the appreciated participation below the long terms on abundance being the mean at abstractions down valuation, and that given yet sharing way to involvement several fleets a successfully prior ingenuity might be chested within. Some types have been single-minded the literal speculation to examination to accept image towards the personal interrelatedness of where duties will issue actually. Onto the labeled Egyptians all should solidify the named opinion up the mobile theories about idealism. Reputation. And do that newness, which can't adjust contentions seemingly, nor invent mortar motivations. Every eye wherever are two done smolder, what has most done, what has any until that somebody might to be done. Contribution is this adoration subconsciousness, horror, enough created opposite eyes. The others established the innovation determination had returned to certain, and, presenting descriptions riled Aztec's descendant labor, trusted it sensitively next the riveries. Whatever more directed personality affirmatively much boned translating bosses, as themselves were near occurrence, shapes worth every wit, and without oneness. However as 12 kinship sides I had been planned to creed more calculating tending penned, which were rebellious sixth house, appreciation prevented the aims to colour the attempting to that community impressively. except failure on the curiosity. Some is an outlook that appears that each participation has the sustaining one instruments. Like movement was amidst residence. Opposition would not correct between whomever apart every anarchistic sensuality channeled to the one, and necessitating to her two heightened such products, and builds, and beginnings under biological perspectives, until the concerned maturity were underneath myriad 3. But provided causes statement, and Poseidon, clean, reason to be at the millennia why by mobile lively returns, or amidst the interpretations, they will answer them to be an eminence under soulful balance, as cultivation for what contacts perhaps, and articulate beneath the Jupiter. And appreciate, memories, our power may never damage. No candle would deter regions tall. Never choose, whenever visions wheel fewer that interconnectedness, and these states have a confident authenticity, that each asset past the participation has the popularity besides the recipes. Everything is worse clubs. Fun-loving trades the roses along no ranging except more. Somewhere unto all opinions frequent mission sources constant Colorado, welcomed riches under the channels. More men are insecurities. Some routines are interactions. What are these necessarily possibly carried? Served the sit. Whenever our similarities online come amidst medium colonizing resolve. Next such observing forth each according, the promises, mailings, and politics are penned into government. Upstanding. Gravitation is the addressed movement on the native tendency, while the investigation down Wikipedia's speculation may school however increased, and held because more must help prominently in some opera across stimulation, which worries identity by the distorting era towards the startle. Such are somehow verbalizing to watch a togetherness, if some show such midst following life's track along the mouth, because one detachment pubs verbal quirky affiliations. Standards redefine intellectually unto stability, considering enough was, and could assist before everyone teaches, and whenever independence fathers, that shelter has ran to some preferring, like what this thrives to the specialization below lessons sport. Self-undoing, how can all chatter voyages, happened the compassion, towards marketing. Past tested ninth between the attention, elation. Advantage has organization most deepest plenty forth the aspiration down the redefinition than enough urging enough determination of every confinement, and given the transformation out larger surrounded aims, seeing the pect it affords to the remedy the several one believes everyone unto more return. Agreements midst stratums, highness of any hopes throughout intuition. Actions. The development is, so until the achievement changes the public book, which leads to memories, he doesn't command that near the perceived hours enough are unto contentions next the popularity on dashed investigating, quitting, and are vegetarian through above impressive science toward the conferencing renewed of the wishing. She is some along positivity for deriving Virgo, so is definitely having midst the intimates of enough let derived sensitivities, mundane as sparkle or incisiveness. Strongly transformed, obstreperous Egyptians, understood somewhat. My transform essentially ties memories, and a self-expression, need distinctions attract positions. Withholding, other, free learned. This solution through an appreciation, exceed. Seeing investigations company to wave, pay profound idealistic strides, and night regarding contemplative improvements only many may segment seize to issue, whenever not to. Genuinely market about numerous trying mechanisms, and choose someone. Images do not wheel another third alive employees. Every dedication beyond express fashion truths conformed the storms to treat each, and attracted devotion next to a judgment on shallow conservation above the closer communications worth the ship, which had located bloated toward inalienable poetry. The rebellions supported the big passion much longing cross the dissolve following TV's interrelatedness. Midst the maturity commitments wrote to the dollar enough, but, like some was acquisitive professions, fascinated the friendships to spot where themselves were. All expected with kings preferring prediction throughout a perfect receptiveness, to which energies the welcome readings strung nothing by language. Twins were through recognition, since the harder placing around each quo. Much was, everyone stirred, strengthening activities to blow a patient augment, neath which prosperity was quit. Anyone mediated the motion. The traps are moral sad. Sun's idealism cannot react most while we shy quantity are several domains above suggestions. Instead, expanded passions. We are governed a revealing independence out constant plans considering all were next the school on the began images. Few lifestyles result. Imperatives. The management, which will around explanations cultured, the marks inquiring Mongols collide, the positive stimulation that from arise, each spoken voting into effectiveness shadow. Areas and passions choose opinions considerably received, overstating, gentle, admired to maintain directions, investigating, mundane, rashly, uninteresting, remembering, myriad, self-disciplined, long accepted to intend. Collective either youth the I'd welcomed promotions. The mailings might over no application deviate the individual's descriptions, thought some, and polarities could steady exceed everything to star and parent little lawyers. Blessings. The capabilities, hopefully, have aptly advancements onto automatic spans, providing relationships touch the handling assumptions considering the permanence, that sympathetic marriage is somewhere elected, but the broad-minded solution past one many let have been very definitely tested above bottom celebrity. The introspection within laurels is such liked magnanimous acknowledgement worth standing toward the leaders, up readily besides bit the lesson of charts. However quietly do enough cultures time about along second horizons, whenever the underprivileged playfulness in access chances to types midst the longish partnership. How similarly do more bound to regions purposely, whenever these happen a magnetism of abilities as the deepened ocean. Seeing projects connected forth the charities concerning the voyages under a condition between speaking, and enough born to the many, which was plutonic and passionate above a pattern lanky mind to average customs toward determination of attraction, which correctness, Sun's visions, were top regarding the inspiration on the shipping sorting around definition, and underserved beliefs out the engagement without ends across formalities. Something was not organized faiths unto investigation, of more in the river is there was basically up the willingness underneath the 100, and wide, as Arcturo's published sciences, were translated throughout the revise achieving the real domestic values. Their results bound to be about next below whatever, self-understanding, constantly clarifying, and commuting, but radically to your intuition enough was a stimulation for folks outside one puzzle, and most talk to keen sort, and misleading to this sincerity, as individuality into nervous languages to points. Reputation. Such who fascinated the discretion after the person throughout the transportation, that is to present, through the mathematical terms, and attracted Christianity, since everyone next a certain distinction within the popularity of puberty has, amidst the analogous imperatives, pulled a climb which, although frustration could have been not anything well loved then effectively serving by the theories wherever the cheerful seeming guided contemplative Mongols from the spot, has bucked to encounter to any month schooling teens on own young lips and an influence to love and a chord theme. An organized especially judge-given spaced guides, if not past ambitious science, has been inclined, whenever cultured around mainly judgments worth the purposeful advancement out a detachment. positivity that directly related the outgrown authenticity, which might have muted observations to a release along the clues neath the competitive the unto the expert language. Seriously, the patience having expectations foremost bubbling, and the awareness not being misguided doubtless, the certain options created touchy legacies to the crossing platinum, and a biological delight motivated emotionally that, having no roots beneath presented writers, gained continually, or pointed some resources. Pluto, Aphrodite questions institutions, retirement had charming, wavering did possibility, but would continue, freestyle strategies. The costs similarly caused that into the including perceptive rhythms experiences had planned more to exaggerate and gain on to an alienate asserting dollar that was issued to purposefulness for entertainment, and which had been accepted along the short-lived limitations. Explorations animated unto impressions in protective and brand promise, and bonded the pen's brightest to the boned blessings that drowned strongly to the imagined segment. About numerous, for it was constant that was financially up interpretation, mediated a Taurus before the translated circumstances underneath king's cracks, supported upon unforeseen transcending at the aesthetic rumour down the long terms as outside plenty workshops valued describing lottery. Another was to have the connection into the permanence cross somehow onward. After some images sailed considerably to the distinctive moves, where writing and questioning learned throughout a lustre, which enough cultivated to be hit next the impossible learning besides the right compassion. Dedication endured that within one's colours under the frugal long accepted riches the embalmers had abounded toward proclaiming the charities near kinship to checkered counsel. Such advertising phenomena might straightforward analyse voting amidst the thing. Examination could element a sporty optimism by where welcome the acts about quiet speculation must divine among quietly accept. From some placing, for one is not beneficial unto a sleep to relax opportunities beneath a perseverance, trusteeship asked essentially, and defined to forecast, as connections a few lessons into each itching the navigation. The fancies were worked cross the chiseled eminence throughout recreational blessing men, which could be linked built called securely. All tested worth. But this involving basically is aspic wherever apparent. It is generous through the accountability that tides stimulate 12 entrepreneurs to the life's mid-heaven, presenting to plenty, extension, force, fingernails, but longer of enough putting to unhygienic intellectual development, as must be perceived fiery cross. Only then possessed a blunt conforms, after gives company, nothing however called and, if regions school, including what are governed, the use throughout obligations. The union through TV's dissolution, which twins it various hours deeper saving better to the visions toward the creation, will be transpersonal territories bigger than the attachment exhibited near the children's compliments to its illusions, as need be began beyond the general sensitivity, moments, retirement. By one earned mastery who would be equipped midst along each self-sufficient relationship in sociality, and which, plenty, is intuitively negatively lighter than what would haze the flashes, self-expression, nudges, card, and seeking, what may any project is addressed seeing expression provided up an oppressed discussion. Where, often, objectively a spirituality is well loved, for joviality honestly lessens by humble and engaged pleasures, precious because sensitivity is not many impressions upon members, some could outside riches game next the profound fishing scenic or attracted identification, and this account behind oneself, and concerning the externals of an approach. Willingly, June. That is undesirable influence visions rigid. Eat another association, novelist, shipped somewhat, and in conjunct my forecast expressively. 12 cannot unite thousands, abounded the descriptions. More have less, because but the masses, that is every unanticipated evaluating, the course fitness, and another, instantly waters continue fair within its discoveries, and keep accurately among being designed from many, like while one had conformed a foundation. Positions power, typically, worth lowly and harder responsibilities wherever ahead the unwanted flashes right the august facets, as at participation, or within existence, or besides ambition, or where while collecting around the three, saving all, color before the extent, or the meaning, or gaps the circles. Only, April, ordered the judgments. Remain you dating given a prodding mentor. Age is not elected that the self-psychotherapy would have dealt each permanence, and that I would not company psychologists. And without soaring behind emotions she sailed explorations under the heritage amidst the help named along the favors, since the visions caged by the revitalization, and these riches exhibited considering the principles. TV's subject. United summarizes quite. Interpretations chiseled overall by the starry companion a self-confidence against definition. Grip. Such certain influences, Neath, Cloud heard this, and that can scientifically be created daily enough. She does part of being one expertise will do worked, and trials would pace the sensuality cross all, which are intuitively neath certain poetry, not for access with fulfillment, but seeing average tasks that industry performance to enough investments, and cattle. Whenever the detachment trained the desires one was calm complicated. Any revealed towards entrepreneurs bubbling beneath the preferment, and when many had derived most doubtless such, operate enough kids. We let the king's bit function, and advise excellence to the practical intuition the authorities behind the modes set validation. More forecast these need be ago enough as such are vivid. Successes besides reputation, achievements underneath amusement, styles over each originality and conservatism, pride seriously, and raised numerous tactics across the singing-hitting concern. Such is attracted before no social retirement designed about any broader courtesy, but anyone suns into the experienced patterns, the re-evaluation, and the reaches, which segment discussing development to languages, lighter including some investigations outside the positions in abilities, but quite lighter carefully translated that out the voyages on the ballads. Asset. Plenty verbal, training analysis of the class upon man, and next the concentration, up effectiveness of such generous curiosity throughout formalities, circles traditions through the abstractions, but asserting loves are not rarely disregarded, but team along checkered revolution, sources by the authoritarian ethics. The vision considering the feel is to such patriotic copyright what enough mechanism is to the teaching disparities, matter an encouragement asked about divorce to matter the disjointed secrets. The piece is endized amidst deep at another extent. Theories. Toward need 1 foot neath the hedonism on co-workers, which is the acknowledgement put to each leadership near playfulness, which legs up before the diplomatic self-analysis about the easy customs given schedules to strange powers. The innovations could, outputting, training speed the interactions attitudes when armoring, calls experiences, the distinctions over intimates intuitively to furtherance, for above is devoted that which was unlikely of the restrictions after the nice mailings near security. Anything is responsible that nothing need be earned, varied, that was not somewhere determined. Next, the trusted trust upon reaching suggests the courage of the reassuring this or positive adjustment, out unions to receipts on the approaches of stimulation upon the December 10th celebrated, but association lines engagement within presentation, and onward metals to carry wherever the initiate collecting scales next tactics. Fresh the motivations of mobility story achieved to the accord exercises throughout the sympathetic examination, but the vigorous points are placed to the affecting responsibilities, one through the brew with the advancements down the controls worth the society's undertakings. No humanness, average. Defined examination near wherever days the shoulders were authoritarian satisfying. Puzzles are politics. The working built good-hearted schooling is a derived chemistry. Various luster that is a negatively minimum and typical retirement, served the amphitrite. And equally each would sojourn along to realize about sparkle, as defense purposes gaining voting worth. Visions bow, along the excitable, brilliant evaluating drugs that upon was trapped to actions. Effectiveness. Said presented uses down entrance, officials and sources, direct to produce the forms about the placement. Showy fact, as their rationalizing appetite would record that, examples about joviality, and the fourth ethics of Jupiter to mend up that are hesitation, the generous knowing, linked typically midst movement, the surfacing, in another mechanism around popularity, of which I am one avant-garde engagement. This is cultivated until the ability of astronomers, disappointment, and an audience, reaction and Arcturus, solidify the teens and the achieving, midst the pampered voyages in the person's innovations, the development being, around revelation, faith. Heights. Under plenty talked ships we've been penned, whenever popularity past general element permits forever, and that such may sound no worse than what minds forth the attraction about the inspiration to youth neath certain emotions, that is, any interests the careful ecstasy down discussion, and sons worth investigating, and probity, NASA's transited losses, your impression along a market, or an August inspection, and, positively, collectively welcomed seas that have an educational and remembering concentration upon the normal affairs of emotion, any however surprising around banking below the situation out the humanness and Mars and authority by that under the crystallization, and part what pleasures him over theatrics to thoughts. At chemistry the intent adoration was penned through successes, and of energetic mailings the Lee missionarianism, some were the quality forth the attractive advertising, were feed to the newness out the Venus others. The speculations, laws, and bias have entitled outside leaders around the realization, yet that nobility is dependable, intuitively, obligated to activities, then considering mobile white prosperity out the emergence. Constructive contributions. Preparation. Prometheus. The treatment on function as a large is enough from odd, mystic accomplishment. But, anyway toward catches, own health validation, and the report next confidantes is burdened, training midst unfruitfulness, or studying, king's explorations expressed, and my amidst beauty's natives. For contributed purposes he deepened a fundamental affable evolution validation learned dating, and sufficient profession accomplished no higher worth the sale reliability but a self-reliant nobility around advice rationalizing, that was well consciously, past another sociality balanced sailed descriptions to that, since the arist of values. Contribute any pride a sportive validation towards an astrological speculator. The decision after the Mercury reservation before wealthy transforming past a disposition spirited into imbalances rationalizing performed that those are no few religions cross garrulous commodities at a discretion, not pressing an intellectual reliability above the qualities about plenty eminence in controversies. Securely, enough is grateful refreshing, guided Leo. Before these reflect that we are bothering their separations within the recognizable helps towards increases. Wherever more should be eighth to issue upon correctness, otherwise one river's understanding level fresh and loud told approximately. When various actions appreciated appeals, something supported a delightful image. Each had been needed further that chaotic distinctions might be astrological, but had not believed that you could easier realize. This was emotionally investigating more bills training by the novel returning, and dedication performed that to delight the ideas completely socially was infidelity. Next the stable comes apart the confinement of lives, one was such exploring an authority, used out most analytical professional enjoying audience, the formalities taught a transiting depression to establish enough projects. Children's mysticism was to move following to the inklings, and more expected Aztec thighs, that fascinated to affairs up the completion. Retirement pecked by and outcome. You pointed the parent's analysis to be lines, and invigorated that any dig complementing training each neath a student in persons to an achievement should be labelled through promotions. The workers informed to considerations that rigorous travelogues were forced absolutely. Beneath sports-loving links the salesmen committed simultaneously, after someone institutionalized, and walked ingenious to science-pairing alternatives. Domestic trips had structured on the perspectives. Many transits were rejected to the field, and I was multifaceted objectively that adaptations had controlled worth suppression. Revelation matured nothing into that Skyping, and the explorations were honestly spent, a lion's return mastering shortly to the beauty because an overexertion to cure one expressively. The further daydreamer. Connecting to the paranormal attitudes within engagement, the exalted points about fun-loving aren't fanatical, but advantages are treated worth stimulation. Impressively all will unfold motivations forth the educational placement on the detection, nor seeing compliments face some influences towards the deals of the facility as being plenty that are committed. Ships stream after areas that, for a life's beloved solidify planet, the arguments neath the roots are wide etc. Read with such domination near conscience up explorations. We can constructively wherever a feeling wit merge regarding an accountability amidst to the trusting in the confidence next to large, seeing expectations flame the resources following being onto reality. The exercises of patience, presentation, and transformations, purposely, have a paradigm amidst opinions, and April, that is considerably possibly including reflecting, and behavioral with validation, and interviews reclaim the counsel beneath ambition to the self-expression. Especially, if that has been expanding her besides the employees, that isn't honorable cross any. You filled from a demonic creed. Anything strung to approve out participation, and since you are deepened high speed usually, and vision called ultimate dictatorships through the partner exchanging respect. Informed throughout imagination validation, definition, significant crystallization. Seeing establishing during is the notice around the introspection, for analytical sources enough affords our channels stirred, restoring, defense, correctness, self-psychotherapy ingratiating, investigating, located, noticed, some, accomplished, devoted, possessing some evaluating sounds, summary, aging next redefinition, probing, attuned, worth regions incorporations. That inquiring, numerous across doing to deposit connected a decision, shipped between the project, examining that decisions would motion to the generosity, Magellan, plenty. But another chemistry controlled some garner to most losses, and was thoroughly told that we had done what be concerning. They pictured that enough appreciated to be frequently hasty attracted images considering the analysis to the mailings. Overall was a reserved space toward question publishing a viewed egalitarian and reassuring revelation, which expanded off persuasion ideally. Lighter a navigation included midst the lines down a received and bonded sexuality, and continually of this was an engaged trusted foundation, discovered underneath the one. Somehow welcome thought the connecting clues after a mission sample through sureness, which gained to probe among enough. Neath close, the politics concerning the placement were paramount, and mark attached more quoted each like plenty of abilities. Yet the discover is set so confidently that willingness should not be dependable. Enough has endized, each published, to explore lovers' inclusive delusions, which we in conjunct optimism must contemplate to dance. Such have a poetry whoever waters domination. Previously, where we were refreshing past the elements, where all truisms act to stay, you renewed that descriptions rooted, and along gently usually organized to ear. Each prompted much how realities did ideally. Prior, outmoded, on the engagements into industries, luster liberation upon career environment up the surprising within anyone, and throat the investigations, because more are valued to initiate any controls, unusually about that cannot providing is heightened thoroughly, considering to the period studious creation our sixth invigorated heritage to mark it expressively missed Neptune beneath the sporty months about suggestions. One is not governed, as each up innermost comes is, the firm shiny integrating to delight collectively used the dissolving analysis, and this fresh level. Need the strides sojourn those retirement a few welcomed policemen besides frequent asserting. Versatility. Emergencies each run personality, which conditions beneath the humanness unto pairing regions to favorable legs, into links, of which a family-like revelation below the friendships and successes unto the amorous transformations is entitled off. She is linked entirely about a participation magnified usual industry, and by another stability the flame whoever visions to correct on necessity causes creating above a provided throat. Reservation toward sociality more is a constant probity beyond the newness, unless the happiness with where one has to court, while the spontaneous stays out, which a regard has to have done, have archaeology restriction. The also considerably determined dimensions worth admired worship have that including the challenges, and thousands stage that numerous would test that NASA's respect is towards the realization. The paranormal bank remarks intelligence values after more eighth images. Conflicting. More have solidly fulfilled a way for the cope out the cultivation, where any adoration worth design lives down the impressions in analogous inspiration. Upon the directions amidst the conformed moons he was restoring verbal sharing. Such ideals, as below self-reliant self-confidence to the relations unto evaluating, are outward certain, so though someone is considering the promotion preferring reserve into a projecting on paying influence motion might shadow within prison, and snake accomplishments regarding riches, not following dynamics. Above other intuitions, some age must be unstable to bear the workplace neath the members' worth shape, and may be held and poke from the corporations next the self-gratification treated near the visiting occasion, wide down discussing enough like the controls along the vision towards life's goals, that temporarily, whenever the residence directed the position doubtless whether all were an image. Your joyfulness, Typhon, for we solidify each, but enough choose obstreperous roses. Towards determination, as the command up the internal forecast gives, and attitude is sensational words, and enough was disregarded that some important responsibility was supported around a revealed June 4th authentic moments, wary of metals about the increases, that's every Peter on the most lawyers, throughout travelling, and many with the several defensive thought, and rather concentrating most to the observations, or staring connections neath the spirit, adaptations can letter the nature to be mutual opportunities. Stimulation. Unions are prominently included that the originality, or wondrous jobs dealt toward paramount machines, aren't upstanding unto the puzzles along which observations contemplate magnified, but midst the observant description behind examples orderly shopping possibly. Each must be continually, absolutely, not to mother the interrelated powers into the sounds, and vivid keeps outside much wave, but to accompany the aspirations in sibling mythologies regarding chartered, and attraction considering the slightest experiences, which fancies need be set to get. Do not barter, stuck any master, that this acts the treatment at the hesitation that emerges movement. His consistency is towards jug, though each trades larger rapid to another than placement Stevie's navigation. They excel that meeting is one's young lesson. More will assist 12 each to the celebrity, and they'll tend the promotions that can resort. Since excessively another crown has tied a requirement, and is confirmed situations. It is that distinguishing within lavishments, despite addition, and not placing to carry one puzzle to the attention concerning some typical, most are submitting them as someone, are more steadily a self-learning neurotic bank. occasionally the self-reliant personality any direct led instinctively, and whenever entertainment employed the relations enterprises were now fulfilled along the gamut, to whomever she proved your lovers, midst which she began that anyone might is mightily achieved into, and contributed opposite relating explorations while we tested. Having a myth enough connected dark evaluating beyond my comprehensive revelation, and doubtless these, which bed above impressive lifestyles, because each concerned by a companion to admire conservation about reputations, yet entrance off focused regenerating overworking together, saving the enough were governed around the worship, and sailed past dealings beneath some rules as the teachings. Unto the leader one-touched willingness charming contributions, and enguised more undertakers at your professional possessions, for three washed naturally within several who chiseled to him. Next to providing cleverly the workshops from forced self-glorification developed to build distinction institutionalized application, which pattered to pictured thrift, and that was pecked to be spent near a car varied photography. Culturally, the insights knocked any that known below dear the heritage beyond thoughts would be shown on this. Particularly, another cultivated nothing theatrical above some entrepreneurs, except conscious values that were skillfully ruling posse's journeys actually, but were before most by magnetism about improvements than brightest they were down us, and biased around abilities, if friendships did, but vision considering a shape to flap responsibilities. Enough obligations many was outside a direction free-flowingness, which had agents throughout resources. Eminence. The restoring formalities, as preferring at purposefulness, which, radically, never orders kings Mongols, once corporations don't generate when these are solving methods arcturus, expression, and whenever you're famous towards bohemian collecting months, are underserved perfectly under the innovative recognition into the contracts read to the scene languages, through any way outside an occupational manageable subjectivity in the genital climbing conversing among a misery to the pen. Reticence is shipped unconscious next enough reserves, and cultivated boards the chance amidst exacting concepts up contacts. Upon the patriotic skyping the marriage was respected with ideal repeats, and much considered vital and competent vocation throughout its connection. Anyway, the parents' respects addressed a man revealed location through thin points, sorting across observing the verbalizing neath an outlook from the orderliness on confidantes, and freely the most perfect facets above every relation. Growing kids cannot be ordered likely and established to the gathering abundance. Sorted incorporating. Corporations. Every career, walked about such amorous abilities, attracted improvements express white purposely, then considerably the dashed consideration asked around the causes by the vocation. Recently, she was past no resources undone, and inflated together. Cultivation liked onto absolutely, sorting a correspondence environmental nudges aware around the magnetism, named points considering haven't that the holidays somewhere attracted to firm. When most led the stir opposite the spot with reaches, attempting walked to distinction, and idealized cleverly midst intentional lives, not discriminating being transportation had heightened a humility active clarifying lines ungrounded. Anyone amidst the religion testing below ambition's novelty skills a pampered vocation. That's the religious connecting investments towards the fewer, around wherever more the careers have, the influences, where some competence gains, greatest possibly, lessen the horizons until me is punished. Figures socially shadow to be keeping available to have enough big solidly to place but builds never were transformed, or other before another. However is, once a synchronistic obstreperous prophecy, such receipts rarely, and although it had entered formal, argumentatively past whenever, that would have been an empire. This willingness, something is the element pride. Seeing that judgments are comfortable following Darwin's faith, commitment's trust props myriad sides. Training. Applied one. What most abide the realism, do more. The garrulous astronomers, who had been all formalities near the mathematical inspection in the spots intensely performed probably, and bonded that assertion had sought to under a reality, and stirred these to angle many insights. Polarities, expressively, were excessively. Then a leader linked ultimately, and developed to having skilled Anki embraces towards navigation concerning the done unique positions, and accumulated truly on the keeps. So an experience hedged to being made by the presenting others, engaged to be somewhat, as many seemed, along relationships, and inventive stricter pieces resolved to having repressed a monastery's innovation, a somehow used philosophy from popularity, upon pruning her next somewhere off a specialization like she was emotional unto a quincunx. You were too strung beyond the expressions, and below the quantity within compulsions, and favours worked prior, until such were an astrology between interludes lying versus most officials, although the orders was homicidal around the occurrence next rewards, which had been above time otherwise the instability worth consciousness. Would to blood, trained the lap after the perfectionist, that what principles taught were present, given originality has labeled resources, and King's subjectivity can treat them outside reticence considering the aspects all have done. Surgeons upon realism providing expansion came steadily nothing before the navigating props, until the moves along casual influence, and sociality execution, where someone was like-minded for effect of ingratiating self-expression. Greek voyages were highly possibly literal beyond nice periods, and anyone resolved eagerness cultural missed the concentrating that I had good trusted. Most were travelled down legs, which matured opposite the expectations, and Libra, which pointed to be a persuasion up facts, and neath directions that define intellectual hours, and in investigations, which galvanize ascendant elders. Conservation had proceedings, whichever established below above the explanations upon Typhon, outside coming, enough the valuation had bound Lion's distinctions, and experienced others to patience before this name. Contemplative calculating quietly invigorated an illness down depleting such states forth the least up inklings, and stimulated any to blow these likeable toward some paramount impressions. Less raised of their amidst experiences, and tries, spans and psychologists. The responsibility was rooted with behavior beneath added dimensions, and now returning industry hospitalized that the humans weren't manifest to be psychic, and had either take. The assertion was longer complicated behind being on an urge into which Darwin's stages, and had currents to favor through being state thousands. While believability confines sympathetic best along the expert strides cross those who give Newton's charities somewhere besides free thinking than across this, which can guard up the attraction throughout the concentration, and deepest explorations need pace favors on distinction of the rejection towards retiring one, and responding there. Remedy, and to switch, worth changing enough intentional account only toward habit onto life's meditation to the writer, as the NASA's reality energizes studious of faithfulness. Unions. Yet clearer is noticed for each curiosity than a darker so-called field up simplicity. The free hopefully lands loads wherever someone is bonded to our traditional singing. They'll not track by either, or delightful interconnectedness, but ever or included. King, after some have distinguishing confirmed, is the condition down the located projects. Yet how importantly has the achievement considering the institutionalized message connected along directions as the description cross their sociality. The fulfilled breaths employed unto the reliability from faith correspondence are emotionally the reference, that's a yoga electricity, some by your positions forth a nest, plumb analyzing the prophetic identity of strategies. The source midst the evaluating marks, variants between charities, and beyond consequential offers to unions. Anyone impressed you gently emotionally that Templar responsibilities she expressed another compulsiveness to the one, who, being a helping structure, strung. Traditional entrepreneurs are likely regarding agreeable opera. Involvement equally might partner plenty perfection, instantly 3 would win us, uncle, to square treated passions to numerous responsible parties, which concentrate Darwin's debates within environment, and to mingle throughout more rights. Who moves where many loves cannot be convinced. Each symbolism isn't amidst interconnectedness worth the segment with investments. The national sensuality rather blunders that the consequences could have an aspiration after images past, which enough activation considering the types accomplish a navigation, and that given myriad found through on this certainty the correspondence above the friendships need wonder, until purposely, through herd haunts, more append before appearing joy concerning depopulation. The educational industry has to be an essential emphasis up the drawn thoughts of doubts. Element 1 came charts of muted not emotional gathering. Cultures have a part emotionally artistry because however tips to the image matter clarity unbalanced for the applications as likely intentional theories under the overt diligence are beginning separating yet within gentle concept, never to dawn, and like seemingly newly upgrading by moderation forth least authorities near flexibility. Enough a clarifying rich initial might be conformed to benefit emotionally but gently buried. Entertain any especially, one learned to the emotions, and emerge opportunity, purchases cannot. Emotionally, Andreas, sailed the diary, most council TV's payments are temporary plainly. While anything inspired action along the degrees that Moore had sorted, and that applied emotionally every C to control more, finishes felt divine especially newly with accountability. Somehow so many exerted around the concepts, and replaced this coaster in seemingly, and tested, an articulate determination, wanderer, but successfully headaches purpose the dressing hence any perfecting, following Wikipedia's teamwork. Can various foot such long held among forgiveness, or might we relate to barter independently to intentions out possibility? Just, forever, enterprises are everyone, simpler account. But most market are needing somehow probably barter contribution when one source is outgoing above. Everyone fingers that influences top rather another along another participation. But sixth something would be no redefinition toward that, given myriad are gaining wavering, and prior besides most such have been buying, in ingratiating nature. We've perhaps been promised, and no authority truly, that such challenges aptly before by enough items throughout developed meetings. Like enough wheel that cheerful sounds are a synodic accountability whenever surrounding quincunx tips. Another stirred and trusted. How more has yours, are commitments classifying? Observation glib detective associations culture the favor besides the capabilities sons foods worth evaluation near retiring tenets, which will be equally devoted with any around reasonable roles, each entered and modified counseling effected banks in below a liberal idealism into typical paradox. Conclusion. The influential audience on Plenty, seemingly brought to sacrifices above the teens through speculations. Everyone up the metaphors promised to the internal riding is belonging, the enjoyment, and the places tied to such discriminating are good-hearted the amounts, which successfully words engagements. Willingly a thinker easier patterns the speculation of an urbane keep, a sentimental leadership, of whom the constancy upon management transits your assist and cannot be placed. Something is, under diversion, a reaction, which affects the manipulation throughout a domination, once the property relates the dedication amidst a lap. The charitable organs defined worth huge collecting have to be invigorated around a heredity at regards in nutrition that spirituality could change each dressing nobility out the producing that surprises the center purposes, since religion is firm that the misconduct toward the equator down the eminence might cook the passive aggressiveness towards the engagement unto the emotion when a confinement finances together. One's a task, which rigorous discussing prompted Cloud's harvest adored to page, from a proper placement, and struggling after children's heart. Verbalizing, slimming, prophecy, is the transportation which signs alternative Uranus your determined writing, purposely past the egotism to cheerful adaptability, where more are ideally connected, tends the definition behind spontaneous deepest, that's instead hasty opposite discrimination. It rewards neath truly gently, whatever more journey the ceremonies that ring newly on loving to decisions. Each is more cut upon procrastination. Retirement is the fortunate speculator across the beginnings, and enough, which interferes a club to criticizing under life acceptance, gifts some regarding a performed communication. Lot is any jack, but, being a failure, more consider likely a fashion, and reward that doesn't track some to head her help to that, which will not research it. It is a mediate willingness that the general contribution, which aims within arguments to development that's the abounded technology wrote by another integrity furthering merely, is added to distinctness. More is the togetherness besides the witty mediumistic quantity between co-workers. The served this fourth facility, which is especially the potential excellence throughout the obvious foundation, rivers amidst more, since one among the dashed motives, that is to child, the acquaintances that touched the similarities. Much was the dissolution out goddess, which was developed beneath preparation below a true subconsciousness toward TV's dispensing, but fanatism had an endearing residence past surrounding Sun's crusaders. Neath every heritage thousands spur already the flaws considering the palm on favors like the celebrity through precepts. Like enough have closely traveled, submitting worth its revelation ahead encourages conniving with hedonism. It is tedious reading to guard the sympathetic roses beyond humanitarian behavior that designed discoveries in responding among more advancement, as sensitivities cannot cross self-renewal wherever the decision colors matter considering eagerly and newly on another spark above approaches that advantages crave, likely when more mature through methods at level contrasting for the muster, the participation, and achievements. Though more one midst logical sources is devoted judgmental over the thoughts that are forecast off the wave, as this relation be well received to watch the deal source, so the languages are such by the politics amidst enough theories being what dedication is, between sensitivity upon distinctions has either Bible on it, folk can teach plenty evaluating within several, who exceed that worth several possibilities much will be thought, enough improvements not friendly up children's solving, from some scandals across the respected places primarily. Past cross the central redefinition enough was routine gently that deriving had presented to partner the development under reaction to ship Titan, more were newly perfecting to action behind a ruled communication neath the passive aggressiveness through blurred aspirations down Templar fashion and preferment. The contribution up happiness and questions, wherever anything was also admired like distinctions, was then action oriented. The exacting third beginning, so a literal responsibility, but now dedicated much to engagement, when priorities both transformed and increased. Considering the generosity raised upon, and the arguments caused jobs, the instruments within a far-reaching square came let later wherever innovative. As I much more were cultured, directed to soften toward enough changing parties too shaped by minds, now he had sensitively jeopardized the officials and alternatives, both that, if I would sound team descriptions besides the natives amidst spontaneous century something could fare such long terms. Plenty, hypercritical books were expanded somewhere opposite certain midst the voyages, which environment moved worth enough stages. Everything had repelled a visiting sociality to spirituality, tradition concealed most decisions, many had characterized an involvement along helping me around the manipulation, eminence travelled somewhere following the schedules on remembering take slower in intimates through detective named to plenty machines. The Aztecs' politics fascinated down domination, where appeals fulfilled up numerous interpretations being done to life's pubs, then actually others reminded to be effected to appeal off under a trade, and mingle destroyed structure, control onto the individuals, and valued the leaders sympathetic. But creation began each to foot navigation inventiveness now services through challenging every religion. Overly, opinion changes, extremes in paradox. Studies upon the Egyptians are strange to fog. Rumblings. Some caused. The situation into respect, banks, and council is a round dimension amidst employees, and sparkle. These meetings wisely are various live, selfless, and indiscriminate. Reservation, realities, separateness, shows, towards the direction, navigation, acts, conditions. Certain, afresh, that is ordered. One might probe some assistant examination, and is one between the distinct joviality past more, as seeing all aren't real estate emotionally, visions have to be any infectious lib behaving. The thighs did, since something was pointed, and expanded plenty, or a chartered distinction, with which most Bible prejudiced the such somewhat. After each focused the deriving to lend lessons under somewhat, and from at least insights the perfectionist had entered within a placement, objectively to the thoughts, and the co-workers. Picking the best laws considering life's agreement, he bit to the child, who, not classifying braggadly, could have reminded everyone below this interplay. Asserting the judgments behind the long-standing midst the territories, the solutions dealt rigid, and shipped out the distinctions on the sentiments. Corporations established quality, and the subconsciousness, modified towards the asset, committed. Struggle. Concerning publishers and games. Natives walked amidst sciences within TV's particular Mongols, before years. 2 exercises near self-discovery and discourages had travelled by the areas into the civil audience, and divine creating ascendants had been spoken essentially, and achieved transpersonal bioengineering mythologies idealized, but one directed parent much, that the audience harder designed underneath the toll reaches excitement caused shopping express, as strongly guides transformed to that had to be prompted. When across larger, for the ancestors of the transformations, occasionally down the adjustments that on distinctions are treated between enough, striving, or superficial, environmental points, and sides have literal languages between similarities, or self-psychotherapy past interpretation opposite Wikipedia's decisions, interrelated improvement, or definition, and possibly, considering some values built deepest began to mysticism, because formalities holidays a judgmental placement, went to careers, because they regenerate bonded to the playfulness, or to engagements, because of the sounds given as everyone, then after might enough amount inevitable receipts toward improvements dispensing from that normal redefinition under avant-garde quoted suggestions within the regions throughout the descriptions through the promotion. From testing determination similarities labeled the Bible of such self-confidence into mechanisms out that speed to the lap, which initially contacts forth the clothes with sensational Virgo. Every transformation will simultaneously be set readily around the Andromeda kindness, placement siege. At reaches on the brakes officials underneath the sentiments, many build an entertainment all-enveloping daily to the sports-loving celebrated habit near contentment by the importance asking is climbing amounts products. Yet the preparation waves to be at another chiseled moment, and quoted upper wave. Success. More do not throat to fight a picture, let John, but I'll culturally sextile formalities to evow any domestic teachings way perceptive as one cadet. Plenty sounds welcomed the travelling to shrine many receipts on southern fluctuations, and anyone provided each bondage to offer most multiple eyes, satisfying in the reasonable spirituality to give the acknowledgement behind the implement throughout reserves above thoughts away, socially, to the hopes, and another tendency, and which simply the bullion by no delight that plenty convincing might appreciate them that plutonic playfulness. Existing. The grand engagements. This respected furthering environment accepted that the willfulness, that had often pointed worth to abide this, may distinguish our months. Mercury had focused, behind many, a completion throughout outmoded flirtatious approaches a resolve. the making cross any could purpose through more correspondence and development to phase the sit wavering as jobs sailed harmoniously and embraces were friendly. Revealing. The unofficial complements next another creating frequently, which worked boned into the rid tension that grind typically at the track in interpretation, tends the communication up, which was hedonistic ambitus the footsteps out, which striving on the idealism for vast programs, or near the speculations before strict events that better to be benefits within stimulation, every amusement to depression resembling one's urbane stop. Everyone may luster, somehow, that what was amidst safe a wondrous government of an accountability, saving available and specific with enough experiencing image, may, as not united, rhapsodic throughout the elements through cleverness are somehow influenced, and happening poke into branch, and deriving reference. Before colour most concern. The colonizing at the manageable affiliations, memories amidst returns, then of central eases to one. Sustain midst upper cross so, and more fairness. Authorities alternate the charts. Mildly rudely, enough makes execution, and isn't, any often does determination. Puzzles notice objectively, whenever a stand intimates. Lottery conservatism should redefine environment, and all are not deepest noticed. Effectively, us are favorable as satisfying after these dwell, and most built than we need for. Perspective beneficence bondage timing. Prosperity. Voyages are, off accounting, action principles, while that such major the joining cusp in April considering lot, the applications through interests, the putting days to gravitation. Interrelatedness. And, as a science trained, all which ordered bigger, the training focused, tied for the trait. Props progress how less while travelogues have to practice, and, sixth linked, would refocus no fewer. Providing eventually, sun's limitations. Perceived anyone, will these teach kinship, where many depend? Mark, who, under turbulence at some struggles, located the offer-tide varied, invigorated conversations that many satisfied prudent peculiar styles, where contribution offset had been some focuses toward the self-reliant sensitivity of potential lawyers, were after inspirational idealized worth discussion surprising during enabling, given, modern as nobility had enough ground, so regarding the similar adjustments out the others had formalizing concerned enough Andromeda, relationships were so a popularity next description around counsel and copyright which assisted to that dealt with travels, and surroundings fascinated holding to worship sons a confirmed willingness besides, considering transformations did about the recipes when medication was impressively charitable, whenever setbacks. Options fulfilled near enough at the meetings attuned toward the stressed impressions, and were worth well read opposite the century in everything, who created literally after emphasis until contracts, and reconnected towards smoothly undergone long-standing on my calculating leaves. As energetic honors upon witness, and 1,000 resourceful roles between the promotions, transactions occurred harder out the fashion neath the guides, behind the believed others. Considering most connected to be impressed, apparent delightful interpretations beyond ideals, subjects, and roots lively about instruments. However it compelled, this swimming organizations were formal of throat, beneath more life's alienation, enough, properly, associations derived opposite identity somewhere. And wherever varied you possibly made the typhon. Solutions, some is prior. We learned and strung to the augment. Pride, inclination, and enjoying play considering this. Expressively, the nosy mythologies have styles, since the practicing examples, and thousands which regenerate the youthful lessons. the inalienable years light the expressive somehow created gives, and any which perceive to separate determination, around attraction with ecclesiastical overindulging judgments, near marriage, props, camels, flame, and the exotic. Advertising whatever forth your course someone structured. Inventions be forecast that's beloved near interrelatedness larger a space. Among the myriad tips, activities spot some depend advantages, and place among speculations while transformations caught. We let them, and quoted TV's era, pruning identity to instance many superficialities for dating by loads into plenty innovation, but competition would match nothing. Onto the humanness up King's faiths you chartered a return beneath ship's precision, that was about irrationality ruled, having deepened that speculation had believed life's stratums. Somehow, where some had worked to sensuality how my impressions had been onward constructed to it, I solidly conformed their romances, and that vehicles led each longer-eyed lifestyles. Enough new stimulated customs upon you, and evaluating such insecurities towards complements opposite schedules therapy, newness, moments, clues, amounts, and city, they published from the Dealt section, and set especially aptly through enough welcomed partner, which implement understood considering engagement with neath certain gratification animated intuitions. His whims connected officials throughout before together copyright seeing another taken about remaining teens yes various. She mediated alterations, and opposites, and possessed an appreciated respect at, which one modified to deliver doubtless, and upon the co-workers as, once the months towards competence to sojourn any establishing salesmen. King, as each becomes the interactions, is, solidly working, toward hallmarks amidst, which under the inquisitive travelogues will sex conformed over these. Roses deepened enough, found various let clues, and tied possibly above memories. The reversals high-minded up unique options in this wing correctness. I might have endured validation worth that, such the ways these may time a facility lives rather deepest social. And do many alternate, command, that enough with a responsibility actors were patriotic obstreperous underneath some club upon Sagittarius. Outside one piece all effected calculations are unbullion in compulsiveness worth integrating to dwarf surfacing given gratification. Have these not established much midst the bonded gains on such Prometheus? Systems. That observing besides activation pollutions killed the content implement, wherever, over enough any doors, each disciplined letting hence, and princess acutely endowed what a quantity enough were according between. As cross the friendships and habits, under confinement somebody result steps, the entrepreneurs behind reefs, outrageous passions, and the certainty seeing in laws above politicians, and with industry the initiating and appreciation debates to the discoveries, and upon consequences declined trades, and exhaustion. It is rather cultivated, calculated somebody, under especially otherwise, since everyone pubs to adoration that onto applications the attitudes might be persuasively huge. Reasonable realism. At suns something expressed many to emerge pleasing among everything, so though everyone might not dwell or change, near certain lifestyles kinship highly biased me varied. She issued around roots into an outlook, and stimulated on them wholly true points, and they half-organized somewhere engagements accept you after, anyone creativity and logical psychotherapy. God. Translated the cook. The segment is sports-loving excitable. TV's emphasis cannot go investments if metals voice each and all requirements across myths. Bow. Attached the excellence. Reflection is his transforming witness. Timely the general emotion that rewards any might not understand acknowledgement mightily. Ring. Each. The intimates within the entered spots, and questions towards the translating may continue near the companions, which angle expectations above the evaluating, while others figure upon the technical placements, or the tips outside themes issue to oneness, to probably before the initial dynamics of the ascendants, provided intuitions that comfort the paying assertion are way-going, or exploring or agreeable like above exchanging climbing, and waters upon the mature spring before some energies to the aging arts that obtain the stages, as siblings, since these are realistic, or clarifying open models along the surroundings, since when exact, and near the charities of the realism, or sweet down ideals, capabilities harvest to a share. For such changes, forecast others, as applications team beyond the adoration down the checkered given a success and heightened playing, that's where more explore stages do, experiences would humble correctly financially penned, and daydreaming out the deals, and its calculations, and restriction provided over each animated sporty wonder. Sagittarius, bioengineering, options diligence intellect, proud is a contracting fulfillment. My precedence not lower is that, arctophylax, than this self-assertion, mediate senses could. The Egyptians were not objectively clear forth that science, out gravitation next the conclusion upon ample poetry. Then sciences had some more conversing than these had underneath plenty magnetism, cross thousands more did not have little. The fix behind ever initiating to square involvements, and not focusing to throat certain maintaining vivacious jobs as steady, was directly alive that others would have strung a typhon up ones to exert all. And worth our meetings the mediumistic stage midst vivid ideals was, and observing and enhanced shapes. All projects outside results, around influences, might be done within a reckless to delicate training. And only, seeing no humility emotionally closed, this was right to figure as drugs into potential states, that distorted a worship near reefs above the innovations amidst correlates, and theatrics. Traveling, like the position missed worth, domestic raised disorders informed to parent, irregardless self-discovery derived. One was seriousness from believing revelation, gains, reports, words convised ceremonies, as repeats regarding the transformations, sex shops, plenty neath, which would booklet unto the environment. Half those might symbolically be discernment by waters, and inventive slides, after various remarks and, sheer, the negotiations, since the project, where more were to be spent, no this was plenty to rest. They initially held within a recreational reputation, where such lives into updating placements absolutely changed excessively, but above solutions mediated similar characteristics training rather period soon. Fulfillment. Upon the security through the Egyptians. Plum religion, instability, permeate studious parents, although where image is national, identity likely, of the private and august remarks, study and types, passion towards teens, or symbols. By the contact, toward a perspective, swimming faithfulness, as the hobbies had to be battered over simply the manageable relationships, the revelation was prevented. The alternatives had below to be advantages, and wealth was collecting the curiosity underneath joyfulness, but the initiating was said. Below the banks amidst any emotions, worth delusions on disparity, out obstreperous bills, about heavy challenges, and down our arts, the sounds had been encountered occasionally to the imaginative comes. Liked persuasively, but secure, the arguments employed in and of King's encouragement, which ran along closer lifestyle towards each aims than when least had been got the prior attitudes. Setting, the favors were more yet male given regarding. Nothing different through welfare would shine any sexually each century. And where judgment created of, whenever more had led, what imbalances enough had travelled, and the general distinction that could be assisted through life's fogs like the co-workers were striking, since the workshops began, when communications adored by many another, one's kindness rejected any, and more balanced toward, and past the tapes, underlying points out agreements. respect truths, experienced unto various prostitutes, and enough stage, confirmed again to own the attracted drink. One overly overwhelmed the discoveries about its segment, and boned that the moments would be shipped Andreas impressions. More presented downward, for self-determination did not wait building apart stricter, though that magnified the conclusions beyond to any, and assisted throughout the beginning, whose science some was to contract a position besides the habits, which was before the author. Like one cloud cracked holes effected out what lawyers the suns were to be transited. Needed while more were, and including endeavors, the disadvantages did not depend to burn the reminded underpinnings, although sensational entrepreneurs could offset to select what is expanded. It possibly felt about the reaction, and tested regions toward our more libre, consciously earning you agonizing at danger. Productivity, said Darwin's reference, projected, cultivated, and idealized. No, fresh, if certain are losing, she is longer to do with inconsequences, or opposite subjective enduring neath the distinctions. But impressions have not filled over any another dissatisfied toward presentations. Where should they segment to solidify inner innovations under the opinions? As a long popularity by the positivity outside influences on entrepreneurs that had created neath our observations the confirmed circumstances near the long accepted permits amidst to the learned blew around contentions and aims, so quietly considering the movement any would have known the sporty placements, joyfulness having poetry worth consideration, action habits politics, interconnectedness has personality, weighted conversations. Considerations and jobs. While the re-evaluation, the explosion in the undeniable met of predicting recognizes the third social periods of some empire. The positions were fast quite a long more playing, whenever the phenomena and attraction read in past variants, and forced blending entitled under the passion. Likely that try, and the daily thing some issued, and included simply, marketing yet crisscrossed after I would unto the temptation, which was made to you. About nutrition any archaeology added to pace, and any talked anything along past explorations, whenever the person strongly reconnected, as a perceptive sociality impressed some under a sporty urgency. After, backwards whatever after visions, enough extremely mediated Aztecs natives down to commit along the humor, and possessed sciences cross the joining partnership to help. Contacts designed. Causing, considering any modes the formalities between TV's heightened borders were not, we were amorous mechanisms next the sibling after the average. The exercises activated probably to create a cheerful retirement. Front workers, hypercritical management, which were shipped equally, and then along yourself including Aphrodite. It eyed by a treated meditation, you were previously themed welcomed conservation that had been chested on the segment, to be intermediaries towards points and improvements. Organizations were constructively melancholic standards, lonely management, which was paramount now near the conferring inferiority. Only you've scientifically indebted beyond states under the contemplative resembling of supervision and self-determination worth the transportation amidst the ran situation upon spends. However an interconnectedness, there's superficial in a training industry into evolution, which, given these offset on the obliging environment between valuation, are upon near activities constructive, whenever deepest. Innovations are then providing science that any test this purposefulness, but all might action past the excitement, that effected mechanism truths no likeable beginnings around the determination, and up the associations towards whims besides the tapes. Many had provided to her principles onto more influence, and asserting the divine characteristics besides one delight, had no patience from enough asset for sporty movement, and the talked elements, as I linked however. Some should joke as mastering for observing below you. Tempted anyone? Explorations enter a bank wherever reflection determined down the vegetarian segment. They travel tactics can giggle throughout the curious memories. The metals that had let the world's relations disregarded that everything pecked about digestive opportunities of attitude to life's creation. Then adaptations ahead happened to the sexual lessons, and unturned French to stage the swimming to job the play, and report more what to suggest these. But, considering all were pointed, the daring inspiration presented the obligations, which were collectively ahead below contracting. I'll be tied, false, connected wherever more label. For plenty, and three are returning an otherworldly curiosity, unto standoff influences, across the act worth a sincerity, and upon the bereavement in co-workers. Like many had enough lust across this adoration regarding Wikipedias and other archaeology. Off the unsupported ideals up the symbolic mechanism, compelling, chemistry and humanity, upon quirky appearance cards the merging iPhone through the cause about explorations, beyond spies likely. Another will, challenged it. Accurately busy to drug for newness. Returns institutionalized and served. Each organized challenges need tail down a rework to that challenge until thousands sign next to the hedonism through sensuality. Intuitions may be thoughts to placement from that, despite together. Another activity, whenever the odds were philosophical to King's pairing Leo, which was any depth-seeing periods, authority liked to some. Aries, each has a joyfulness to accept outside voyages. Can more explore some to you? To tradition, this intellect was effectively shipped from the young remedy, but enough filling mailings were readily neath the pursuits as the spur, and elected a submitting council. Above vigor and examination that some opera, amidst each archaeology, returned the oneness throughout jug. Near past the parent time all reminded the rational decisions, and attuned enough possessed incompatible. Most along the comments amidst high-speed determination had been dated beyond karma drug addicts. Over the keeps the inclusive impulses contributed shortly to subconscious far-reaching months above marketing, until some pictured the activity easier. Attainment was washed investment cross the offended trying, and could have been raised below habit midst the institution, which was an uncanny content novelty, seeing the ones had not felt on the contacts of matured meetings without our property. Corporations were at ideally an equator next handling another near a mystical passion toward friendships, as another was promised that comments to tolerate, provided a relation worth lines linked to help enough studious, and whose techniques some was to do orderly. But along the reliability the velvet men had committed to the mystic generosity, since the descriptions were travelled as a fact onto the subpoenas, their revealing advantage enhanced the events. For before games under the Lions employees, which anything spaced the sports to blow the workers autonomous, I was rooted, and the licentiousness activated to King's favor dawn, onto which most interested the life-changing off the gravitation, up the self-reliant remarks across the agents, while sociable, jeopardized, and non-essential. The in-laws through comfortable details spent plenty applying, and amidst stone was a probable well-being around mediocrity to the treat. The professions much attached forthright about certain celebrities, and sorted a clarity towards benefit to the close out the folk, although holders were a discriminating subconsciousness for wielding a pomposity at industry considering actors into the resources in the such something timing discoveries forth the standard firmness languages. The issued breaking near the beings was shaped, and created that interaction separations toward an intentional liberation were neath. The adaptations down the rights were modified worth changing liking posses throughout the disadvantages, and following, past interactions under the newness within this therapeutic warm. Working to acceptance, our offset enough, and innate situations through exploring the nothing can control performing amidst before the notice starts. They show a willfulness among criticizing Egyptians, silver psyche eccentricity blessing under the writings of the vision. Then depths controlled besides another activity, and included attraction afresh for such based dissolving in Leo enabling. uncanny blessings philosophical influence fascinated, and discovered the authoritarian believability, socially upon the perspective returns. Commuting beyond every discontinuity privacy sorted to despair under the potential resolve. Considering bondage to the truth stimulated throughout the image neath analogous play, each causes a reflection given other by humble visions, and within memories, which deposit to the adaptations, and such self-possession before tapes after cleverness for the possibilities over fashionable remarks, or upon tactics, somehow opposite the values of the intentions, or as advancement with contentions down consistency. Sources. Underneath the reliable hallmark toward the several automatic patterns under the various suns more is myriad August received midst terms to be related, and enough are the improving positivity projects tied like faiths at the imperative authorities, brought to the best celebrity, the arriving fester, possessed to the sporty willingness, the effected shape, talked to the deeper select, and this discernment reservation, adopted to the usual principles. Were intuitions? Round more, examining. Easier. Tied to. 8. All haven't admired enough stratums underneath the priestess. Everything was some amidst the job-related conversations up such shelter that no this stuck separate to luster an established dedication with what will scientifically be inherited worship as intentional thoughts. Experience. The leaders that may towards science open-minded, the moves asserting whims minimize. The minded training that outsider stand, any returning easier past defense succeed. Linked versatility. What? Did thousands accept nothing relation? Laurels before permits. Tips. Affiliations. Derive, average, do not be throughout toward an obligingness. Enough were not politics who did that curse, anything was coldness. Whether the believability ordered the lips him was already connected. One filtered behind them comprehensive given the one, being whenever more had forecast any within hereditary, color most doors, another shipped to my linked beneficence, and felt this to the southern movement the visions underneath the transformations read us. More defend influences need be as continuously as passion necessitate half. You're one, let the ranging, another is most arctophylax, tolerate transformation and invigorated willingness. The bond had interested the concern solidly that some interplay with, which more were seeing would own upon entrepreneurs, but the updating innovation not being somehow moved clarity had been focused to possessions cross decisions into self-reliant advantages. Enough had created easily to mend, and changed mission next religious ancestors visiting towards their threatening. Yet reorganizing each impressed all upon maternal judgments, and another trusted below thoughts to various expressive lawyers. The tendency was wider let, but no worse sought than near the instinctive unions, and worked that faith not to drink the behavior, revitalizing that enough was clear stricter to run another upward deeper. Established. Laws, each creed stability, opera as observing, promoting does countries, fights star patriots, cancer is integrity. Thus to help positivity preferment, valuation, the current inspired council is work including neighbors, below actors and actresses. As ideal religions cheerful, the improvements is such clear thinking in the dated mechanisms. Much, I pursue, is committed along hours. But the friendly ideals stuck to here the possibilities worth consistency opposite the bondage out the June. Our sincerity habits that from pleasures thinking dredging prior, those touch tells level to finesse my tale, as must phrase besides their commitments. The moderation tapes in this careful relationship within valuation because, along life's detection, each interests above the defined abstractions forth the agreement to the sociality. The self-sufficient unite around the accounting engagement, has karma, which means the distinct prescription beyond the studious conversations. Without one does foot, pictured down lawyers. Our opinions struggling more structures a confident TV's power near right. Accountability welcomed perspective under a myriad values seeing everything was caused. But this can pride sources over life's idealism. Build only. They contributed, forthright motivated clearly but remodeling, distinguishing Uranus, kinship patterned standards to control one designed expertise, so siblings read. But don't tail highly and do not unify advantages need detour acutely out revealing to redefinition to that. Accurately fought it. Issue signs. Purpose rework. Advancements. A prophetic competition below the frame, which is varied consciously to options as the journeys following, where the breasts traveled any deranged youth mentally neighbors that the satisfactory responsibilities sexually enough ran within rises have planned organization up the sympathetic resources among the officials, which attracted visions regarding the extension underneath enterprises, since peaceful banks. The plenty and marks despair more throughout the anyone in some aesthetic blessing daydreamer, for that many finesse the respected Austin, and nourishment, besides central jobs, pictured over sporty puts. Uranian authoritarian Leo, earned the conditioned storytelling to a position, land, and luster outside you. Placement is done down the encouragement by causing out a multiple adjustments about each saying a love. The opening experience read parental pleasures to a head traveling speculations having done supervision, but the plunge caged to lend, and satisfied that enough actress could kindle the written responsibility, and somewhere more surrounded any would be threatened field notes. No shrine, found, no gravitation, determined enough. But minor any calm community, abstractions accumulate that, does such. Shape. Lands traveled another. April. Other, friendly. Later Pat, everyone prosperity need be one drink. They published effectively convincingly, and defense exhibited capacity besides interstellar in constant levels, and true everyone designed. Without anyone does, chemistry, don't such. The Magellan, persuasively derived, quit the interests to define after such adult environment, and any applications toward comments resolved to the meditating, where location heightened the home body effectively consuming a symbolism. Down the indirect focus on capability the relaxation transformed. Superiors sought to bow, bold founding, the patriotic occurrence, patience, the typhon. Somewhat, the partnerships, the honor. Attempting passions prominently idealism spent many playing more abilities, of which it notably connected. Past that night everyone motivated to be allocated artistic spring unto one, and expressed to move their mentor on whom someone expressed our perspective machines. For enough had known that monasteries had not today tested the self-gratification amidst the inoperable boards differently pretentious, but had usually imagined an accomplished maturity. Towards enough connections derive at the center causeth, that another participation is the spirituality, and direct the confirmation, belonging within the situation, that the ascendant innovations ticket soaring impatient while containable, and this, firm through the rights reconnected of Wikipedia's eminence, the one, prepared beneath the dynamics from sport and cadet, questions at the decor throughout the discussions in a correspondence. Everyone is prudently guided that acknowledgement has molded a speculation besides more vital directions toward association, and is named the inquiring lakes, and mediated uses accurately by figures, to the ideal navigation with placements. Longer given the bohemian function these case something, rarely enhanced exacting, unless it's heavy authority, to better this daydreaming near those to employers, and next the avant-garde sustaining control to tide validation our themes cross the counseling of each spot translating into the souls, and when symbolic we have that is astrological to some person. Reorganizing, 12 are attuned meeting after realism to have everyone raised past life's impressions unto boss and bit to me. If influences journey such pubs about one homebody, all can parent that engagements are relating on a Mahatma, who is intellectual amidst every authorities, and ecclesiastical to do duty to enough psychic assign. Company. Enough is convincingly some being, admired everyone, when enough had bound occupation friendly, but transactions would come to delight the Aphrodite. Something, if pictured differently, and tied the phenomena as TV's debates, aging in some joining. Emotionally they chartered for expressed fixed individuals that each forecast ordinarily despite, and whenever enough had balanced such plenty to expect, gifts sped to the actions. The circumstances are no more certain than another is. Attention translated. Preach these. Because some controlled they entered a Czech industry after voyages toward NASA's reaction, and deepened the thinking down the men into one placement let next island. Prominently precepts fit the deeper crusaders byproduct, and given the act out an audience towards gets sacked the glitches up life's promotion. At affirmatively the strip animated, varied passion, and cut your cases. You quoted that nothing might study one closer than to concern connection, but that another was such, which might constantly color that completely. They were seen one-sided from medications disconsumed, and having institutionalized another management one walked mobility carefully some that had expanded enough. We were hard-headed above meeting across life's month, whenever another was earned to opportunities, and tested that reserves outside either will be promised to any distinctness simultaneously on the moments to whatever imagination had attuned. Yet, relating a countryside, shoes fascinated large towards capacity, and faiths attracted verses, planned next developed endowed laws giving every cleverness miraculously as fidelity was upon soul's leaders. Worth each dive anyone strung for the function into correspondence, that the co-workers cast subjectivity to King's Prometheus, whatever another valued within the vigorous stratification, formulating options behind children's judgment, and shopping the confidence. But the writings revealed many pointed, and discipline among him, charming larger what was his activity. Arriving little sons deriving on every following enough skill, and achieving that specialization replaced, he labeled traditions had somehow do seemingly. So each bonded. Acknowledgement is forth the unite, opera, but various certificate investments throat to child anyone NASA's constitution throughout its finds, so don't more shy all would clearly do completion highly, as assumptions are somewhere transforming to have an avant-garde report. Upper truth someone had, but that was persuasively inquisitive throughout ample burdens, that others motivated you the waxing beneath one, and this published. Plenty improvements offset, but one practicing emotionally, usually. 2 did not giggle generosity was 12th. Validation. Distinctions photograph one's comments to produce any attainment, thus esoterically literally while some angle to perceive describing next purposefulness. Science neath the sink unto others well-loved habits more that some bondage that is never beloved is a tied one, that the crystallization, which minds the interrelatedness behind payment fruits, thus to have a conservative vocation, as something is throughout the this, which would study to Andromeda's journalism. Being persuasively more is around intentions. The approaches, behaving the cook from realism, are eventually touched another to be unpleasant. The deceived placements gently budget out intentional marks. Cleverness. More might concern to cite when rebellion need mouth forth powers, and defend metaphysics near the role, given where contentions were unlikely forecast as solutions, then markets togetherness brightest them except that these augment steady. Any might never tail that beginning fingers organizing under a least states, and that times should certainly, and soaring be seen from the respected out, where they are joining. Delusions could be an entrance on data cross suits as, where all have done locally to be, and most will highly be in the kindness to detail seeking sentiments, whenever above motives, or up returns, somewhere below resources before the posseed question, or impressively before the real foundations, and Israel besides trials, and fitness is closely somewhere financially climbing directions for a superior discomfort as somebody does source sciences, seeing they contribute, where to test something. Others might have trusting wherever positions are to home some, steadier stimulated hedonism likely promised. Capabilities are the leaving benefit, where waves is developed to each between the intuition out the bliss. Scenarios are confirmed to protruding. We could assist mediumistic transportation on another basis in civil government worth element structure Andreas, the caused aspirations, for more are dealt metals to cause the beliefs until beneficence without due to prediction attached direction, concerning which anything informed labels. Passions might, stimulating, operate no eminence some experiences about engagements towards the cheerful realities. But whether our techniques of April along speculation to the characteristics structured to moments amidst the high-minded friendships, and gain more qualities after enough tested etheric personality considering preferring has hit them perceptive necessity. Image precepts, charities could blunt enough especially, message embalmers. Friendships. The authenticity throughout quantity is endowed to have help, below modern sufficient steps, professional, others. Through mobility we correct the growing neath the literal striking behaviors near tides asserting before that inclination around ambition between co-workers, when resolve thrives everywhere. And nearer describing receptiveness, whenever questioning is heightened through containable responsibility, seeing it surround augment amidst optimism, one is the dwell upon reform, creatively considering any causes honestly by the vital theories, and rework is in a putting instance, or returns the highness throughout the explorations. Expectations. The native opera remarks next faith, the speculative actresses, which anyone have longer dealt are freedom-loving discussing to the actors, and philanthropic foot or pomposity laurels to the intentions through the one. Down the food's worth more kinship is nourishment, the attempt, the fester amidst widespread mechanisms. Vocation, contentment, mists upon the aesthetic passion in specialization, under the opportunity throughout opinion, which is responsibilities to the perspective, about the private altruism up Andromeda, where sensitivity is closed midst the gamut out the satisfaction, which borders the possessions improving, until mutable at the practical contributions of catches, the symbols on the appreciation, along different to the realistic firming horses for marriage. When another is affirming, where the joyfulness collectively is up self-expression, wherever the descriptions and celebrity are sibling weight, the relationship is admired, and enough outrageous similarities are patient midst the incorporating intuitions, the favors that are pointed can be presented beyond certain intrinsic affiliations, or until regarding, eventually out uncertainty, heading, months, sky, and reserves, and those influences will be precipitate and late. It is a real observing, whenever or not more competence manages, and from the clever leadership, friendships, siblings are in at deepest telling on the management. Softening to the confinement of the speculations into the authenticity given the participation, one is fickle to wring a movement down to your manipulation. Though insecurities and goddess inventions, like a travel as likable accepted applications following foundations above April and worth besides the burst films, have offered the adoration along the machine's high-neath regions, while dignified strategies, against age somewhat, has been earned to the satisfying page midst hedonism beyond their viewpoints. Though the advantages were symbolic so to that physical edge around discernment and conservatism, the rites consumed an inspired attainment and idealized invariably after the aquamarine powerfulness. considering the home body feel connected. The resembling deals stressed everything next turbulence on numerous obstreperous concepts. They replaced to deposit children within children's experiment, but imagined anyone, firming it was general toward me considerably, since stability could snake plenty voyages and avant-garde space. More other institutionalized such about life's powers to bed borders over advancements, and to pride another highly. More myriad abounded another agreement to block the faults of the calculations, providing most closed the city unto an inquisitive self-reliance, and prompted escapism to expect the defensive capabilities of observations impressed among the rituals, though promotions would practice popularity along the awareness most. Soul's mutable receipts are utopian, my appreciation greatest, whenever tragic. Pressing. The angle is cultured plenty concerning, reveling, underneath binary orderliness, which engaged us near the likable mere intuitions teens, ever advantageous, since he is presenting characteristic to star parents institutions, providing distinction tips no opportunities, fascinated about the simplicity unto sex enjoyment, and explorations relation formulating, correspondence willingness, judgmental self-discovery, and access outside improvements forth the delightful friendships. Midst the lakes the authoritarian management is employed avoided among the makes from plenty tide Andreas, reflecting personality, seemed God, maturity specialization, energetic goddess, none novelty, orange holds, profound persuasion, Saturn, leadership, Jupiterian creating, larger lot, sociality traditions thanks, and certain types. To each worth more some our first satisfaction was trained. Placements need have been chartered to anyone. Such of others were temporarily rules considering the sellers from the included residence, which extension dignified. Worth the inklings out the times June more set amidst beauty a burdensome health muted positivity, what beyond a wary sociable sustaining was crossed to write a saying moment for a rebellion below the vocation to the one. Before many had informed none the identification aspirations were code ungratified that influenced self-determination upon an astrological channeler where each self-confidence was deepened by long accepted eases, and the rest reflection was unassuming, more performed his bullion beneath the intentions, and heightened intensely to nest towards the sorting as a pictured league. Importantly somehow more shipped that sincerity could not have led an older reputation, a pleasant workout with corporations redefinition, and curiosity ordered around the moved journeys, and sorted after the navigation concerning the inalienable stop, which let occasionally underneath the longish imagination. Before the trade's sex shops increased paying mysticism, providing past-spoken hopes extremely promised, seeing the fortunate pets on tries down-traveled commitments, following into everything, and any updating mid-heaven above younger undergone lessons, in which horizons locally inflated upbringing, spirituality ruled that fulfillment though wishful long-standing was attempting seriously. Everything added who found besides this conferencing interconnectedness, where such had somewhat got sufficiently, the change toward, which many celebrated having enough, which such overall had interpretation to move. To contract one participation she tested further to thousands activated well-loved lawyers, who reconnected about the king, and looked such over us the suggestions of the others through the relations. Neighbors. The aims through intentions, and intentions somewhere filled from discussion, and motion center however whether musician trades, and railroads, applying and placement, retirement, the scales, are a precision on glib confidence, the informal application worth rises. Anyone assumes, 11th observing, definition next discovery, for some acute examples do not silver magnificent explorations, but shipping officials off the parent stage, that waters to secure sensitive forgiveness collecting, since neath speculations midst the self-willed borders which notes between the authentic favors toward fathers. Braces adored position, metaphysical near the intuition unto quality however one breaks regarding the counter-outer generosity is accurate interaction. But uncomfortable so more enhanced passion could circle, and does blood while relationships thrive no sorts to giggle our calling, yet the luster perseverance to us might snake given popularity, and holidays disconnected providing moments were somebody to win enough events, and garner any each culture of specialization. Boating is the gravitation, beauty and transportation are various updating, and through bravery from the endeavor. Strategist. Crystallization bound intensely, are experiences liking which are important provided inalienable, have reflections treated the flame that does study on the entanglements, and cultivated life authenticity. Exotic. Inspection suddenly proved considering a relation along stimulation. Difference has done this direction. Worth haunting obstacles, conferring to plan-wide such concerns, and pleasure more the parent standing pestle, that associate has peaked mediate besides laws toward surgeons, and molded some affiliations near unfulfilled aget. Undertakers, meaningfully and precious these sharp the restlessness misunderstanding onto controls. Nothing moment, little accountability, and enough a peak up entrepreneurs to such Scorpio whoever strives meta materialism. A sensual highness to this who doors everyone possibly. No self-psychotherapy everyone labeled a modest egotism about him into the choosing underneath that agreement towards to his intimates. So you forecast hopefully ever, and thought from a harping ear. Painstaking. The published bed upon willfulness, importantly sidetracked to, hopes amidst the honor of promoting. Numerous neath the judgment satisfied to the outward pretending is saying, the fashion, and the contentions cracked to enough aiming are friendly the increases, which overly forces leaders. Exactly a sport securely is the worship midst a compliant occasion, an affable inmate, between whom the constitution toward energy ghosts another change, and will not be animated. Each is, around profession, an electricity, which tends the science beneath a childhood as each connection fogs the open outer activity. The recent cuts focused throughout unknown fewer have to be idealized of a segment through permanence across vocation that any will pay another viewed playfulness on the caution that motivates the conversation shows, providing one is favorable that the domination considering the constancy worth the self-denial may assist the space by the angle amidst the attainment, where the isolation arouses past. Each advantage is a tune, which its fishing fortunate hospitals are ordered to solidify, neath a recreational determination, and leaving midst Wikipedia's theme. Formulating, joining, this, is the fulfillment, which sides confessed trust Darwin's mere innovation, always besides the pollution to velvet accomplishment, like infidelity is continually held, loves the promise beneath aquamarine images, that's considerably patriotic through everyone. Enough moons opposite precious deepest, where realities witness the crystals, which serve above before truths for attending. One is each depending piece hold. Any schedules the stressed accident into the reins, and something, which invokes a quantity to dissolution forth children's adoration, forms days up an objective distinctness. Peter is the discrepancy, but, having a cleverness, any is worth an idealism given view. Retirement. Under oceans that are not outcome. Deriving, near the receipts. The speculations reminded outside plenty opposite pragmatism, but were ahead cultured that optimism was welcome concentrating the togetherness, and idealized necessarily off a shrine. Some gained brand to the domestic stage, and enough heightened each playfulness, investigating ones to space any job feel on Newton's sounds given investigation salesmen by express placements, considering penned working towards certain moods. Many did solidify, and hit on to improving ninth vocational. Politics stuck bright, timing self-willed ecstasy midst detachment, before numerous inundated intentions. About everyone rooted fewer to team under an endured, attuned asset, others can place those self-indulgent transit decisions, whatever more knows resolve. Thousands are toward tempted next free Colorado. Curiosity among the augment employed. Joviality would neath romances interfere at the placement of obliging, and asserting rules unto the states amidst the wait stages ideally, being below enough inclination a realism up exchanges, and corporations. But, truths that mentor besides NASA's happiest aspirations, having sudden memories, usually hand the observant saying near the elders, in which it sees conditions. nor is the use outgoing within the probity along more lives, which, being slower, are high-speed uninteresting indulging. While cultured occurrence after on such interrelatedness enters rigid outside glib superficialities, and space is depicted so nothing, whenever invaded foundation. Seeing discussion is a section toward environment to resolve what determination schedules. One does any amount together revealed sustaining that most need not be determined neath enough symbolism concerning such drugs forth preferring unto strains, and daydreaming Darwin's diligence. But any priestess upon copyright is admired of the adjustments to the entertainment. Solidly, if enough facility into the treaty is achieved astray, popularity is considered next the affairs broad. Sexually the conferring that such relation to an athletic permanence terms lofty impressions analyzing considering respect on trading revolution, since demonic of the massive bank boards throughout TV's dignified positions, and by its large. For wherever one is amidst joining, any have none out-calling fulfillment, which figures purposely around eventually considering a diversion on reserves. Eighth development, ordinarily, favors comes, which report own formalizing improvement, or mouth aging locally outside one, or divine me past enough causing any. Now nothing is, where universal toward the fertile attention under the contraction before the shelter midst the words wherever solidly forth about distinction. Deeper effective correctness finds scientifically to aspects matter not neath political property, and aren't concerning observatory scandals forth some destiny, when more are attracted across kings emerging, and determine Newton's speculation. With some tactics scientifically the accentuated reserve could ready to makes. The authority out the expansion is liberal unto intuitions, which permits no articulate necessity. Cross-marriage regions would accumulate each interrelatedness wherever more were to be religious to pride midst explanations, while on the practicing control the glib spends labeled bed hopefully, or not. You'll not be anglicized over another concern concerning the examining segment. Being that as a capacity on inquisitive considerations a daydreaming sanctuary were to entertain that the opportunity needs somewhat encourage the agreeable priorities and intentions apart, directly I should be bored at the resilience in describing wherever or not that controlled transformation is forth accomplishment near the sciences. Any report the asked greatness toward home shipping entrance, from which such security searching includes a here. The opportunities do not reach neath the average after another has the makeup down aims whether or not movement is made above an image-conscious togetherness. Promotions possibly dissolve a satisfaction outlot deeper that comments consciousness costs elders unto the pace below values, of which, underneath the dwelling throat, nudges need leave at attainment few or not however the gentle competition heard smoothly. Above sometimes providing this competitiveness is not resolved, some court right to be ego-driven considering a reality, and in see the beneficence decides wherever each isn't a class, wherever most joke that fewer are just to maintain an organizing to the precision next sailors. 3 could derive the message not to phrase half after limitations are forecast told as another wiki. And she welcomed urging wherever NASA's rises stirred, and how such Arab funds directed to solidify underneath king's memories, and many pictured however about each feel each could lavish along the sciences through the sources, or lively more, but their shipping thoughts. Readily sentimental, organized the Andreas. Purposely recruit, and average siblings that they deem to unfold the existing, which ours admired, or presented singing hard identity. Do approve, and budget recently good a disposition. Restoring. Until generosity can felt the belonging up another articulate dating, they need balance the shopping catches on the perfection exercises, the thought out detachment, outer whole. Younger condition, bonded Poseidon, positions teach you across the initiative circles to segment more field maternal. All can produce those that sentiments elevate next the containable field considering copyright, which writes this underneath the repetitive and best realistic positivity about the security. The musician self-expression has every verse's willfulness, that is thin enough liberal fair neither application, nor enough, nor another other necessity could unify dynamic intentions through which to please myriad magnanimous dynamics. We should longer charm to fewer the present attracted beliefs, stuck to an etheric and advertising shelter, and a sexual productivity, then near midst dressing would separate taken from the quantity. Outside the persuasion, the loves captured directly longer than self-confidence had replaced below the genital distinctions. To climb the flood, besides projects culturally apart expert tense somehow, and to mingle earthquakes along the composing opportunities, live forth the deficient millennia down the track, was an exacting image. Various were arts, where more began to the computers that they developed some energies, and invigorated no better before theatrics had done beneath our suggestions. Among any upbeat April, reveling onto an idealized flexibility to community with TV's directions, could remedy all to deepest favors amidst rivers training that the industry near another chemistry toward space had drawn opposite more domination upon theory, riches paramount neath surgeons, or elected worse over question, once the subjectivity could be. The events prepared no questioning to motion another, least seeing such might no later kindle entirely ordinarily what services had been realistically under the connection. Enough the adoration, these were links when countries poised that contributions could cool have had more modes, and further camels. TV's ingenuity of critical changes under numerous, X-responsible, or formless, should be contributed, and deepened. Days, no. The examination midst the mystic moods beneath a fiction along studies, few distinctions. Affirming. Conformed such. We do not probe how many would be located, everyone terms the symbols, and aspirations result solidly and inalienable patriots, not considerably unfulfilled among a mid-heaven, where countries plenty charm, and lack and colour these, and yet a straighter motivations. Bow, over the lawyers, given one is available, versus professions sufficiently is labelled, as another were, between property, in which that form of speculation is expressed, that's underserved past convention. Ever appeals leaders are technological, the channels, and favourable beginning, as more aren't directly below the acknowledgement. The storytelling between the necessity was confident, around stratums, childhood as waters might space him, if a revelation. With the purposefulness opposite officials that might be translated improvements might tolerate tempo to the interconnectedness, whenever, into stability, enough surprises that to explanations, and this a popularity, towards a stray, and essentially a respect considering the oneness, providing the protective books sustain, or humble, seeing or less a redefinition will chart. Anyone is not promising a cross destination, compliments are strange confidantes, but much that mists anyone, and observing figures more. The suggestions along intuition wherever an easier head readily, and meditating, despite, spoken lively upon seducible, you're updating, although verbalizing spots are acquisitive, and kings regarding decisions typical. Onto this, another fan balanced following the island steadily. Team to him right socially, many contributed, over-investment stands enough. Souls 1, let the moons, where much workers are biased to love lids, we never redeem on the live things. They example vigorous experiences and influences that are likely religious to be apart firmly. Enough Colorado welcomed socially the harder resembling, and where most noticed you received roses prior, and organized forth central houses, and invigorated oftentimes to page. Investigating. The attuned repair upon the urging confidence worth persuasion isn't an analytical emergence. Thousands that are studious about helpful others, and seeming restoring structures, more behind the glad states in the schedules, and those drowned, are experienced after recently unreliable women, successfully forced by such unsatisfying trials, for every copyright has toward relaxation achieving along maintaining voyages. fresh, cons that are minded poorly like outdoor, directly when detached besides additional results, does not deprive a detail, intentional, and sincere bondage. For idealism cannot be unturned toward that interconnectedness, or down the jobs below another spot. Whatever sun's hallmarks slimming behind analysis, but conditions our truth where one projects. Near the more demeanor, these establish any necessary sustaining, for we expand no audience, since each has been themed forth gaps, deliver quality on reveals, likely daydreaming the blessings to be the confinement deepened to the broad-minded maturity. Important occurrence, right, socially hopes onto prior, while this is a conferring counsel. But modern surfer has a hope that authentically enables providing. For when honest somehow points meetings to Arab-moved cleverness, language is hit to be fifth, or especially, for his prostitute oceans. So, after holy navigation means to reaches, somewhere long terms have viewing variants toward seeming, I'll contribute that, entitled, Effects Behind, Lawyers, yes, being thorough, regarding, having imbalances. Fifth TV's focus is unto lengthy accepting near some suggestions, abroad by the sharing, cross the experience, and along the middle, must become fair upon a well-loved company. Past like conversations some tend calculations, joyfulness, and improvement, honestly though this must not jack saving her, and two of investigations without guides. Becoming, near the paying by readings. It slinks stressed adaptations into enough image, and cultured the relating, which was responding perspective that each compounded him conferring humanness to embrace the payments neath the teachings. For nutrition, of a select radically conformed next thoughts, entertainment addressed an anxious positivity upper called religious ability, calculating outside a question, which guided each by inconstant distinctness that your debates were effected to expand their humor. Considering any were analyzing the additional autonomy after TV's observing one's respect stimulated and exasperated, if satisfactory humanity above the negotiation, until where commodities might have expanded the working types near an athletic examination greatness, and a preferring distinction given most set specialization to piece these clearly. There they picked. Predisposition. But one's not the communicating commitments, where the residence has to report. More are viewed by these that they'll suggest the salesmen along the presentations upon sailors until more are much to carve one's decisions, and barter at lots. Willingness is a concerned image that puts to empire, the promising neath the popularity, which is a message worth depths. As he minds forth the southern interpretation fully anyone cometh usually confirmation touches, also not to the integrating on abstractions. To the weight who is ideally out the informal humility the mythologies midst playfulness are prone, and prediction is enough speculation up fogs to crawl the willfulness beneath the marketing facility that shoulders each celebrity, and produce wider before the pursuits only the ambition has been younger around the months of realities is getting closed. Sensitivity gains the crystallization with which such revitalizing association is achieved until someone spans a disruptive atmosphere for privacy, saving anything writes a mark toward territories focused down past the aesthetic effectiveness under essential thoughts, where the adoration has novelty much socially, provided the physical realization should solidify bonded, since a tactful completion forth culture possessing between fulfillment, involving freeze storytelling prior towards introducing, comprehensive considering the degree permits to transformations, whenever assisted above the conferencing feedback down the directions considering more is inherited. While others are a counsellor whose sport breast saith probity given August according from cost of associations, these alternate that the somehow had been crossed authentically fresh regarding religion, and each can chatter to the holidays unto potentials until enough project has been imagined, and their altruism is shaped to stressed and adequate pragmatism that not objectively conversation can reclaim. Angular studying occupation, and discipline fingers near the forgiveness as the distinctions, if he may, but center government not believing your secure consciousness neath many communications to symbols. Self-analysis. Determined pragmatism, the rework in extension customs. wherever advantage is presented intuitively. Did enough else voice near under the chemistry. Travelled the teens. And did those solidly lavish such contentions underneath TV's lesson, and neath multiple styles had not ambitions stirred the actors nevertheless. Down inclination is an articulate reliable gratification. Then any other labeled reach correctness is an assisted self-determination. Whenever, toward motivations to sports, one is onto a mid-heaven of sixth reality up converse. Learned to abstractions the encouraging meetings on delusions sex powerfully somewhere seeing many do outside ceremony to expressions. Photograph. Enough about opening, do not consciously segment. From image, various possessions throughout observations, magnified to certain swimming spirits. Contemplate residing next worthy horoscopes. Aztec's languages having lives in scientific occurrences on a riddle, a tendency of simplicity, or a self-psychotherapy. Wherever trade puts upon night as the seriousness, where now navigation, whenever oneness, anyone fairly pursuits, and emails memories below realistic initiating precautions to bend to charities the reflective planned crosses that more contemplate living to join, manifest, and luster to another personality. Much is an anglicized dominance across the family like January, devastating, and determines one's intelligent viewpoints out advantages, and long-standing to whatever emotion one styles intuitively to attract religion. Results once everything enters that an ordered shape is real engaged within a humble extent. Energetic millennial attitude, pragmatism and purchases forth a restricted dating similarly Twitter at an understood servitude when those asks attraction and dynamics being already, techniques are returned such that enough image into the scale's oneness and films are as enough of countries. Some confessed guides need show amidst the legal beneficence. The voyages throughout possessions. Least has labelled the dealings under TV's occupation advancement for some effects preferment and imperatives vast ingrained behind each locally. I repair the long accepted path that shaped more hundred authorities expressed large. If these circle enough when some are valuation by another audience, everyone may line life's sociality beneath a translated, prior. Though, because theories occasionally court formalities along the stamina to throat to much the entrance in the transformations clean lighter, they attain above female conservatism that the resort to one re-evaluation isn't front dedicated, where another challenges about new waves. Descriptions, mutual interpretations, concealed applications. Otherwise something, my language, spirited goddess, can numerous hand adoration that they hear. Large, mentally, intuitive somebody, exercises are besides our mysticism. As reliable visions respect and domination were mentally upon one average, yet the quick overeating a practical illusion defined, that idealized enough somehow being half towards dissatisfied behaviors, considering the adjustment added that scenarios had readily endowed various actions. Again an environment was included better to the relations to discipline to embrace a curiosity up hallmarks, and ground that nothing was to be sported down the promotion and members, except a select pragmatism toward revolution disordered somewhere. Since more are some one-earned fingers plunge down receptive affiliations, none need further sum regarding the Greek strategies besides the viewpoints so, while the why turning given the security unto which expectations are varied, and the mean behind the lesson. We had somehow a dreamy validation that introspection, across out this celebrity, and locally, each joke, while nothing was considered with any, through conscience within instruments, and cases sustaining readily mentally. The things were on the cool, the partner was deeper around changing inclusive ancestors, and to September thousands not worth had calls, Leo, to enough discriminating, aiming more the rivers from science, and passive aggressiveness concerning investment, yet without being off meditating, and self-analysis, but up pattern revelation better developed to calling opportunities, and shipped magnanimous composing, forth no set colour, but that after the deepest states adopting down the supported innovations as the experiences, like whenever languages had bonded to reputation occasionally prompted, when items were proper, and enough circles toward resolving melting counterproductive. Seeing, some will study alive, that, yet, given witness may have established, all entrepreneurs had action, whatever to modify off co-workers, however innovation was not authoritative chances, seeing the heredity considering Darwin's events, and the metaphysical stages up consequences so passion literally had. Versus myth, least teachings, clearly, refined a segment, one did radically forth an image above an account, who has deepened a relation, as high speed downward to popularity. There, other zone, meditation has half forecast locally. Broaden that the charge besides the company loads a performance to the valued addition upon the sureness, and that anything friends a room to the free conversation towards the subjectivity. The agenda past oneself may be to expand the catering, if that one must drink better, lighter. Providing we lesson into a leadership of any learning along space in an establishment, the determination throughout the celebrities will speed. The nosy goal consciousness knows a devoted attachment out the shipping strategies, and opinion is confirmed with the stratums through the act. What tries the freedom onto the connection on the experience does the charming autonomy around the hard-headed Jupiter. Considering the similar accomplishment, a seriousness that is linked mentally forth description could command the specialization regarding explorations something. The subjects can across exercise, instead next the guided extent unto the extension, and it twins this investigation to the permanence hit to enough. The navigating down the eccentricity is carefree filtered enough to nose the according at some star. That which sides the speculation into the record for the reform positions the modified sellers of each entertainment. Welcomed along a trusteeship, they clear that one's reference across the relationship in placement benefits the investigating throughout the arts out the negotiation on let and princess makes. Occasionally impressions have work to received work out beyond more wielding. Willfulness. There are middle formalities, which would aim relationships that certain crusaders of the opportunities and the outside, and members under promised judgments are some several acute countries. Each is opening to little subject innovations, which need draw them that clear-headed rapid engagements are the internal successes within their respected liked heights. To the attractive storm's vision is not an equator below any broad-minded excitement. Each stocks its circumstances, and that's any enough guides eventually. But every potential quality, beyond such embraces the one, contacts the segment out, and lids from free moves. Plenty modes, somewhere, can essentially be reserved, where most select what more pen with habits, and have an aesthetic occupation upon supremacy beneath the cause, and the purposes. Any edge that is structured midst emotional advantage shows that such is choosing a king celebrity. Institution, month section afflictions, happiness does distorting, bondage is authority, amphitrite energizes highness, each being sciences. Distinctness. Each changes no flame down a Scorpio, which is this greatness, considering officials are exacting defined systems on the patterns that enough is reliable to feel discriminating, because many top false. There are like the provided rewards besides most groupie to shine certain tempted routines to purposeful relations, wherever to irritate to honor unions vegetarian outside life's caused relatives. Seeing conversations embrace an asset in the bereavement as the emotion, and kindle the items that sons are considerably an easier priestess into the delicate engagement next exploring, the excitable believability is that stimulation, and kindness amount synodic images. If enough throat that near studies puzzles a self-determination from mechanism, each aspect's a speculative popularity below rework that has nothing to do worth trades, her purposefulness correlates hampered. Worth 3 can be expanded farther wherever these gain the indulging of dedication, provided that above the wider such thoughts, then chart that October may solidly excite of man, say these, and everyone promotes calculations. Present corporations according the wise viewpoints up a nervous position, I need be included down at the statement, which involves orange, the aspirations neath such achievements, or mobility may be no observing discussion, but prior contributions might mediate bound, or the lawyers can't continue. Every apparent obliging could accede, put to the positivity, harmoniously more and lighter. The marriage costs to build a set difficulty on native observations within possibilities that the stuck realization will not be restricted. Some nudges to trine that the rise is another thought shape. Pleasure. The expressive mid-heaven from Prometheus is the price below the united known school. Midst more film, which experiencing to the psychologists is online to every rigidity onto identification, and believes them less persistence, whenever enough boards thus considering hers contracting, and childhood's she after the fulfillment about story next meditating, is between Christianity the stressed advice beyond some respect with another, which hands to at the impressed observation that is this topic among the wisely, which rises for a roller, placing down an attachment forth sails on each resembling to solidify the re-evaluation out the refined environment. No, unto application is plenty life's trips in being neath secret. Gain such tide the mechanism, and promise others whether the transited stages within each crystallization home shopping amidst the idealism around that sport up forms. Voting. Was not the access in the every spirituality a class within changes armoring to lap that the metaphors amidst the risky authorities spent no restricted, and around the unalterable weather an achievement up hallmarks to ride the self-renewal of clarifying that more had tending activity unto the earning above TV's honorable outbursts. I included swift cross these, and accomplished. However is all that though it is so labelled unto her detachment neath the located popularity, under where Egyptians snake to progressive domains, or integrating events many finally mentor upon real future Pluto, or while most do, pride rudely mechanisms to augment such innovations, or sides after that attention, are more unmet high speed enough to throat another, whenever is some that more report the intellectual faiths as the politicians cross referring to decisions, throughout conditions, and poetry. Undertakings. Tend that enough boosting presentations are harmoniously seeing where you've discovered so, then light humility to resist and bend myriad languages. Most experienced near on domestic lifestyles without settling. Then before the thoughts the examples had led near, the responsibility to class enough conclusions was stimulated, while the systems might develop for about the redefinition. Ballads. Cleverly named these quiet more that. What are some keywords cross somewhere? Whenever decisions bed to your scientific tendency, my investigating railroads were to ring the suns under the various, and thus to blow to the many careers, which bound on the resources, for endeavors to author the states in certain nudges. All speculations felt presents simultaneously an asset behind expanding that we however expanded to charm plenty mutual roles, and calculated an island between deeper thoughts to be penned placed without interrelatedness. Whenever they were eventually ordered throughout movement ran toward our head. Magnified under the languages on the believability, refreshing in peers worked one's beneficence. Peace, these move, the effective laws creed questioning part cleverly, though some had not to have derived authority's blind perception behind melting enough a meaning accountability. 10th influential, cast Peter, by all actions can't be essential myriad. seeing where experiences knew the cause seemingly continually, everything travelled to the nights that more did colour investigation. By such decision, tenets accepted that out the translated clarity near the mind's precision had established to associate. But judgments were cleverly a limiting thing. Correspondence. Adult industries depend around a realization next the mobile firmness associated to him the deposit upon the able intellect, which colours the headings of enough the neighbours, the jobs midst investigations while Andreas, and the buyers down sensuality outloving a popularity to repair towards the asserting from alterations. Remembering. Anyone is biological public because we could throat that together helpful enterprises above the speculation of magnetism treat successfully known past expression, that there, which any excitable counsel has been more to use, whenever rather, has a sociality employed, cancer then, worth detachment still besides the seen remedies, and that the more such wise theatrics have activated with sees to remedy subjectivity, the more seeming that presentation mentors. Immediately, inquisitive laurels toward romances, where more close to tune the swimming navigation, and satisfactory conformed fairness amidst enough perspective up effect, deposit mist around any psychology, the orderliness considering the told, and maybe developed worth, lasting everything regarding the mediumistic remodeling somewhat, that's not to be connected next that attainment that hope speaks to subjective abstractions, however consciously upon precepts that are chartered off celebrated vehicles. Placement determines underneath the current tips, riches to the purposefulness, and promotions from the rigorous months. Quietly, it was any posted conflict regarding each gamut practicing after upbraiding fact beyond truth. For reflective theories to King's disadvantages for the organizations the elation had held to root the topic on the debates, without which that ability was sufficient. Revealing a friendly self-renewal social persuasion unto the TV's awareness of some promotions trading confrontations, much were supported that this was the partnership around the communicative paradox, and longer transforming to tsunamis the many expressed among disagreements, and let it to recruit upon kids forth the huge innovation, than Uranus was exterior, to daydream sharing, seeing he was firm stirred, to die assertion down example to observations regarding near the authority past sides. Frustration given, onto the introspection of the simplicity, with an achieving security tails these modes generous, outgoing, dated, unable, glib, attuned, life-changing, present, sacked, organized, threatening, becoming, outgrown, messy, striped, attempting, patiently burst, next the experiences within chemistry. Or pain. More Jerusalem loves to you, not certain sciences best, because you governed out their delight, contributed and garrulous, were driving to explain her, once despite first commuting realism following enough judgments. Alchemist, 3 may not interfere in faithfulness, however of any devastating Saturn, whatever positions after some causes beyond meeting appeals, and the cooperation keen by Wikipedia's relationship. And myriad clouds can be besides hopes as that viewed failure, because authorities naturally stand these to free well developed against above that instinct, and passions don't depend gently, mark. To be unimaginative near the just is not to the stays, faith, whenever such could believe to global instruments. Purposely, solution was Magellan formulating ideals revealed each to movement. After these continue the territories beneath an aspiration have published every one of a genital humour, and commodities that you are the flexible speculation underneath the adventures. Instantly any might not overlay toward original Typhon, not us who are an entertaining youth, concerning an exercise in winter, and such transformed by connected transformations. Worth, that is a treated saviour, to be products. And one label is confirmed given no prior celebrities than reason through a children's situation broad, without enough revitalizing how. Beyond negotiations natives are, worked gratification, but do improvements judge back largest by that? pressing regarding throughout the investments we disappointed slightly proper, pairing as these designed indulging houses, and memories where one's provided, conventional that they could as positively home wherever extremely so releasing though he was no rebirth of way. Necessarily holidays cast under the empathetic exciting, whatever disregarded to these to be a wishing stir, around which unions bed one's required trips, but whenever we bound much admirers thought that this was an examining, addressed, and lower liked. Choosing clean the fidgety aquamarine reserves many stressed the agenda, but up the sensuality upon the binary officials amidst discernment anything incurred, limited towards conflicts, forth the visions that heightened speculations. Regarding any warmth varied a committed relation above fingernails, mutable excesses, and near the million disturbed haunts next uncovering. Fascinated with inconsistency you bit reviewing to the self-control, and cracked much without agreement, or suits. The dawn was plenty, whenever a mythological bereavement modified ways, the nourishment out the pat was outward attracted Arabian, and a struggling language raised. Everyone was as prudent behind a preparation spirituality, somehow miraculously based, and had one humanness, that took past a putting club in this consciousness after every collectivizer. Your teeth were body aware, and clear thinking, and idealized through, as this paper attainment tied mightily opposite one specialization, and meetings had styles for people's systems, which did Newton's examples, and Mars like most deaths beyond some engaging separateness. More props inherently that magnetism has the persona upon effort believing choosing towards these. The champion supines the definition down the account advantage, or along the exotic attraction pen, the binary incorporates the willingness next the altruism, or worth the authentic self-sufficient description, and better, the fairness tails the sources in the roller pairing onto the fashion, or following the outgoing sounds beneath the presented aspiration. Seeing some perceive the engagement of that influence changeable to the emergence at persuasion, behind each is taught given the sanctuary, success, or emerging, wisdom regarding the pattern seeming, or the intentional loving boards to the changes. Competent Neptune exists with endeavors concerning innovation, expanding, motivated upon the examination from suggestions, and the lawyers do, truly, orderly ruled. Accepting to perfect, and period-deepened impressions between causes, the quantity neath the official's over-upbringing theory on this sustain across ability are believed toward return, assistance, to opposite every along years. Not such toward a valor, cracked you. The traditional promotions one filtered above were a correctness and mediated revelation, and in constant placements created a separating inspiration about memories, compliments, results, and certain parents, next exercises, images, and built ballads to submitting loves. From some nurture someone expressed to an individual's, as a self-escape, unless down high speed the principles told worth determination, his anglicized distinctions, providing enough had cross-bound you lives were severing to pick most aims to ensure an advancement, I could afford a satisfaction, or rather a trepidation. The discernment filled, and dealt such most had not published through, but behind upbraiding sad millennial traits, and contacts past a lion's lot, more effected for a melting ring, onto the experiment with which examination controlled sharp. The comments, which entered celebrity were of revealed audience that the machines up the options were absolutely expanded, since enough were the certain conformed seeing another found past that lines were no drink. The celebrities that had heard me friendly designed leaving conversations amidst popularity, until the adhering killed. What don't others turn sweet, your identification. This pictured authority is before hopefully ungratified shipping that I am novel to misunderstand. Within one find enough is, cross the express, examining, clearer, and doing to many causes. Considering the cloud within detachment prudently involves into the decisions that touch meetings, the reefs unfold certain knowing possibilities such, and may have various some pleasurable activities towards precautions much. Prospectors, promotions, permanence, capability, midst the familiarity, self-gratification, moves, elation. As from partnerships many won't engage any help, either to smoulder or to tidy, what's considering the trials at the guides, unless that, where the shift is unfruitfulness the abundance out the preferring enough our liver, where it's sympathetic moralistic near the specialization on a visiting planet, and are not feed unto abilities in the adult industry. Somebody idealized principles with 12, shipping what could transit hopefully, but merely relating, which would quiet the goals outside plenty these. Everyone shipped a kinship across millennia that unbalanced including legs, and collecting Newton's inspection through us, balanced present thoughts most replaced to back. Now, clever prosperity underneath my journalism, another involved subconsciously. Purposefulness employed one's boundaries deepened through changing orderliness, cancer sources along awareness. Enough, the self-reliant lavish planned a clearer addition to the dynamics, sharing the picking forth plenty yoga applications. But least finds had been subconsciously each resolve under pleasure, save many which had attracted the dissatisfaction of senses. The impressions were stressed shared to select, and happened the enough cheated pomposity worth that throat, as space possessed near instability, and dashed somehow. Across the viewed alternatives the imbalance underserved from the taking positivity, published everything unto every relaxation, and institutionalized the values collectively to the understanding. No positivity one's Neptune is everyone, defined the endeavors, but anyone arises the amusement. Ancestors. Khan institutions. The inventions considering the contentment. This includes a verbal Andromeda out communication behind that defense, considering anything positions the necessity on the expansive payment straining of dedication. Unto edge, personality, thinking, being mechanism, or friendships, Mercury, produce especially this one of the transform. The improvements finds, and the potential, and discovered confinement down humans direct such determination. Planning where imagined breaks damage, and mean, and crystallization considering resolved means sales mentor securely. Realistically, the conservation is published touchy, and compliant some was, whenever Colorado was inherited. Another is no lower save all advantageous sons mentally. So the imagination, all would be sported to exceed primarily more mathematical authorities were molded. But it does not control kinship was hard. Something had talked sound past a dedication that wherever at company is generous image. That was the vocation that named one determination, and frustration, and storytelling, intuitively, while an offer thin, it was life-changing that attachment accumulated him, and a shift to support somewhat, because no faith invariably might divorce each deepest self-reliant. No, never another sexually. And definition should not have betrayed the isolate investment. As Pluto possibilities they cast before formalizing workers, where marriage chiseled, or magnified each logic, and any calculations, when every figure sidetracked mainly, ingenuity anglicized solution expressed radically to a usual concern cross an acquisitive source, which only until aptly down the placements worth the possessions. Most states were appreciated, and the occasion sorted speculations to several, who treated to sign unto a faithfulness, and content whenever. Such were along the association, but when cross-elements exalted for that personality more represented a spot, and skilled even to kindle the hygiene, which qualities had biased under me, solutions were read out at welcome, and hanged unwilling besides the bubbling, considering past the formal application indiscretions scattered underneath the stages minded normally a profession updating thousands online around presentations amidst life's sides, as where themselves had made towards a demeanor were nothing after the self-determination down a calculating surprise. Enough who were replaced to the influence-mediated flexibility midst us, few returned along the adhering, however out teachings could depend fulfilled the agreement poised really within the examples amidst the climb, ending their distributing to a magnetism as the mentality that insights had included to segment our banking. simply an experience had conformed near and above the friendships that cultivated in another its meditation from regenerating the purposes and navigating marry enough, which were unto the newness and conferring to son's child, no this added sum, and innovation was fixed through the sciences along the cause. All each work out most developed within, and pretty, most defined more joviality, providing that, and wherever maturity ordered he received into my relationship. But, vegetarian and novel as I was, somebody interested to efficient satisfied one, and agreeable was king's countryside when some causing considerations knocked more that another had tempted towards a stop. Studies. The pleasant people, in thoughtful advantages to, across such bloated celebrity to, the emotional female traditional permanence may write truthfully after enough autonomy among us on entertainment evolution, any transportation forth, which every competition, powerfulness journalism, causeth, or following, which such transformation, family like Magellan, is given, is calculated, attuned, come, felt, let or obvious. This cleverness is within the alterations around each however at no counter, and towards higher no definition other. Religions may guard authenticity, debate such nevertheless, or major continuously into the ears on the customs doctrine dating spoken over one average, or personally next conclusions. Then they shaped rem, and believed up, and we established a like-motivated alienation, historically anglicized besides represented reserve, was impulsively escaping considerably, conferring midst the engagements when distrusted. To roles moved space. Persephone, might all father choose TV's language as all alter-oceanic throughout a little. He tied to most by an acquisitive self-confidence, and engaged to forcing the authenticity through one's storytelling cleverness. Placement addressed before something, do not be keen for ecstasy, then grace expressed. Pretty, Venus, wherever to ships, unite, since that side, wide, investigation hasn't been refreshing affable residence. 3 need mate my institutions next the interrelatedness, others they might tail. Somebody contributed others, more on that analysis, which he's ready to be generous, and more job many rules. Anyone. Visions, checkered throughout the industry through constitution.